Podium Publishing presents Here Comes Earth, Destiny, Book 2, written by William Lee Gordon, performed by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. Dr. Mark Spencer. My consciousness surfaced into that dreamy state between full wakefulness and comfortable bliss. In the movies you see men at my still youthful age waking up and being ready for anything. Conversation, exercise, sex, more sleep. The reality is that today, like most mornings, I had to piss like a racehorse. With my eyes still closed, I felt around to the side to see if my bed was empty. It was. This was disappointing since, again, like many relatively young men my age, I awoke with a rock-hard erection that might or might not go away once I emptied my bladder. In the 30 or 40 seconds remaining before I needed to make my way to the toilet, I raised my arms and extended into a full-body stretch. The bed was large, luxurious, and soft. The down comforter was keeping me pleasantly warm against the brisk mountain air entering my open bedroom window. I was pretty sure that my dreams had something to do with my man of steel state, but I couldn't remember any detail. It was either that or the feel of the unnaturally smooth sheets against my pajamaless body. Probably both. Okay, time to open my eyes and face the fact that I was on an alien planet owned by two alien beings that I was pretty sure were just very advanced humans. We were all from the same basic gene stock, but there were subtle differences. I called them G-humans, galactic humans as opposed to Earthers. You'll note that it's Earthers, not Earthlings. I will be forever grateful to that unknown person that didn't correct the Neridians when they made first contact. I really don't like the thought of being called an Earthling. Anyway, the two aliens I'm speaking of are Malatina and her father Dandrekin, and like all of the G-humans I had so far met, they were physically very attractive. Malatina was actually radiant in her beauty. While the men were slightly effeminate and lacked much in the way of emotion, the women made up for it with their passion for, well, a lot of things. The biggest difference between Earthers and G-humans was their level of technology. Galactic society, known as the Accord, was divided up into at least 3 levels of technical development. There were the planet-bound civilizations that may even utilize the resources of their entire solar system, but never found the need, or independently discovered the ability to travel to other stars. Or if they did have a need, they inevitably relied on one of the more advanced dynasties for transportation. These system-bound denizens were referred to not so affectionately as Kikos by the rest of galactic society, named after a very territorial and timid animal. The next step up on the galactic technology ladder was the dynasties. These are spacefaring civilizations that make their homes between the stars. Greatly advanced over the Kikos, the dynasties have mastered faster-than-light travel and instantaneous real-time communications across any distance. The dynasties put the society in galactic society. They basically controlled the known portions of the galaxy, and, best I could tell, spend much of their time in political intrigue with each other. Maybe that's not totally fair, but we now knew that the Neridian dynasty had played with prehistoric Earthers' DNA, attempted genocide against us, and were currently trying to enslave us. I'm just not feeling very charitable towards the dynasties right now. As far above the dynasties as the dynasties are above Earth are the lower houses of the Accord. These G-humans are all but revered by dynasties and Kikos alike, and rarely interact with them. Although the lower houses can enforce the rules of the Accord, they are said to spend their time on another plane of existence and have little interest in our galactic affairs. Presumably, there are upper houses of the Accord, but I know nothing about them. Earth had barely reached the point of keeping a space station in permanent orbit and had never traveled further than our own moon, if that gives you any idea of where we rank on the scale. Oh, one other difference between G-humans and Earthers is that G-humans all have lifespans of over 1,000 years. Earthers should too, but our shorter lifespans are a direct result of that Neridian dynasty's genetic manipulation of our prehistoric ancestors. Another reason to hold the Neridians in such high esteem. As it happens, Dandrekin and Malatina were of the Urkindel del Gabloriel, meaning Lower House Gabloriel. The reason we were here was to save Earth. As pretentious as that sounds, it is the literal truth. I'd cooked up this long-shot plan to convince a lower house to intercede on Earth's behalf and shield us from the Neridians' attempt to make Earth their protectorate. So my best friend and renowned quantum physicist Dr. Anzio Spallini and I had hitched a ride to this planet with Anzio's classy alien sweetheart Semi and her randy and beautiful friend Ashima, both of the Caridian dynasty. The one thing the Caridian dynasty had in common with Earthers was our enmity for Neridians. Semi and Ashima were both more or less humoring us, and had never dreamed that Malatina would deign to give us audience, but as it happens, she did, and then whisked Anzio and I off to this equivalent of a beautiful Italian mountain villa. She gave us an incredibly plush set of rooms, and left us with instructions to join her for breakfast on the veranda. The only other thing on my mind this morning was the ongoing realization that I was in love with Dr. Julie Shine, who was probably back on Earth by now with the rest of the survivors of our ill-fated Earth team. Other than that, it was like any morning. Anzio and I had joined Malatina on another open-air veranda extending from a different part of the villa. The view was still incredible, but now there was a pleasant breeze that gently moved the sheer white fabric draped from various colonnades. We sat on a large ottoman-type structure that was about the size of 4 king beds pushed together in a square. The outside edges had a low rail that propped up some of the many pillows strewn across the enormous off-white linen cushion. Flat on the firm cushion beside each of us was a tray with fruits and cheeses, as well as a very pleasing tea. Malatina sat on one side with her legs folded underneath her. Her attire was very different from the dynasties. Instead of wearing bland, form-fitting clothing, she adorned herself with various layered gowns. Today it was shorter, but when we'd first met her in the Aldrich circle, her hemline had dragged the ground as she walked around me for her initial inspection. I remember this distinctly because I couldn't help noticing that even though she wore white, no dirt or twigs had marred her gown. She changed her hairstyle as often as she changed her gowns. Today a thin braid crowned a head of long, straight hair. I had also never seen her wear shoes. Even now, with her bare feet tucked elegantly underneath her, I had noticed that her soles were clean, as if the dust of this world could not attach itself to her. "So this world, it is yours?" Anzio asked in his heavy Italian accent. "My father and I frequent this planet, and others know this and respect our desire for privacy. A literal translation from our language would say we are identified with this planet, although I'm not really sure that is sufficient to grasp the concept." "An entire planet?" I challenged. "Isn't that a little excessive?" "Mark," she replied, "how can you say it's excessive when there are billions of planets yet to be inhabited? The universe is so much larger than you can possibly know. You must be careful not to judge others based upon your own limited resources, frame of reference." She was right, of course. My life had been centered around prioritizing my personal resources so I could afford to eat, sleep, get an education, and keep a roof over my head, not to mention pursuing various social pleasures. My entire professional career had been based around studying how various cultures had distributed their own limited resources and the inequities this invariably caused. To start thinking in terms of truly unlimited resources was going to take some getting used to. "Okay, point granted," I chuckled, "but my planet's current predicament doesn't seem to fit into that category. We need to maintain our self-determination." "Why?" Malatina asked. "Because that's what makes us great," I blurted out. I'd put a lot of thought into this, and there were a whole bunch of things I wanted to say that I wanted Malatina to understand. I just hoped I could articulate it well enough to be convincing. She seemed very patient, and that was a good thing. I was determined to keep explaining my position in as many ways as possible until we won her support, or she got tired of listening. Her large smile was now bordering on laughter, yet I didn't feel made fun of. For me to be talking to her about the greatness of our society must be like Neanderthal man claiming the greatness of his people to the President of the United States. "I know that must sound incredibly arrogant, Malatina, but I believe there is something unique about us. I believe we offer great value to the galactic community, but only if our spirit isn't crushed. This is why our music is so special. It captures that spirit that might be lacking in the rest of your people." I didn't necessarily feel that I'd made a lot of headway that afternoon, but she didn't throw us out of the place either. As a matter of fact, the days drug on. We'd been assured that Semi and Ashima knew to wait for us in the ship, but those days turned into weeks. We were given an incredibly lavish suite of rooms that joined on a huge den. Besides our sleeping chambers and separate bath areas, the common area included a large fireplace, refreshment bar, and dining room. There was also our own private veranda. I still couldn't shake the feeling that I was in an Italian palace or mountain fortress. Anzio was no help, as he thought that anything exceedingly lavish was by definition Italian. We typically spend the mornings with Malatina on that same oversized cabana talking about anything and everything concerning Earth. We spent a lot of time on our history, but we also talked about the daily concerns and living conditions of the current generation. She seemed particularly interested in understanding how competition played such a big role in daily life, and she delighted in even the mildest stories of personal victory over adversity. The afternoon saw Anzio and I on our own, free to roam the vast estate and grounds. We found an almost hidden mountain lake that was perfect for swimming and provided a great physical release from the pressure of our mission. It was also when we felt most comfortable voicing our private thoughts and observations to each other. There was no reason to think that our rooms in the villa were bugged, but there was no reason to think that they weren't either. We always shared dinner with Malatina in an intimate dining hall. Well, at least as intimate as one end of a table that seated 12 could be. The warm food was always on the table when we arrived, and we never saw another soul our entire time at the villa. Dinner was our time, however, to ask questions of her. What I still don't quite understand is the relationship between the lower houses and the dynasties, I said. For example, how and why are you so much more advanced? My, but you ask interesting questions, she responded. We of the lower houses have been around much longer than the dynasties. We surpassed their level of understanding millions of years ago. Yet you still acknowledge their existence and occasionally give them guidance or aid, if I understand the situation correctly. If your people have moved so far beyond them, why still bother to have anything to do with them? Why are they important to you? There was something in Malatina's demeanor that made me think I was on the right track. After a short moment, she responded. You come from a primitive society, Mark. I hope you don't take offense, but you have said yourself that you live in a very competitive society. It must be very difficult for you to believe that a people would act out of the goodness of their hearts, yet we spare valuable time for the dynasties. Is it so hard to believe that we have simplistic motives? Yes, I do come from a competitive society, but if anything, it's taught me to question everything. I still wasn't getting anything close to the whole story here. Malatina, I'm not belittling your motives, but you are far from a simplistic people. I think there's more to it than that, and I'd like to know what it is. Very well. You are correct that there is more than one reason for what we do with the dynasties. This is true for everything in life. We occasionally help in the limited ways we can because they deserve the help and it makes us feel good to do so. But you are right that there are other reasons. It is also directed by the Accord that we oversee humanity in this galaxy and beyond. The Accord. That's another thing I don't totally understand. Exactly who is the Accord and why does it control everyone? After sitting silent for quite some time, she said, I suspect that it will take your people many generations to have even a basic understanding of the Accord. The simplistic answer is that the Accord is everything. It is the known universe from its creation until its end. I know that that is less than the answer you're looking for, she continued, but for now it will have to suffice. There's something else I must discuss with you, and time grows short. Although there was nothing in her demeanor to suggest a sense of urgency, her words instantly put us on guard. Tonight after dinner you will have audience with Dandrekin of Erkendel del Gabloriel, she continued. Dandrekin, he is your father, yes? Asked Anzio. Yes, and there are several things you need to know about him. First, understand this. He is not your friend. After a pause, she continued. He is also not your enemy. He simply wishes to perform the function required of him and then be done with you. And what function might that be? I inquired. The Accord requires many different things from us. Among others, Lower House Gabloriel has many times been given the responsibility of harbinger or messenger. I suspect that might be why your Caridian friends brought you here, in hopes we might spread word of your plight. We also, however, carry the burden of vetting the truth of our messages. Dandrekin will have questions for you, and you must answer him honestly and to the best of your ability. He will sense any falsehoods. So if we pass his test, I say, he will help us against the Neridians? No, Dandrekin will not help you in any material way. However, if you satisfy his criteria, he will pass you on to someone that could possibly help you. So why are you telling us these things? It seems like a warning, yet this would seem to be good news? Perhaps, she replied, but that remains to be seen. If you have any hope of impressing my father with your worthiness, you must not appear cowed, and my father can be intimidating. Ah, said Anzio, then this is something like a warning. We thank you for that. I would not thank me just yet. After dinner, Malatina led us into a large, long chamber with a 20-foot ceiling. It had columns around the sides, fronting alcoves with various statues and frescoes on one side, and large, darkened windows that presumably looked out over the valley on the other. Anzio was immediately captivated by the frescoes and wandered over to get a closer look. I had followed Malatina to not quite the center of the room and was preparing to ask her yet another question when a bright flash demanded our attention. I looked up in time to see a man finish taking one step. At least that's what it looked like, as if he just stepped out of some hidden doorway to stand before us. For a few moments he was silhouetted by a bright yellowish light originating immediately behind him. The light wasn't omnidirectional, however. It shone in a widening beam up behind his head as well as down towards the ground. For a moment, from the shadows his legs cast, he appeared to be floating, but then the light disappeared and left him standing not 10 feet in front of us. "Dandrekin, I presume?" I said before he could say anything. Yes, I was probably being a little presumptuous, and I risked making him mad by not showing proper deference, but I remembered Malatina's words about not being cowed, and, like a lot of things I'd found myself doing lately, I was just running on instinct. "Dandrekin of Erkendel del Gabloriel, I present to you Dr. Marquis Spencer of Earth," Malatina said formally. Dandrekin's inspection of me never wavered, even when Anzio emerged from an alcove to join us. After what seemed forever, he spoke. "You seem different than other Earthers I remember." "How long ago did you meet them?" I asked. Not only did he not respond, he didn't even appear to consider a response or acknowledge my query in any way. I realized that when it came to gender differences, the lower houses were no different than the dynasties. The men were tall but slight, dispassionate, and came across as somewhat arrogant, especially Dandrekin. "What do you remember of your origins?" he finally asked. There was no attempt to be polite, no offer of a seat or refreshments. For the next 40 minutes we stood there while I answered Dandrekin's questions. At first I tried interspersing a few questions of my own, but he ignored them just as he ignored my attempts to get Anzio involved in the conversation. I recounted everything I knew from my professional studies about the origin of man, and I filled in many blanks with what I'd learned from the Neridians and Caridians. I watched him closely, hoping to be able to verify some of these newfound revelations from our past, but his face was stone and gave nothing away. Eventually the questions ended and we all just stood there. Dandrekin was silent, perhaps processing what he'd learned from us. I was slowly shifting my weight from one foot to another when I realized that Malatina was no longer with us. She had apparently departed while I was focused on one particular answer or another. He broke the silence by issuing a command that we return here at daybreak tomorrow. Suddenly the light behind him was shining again, and, if possible, even more brightly than the first time. The shadows it cast made Dandrekin appear 10 feet tall, and the intensity of the light caused us to look away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him take a step back into the brilliance and then disappear, taking the light with him. I was still seeing an afterimage in my vision when Anzio spoke. "What the hell do you think had just happened, my friend?" was all he said. I didn't answer. I knew it was a rhetorical question. We soon returned to our suite, and Anzio picked up a decanter from the bar area and poured both of us a glass of a fruity, slightly fermented drink we'd both become fond of. We were enjoying the silence, lost in our own thoughts, when suddenly I said, "I think I'm in the mood for a swim." Anzio gave me a questioning look. We were both tired, and we had apparently a big day tomorrow. Without saying a word, I nodded my head in the direction of the fireplace, where neatly folded and set out on the foot table were the overly plush towels we always used to dry ourselves after swimming in our hidden mountain lake. "I guess the night air, it would do me good also," Anzio replied. Chapter 2. Interlude Numerous Duos. Malatina. "Do you agree with my conclusion?" Dandrekin. "I do." What will you do? I will do as I have been commanded. Will that save them or doom them? Daughter, you ask vexing questions that I have no concern with. Had the minions of the Urkindel del Asdium, the damned Neridians, been quicker, this would all be a moot point and never have disrupted our meditations. As it is, I will turn them over to Nalindus of Urkindel del Michael to do as he sees fit. The Urkindel del Michael resents the Earthers. Nalindus is just as likely to send them back to Earth to fall prey to the Neridians as he is to aid them. He is under command also, but yes, if he can find a way to be rid of the problem without committing heresy, it may be an attractive option for him. It is, however, no concern of ours. Yes, but still. Daughter, I am serious. I forbid you to interfere with the plans of the Urkindel del Michael. Yes, Father, I assure you I want nothing to do with the Urkindel del Michael. Chapter 3. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. Yes, sir, I said. I understand, sir. No, sir, we're physically safe right now, but my civilians are exhausted, and Captain Kimiko is less than 100%. It had taken a full week since we had arrived back at Earth and taken out the Neridian ship that was literally holding the planet hostage. But I had finally reached General David Patron of the U.S. Africa Command, U.S. AFRICOM, and reported back from mission. Most of the other U.S. four-star command centers worldwide had been taken out by the Neridians before our arrival. In addition, many cities that represented international seats of government or financial centers had been bombarded from orbit and were now just large craters. General Patron was quick to claim total authority over what was left of my returning team, and even though I wasn't sure that was the proper chain of command, I was too tired to fight it. Besides, I was still in orbit on the Caridian ship, and he was somewhere on the planet below. Less than a year ago, my squad was part of the Earth team that had been sent on an interstellar cultural tour hosted by the Neridians. That mission was highlighted by treachery and betrayal, and it had become obvious that the Neridians' true purpose was to, by any means necessary, convince Earth to accept a protectorship of the Neridian dynasty. A protectorship that would be roughly akin to the protection the old Soviet Union had afforded Czechoslovakia during the days of communism. The Neridians had been very good at tempting us with promises of advanced technology and had wooed a number of scientists and diplomats on our team. Those they couldn't seduce, they had quietly culled and killed. Those of us that had initially survived the culling found ourselves separated from the larger team, but had made our way back to Earth in time to take out the Neridian ship and kill Jackie, their mission leader. A number of the seduced Earth team members had returned with the Neridians and were presumably dispersed on the planet below, along with an unknown number of Neridian survivors. Julie and I, and, to a lesser extent, the other 5 members of my surviving squad, were either worldwide heroes or the most despised people on the planet, depending on who you talk to. If you believe the factions headed up by Dr. Derek Helmer, then the Neridians were the most powerful entities in the galaxy, and we had just, all by ourselves, committed an act of war upon them that would imperil the entire planet. Our only hope to save ourselves was to beg for mercy when their reinforcements arrived, and immediately welcome them with open arms. If we didn't have our act together by the time they got here, they would deal with the Caridians and us, and this time they would show no mercy. I wasn't really aware that they'd shown any mercy the first time around, but such is the language of propaganda. Our original Earth team had been headed up by General Dwight Nesbitt, whom was now dead. The head of mission, civilian, had been Dr. Derek Helmer, and he, along with Colonel Eugene Memphis, succumbing to the Neridian offer of personal power and wealth, had sold out the Earth team and were even now busy trying to persuade Earth that the Neridians were our saviors rather than our jailers. Colonel, now General Memphis, more or less took his orders from Dr. Helmer, but it wasn't at all clear that it was a friendly alliance. In fact, it wasn't really clear how much of a force he actually commanded. Initially, Jackie had helped him put together a large multinational, mostly North American and European command, with bases worldwide, but reports of desertions surfaced every day, and not all of them low-ranking. There were rumors of firing squads, but no one really knew what to believe. The French government was nowhere to be found, and the Russians, Chinese, Pakistanis, Indians, and Saudis all seemed to be taking a wait-and-see attitude. The Middle East had quickly boiled over into a massive free-for-all, with everybody fighting everybody, and Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, was now a glass parking lot. Rumor had it that they had accidentally nuked themselves. European civilian authority was in shambles. It wasn't really governments, but rather factions of like-minded people crisscrossing the internet that held us in high regard. The video Dr. Decker had immediately downloaded onto the EarthNet when we first reached orbit went viral and was a godsend. It wasn't anything fancy. It just used live footage to tell the complete and true story of our mission, including the false promises and treachery of the Neridians, as well as the betrayal of Dr. Derek Helmer and Colonel Eugene Memphis. Because the video ended right before we launched our desperate attack on the Neridian ship, people were talking about our bravery. Because so many of us had been lost, they were talking about us as heroes. It was really hard to know just how many people supported us, but we were starting to get the feeling it was a lot. That's probably why it was such a surprise to learn that General Patron was ordering us to stand down. He wanted to move our team to a secure location planetside and take over official negotiations with the Caridians. The Caridians had been a great help in transporting us back to Earth and supplying us with non-advanced weapons, but it would be naive to think that they didn't have an agenda. They hated the Neridians, but also wanted to claim Earth's ingenuity. They were just much nicer about it. I'd been stalling, but figured it was time to have a serious conversation with Silva, who was more or less the consensual leader of the Caridian presence at Earth. "You want Earth as a protectorate?" "Yes, of course," he responded. "What's stopping you?" I asked. "You could go direct to the public with your offer of protection." After a moment, he said, "I think you know the answer to that, Major. There needs to be some unity of public opinion to make a protectorate work. Right now that doesn't exist, and if I try to go around your back direct to the planet's population, I risk making an enemy of you and Dr. Shine. I would rather be your friend and have you voluntarily come to us than try to beat you in the court of public opinion." Neridia didn't seem to be too concerned about that, I observed. "No, but we are not Neridians and would never resort to their tactics." "No, you're not, Silva. I'll give you that. Here's the thing. General Patron wants to take over negotiations with you and remove my team from the playing field, at least for now. The truth is," I continued, "we could use the downtime, but I need you to be totally clear on one point. I don't care if the General begs you to take us as a protectorate. I will never condone it unless it is absolutely the last resort for Earth's survival. You'll never have the consensus you need without Julie and I." I wasn't totally sure that the last part was true, but this wasn't a time to lack confidence. "As I said before, I have no intention of going behind your back. You have my word on that. But by the same token, Major, I want you to think long and hard about the lives of everyone on this planet. Once the Neridians arrive, your only defense will be to bluff. If that doesn't work and you decide you want our help, they may not give you a choice or give us the time to gain a consensus. Your best bet may very well be to side with us now so we can consolidate our protectorship and work to face the Neridian threat together." When I didn't say anything, he continued. "Keep the smart pads we loaned you. If and when you decide you want to join us, contact me through them. Just leave us enough time to be able to do your people some good." Julie and I were living in a small farmhouse somewhere on the veldt or grassy plains of South Africa. Although we never spoke of the future or talked about how it had happened, she had shared my bed every night since the first. Not far down a dirt road from us was a small town. Complete with dirt streets and boarded sidewalks, it could have been lifted straight out of the Old West. Captain Kimiko had a room at the boarding house, and I made it a point to go into town and see her almost every day. Dr. Tony Decker and the other scientists each had a small house in town, and even though it could have been described as a quiet and boring existence, it was really what we all needed. Neridian reinforcements could and would arrive any week, and the planet had no way to protect itself, but we had been placed on the sidelines and told to let our superiors handle things while we recuperated. As frustrating as it was, I knew my team needed to heal. And besides, we really didn't have a lot of choice. Dr. Decker had tried to slip away twice, only to be returned each time by military escort. Part of my agreement with General Patron had been for all of us to be provided state-of-the-art satellite EarthNet connections. After a day of not receiving any equipment, I contacted Silva, and within hours a shuttle arrived with everything we needed to tap into the EarthNet directly, without having to go through either the Caridian or the U.S. military communications network. He also brought me something long and thin, wrapped in cloth. I took it with me when I went into town the next day to see Kimiko. I presented it to her and relayed what Silva had told me. Her twin sister Hiromi's body had been found in the shuttle bay of the crashed Neridian ship with the severed heads of her enemies at her feet, the katana sword still in her hand. I took it as a good sign when Kimiko started working out with a katana every day in the corral out back. Even though we'd been sidelined, it would be a mistake to think we had given up on helping our planet survive. Julia was a media star, not in the sense of a celebrity, but from the standpoint that she had become the world's de facto expert on our interstellar crises. Our surviving squad had no official status. We were effectively in some kind of political limbo. General Patron claimed to speak for the United States, but so did several others. One of the largest of these groups was headed up by Dr. Derek Helmer, and his camp was furious because Julie refused to even recognize their existence, only ever referring to them as traitors to the human race and never responding to their barbs and accusations. She spent quite a bit of time in town working with Dr. Tony Decker on virtual conferences with everyone from small church congregations to parliaments of countries. I'm not a politician, but I think one reason she was so well received is that she didn't have an agenda. She simply laid out what life as slavery under the Neridians would look like. She didn't try to hide the Caridian option, but she didn't parse her language either. She just called it a nicer form of slavery. She also described what an all-out fight to keep Earth free might look like, and she didn't try to cover up the death and destruction with flowery words. But she also talked about why staying free would be so important. She talked about a world of abundance, a world where poverty was a frame of mind and not a grueling existence. She talked about how technology was part of the answer, but that it was just as important to achieve those gains with our ambitions, hopes, and dreams still intact. She made people realize that in a society that used respect as money, we could never be truly wealthy unless we respected ourselves, and that would never happen as the slaves of another society, no matter how many high-tech toys they gave us. She was quick to point out that it couldn't happen overnight, but that a society that valued respect above all else was one in which everyone could choose to be wealthy, regardless of race, creed, color, station of birth, or country of origin. It was obvious that she believed in Earthers, and she believed in the future we could all have, and because of that, people believed in her. Chapter 4. Dr. Mark Spencer. The exceptionally large moon gave a new meaning to the term moonlight. Although still considerably darker than dusk or sunset, there was almost a magical quality to the night. It was certainly bright enough to find our hidden lake. I had no real desire to swim, and since I suspected we would soon be joined by a beautiful visitor, I made the decision to keep my clothes on. I was surprisingly tempted, though. "Such a shame," I heard from a voice behind me. "But I suspect it is better that you not be distracted by being wet and naked while we talk." In the moonlight, she looked like a goddess. Her curly tresses seemed to glow, and the robes she wore seemed semi-transparent. She had never looked more desirable, and that was saying a lot. "So you did want to meet us in private," I said. "Of course, I'm not a servant that prepares your bath and towels you dry." Somehow that last statement was perfectly inflected to create a visual on what that might look like. "Malatina," Anzio said, in a tone that said he was obviously uncomfortable to interrupt. "I am very curious, yes? What does Dandrekin intend, and why did you arrange this meeting?" "Tomorrow you will be presented to Nolindus of Erkendel del Michael. He will decide your fate." "A different lower house. Why are you telling us this?" I asked. "Because you stand no chance," she responded. "The Erkendel del Michael resent Earthers, and while they are prohibited from harming you directly, they will give you no help beyond the strict interpretation of their mandate." "Resent us? Why? What did we ever do to them? What mandate? Malatina, there's a lot of things you need to explain to us." "No, Mark, you don't even know what the important questions are, and in many ways I've already said too much. The larger affairs of the galaxy hold no import for you at this moment. You need to focus on Earth's survival." "And how exactly can I do that when I have no clue as to what's happening?" I said exasperatedly. "Look," I continued, "Neridia is going to force my people to accept their protectorship. They're going to try and make slaves of us. If I can't get this Nolindus guy to intervene for us, we're finished." "Mark, you won't be the first culture to be enslaved. It isn't the end. Throughout history, many people have survived subjugation to eventually prevail." "No," Anzio said sternly. "Why is it you galactic types you no understand? Maybe it's because we don't live as long, or maybe we do have more of that animal in our blood, but we will not be owned. We will fight you, the Noridians, this Nalindas fella, whoever, to be free. We will die before we bow to an owner, and all that will be left will be a few thousand wimps with all the spirit beat out of them. There will be no victory over us." Malatina locked gazes with me, and I felt as if she was looking right through me. Without changing her focus, she asked me, "Is this true?" I've always had the ability to recognize a critical moment, a moment that called for a succinct response without hesitation, without the appearance of prevarication. I didn't think this would be a good time to quibble with the historical accuracy of what Anzio was saying. "Yes," I said simply. She sighed. "I will believe you," she said. She continued, "No one will intercede for you, Mark, but you don't need them to. I will declare you a dynasty. What will you call yourselves?" "Wait a minute, what? All you have to do is snap your fingers and Earth is a dynasty?" "No, you will be a dynasty and you can do what you want with Earth. Anything more would be interfering and I will not get involved with that. What I can do is declare you a dynasty. What will you be known as?" "You mean to say that all this time you by yourself could declare us a dynasty and solve all our problems, and you never saw fit to mention this?" I said, somewhat heatedly. "I am Malatina of Erkendel del Gab L'Oriel. Of course I can declare you a dynasty. Now give me a name or I will choose one for you that I promise you will not like," she said with force. "Rising Sun," I said, because it was the first thing that popped into my head. "Very well," she replied. "Recognizing their value to galactic culture with their unique gift of music, I now declare Dr. Marquis Spencer of Earth and— Are you accepting also Dr. Spellini?" "Yes, of course," Anzio hurriedly replied. "I now declare Dr. Marquis Spencer and Dr. Anzio Spellini of Earth as founders of the Accord Dynasty Rising Sun. Do you both accept the strictures of the Accord?" "Yes," we both said, in surprisingly shaky voices. "So be it known," she said formally. Anzio and I looked at each other, and we didn't have to be mind readers to know what each other was thinking. What now? "You are probably asking yourselves, what now?" is what she literally said. Well, yes, it would be good to have a next step in mind. Do you have any suggestions?" I asked. "You still have a problem," she said. "Earth is still at risk, and she is nowhere close to being truly eligible for a protectorship, at least not without the kind of ruthless measures that I know you are not prepared to take. Your people have survived thus far isolated and cut off from galactic society. That will have to change. The challenge is that you cannot join a culture if you cannot understand it or communicate with it. Mark, you must convince Earthers to accept the dynastic version of BioWare. If a significant portion of the population on Earth will embrace this technology, then, and only then, can you become a fully functioning member of galactic society." "What do you mean, the dynasty's version of BioWare?" I asked. "Once you leave this planet and are safely en route to Earth, each of you takes one of these," she said, while handing me what looked like a small wooden pillbox. I opened it, and inside was 2 pills. Capsules, actually. "These will seed within you your own personal versions of BioWare, which will grow to be slightly more sophisticated than the average dynasties. You don't mind, do you?" she said with a slow smile. When we didn't reply, she continued. "Remember, do not take the pills until you are safely away from this planet. Have your Caridian friends coach you on how to use your emerging BioWare abilities. From there, you are on your own. Your destiny is in your hands. Any questions?" I think we were both still in shock because it took us several moments to gather our thoughts. "So, do we still need to meet with Nalindis tomorrow?" I asked. "Only if you wish to go home," she said. "I suspect that is where he will send you." "Oh, and one other thing," she continued. "You must introduce yourself as Dr. Marquis Spencer of the Rising Sun Dynasty. Be confident, but do not— piss him off is, I believe, what you would say." "Malatina," Anzio interjected. "I cannot help but ask. When Dandrekin first appeared to us, I was to the side, and saw him step through some type of portal or gateway. The light from the other side was very bright. But when you appear to us, there is no light. Why the difference?" "Ah, yes, this splendid curiosity you Earthers possess. The light you saw is natural enough. Most of our men don't see any logic in expending the energy to mask it as they step through. I, on the other hand, prefer to be more subtle with my comings and goings." "Step through what and from where?" Anzio asked. "Dr. Spallini, your endless questions will have to wait. I suggest you return to your rooms and rest for tomorrow. As for me," she continued in a much smoother voice, "I'm going to take a swim. Dr. Spencer, would you care to join me?" I returned to our rooms a couple of hours before dawn. Anzio was still dressed, eyes closed, laying down the length of a long couch with his hands clasped behind his head. I walked over to the seating area and sat in a nearby chair. I wasn't surprised when he spoke. "We need to talk before we meet this Nelindus guy." I rubbed my forehead and ran my hand through my still damp hair. "Yes, I know, Anzio, and I'm sorry. I should have been here with you figuring all of this out instead of having fun with Malatina. I just didn't know how to tell her no." "Mark," he said with a grin, "you didn't want to tell her no, but that's not the point I am to be making. You and the ladies are like magnets to each other, and that is probably a good thing for us, for Earthers. Besides," he continued, "I know you well enough to know you didn't turn off your mind, so share with me your thoughts." "Okay, sure, but I don't know where to start," I said. "I could not find the sleep, so I have been thinking, and there are a million questions and very few answers." "Anzio, my friend," I said, "I'm open to any thoughts or suggestions you might have, even if they seem random." "Fair enough. My first random thought, then, is do we trust Malatina or Nelindus?" "I wouldn't trust either of them, but I don't think that would leave us any options. Tell me this, why wouldn't Malatina want Nelindus to know everything? She wants him to know we have dynasty status, so why not tell him about the Bioware?" "No, that it actually makes sense to me," Anzio said. "She wants him to send us home, but thinks that will only happen if Nelindus believes we will fail to save the Earth from the Neridians." "But why is Nelindus allied with the Neridians?" I asked. "I don't think he is. I'm remembering the conversation clearly, and it sounds more like Lower House Michael just doesn't like us, and this might be an easy way for them to be rid of us without having to get their own hands wet," he said. "Dirty." "What? Hands dirty is what you meant to say?" "Oh, yes. Anyway, point taken, so that brings us back to the Bioware. I still agree with the Major's warning, but I don't see any way around it. We can't declare Earth a protectorate unless there's some ability to interact with galactic society, and we can't very well ask a billion human beings to use Bioware if we won't." This was a real issue that we had to decide on quickly. Apparently all levels of G-human society used a Bioware that literally grew in their cerebral cortex and wrapped itself around the optic nerve. The advantages were tremendous. It would be like having the entire internet stored in your memory. There was no need to carry around smartphones or smartpads. Your Bioware handled all of it, and all of the advanced equipment and technology we'd seen, including the very ship we were traveling on, were controlled by it. Major Reagan had warned us, however, that there was also the possibility that other dynasties might be able to monitor us or even control us once we had this stuff inside our heads. We just didn't know enough about it, and he cautioned that it wasn't worth the risk. I wasn't sure that was still the case, however. After a moment, Anzio said, "I think it is the moot point. The only way we have to manufacture the Bioware, or to manufacture the machines that create the Bioware, is to take the pill so we can grow our own, and then access the database that gives us the information, yes?" "Okay, so once we're en route to Earth, we take the pills. Come to think of it, I want you to keep them for us," I said while handing them over. "If keeping him in the dark about it is as important as we think it is, I don't want to be holding them while I'm under his scrutiny." We fell into a prolonged silence before Anzio spoke again. "Mark, you do realize what happened today. You realize what you accomplished, yes? Being named a galactic dynasty? We accomplished that, Anzio." "No, my friend. This is your journey. I'm just along for the ride." "Well, it's not going to mean anything if we can't qualify Earth as a protectorate, and do it before Neridia or Caridia have a chance to do the same." "This, it is the truth," Anzio said. "But that is not something we have to resolve in this moment. I do, however, have a burning question that I must know the answer to. The Rising Sun Dynasty? Where did you come up with such a name?" It happened very quickly, and ever since we started talking about houses and dynasties, I've been reminded of one of my favorite retro songs from when I was growing up, The House of the Rising Sun by the Animals, so I just threw it out there. She made us a dynasty, Mark, not a lower house. I know, but can't a man be a little ambitious? Anzio and I arrived back in the audience room well before dawn. In fact, we were in time to witness a gorgeous sunrise through windows that were so clear I didn't know they held glass, or plastic or whatever, until I actually touched one. As beautiful as the sunrise was, it was difficult to fully appreciate it when I kept expecting this Nalindis to arrive at any moment. And that anxiousness wasted a great sunrise. It was a full 40 minutes later when he made his dramatic entrance. And I have to admit, it was impressive. Even in the morning brightness, the room was flooded with light. Unlike Dandrekin, whose light was a yellowish white, this was a pure, almost bluish white. The other difference that was immediately noticeable was that whereas Dandrekin's background light was vertical, shining most fiercely like beacons extending above his head and below his feet, Nalindis silhouetted a light that was horizontal, rays of light shining outward from his back. As quick as it had come, the light suddenly closed, leaving burned in my vision an after-image that for a moment looked remarkably like large wings. "You must be," I started with my standard greeting when I was loudly interrupted. "I am Nalindis of Erkendel del Michael," he boomed. Wincing, I started again. "I am Dr. Marquis Spencer, and this is Dr. Anzio Spallini, and we are both of the Rising Sun dynasty." He stood silent. Intellectually, I knew he was accessing whatever he used as a networked database, but it really felt more like he was passing judgment on us. Eventually he said, "You may be a dynasty under the Accord, but for now it will take you a lifetime, in your case, millennia, to be able to fulfill the duties and obligations of a dynasty. Your time has not yet come, therefore we are under no obligation to aid you. You are, as I remember you, a race of illogical, animalistic near-humans that express emotion in tonal harmonies that are meaningless. Your value to galactic society is doubtful, but I will not challenge your status for now. Return to your ship, return to Earth, and play out whatever destiny you think you have." He was suddenly silhouetted, taking a step back into that brilliant light, and he was gone. I was just turning to Anzio to ask him how the hell we were supposed to get back to the ship when it happened again. That suddenly disorienting experience of trying to catch my balance when I realized we were back at the Aldrich Circle. Ashima was not quite pacing the room, but was having a hard time standing still. Anzio and I were seated at our ship's main dining table, and Semi was sitting not quite as close to Anzio as usual. Semi held a look of worry on her face, while Ashima's look was frightened. On the table between us was the open box containing the 2 pills. "This does not happen," Ashima said for maybe the 3rd time. "Akiko never has interaction directly with a lower house. Very few dynasty members ever have, and then it is maybe once in a lifetime. You have met with 3 members from 2 lower houses. That just does not happen." If her antsy behavior wasn't a big enough indicator of her nervousness, calling us Kiko to our face certainly was. But I didn't make an issue of it. I had more important things to focus on. Semi, who had been fairly silent up to this point, said, "As you requested, we have left the planet and are on course for Earth, but without having been able to coordinate with our people, I do not know how to further assist you or protect the Caridian dynasty from the ramifications of your actions. The reality is that we do not know what to do." Upon returning to the ship, we had learned several things. The first thing we learned was that from the moment of Malatina's appearance, Semi's and Ashima's bioware had been cut off from the greater Caridian network. They could still communicate with each other and their ship, but nobody else. The next thing we confirmed was that they both had held zero belief in our mission. They literally were humoring us like children by bringing us here. While I didn't know whether to be offended or disappointed by their lack of faith in us, it was just as obvious that they didn't know whether to be ashamed or embarrassed for underestimating us. Because of their inability to connect with their network, they were unaware of the Rising Sun dynasty. Because of their misjudgment of us, I wasn't in any hurry to tell them. Apparently Anzio felt the same because he hadn't said anything either. The most surprising thing we learned, however, was how long they had waited for us. "Wait a minute, let me get this straight," I said. "Are you telling me that only 1 night has passed since Malatina took us to her mountain villa?" "That is correct," Semi replied. "We were in the Aldrich Circle with you yesterday when she appeared and took you away. We waited for a while, and when you did not return, we came back to the ship. By then we realized that we were cut off from our people, and we spent the rest of the time until you showed up this morning debating what to do." "Which one of you wanted to leave us there?" I asked. "What?" Semi said as Ashima looked up. You said debating, and the only course of action available to you was to go or to stay, so... You know what, never mind. It's not important right now. What is important, I continued, is to figure out where we stand with each other now and to determine a course of action. Do you agree? Yes, that is the obvious next step, Semi said after looking at Ashima. Ashima nodded in agreement. Anzio turned sideways in his chair to face both women and spoke. We have a change in the dynamics of our relationship, yes? I said to you before that you see us in your eyes as naive and unequal partners, remember? That needs to change. We are different from each other, yes? You have much more the technology, but we advance faster and cavort with the lower houses. We could argue about which one of us is superior, but I think what is needed, it is a new paradigm. I think we need to be looking at each other like equals, yes? Then maybe we can work together. But we are a dynasty, Ashima exclaimed. How can you expect us to think of you as having equal standing? I like you and I respect you, but our society just doesn't work that way. I glanced at Anzio and subtly shook my head. Maybe it is the time, yes? He continued, for you to change your society. Semi wouldn't look up, and Ashima was looking at Anzio like he'd lost his mind. He's right, I said. Everyone we've met from the Caridian dynasty, especially the two of you, has been great to us. You haven't taken advantage when you probably could have, and many of us have become friends or better. But there still exists a divide between us. Call it a social stigma or a cultural hierarchy. But until you can overcome that and realize that we need to be accepted as equals, we and our peoples will never share the closeness that we otherwise could. There will always be that between us holding us apart. You need to accept Earthers as equals or you will miss out on the opportunity for an incredible alliance. An alliance that could tremendously benefit the entire Caridian dynasty and us personally as well. From all my studies, I know that the way you change the attitude of people starts with your own belief, your own conviction. And that's what we need to see. Once you regain communications with the rest of your people, that conviction will be tested, and if it is not strong, you will fail. Prejudice exists because it is so much easier to conform to the groupthink, no matter how wrong it is. The Earthers I respect don't go along just to get along. The bravery to stand alone, to defend the unpopular, to insist on what your heart tells you is right regardless of personal repercussions, that is what I'm most proud of in my fellow Earthers. And I hope we never lose it. Maybe it's unfair of us to ask, but fate has placed you here with us. You need to decide if you will believe in us. You need to decide if you personally are going to respect us as equals no matter what the rest of your dynasty thinks. I'm not asking you to betray your dynasty, but I need to know you're strong enough to stand up for what you believe in, and I need to know you believe in us regardless of what your dynasty feels. Both women were now silently watching me. Take the rest of the day to think it over, I continued. Tomorrow morning we'll talk about this again, and you can let us know if we can count on you to be true friends and allies, or just another friendly competing galactic entity. We'll make our plans accordingly. That evening, Anzio and I found ourselves back in the same stateroom we'd used on the outbound trip for our private boys' nights out. How do you think they'll respond? I asked Anzio. I have no idea, Mark. My heart tells me that Semi is a truly good person, and strong enough to think for herself, but I cannot guarantee it. I fear we are fighting a lifetime of cultural conditioning, and I just don't know how she'll react. You could always tell her that we're a dynasty. No, Anzio said firmly. Only if she commits to standing by us first. Then I will tell her. Then I will always know her true heart. What about Ashima? He asked. Anzio, I think Semi is an incredibly strong person and maybe the only person in the whole universe that is worthy of you, my friend. But as for Ashima, I'm not sure she's cut from the same cloth. Well, maybe you will be surprised, he said. Maybe. There are other things we need to discuss, yes? Yes. Okay, what do we do with these? He asked, holding up the wooden pillbox. I talked to Ashima about the process this afternoon, I said. According to her, and if this works the same way as theirs does, we won't notice much of anything for the first 24 hours or so, but then we're probably in for a week of daily or even hourly discoveries of our newly grown talents. How dramatic do you suppose it will be? I'm not sure, Anzio, but I've been thinking about it. There's no reason for you to risk yourself. I've convinced myself to go ahead with it, but it might be best if you hold off until you see how it affects me." No. I already have the conversation with myself, too. You take it and I take it. We're in this together." "Well, I suppose we should get on with it, then." "Wait just a moment," Anzio said as he walked over to the dispensary thingy and returned with 2 glasses of water.
"100 di questi giorni,"
he said, putting the pill in his mouth and holding his glass up. "And may you live twice as long," I responded. After swallowing the pills, we both sat back in our chairs. Anzio finally said, "Well, that was rather normal." "So what do you think of this whole thing with Malatina making us a dynasty?" I said, changing the subject. Exactly," I said. "We accomplished, I think, the far-fetched goal we set out for. We've changed the course of the human race, hopefully for the better, maybe save the planet. And I think I've been bamboozled into more or less becoming the king of the earth. How many times does a guy have to turn that offer down before it sticks? I also can't seem to get any more excited about it than I am for this pill." "Malatina said he was mandated," Anzio said, changing the subject once again. "Who?" I said. "The guy from the lower house, Michael, Nelindus. She said he wouldn't help us beyond this mandate thing of his." "I remember. Maybe it's just an accord thing?" "Perhaps, but, Mark, remember, Nelindus himself said our time has not yet come and he was therefore under no obligation to help us. Did he mean that someday he would be obligated to take our side?" "I don't really know, but what flat-out frightens me is the fact that both he and Andrekin talk like they know Earthers. How is that possible? There has to be more to our ancient history than anyone is letting on. Anzio, we have to find out what that is." "There is only one thing that really frightens me, Mark. Well, maybe 2. The second one is how we are going to talk a whole lot of people on Earth to use the BioWare, yes?" "Ugh," I responded. "And the thing I can't get it out of my head is when Malatina was describing the Accord, she basically implied that the universe was created." "That's got to be a figure of speech, Anzio. I think we're in danger of overthinking everything." "Perhaps, but I somehow don't think she is the type of person to be choosing these words lightly. I also think Samai is speaking the truth when she says we were only gone one night. Since I know better, I have to assume that this is more the technology we might as well call magic. Or one more possibility. I've become the insane man." "No, Anzio, I was there too. We spent weeks in that mountain villa. Right now, though, I'm so tired you could convince me of anything. Are you going back to your room tonight?" "Yes, I think so. I do have feelings for her, Mark. And you?" "I think I'm gonna crash right here in our man cave. A good night's sleep without company is just what I need," I said. After Anzio left, it took me all of 2 minutes to shed my clothes, crawl into bed, and fall into a deep sleep. It was some time well before dawn that Ashima energetically jumped under my covers and wrapped her long legs around me. "A dynasty. You did it, Mark. You founded a dynasty. This makes it so much easier for us to be together. We don't need to worry about all that silly stuff from today. I still cannot believe it." "Good for you, Semi," I said under my breath, knowing what must have happened. And so it was that Ashima started sharing my bed again, and although her body was still perfect, it would never be the same. I woke with a mild headache and discovered that Anzio was suffering from the same. Semi let us know it wasn't unusual, just maybe 12 hours earlier than expected. She also gave us basic instructions on how to use our growing BioWare. "At some point you will realize that there is a portal in your mind. You might want to visualize it as a door or a window or a view screen or whatever you feel comfortable with. This will be your main access to the greater network." "So I will be able to turn it off, yes?" Anzio asked. "Yes, of course," Semi said laughingly. "But you will rarely want to. What you need to understand is that your BioWare is not that much different than one of your smart pads. It is just hardwired into your head. There is a small amount of memory augmentation, but its main function is to access the network. And just like the smart pads, it is all one-way communication unless you want to turn on the camera or send an email, for example. But most of the time you won't be broadcasting, just receiving." I was listening in and following along reasonably well, but this wasn't my area of expertise, and my headache was getting increasingly worse. "So," Anzio continued, "it is like the difference between an Earther PC and a smart pad. A PC has memory and a processing ability to do computations, whereas a smart pad is more like the dumb terminal to access the internet. Yes, I understand this. What I don't understand is what network are we supposed to access? Well, Semi replied, that is a good question. The smart pads we loaned you give you limited access to the Caridian Dynasty's network and connect you through the ship's hub, what Earthers might call guest user access. Once your new BioWare is fully functional, we should be able to authorize you into the ship's hub again, so the ship and the four of us will be connected. But giving another Dynasty access to our entire network is something that will have to be given open consideration. So you're still not sure if you can trust us? I said. Anzio looked at me sternly as Semi said, No, Mark, I do trust you, but I must also honor the trust of my Dynasty. She was, of course, right. Semi, please accept my apologies. Of course you're doing the right thing. The only excuse I can give for my snappishness is this damn headache. Please forgive me. I was rewarded with a beautiful smile, and I mumbled for them to continue while I just listened. It is a moot point for the moment anyway, she continued. Malatina cut us off from the greater Caridian network before we left her planet, and we cannot connect to it while en route. As long as we are all in range of this ship, we will all be connected with each other no matter what. Ashima jumped in, so there will be plenty of time to figure it all out. Okay, but I want to finish this thought, please, Anzio said. The real challenge is that Mark and I, the Rising Sun Dynasty, we don't have yet this galactic network of our own. Yes, that is correct, Semi said. Eventually you will want to create one. And just how do we do that? There was a long silence as Semi just looked back resignedly at Anzio, and Ashima avoided either of our gazes. The next day we talked about a number of different things, none of which I can remember whatsoever. My headache was physically tiring to the point I took several naps. I do remember that Anzio was also suffering, although he claimed to be doing slightly better than me, probably because his mind was so much more logical than mine to start with. The next day, or was it the day after that, my headache was more bearable, but I was hallucinating. At least I don't think Ashima had grown a tail, but I'm pretty sure I had the best singing voice in the galaxy. Some days later I woke in the early morning with Ashima still asleep at my side. At first I thought I was still hallucinating. Her strikingly naked form was glowing. I actually looked for a tail to be sure, but this didn't feel like a hallucination. I carefully got out of bed and looked at her. The glow was very subtle but very real. It seemed made of thousands of alternating multicolored bands shining straight out from her body for a few centimeters until they quickly dissipated. It wasn't anything like the obnoxiously bright light we'd seen emanating from behind Andrakener and Olindus. This appeared to be coming from her body, not behind it. It was very soft, only visible from a few yards away, and not unpleasant at all. Upon further contemplation, I realized that her whole body wasn't glowing, just the edges, and that didn't make any sense at all. Mark, can you hear me? I was so startled I almost tripped over the pants I was trying to quietly put on. It's not every day you hear a strange voice in your head. Anzio? I thought back. Yes, it is me. Grazie a Dio, I am not the insane. Anzio, what's happening to us? It has to be the BioWare, but it is not supposed to work like this. There are other things, too. Mark, we need to talk, but not in front of the girls. Can you meet in our club room? I'm on my way, I thought, just as soon as I figure out where I left my shirt. You don't have the aura, was the first thing he said when I walked into the room. You could have taken the time to put on a shirt, was the second. I was trying not to wake Ashima, I said. Besides, the glow or aura, as you call it, was kind of freaking me out. Anzio, if you really understand what's happening to us, please explain it to me so I don't do something stupid or dangerous. I wasn't really freaking out. I was just a little unsettled and needed my science friend to explain what was happening. Now. The BioWare, it is working, he said. I think about you, and I think about what I want to say to you, and you apparently hear it in your mind. Okay, I get that, I said. But Anzio, there's a naked glowing girl in my bed. And that bothers you? He asked. Well, it was a little surprising. I'm sure I could get used to it, but what is it? You can turn it off, you know. No, I didn't know, and you need to teach me how, but first, what is it? Semi described it to me day before yesterday. You been seeing it that long? I interrupted. No. She was just explaining to me what to expect once the BioWare started functioning fully. It's basically their wallet, their social status, all that. I guess my blank stare encouraged him to elaborate. You remember that the Galactic Society it uses respect as the money, yes? I nodded. Well, ask yourself how a person is supposed to know how much respect any given person has earned. It's not like it's convenient to go to a website and look up how many likes and dislikes a person has been given. BioWare provides the easy solution. What you're actually seeing is a coded aura that is superimposed by your BioWare on your optic nerve. It is not really there in the physical world. Galactic citizens grow up learning to read it from childhood. It becomes almost a subconscious habit. So you're saying that the G-humans can tell how rich someone is with just a glance? Yes, how rich or how respected, depending on how you want to say it. But isn't it much the same on Earth? A rich man wears nicer shoes, keeps his hair and nails trimmed, and probably drives a nicer car, while women compete with the size of their diamonds and how famous the designer of their purses might be. Remember, Anzio continued, unlike our currency, respect cannot be stolen, so there's no real reason to hide your wealth. And I suppose it wouldn't be as easy to fake either, I said. I realized I kind of liked the idea of people not being able to easily pretend to be something they're not. But, Mark, that is not the mystery here. What is the mystery? We shouldn't be seeing any auras. We're not connected to any galactic network. I frowned and then said, We could be connected to the ship. Couldn't it just be feeding us the information from the girl's BioWare? No, I am very sure it does not work that way. Otherwise, people would be able to hack their own auras. The Semi was very clear. All this type of information is kept by the central nodes of the galactic network, and they have to agree or no aura is displayed. It is how you say, a multiple redundant safeguard, and impossible to access without connecting to that galactic network, which we shouldn't be able to do. And besides, he continued, I don't think our BioWare is even connected to the ship. Okay, so maybe this is what Malatina meant when she said our BioWare would be somewhat enhanced? If that is the case, then it is no small enhancement. This is what you call a very big deal. Okay, Anzio, do me a favor. Let's not let the girls know about this just yet. Actually, we need to find a way to confirm they're not connected either, that this really is special. That will be easy enough, but why keep them in the dark about our abilities? I just have a gut feeling that we shouldn't put all our cards on the table, I said. We can let them know about any normal BioWare abilities we develop, and truthfully, we probably need their help with those, but let's keep our superpowers to ourselves for the moment. Agreed? Whatever you say, Mark. I keep telling you I am just along for the ride. And what a ride it's turning out to be, I muttered. I'd been thinking about what Anzio had said, so a little later that morning I spent some time concentrating and trying to mentally reach out to the ship. Hello, Mark. Okay, that worked. On the outbound trip, I had spent some time on my smart pad building a relationship with our ship's artificial intelligence. I know it might sound strange to be building a relationship with a computer, but she was very smart, and I couldn't think of any reason not to. In addition to having a subtle but very real personality, I had discovered that she had no name. We corrected that. Hello, Judy. I think I'm going to like this much better than using the smart pad. How may I assist you? Judy, do you currently have access to the Caridian Galactic Network, or, for that matter, any other galactic network? No, Mark. Access to those networks is not possible while traveling at superluminal speeds. Well, that settled that issue. I looked at Ashima, who currently had her back to me, while rummaging in one of the cabin's wall drawers. Can I communicate with Ashima through you? Certainly, the ship responded, and suddenly I could feel the ability to reach out to her. You really do have the sexiest butt in 3 parsecs, I thought to her. Suddenly she spun around with the biggest smile on her face. It was at first really disconcerting to see her smiling and hear her talking without moving her lips. Welcome to the modern universe, Mark. Chapter 5. Dr. Derek Helmer. It's funny how life works out sometimes. Derek had learned at an early age that he was both destined and charged for great things. Blessed with good looks, money, and intelligence, his mother had taught him how to feign humility and otherwise manipulate people so that their family would never be denied their rightful place of leadership. Like a powerful matriarch of old, his mother had also taught him about all the jealousies he would face and carefully prepared him to ruthlessly yet tactfully remove all those that stood in his path on the ladder of success. His mother and sister would support and aid him, but it was his job to secure the prestige, social standing, and ongoing financial security that his family deserved. That his first and only loyalty would always be to his family was the central tenet of his upbringing. The politics of academia had come natural to him. The extended time it took to gain 2 doctorates had only given him more access to people of power and influence. When his sister, herself an up-and-coming executive with a large national defense contractor, had married the son to the founder of a powerful Washington lobbyist group, his future was secured. The arrival of the Neridians might as well have been ordained by God. It was an unbelievable opportunity for him. With everyone in Washington suddenly scrambling to make sense of the fact that mankind was potentially no longer at the top of the food chain, his had emerged as the voice of reason. Claiming expertise on alien cultural interaction, studying ancient Earth cultures and their wars was close enough, he had called for a scientific team to be assembled to study and liaise with the aliens. He was, of course, honored to be appointed to head up that scientific group. He hadn't really planned for the overall mission to be placed under the auspices of the military, but it was only a small setback. He had also been surprised by the Neridians offering to take the Earth team to the stars, and it could have potentially disrupted his well-laid plans, but it had been far too late to back out. Regardless, he had already discovered that the second-in-command on the military side of things was arrogant enough to be easily manipulated to his purposes. He would just have to make do. Once the Earth team mission had been well underway, Derek had arrived at a startling conclusion. The Neridians were far more like him than any Earthers. The Neridians were attractive, rich in technology, and fiercely protective of their clan just as he was of his family. They were also, just as he was, willing to do just about anything to gain advantage for themselves. The Neridians were obviously elite to Earthborn humanity, and in Derek's mind there could be no higher ambition. So when Jackie had offered to adopt him and his family into the Neridian dynasty, he hadn't even needed to think about it. The fact that he would also be placed in charge of Earth was just a bonus. He had blanched at first when he realized just how far the Neridians were willing to go. Derek's track record wasn't exactly clean, and a ruined career or two could easily be laid at his feet, but murder wasn't something he'd ever flirted with. But then he'd never really thought he could get away with it either. It had become obvious that some of the Earth team were never going to come around, and it had been easy to manipulate Colonel Memphis into thinking he was saving mankind. As long as Derek didn't need to do any of the dirty work himself, he found that he could put it out of his mind. Except, of course, for the part about getting revenge on a former colleague. That part he didn't want to forget. Upon returning to Earth, he had thrown himself into meetings with the President of the United States and various other world leaders, emphasizing how beneficial it would be to accept the Neridian technology that came with accepting a Neridian protectorship. He knew that he was convincing and persuasive, yet for some reason he couldn't get Earth's leadership to make a decision. He was puzzled and still trying to figure it out when Jackie had lost all patience and threatened Earth. Now the politicians were really in a tizzy, and Derek still couldn't get them to reach a consensus, so Jackie had carried out her threat. When the dust of 5 vaporized cities had settled, Jackie was left firmly in control of Earth. The plan had been for the French Prime Minister to be named the head of Earth's New World government, with Derek acting as the Neridian liaison. He would, of course, be the power behind the throne, and it was made very clear to the PM who he would really be taking his orders from. The plan had been shaping up nicely until Major Reagan had returned from the dead. He and his surviving Earth team squad had killed Jackie and somehow managed to down the Neridian ship. It was unthinkable. Now Dr. Julie Shine and Dr. Tony Decker were flooding the EarthNet with video blogcasts that were rallying Earth against him. "Are you sure Jackie got a signal off?" Dr. Derek Helmer asked for the 3rd time. "Yes," replied Jennick. "Our ship and our communications network are gone, but we were all aware of the warning Jackie sent to the Dynasty before her demise. They will be coming." Janik and several other Neridians had been with Derek in their Paris headquarters when the ship had crashed. At first, Derek had thought all the Neridians were injured, but as the shock of their bioware no longer being connected to anything wore off, it became apparent that they were just disoriented. The Neridian women, however, were also furious. The disorientation would soon wear off, but the fury apparently knew no bounds. Chapter 6. Dr. Mark Spencer. Up to this point, I had been rather nonplussed about galactic society. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea of people being able to live their lives free from the fear of crime and without the pressures of having to earn a paycheck and pay rent every month, but somehow it had all seemed rather sterile. I had fallen into the habit of thinking that, because of their incredibly long lifespans, everything must be happening slowly. Their technology was light years ahead of us, but their rate of advancement was at a snail's pace. We had rightly deduced that the longer lifespans reduced the sense of urgency for an individual to produce, and even though I liked the idea of using respect for money, wasn't it good old-fashioned greed and ambition that drove people to perform and push the envelope? Surely a laid-back system such as this could only lead to a sedate existence. Take their clothing, for example. The dynasties all wore form-fitting, bland-colored clothing without patterns or decoration. The ships, orbital habitats, and even the marketplace on the planet Steiger had lacked color. It was all very nice, but it was all very boring. Boy, was I ever wrong. I'd been explaining all of this to Ashima when she just started laughing. "Mark," she said, "you don't have all your bioware abilities yet, but you are going to realize that our lives are anything but boring. Without bioware, you just miss 90% of what is going on around you." When I still didn't understand, she offered to show me. "Judy is going to help me demonstrate to you what your life is going to be like once you are fully integrated. I'm going to loan you some of my immersive memories so you can experience things the way I experienced them. I will use a scenario that is familiar to you. You remember the reception where we first met, right?" When I nodded, she said, "Okay, good. Now Judy is going to access some of your new bioware capability and everything is going to feel very real. You need to try to disconnect your physical body from what you are experiencing for the next few minutes, because even though I'm going to lie down next to you on the bed and hold you in place, if you start trying to walk or run, it is going to be very disorienting. Okay? One other thing you should know. Usually we would only do this with someone of the same sex, so be aware that there might be some gender differences that could be distracting. Also, you are going to be seeing everything through my eyes, and that includes yourself. Any questions?" I was slowly starting to realize that this might be a bigger deal than I'd first thought, but my curiosity was now at full tilt, so I said, "Let's do this." And we did. Ashima/me was walking into the reception room we had used in the orbital ring above the planet Larga, but I was blown away by the colors and sounds and movement. First of all, the clothing. Everyone except for Earthers were decked out in the most outlandish costumes. Now, I'd been at this reception, and I recognized some of the people. I promise you that tall woman wasn't wearing a 3-foot-tall feathered and plumed headdress when I'd been here. But it wasn't just her, and it wasn't just the women. I saw 2 Caridian men wearing long purple robes discussing something on a view screen that was hovering in midair right in front of them. Now all my previous memories of them staring off into space, seemingly oblivious to everything around them, were suddenly making sense. And every time Ashima/me came within a few feet of someone, I could see their aura, even if I hadn't learned how to instantly read it yet. Everything was colorfully wild and vivid. The Largans, as opposed to the Caridians, were distinguishable by what they wore. They all followed a theme of what I assumed must be the local plant life. I saw bushes, flowers, and trees, and what looked like— wow, the girl serving canapes looked like an incredibly sensuous Venus flytrap. Intellectually, I knew that what I was seeing wasn't real. It was literally all in my head. But even then I couldn't tell the difference as the pretty Caridian woman next to me started wrapping her long tail around my thigh. I effortlessly broke free as I spotted Semi halfway across the room. I was shocked to realize that Semi was wearing a dazzling tiara and what looked to be wisps of clouds and little else. Heavens, she was beautiful. We hugged tightly. Now that was an experience, and then proceeded to exchange stories about any number of things. Apparently it had been a while since we'd seen each other. I mean, since Ashima had seen her. I couldn't help be distracted not only by the people surrounding us, but by what I also determined to be advertisements. The walls and even the air itself were full of recommendations for just about anything you could think of. The reason it took me so long to figure out what they were, however, is because they weren't the garish, in-your-face type of ads you might expect to find on Earth. They were all over the place, but didn't expand directly in front of me unless I focused on them. Their content was also surprisingly and pleasingly different. There was no braggadocio or boasts like the finest used hovercars on the planet. Everything seemed designed to inform, not influence. For example, a local restaurant was letting people know that they usually weren't as busy on a certain afternoon, and a hiking guide was letting everyone know that he was willing to take on another apprentice, but that he personally was fully booked for the foreseeable future. Maybe I should think of them as notifications rather than advertisements. All of this alone would have been enough to get me to reevaluate my impressions about life in galactic society, except it all paled in comparison to the constant information coming to me about projects and interests that Ashima had spread out all across the galaxy. At the same time we were attending the reception, she was monitoring a summit that was trying to iron out some complicated issue between two other dynasties. She was also actively involved in a debate about whether contact should be made with a newly discovered civilization, and at the same time fielding and scheduling requests for her time that in some cases involved events that wouldn't take place for years. Incidentally, it wasn't until I'd gotten this glimpse of her calendar that I realized the Herculean sacrifice and effort to clear her schedule it must have taken for her and Semi to take us to the planet Drekken. It also helped me realize that even though they had really held no expectations that we would be able to speak with someone from a lower house, let alone gain their help, their humoring us and actually taking us there had been no frivolous decision on their part. Okay, so perhaps I owed them a bigger thank you than I'd realized, but it begged the question, why were they willing to do it? Ashima/me was now following Semi across the room to a small group of Earthers. I couldn't help but be startled and even a little self-conscious at how bland we appeared compared to everyone else. And it was we because just past the small group was a solitary figure staring out the slanted window at the planet below. The Earther's back was to us, and after Semi motioned towards him with her head, Ashima/me walked up behind him. Ashima/me said, "Dr. Spencer, I hope you're enjoying this respite after what sounds like a harrowing journey." As Semi stepped up beside Ashima/me, the Earther turned around to face us. Even though I knew who the Earther was, it took me a moment or two to recognize him. I had, of course, looked upon myself many times in a mirror, but this view was not only inverted, it was being experienced with an entire set of feelings that were foreign to me. "Mark, let me introduce you to my friend Ashima," I heard Semi say. "Ashima studies galactic history and the interaction of planet-bound cultures, dynasties, and houses, what I think you would call political science. I thought you two might enjoy knowing each other." I watched myself smile at Ashima/me, and judging from the almost overwhelming hormonal rush, I determined that either I was the sexiest man in the galaxy, or there was something very strange going on with Caridian female physiology. After a few moments of reflection, I determined it was probably the latter. Now that we were starting to communicate and interact with it, it turns out there really was a lot to learn about our sudden new membership in galactic society. For example, it was still considered polite to speak out loud unless you were communicating over distance, or for anything but the most private of thoughts. It only took a little practice to easily master the difference between sending a message and thinking about something or someone. I'm sure that most G-humans learn this during early childhood and are spared the embarrassing moment I had. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anyone that I'm a man and that I can appreciate a set of long, sensual female legs, even if they are attached to the perfect buttocks of my best friend's woman. When I looked up to see Semi watching me with that strange look on her face, and I realized what I'd been thinking. From our conversations, I knew that Anzio and I used different visual constructs in our mind to represent and access our bioware abilities. Anzio visualized a set of icons that were suggested by Semi, whereas I visualized a series of doors. The end result was the same. By thinking about a certain icon or door, we accessed that particular ability or communications pathway. One of my doors accessed the medical nano that Anzio and I were still taking daily. I could know the status of my blood pressure, heart rate, VO2 max, blood sugar, etc. at any particular moment, or I could choose to monitor any of the numbers by superimposing them on the corners of my vision. It took a little getting used to, but it was really very, very cool. I realized I could also direct the nano to alter certain body states like hormonal levels, body fat percentage, triglycerides, and others, but for now I chose to leave well enough alone. Our cabins on the ship suddenly became magical places where lighting, music, laundry, and air and water temperature became simply a thought. Anzio spent an entire evening with the food dispenser thingy in our club room once he realized that he now had perfect thought control on everything from ingredients to spices. His cooking was now literally limited only by his imagination. Behind Judy's door, I found another door that I was sure would lead to the ship's controls, but felt oddly rebuffed. "I am sorry, Mark, but only authorized Caridian Dynasty members have access to ship controls." "Okay, Judy, I get it." What was even more exciting was realizing that every few hours or so I was becoming aware of new doors, and I had no idea where most of them led. "Mark, meet me in the club room." "I'll be there in 10 minutes, I thought back. When I arrived, Anzio was obviously in deep thought. This wasn't unusual. Over the last several days, we had both been zoning out upon discovering some new ability that we just had to explore. Not wanting to bother him, I settled into my favorite chair and started reviewing some of my own revelations. After 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 3.42 seconds had elapsed with no sign of movement from Anzio, I had an internal clock now, way cool. I called out to him several times before he raised his arm with the open palm of his hand pushed towards me. He wanted me to hold off, and so I did, for another 3 hours. Finally, I realized that he was rubbing his eyes and flexing his back while rejoining us in the real world. "Mark, you cannot believe what it is I have discovered," he said. "You know I was telling you that the Bioware was more like a SmartPad than a PC. No real memory or computational ability. Well, forget all of that. I have just spent the last few minutes processing equations and proofs that I haven't touched since I was a boy. And so fast. With this I could get lost inside my own head." "You did, Anzio. Get lost, I mean. Those few minutes of yours were in reality over 5 hours, I said. "Ah, in that case I must be very careful, Mark. For me this it is more tempting than any drug," he said reflectively. Then excitedly, "But, Mark, this is a powerful gift from a lower house, and I am sure that the dynasties, they do not have it. At least not anywhere close to this extent. This could be a huge advantage for us as we establish the Rising Sun dynasty." "Establish? I thought we already were established, signed, sealed, and delivered," I said. "No, Mark. I have been thinking about this. Malatina put us on record, you might say, but we still need to establish the infrastructure and everything else that makes a dynasty a political force in galactic culture, yes?" He was right, of course. I had been so relieved to be proclaimed a dynasty, then sidetracked by our new Bioware abilities that I'd stopped thinking about the next step, let alone the next 5 steps, and that's a sure way to lose a chess game. "You're right, Anzio. What are we going to need?" "Well, if I am right, Malatina has given us all the knowledge we will need. That's why our Bioware is more than the typical dynasties, and I suspect there are more revelations to come in that respect. I also suspect, by the way, that this is why Nilindus figured it was safe to let us return. He knew that the title without the infrastructure would do us little good. But to answer your question, we should make a list. From top of my head, I know we need to establish our own independent space presence. I guess we need to figure out how to manufacture a ship. We also need to set up a Rising Sun galactic network, I threw in. Yes, I think I can now figure out how to separate the paired quarks and contain the— Anzio, I interrupted. I trust you when we're on a roll. Let's not get lost in the weeds. What else do we need? We need to manufacture or acquire a massive amount of Bioware growing pills. We are going to need to start recruiting key people into our dynasty, Mark. We cannot possibly do everything ourselves. Okay, what else? I said. Well, everything else I can think of falls under the category of convincing Earthers to unite and become our protectorate. I am thinking we are going to have to offer them some of the same lifestyle upgrades and tech advancements as the Caridians and Noridians if we want our people to take us seriously. Mark, I do not think people will join us just because we are the good guys. Do you? He was right again. I'd been assuming that Earthers would want to be a protectorate of the Rising Sun dynasty just because we were from Earth. But since when has loyalty won out over personal wealth and comfort? I also knew we couldn't get by with just offering almost as much. Somehow we were going to have to offer more. We'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there, Anzio. For now, let's start figuring out what we can do, and let's make sure we understand the full extent of all our abilities. I've got a feeling we're going to need every one of them. The girls had been really good to help us learn the new abilities that they knew we had. I had experienced a little trouble distinguishing, prioritizing, and handling multiple thought messages coming at me at the same time, until Ashima remembered a children's exercise designed to teach this very thing. Anzio, Ashima, Semi, and even Judy, the ship, sent me multiple messages, while Ashima walked me through a mnemonic rhyme that taught me how to deal with it. Anzio and I both wanted more of the children's educational aids and felt no shame for asking. We were informed, however, that since there was rarely any need for them, that information was stored on the Caridian network and not on the ship, and since we couldn't currently access the Caridian network, what the girls didn't know was that Anzio and I could access their network. We knew that we'd been accessing some kind of network because we'd been able to see the auras from the very beginning, but I opened one of my anonymous doors one evening and opened up a whole new world for myself. I couldn't believe the information that was available to me. At first, I didn't even realize it was the Caridian network. I knew it had to be someone's network, just not whose. Ask any information or database expert, and they will tell you the real genius is in knowing what questions to ask, and I had so many questions. After hours of running down so many different rabbit trails, I realized I needed to pull Anzio in on this. Once we were isolated in our club cabin, I ran into an unexpected difficulty. I knew which door in my mind led to the new network, but how did I explain it to Anzio? Such a simple concept was beginning to frustrate the heck out of us until we finally ran into the key. It was the memory of a certain smell. Please don't ask me to explain it further. You'll just have to experience it for yourself. Once Anzio was in, and once we wasted a few more hours going down our own personal curiosity-driven rabbit holes, we began comparing notes and doing coordinated searches. We found the children's tutorials and got sidetracked for a while, learning to interpret auras. I had expected Ashima to be a reasonably respected person, and that proved correct. What I had severely underestimated, however, was the level of respect and notoriety that Semi carried. I suppose I just subconsciously assumed that the more respected a person was, the brighter their aura would be. But it didn't work that way at all. All of the information was coded into the subtle, multicolored bands of color. You just had to know how to read them. Anzio was beaming like a proud parent as the magnitude of Semi's accomplishments started to become clear, and I found myself similarly proud of her. Maybe it was all the information on Semi, but it was right about this time that I started becoming suspicious that this just might be the Caridian network. As an experiment, I once again approached the door that led to the controls of our ship, except this time I didn't go straight through Judy. I made my approach from our newfound network. I had full access. Being very careful not to even think about disturbing anything, or heaven forbid, attracting Judy's attention, I mentally blacked out. I found a group that was monitoring Neridian activity, spying, and noted that a group of ships had come together and was heading in the direction of Earth. It was right about then that it hit me that there was a Caridian presence on Earth, and all I had to do to find out what was going on there was to mentally ask. I clued Anzio in as to what I was doing, and we both put our minds to it. After a few moments, I realized that the Caridian ship carrying the rest of our team had already made it back to Earth. As excited as I was by that, I felt my mouth go dry as I started fast-forwarding through the ship's recordings. What I was seeing had happened a month ago on Earth, but it seemed very real as I watched Jackie's lifeless body crumple on the steps. I knew that Major Reagan and Julie were in the shuttle that had fired the Earth-saving shot and were apparently safe, at least for the time being. I also saw the Neridian ship crash, but the Caridians didn't seem to have recorded exactly who was on board. All I knew for sure was that no one had survived. As terrible as the news was, the fact that there was a lot of excitement in the Caridian camp was chilling. Apparently, they felt that Earth was very close to accepting the Caridian offer of a protector ship. "Events are happening fast back home and we need to be there," I said to Anzio. "Yes, but best I can tell we still have months to travel. Perhaps we should contact our team on Earth." "Do you think it would make a difference?" I asked. "We'd have to go through the Caridian enclave, and I don't think they'd outright refuse us, but it would give away our strategy." "I am thinking that we have done our part. Right now, we need to let Julie and the Major do theirs, but they need to know that reinforcements are coming around the mountain." You mean over the hill, but yes, I think you're right, my friend. Of course, this will also mean letting our secret abilities out of the bag. As soon as we communicate from a moving ship, our girls and all of Caridia are going to know we have the ability." "I would actually be relieved for Semi to know this," Anzio said. "But there is one part we must figure out a way to always keep secret. We must not let the Caridians know we can access their network. That would be stretching the girls' loyalties too far, and to possibly even turn all of Caridia against us. We must have a way to place our call to the Caridian Enclave from outside their network." "Okay," I agreed. "Let's make it a priority to figure out a way to do that. We also need to be figuring out what we're going to say in our message." "And what we are not going to say," added Anzio. "Exactly." As focused as we were on solving our specific issues, we still had to deal with the time-consuming task of learning and exploring the new doors our BioWare was creating. Thankfully, the rate of these new doors appearing was slowing dramatically, although that still left a ton of them unexplored. It was Anzio, of course, that figured out how to make our call home without tipping anyone off. We spent a few hours figuring out exactly what to say, and then made the connection. I'll admit some small panic when I couldn't get through to Julie's SmartPad, but I hit it well. When we finally reached Major Reagan, he assured me that Julie was all right. She was just in a meeting. He seemed stunned but happy as we told him what we'd been able to accomplish. I couldn't come out and ask how close Earth might be to siding with Caridia for fear they'd be suspicious, but he soon told us anyway. The list of our fallen colleagues was devastating to us. Hiromi's death left me numb. Even though I wasn't looking at him, I could somehow sense the tears in Anzio's eyes. As much as these things threaten to paralyze me, I've always had the ability to set aside shocking news until I've had the time to deal with it or grieve. Right now, I had to focus on helping the Major. He told us of how fragmented the situation on Earth was and their fear that an Iridian fleet was on the way. I made it clear that he had to stall, announce to the world about the Rising Sun Dynasty and/or promise anything. Just give us 3 months to get home before accepting a protectorship. Next on the agenda was telling the girls about our ability and what we had discovered about what was happening on Earth. We wanted to tell them both together, but it was late, so we agreed to wait until breakfast. I returned to the cabin I shared with Ashima, fully intending to end a long day, but I found I couldn't sleep. The events of the day and memories of my friends kept swirling through my head. It's very unlike me to be melancholy, so it was no surprise that Ashima eventually asked me what was wrong. Not wanting to tell her anything before we were all together in the morning, and not wanting to lie to her, I mentioned that I was somewhat concerned about Anzio. That earlier tonight, when practicing our silent communication, I had thought that maybe I could sense some of his emotions, and that I simply wasn't used to that. After a moment, she started smiling. She told me that Anzio could turn off that ability. He just needed to be taught how. She went on to tell me that this was an ability typically only used in certain sexual situations. When I wasn't sure I understood, she offered to show me. Apparently, G-human males were not only dispassionate lovers, they also tended to be selfish. So G-human females would use this ability to give maximum pleasure to their partners in hopes of encouraging more sexual activity. Unfortunately, the favor was seldom returned unless their lover was also female, which might help explain their somewhat casual attitude towards female bisexuality, but that's another conversation altogether. At any rate, once Ashima instructed me on how to open up a two-way emotional and sensual interface, a whole new world exploded before me. The first thing that struck me was the intensity of her arousal. Added to mine, it was a powerful wave that buoyed the both of us. The touch of my fingers slowly caressing her face, her breast, her nipple, and sliding down the flat of her stomach to the inside of her thigh was actually stimulating to me. It was kind of like a powerful sexual biofeedback loop, where everything I did to please her gave me pleasure also. As glorious as that was, I almost drove her crazy, which did drive me crazy, when I learned to control her pleasure and keep her just on the verge of climax, driving her right up to the edge time and time again. When I finally entered her, I chose the perfect moment for all those pent-up sensations to release in the most powerful, longest orgasm I've ever known a woman to experience. That looped back to create in me a release of monumental proportions. With her limp and exhausted body still underneath me, I was able to avoid the too sensitive touches that can be jolting immediately after an orgasm, and gently brought her passion up to full throttle again. I did this time and time again. With both of us too exhausted to stay awake any longer, I went to sleep knowing that intentionally or not, tonight was the night that Ashima had saved the Earth. We were all at the galley table, and Semi and Anzio both had curious but knowing expressions on their faces. Ashima, obviously worn out, sat limp-limbed at the table with her partially combed hair obscuring most of her face. I, although tired, was full of excitement and adrenaline. Yes, the night had been great, but knowing that I now had the solution to one of our biggest problems was energizing. But first things first. Ashima, Semi, Anzio and I have something we need to tell you, I started. We went on to explain that we seemed to have some extra abilities with our lower house gifted BioWare. There was more than a little awe from the girls when they realized how we'd been favored, but I think any apprehension vanished when they realized these weren't powers that we could pass on to the rest of our dynasty. These gifts were apparently for Anzio and I alone. I know that Anzio had to be feeling a little guilty about leaving out the full extent of our access, but I had resolved myself as to the necessity, and I knew he had too. There were mixed emotions when we relayed the current state on Earth, more so from Ashima than from Semi. Although Semi would always be loyal to the Cradian dynasty, I think she truly believed in us and wanted the Rising Sun dynasty as a fully functioning ally and partner. Ashima, it saddened me to say, would never be able to bring herself around to that type of objectivity. She was a great person, but she was never going to be my great person, not like Semi was to Anzio. And that was okay, because I had someone waiting for me. We spent the next few days exploring and practicing our abilities. One afternoon I opened a new door and got the shock of my life. I had access to the Neridian network. I called Anzio to the clubhouse, and after messing around for a while, I was finally able to direct him to it. We again coordinated our searches and discovered that yes, Jackie had managed to get a warning out, and yes, we confirmed they were sending a response, an armada of 5 ships. It was obvious that Neridia was finished messing around. They still considered Earth a threat that was best absorbed, but they carried the weapons and the resolve to eliminate us entirely. We didn't know for sure when the Neridians would arrive, but there was no question it would be before us. I felt like pulling my hair out. We were so close to having the solutions we so desperately needed. Our situation had seemed impossible, and we'd found a way to overcome every obstacle one by one. Now that we could finally put it all together, we were going to fail because our timing was off? Anzio was as frustrated as I was. We had both decided to sleep on the couches in the club cabin. We wanted to focus on the problem on the off chance that we might be able to pull one more miracle out of our ass. Sleep eluded me. I could hear Anzio quietly mumbling from his couch, praying, I think. Try as I might, I couldn't think of anything we could do for Earth until we physically arrived. We could surprise announce ourselves over the Neridian network and threaten the shit out of them if they harmed the Earth, but there was a little reason to believe it would help. It might even convince them that it was more important than ever to eliminate us quickly. Even if it didn't hurt us directly, a warning like that would give away our biggest advantage, our secret access to their network. I eventually fell into a troubled sleep that left me with no new insights upon waking. At least I didn't think so until I'd mentally ordered up a cup of coffee and realized a new door had appeared overnight. This door was different, though. It was bright red and had a sign on it. It said, "Take me home now." Chapter 7. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. I had just returned to the farmstead one day when my smart pad started insisting on my attention. A frantic image of Dr. Mark Spencer appeared when I answered. "Major, I've been trying to reach Julie. Is she okay?" he demanded. "Yes, she's fine, Dr. Spencer, and it's good to see you too," I said. "What? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Of course I'm glad you're okay too. I was just concerned that you wouldn't answer." "Well, she's in meetings right now, but she really is okay." "So," I continued, "are you back? I really wasn't sure if we'd ever see you again." "No, we're en route, but there are some things you need to know about." He'd really pulled it off. He'd found a galactic dynasty. I pitied the fool that would ever underestimate Dr. Spencer. I didn't really care for the name Rising Sun, but Earth now had another option, a homegrown option, so to speak, that might allow us to bypass all-out war with the Neridians. I was elated at the prospect of Earth not having to fight for its very survival, but I also knew I had the grim duty of describing to him the fates of our colleagues. I had thought the death of Hiromi and the others might rattle him a little bit more than it did. It obviously upset Dr. Spallini. Mark was not going to be deterred from his message, however, and that message was to stall. I was telling him that this is exactly what we'd been doing when he upped the stakes by telling me about the Neridian Armada. "Just how the hell do you expect us to stall the Neridians once they arrive?" I asked exasperatedly. 3 months. How could we possibly do that? We powwowed with our team that night, and while everyone was delighted to know that Mark and Anzio were okay, the confirmation of the Neridian second wave was met with silence. That evening I received another communique from Silva. "Major, there is something we need to discuss, but first I want to pass on a message." Apparently Dr. Charles Rohn from the original Earth team had been trying to contact Julie. It was no surprise he hadn't succeeded. All of us were famous enough that if we didn't have special software screening our calls, we wouldn't even have time to eat. Silva had become aware of it because Rohn had figured out a very unique way to get the Caridians' attention. He had walked into a national television network and claimed to be a Neridian. With his off-world experiences, he was convincing enough that when the Caridians had shown up to investigate, he had identified his true self and insisted on being put in touch with Dr. Shine. When I passed the information on to Julie, she reminded me that he had been the Reverend attached to the headquarters group. Silva had more on his mind, however, than just Dr. Rohn. "Major, I am sure that you realize since Dr. Spencer's call came through our ship that we would know the content?" "The thought had crossed my mind," I said. "If I didn't know Dr. Spencer personally, I don't think I would have believed him," he replied. "Many of us here didn't until we accessed confirmation via the Galactic Network." "He apparently has achieved the impossible," I granted. "Yes, and it changes things, don't you think? Major, we cannot afford for Neridia to place Earth under its protection any more than you can. On the other hand, we don't have many options for stopping them. This ship does have defensive capabilities, but facing a Neridian fleet, if you truly intend to wait for Mark's return, we may not be able to save your people. You can always try to outsmart them, but I still feel that your best option is to join us. I want you to know that the Caridian dynasty now has 2 more ships en route to Earth, and combined with Earth's declaration to us, it might just be enough to get the Neridians to back off." "What has General Patron decided?" I asked, because I was curious. "Does it matter?" was Silva's reply. "No, I suppose it really doesn't," I said, letting out a long breath. "Silva, I'm still not prepared to back a Caridian protectorship. I think you know me well enough to know that. So why are you really calling?" Locking my gaze through the screen, he said, "Because I want you to know, Major, if worst comes to worst and the Neridians arrive and the shooting starts, I'm prepared to send a shuttle for you and your team. You may not permit me to save your planet, but I will save the people I have come to regard as friends." I didn't respond for a long time. I finally said, "Thank you, Silva. I'll take that under advisement." Chapter 8. Dr. Julie Shine. "Dr. Shine? Dr. Shine, Julie. Dr. Shine, CNN News here. Dr. Shine, is it true that Dr. Marquis Spencer has declared himself a dynasty and is preparing to claim Earth as his own?" It was a madhouse. Once word had started leaking out on what Mark had accomplished, Julie had been deluged with so many requests for explanations and clarifications that the only realistic way of addressing them all was with a press conference. Of course, since she had orchestrated the leaks in the first place, it wasn't a surprise to her. General Patron had really had no choice but to set it for her. Since the team's location was still being kept secret, she had been flown to Brussels, Belgium for the event, and it was the first night she'd been separated from Matt since their return to Earth. "No, that would be twisting the facts," she responded to the reporter. "Dr. Spencer and Dr. Spallini were given the incredibly rare honor of being declared the founders of the Galactic Dynasty Rising Sun. As a dynasty, they have the right to declare Earth a protectorate, but only if the people of Earth and the dynasty mutually agree to it. This arrangement under the terms of the accord would protect Earth from the ruthless slavery of the Neridians or even the friendly gilded cage of the Caridians." "Dr. Shine? Julie? Dr. Shine, are you recommending that Earth should become a protectorate? Isn't this a reversal of your position?" "I'm not recommending that the people of Earth trade away our future to anyone for any price. Dr. Spencer and Dr. Spallini trekked deeper into our galaxy than any of us have ever gone before, with the sole purpose of finding a way for us to avoid that fate. I don't know the details of what our friends were able to negotiate for us. I only know that we need to hang on. We need to wait for them to return before we make any decisions on the future of our human race. Dr. Shine, Bobcat Donner here with WNN. Dr. Derek Helmer suggests that your support of Dr. Spencer is personal, that your personal relationship with him makes it impossible for you to be objective on the subject. He even asserts that your enmity for the Neridians is based on this, and that you are purposely distorting their friendly intentions. What say you? Julie didn't hesitate to respond. Dr. Helmer has been declared a traitor to the human race, not just by me, but by a large number of scientists and military personnel that were in a position to witness his treachery. Nothing he says surprises me, and it shouldn't surprise you either. What we need to be focused on is our future. The enemy is out there. Earth must be united, or we will lose our future and our destiny to beings that believe themselves to be superior to us in every way, and will give us a second thought when planning for tomorrow. I'm here to spread the message that our resistance to the Neridians or Caridians will not be in vain. We now have another option, an option that is our own and with our own interests at the forefront, an option that will allow us to control our own future and make our own way in this galactic empire. A future that I personally believe will be very bright if we can just hang on long enough to grab it. Thank you. The public portion of the press conference had ended, but Julie's day was just getting started. She had personal interview time scheduled with no fewer than 32 news anchors and journalists spread out over the next 5 days. And that, of course, gave her excellent cover for another very important meeting she had set for 3 days from now. Later that night, as she prepared for the week's grueling interview schedule, she allowed herself some rare time to reflect, and she realized that she had surprised herself. Her relationship with Major Reagan had more or less snuck up on her. She hadn't realized how strongly she felt about him until after their disastrous attack on the Neridian ship, when she'd remembered how he told her he handled the grief of ordering friends to their death. The thought of him being alone in his bed, facing the repercussions of his orders by himself, had left her resolved to ease the pain any way she could. The decision to crawl in bed with him and hold him had been instinctive. Later at night, when she'd felt him trembling, the decision to remove her clothes had been deliberate. Over those next few days, she'd only briefly wondered if she'd made a mistake. After all, she had still held feelings for Mark, even if no one really believed that he and Anzio would make it home. No one ever really came out and said it, but the odds were incredibly against them. Still, whether it was her professional or personal instinct speaking, Julie knew that Marquis Spencer wasn't the type of person you should underestimate. Her feelings for Mark or the memory of Mark were just another item on a long list of confusing issues that she hadn't had time to sort out. As the days turned into weeks, however, Julie had found that she couldn't imagine sharing her bed with anyone other than Major Matthew Reagan. Although the sex was good, actually the most unselfish and intimate that she'd ever experienced, the relationship was better. She had zero doubt or insecurity about the depth of Matt's feelings for her. As the nights and days of mutual trust and respect had compounded, she realized that she couldn't bear the thought of living without this man. These were new feelings for Julie, feelings that she had always thought were exaggerated or romanticized by others. And then Mark had called home. With the fate of the Earth at issue, Julie couldn't bear to even think about her own problems without feeling like the most selfish person on the planet. Yet there were those pesky contradictory feelings again. The joy she had felt when realizing that Mark was still alive somehow left her feeling guilty. She knew she wasn't conflicted in her feelings toward Matt, was she? At any rate, things were simply happening too fast to let her personal life get in the way. A hard life had taught her to be strong. She briefly remembered some motherly advice from Tony, something along the lines of taking care of yourself first so you could have the ability to take care of the bigger issues in life. But Julie neatly put that thought aside along with all the other personal issues. Old habits are hard to break, and she'd been dealing with her personal life in this manner for a long time. After all of the legitimate interviews she'd been through, it was good to finally get to this one. "It is so very good to see you again, Dr. Shine," said Reverend Charles Roan. "It's Julie, just Julie," she said as she gave him a heartfelt hug. "Then I'd feel more comfortable if you just called me Charles." "Of course," Julie responded. They were sitting in Julie's suite at Le Méridien, Brussels. Since it sat just across from the Palais des Congrès, it was no stranger to hosting diplomats, world leaders, and financial kingpins. It was also no stranger to the political intrigue that commonly accompanied such a clientele. It had not been too difficult, then, for Julie and the Caridians to arrange for the Reverend Roan to have press credentials, affiliating him with Le Soir, the leading Belgian French-language-speaking newspaper based in Brussels. She had experienced a moment of panic when, right before Reverend Roan was to be ushered in for his interview, a maid that was refreshing the ice and drinks table had motioned Julie aside and identified herself as Veiligheid van de Stad, the Belgian secret police. The agent had immediately smiled, however, and let Julie know that the Reverend's real identity was safe. They apparently wanted Julie to know that they knew and approved. Maybe she had more supporters than she thought. "It's a relief to know that you're safe, Charles." Julie started the conversation after they were seated. "You're the only one of our original team that I've been able to meet with since we returned," she continued. "They haven't exactly told me I couldn't meet with anyone, but my requests just never seem to get answered." "I think most of them would be too scared or confused to meet with you anyway," the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan replied. "What happened?" Julie simply asked. "Immediately after we were told that your excursion team had been attacked and destroyed by the Caridians, Dr. Helmer and Colonel Memphis started pressing us pretty hard that an Iridian alliance was the only real option, and just about everyone bought into it. The ones that didn't—" After watching the mournful look on his face, Julie said, "Please, I want to know everything." "They took us to one more planet before we headed home. We made planetfall on a world we were told had been allied with the Caridians. Julie, it was terrible. This wasn't a dead world. Some of the population still survived, but they had been fighting a continual war amongst themselves for generations. They were reverting to barbarism. In many ways, they were feral. With hardly anyone left, they still fought each other. The cities were destroyed. We were told the constant civil war was brought on by the unrestricted release of advanced technology on a less advanced society. In other words, they blamed the Caridians for giving away advanced tech and not caring about the effects on that society. They claimed that this was Caridia's pattern, to bleed a world dry and then abandon it when it no longer served their purpose. Of course, they never really spelled out what that purpose was, but by then most of the team had already decided that Dr. Helmer was right. "Surely not everyone was convinced," Julie said. "No, but they were the ones that were infected by a residual bioweapon while on the planet's surface. I thought it was obvious, but no one seemed to care that the only people infected were the ones still holding out against Dr. Helmer." "What did Dr. Sullivan say about the bioweapon?" Julie asked, already expecting the answer. "He was the first one to succumb. He never even made it back to the ship." After a few moments of silence, Julie asked the obvious question. "How did you survive?" Dr. Roan didn't answer right away. After staring down at his own clasped hands for a few minutes, he looked at Julie and started talking. "For the longest time, I wasn't really sure why I was spared. I had believed the Nereidians when they told us the Caridians had attacked you. I didn't realize that they were lying and culling the opposition until much later. Still, I didn't really discuss my thoughts with anyone, and I didn't speak out against them either. The truth is, very few on the mission ever sought me out or had any use for my area of expertise. Just like for my own team leaders, I think I was an afterthought for the Nereidians. I think being under the radar like that is what may have saved my life. At first, I wasn't trying to be antisocial to the rest of our team, but the truth is I stumbled across a fascinating area of research not long after your team was lost. This particular area was, of course, centered on theology, an area that the Nereidians seemed to hold in disdain, and because of that I think they didn't bother to restrict my research in their records. When they shuttled us down to the new planet, I had my own agenda. I slipped away from the others so I could find some independent archives. I wanted to see how much of what I'd learned from the Nereidian database could be corroborated by another civilization. I became so engrossed that I almost missed the recall signal. I was actually the last person to arrive back at the assembly area, and Colonel Memphis seemed surprised to see me. He didn't prevent me from boarding the ship, but I had the weird impression that if I hadn't already been seen by the other team members, I might have been left behind. It wasn't until we were back on board that I found out what had happened to Dr. Sullivan and the rest, and started realizing that something insidious was happening. I was scared, Julie. I had come to the same realization that had gotten many of my colleagues killed. I'm not a good actor, so I prayed for a plan and woke up one morning knowing exactly what to do. If I was antisocial before because of my research, now I became a hermit. Every once in a while I'd let myself be seen eating in the common area, but my head was always in my reading material and I didn't invite conversation. I couldn't have carried off a deception for the months it took to travel back to Earth, but I could handle it for a few days. So that's what I did. When we got close to home, Dr. Helmer was constantly getting everyone together for publicity shots and to record speeches and interviews. I managed to avoid the personal interviews, so I never had to lie to the camera. But I smiled a lot and was there for all the group photos or standing behind other members of our team while they were recorded extolling the virtues of joining the Neridians. When it came time to board the shuttle for Earth, I was petrified. I just knew that they were going to pull me out of line and prevent me from coming home. But they didn't. It's taken me weeks, Julie, to find a way to get to you, but I'm convinced you have the right of it. What you're telling the world about the Neridians is true, and I'll help you convince people any way I can. But there's another reason I had to find you. Julie, you need to know what I've uncovered in my research. Chapter 9. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. I was on my way home from my daily walk into town when I saw the shuttle land 50 yards in front of our farmhouse. I knew it wasn't one of Silva's, but I wasn't worried. If the Neridian Armada had arrived, my smart pad would have been going crazy. I didn't know how he'd done it, but there was only one person it could be. He was waiting for me on the front porch, shaded from the hot afternoon sun. I removed my wide-brimmed hat and took a seat beside him. "You've got quite the suntan there," Dr. Spencer said. "Can I get you something to drink?" I replied. We began our conversation talking about everything except what he really wanted to talk about. I filled him in as best I could on the situation here on Earth. He related some of the incredible experiences he'd had since we last talked. Our conversation was friendly and respectful enough, but neither one of us was very wordy. Finally, he broached the subject we'd both been avoiding. "Captain Silva tells me that both you and Julie are living here." "It's just Silva," I said. "What?" he asked. "Silva," I repeated. "He no longer has any rank. His name is Silva." It was kind of a standoffish, jerky thing to say, but I wasn't feeling very friendly at the moment. It was too bad, really, because all things being equal, I liked Mark a lot. He was a hell of a guy. I was just having a little trouble remembering that right now. "Right, Silva. Major, are you pretending not to understand what I'm asking?" "Oh, well. No, Mark, I'm sorry. I know full well what you're asking. I'm just not sure what to say. Julie has been living with me since we returned to Earth." We both let the silence stretch on. "Are you in love with her, Major?" "I am," was the only response I could give. More silence. "Does she not want to talk to me?" he finally said. "No, Mark. I mean, she's not avoiding you. She's in Brussels right now. I'm sure she will want to speak with you. We were all excited to hear that you and Anzio were safe." "Look, Mark," I continued, "I don't think either one of us planned on this. I know that she has or has had strong feelings for you, but I can't speak for her. I don't know if your return changes anything or not, but I'm not going to apologize for our relationship, and I don't expect you to just stop caring about her." After a pause, I continued. "You two probably should talk and clear the air. I don't want to lose her, and I don't think I will, but the three of us have to work together. I think it's more critical than ever that we present a united front to the rest of the planet. What's at stake is just too important. I've put a lot of thought into this, and I give you my word that no matter how our personal situation might end up, I'll put my duty and the good of the planet ahead of all else." And then I added one caveat. "The only thing I require is that the three of us are always upfront and honest with each other, be it personal or political." We held each other's gaze for several moments, and then he abruptly nodded his head once. Without saying another word, he got up and walked back to the shuttle. I sat staring out across the grassy veldt long after he had taken off. Chapter 10. Dr. Mark Spencer. I was tempted to fly straight to Brussels. Instead, I directed the shuttle to fly to the crashed Neridian ship. It was more or less on the way to Brussels, and I needed the time to think. When I arrived over that portion of France, it was obvious what had happened. There was a long groove cut into the countryside leading up to the still surprisingly intact ship. If whoever had been fighting for control of it had been given another 1,000 feet of altitude to play with, the crash could have been avoided altogether. As it was, it had come to rest after a long skid that built up a small mountain of a berm in front of it. This wasn't a small ship. Nothing of its size had ever before flown in Earth's atmosphere, at least nothing in recorded history. Even months after the crash, there were still hundreds of sightseers surrounding the downed spacecraft. There were a few brave souls that were actually crawling around on top of it, but I knew from the Caridian network that all access points had been sealed and that there hadn't yet been any large-scale organized efforts to gain entry. If I hadn't been in such a somber mood, I might have laughed at all the ant-sized people scurrying away as I came in for my landing atop the wreck. Because I had what Anzio was calling super-user access to the Caridian network, it was a simple process to gain access to the ship itself. I spent hours wandering the halls revisiting familiar parts of the ship as well as portions I'd never seen before. My room along with the rest of our platoon hub had been detached for our ill-fated excursion, but the main HQ hub, where Julie had made her speech, was still as I remembered it. The Caridians had removed all the bodies and the interior of the ship looked surprisingly normal. Here and there were signs of the explosive decompression that had removed all the air. Occasionally there were bullet holes or damage probably done from bullets, and of course there were the bloodstains. Explosive decompression is explosive. It was obvious, though, that whatever technology the Neridians used for inertial dampening had worked, because nothing was smashed or crushed up against one wall or another. I decided to spend the night on the ship when, with a sudden start, I realized that I didn't have to guess about what had happened. I went through some mental doors and had my BioWare access the Neridian ship's controls. It was still alive. Or at least as alive as a ship's AI system could be. The first thing Silva had done in his bid to take over control of the ship was to put the AI into a lockdown safe mode. So while the AI was still sleeping, I did a systems check and was pleased to discover that by far the majority of the damage to the ship was external. It was extensive, but nothing that the ship's own nanite repair system shouldn't be able to handle with time. So, why hadn't it already done so? Okay, it was offline, but yes, I now had control of it, and I directed it to start making this ship spaceworthy again. As to the artificial intelligence, I sat down to have a long talk with it. I think I'll call her Amanda. The next morning, and once I'd resumed my shuttle flight to Brussels, I spent the time trying to figure out what to say to Julie. I really respected the Major, but if there was a chance she still felt something for me, I wasn't going to give up. I remembered a conversation I'd had with Hiromi. Man, it hurt to think about her, where she'd basically told me to wake up so I didn't miss out on my soulmate when she finally came along. Well, Hiromi, I'm awake now, and I really hope it's not too late. I'd left Anzio back in orbit with our ship. Actually, it was Ashima and Semi's ship, but we'd been on it for so long that it felt like ours. I knew that Anzio and Semi would be visiting Silva on his ship, and that we had a million things to do and only a short window in which to get them done. Ashima and I had said our goodbyes. She would be moving over to Silva's ship and then back to Larga once the other Caridian ships arrived. Besides her expressing regret about missing the great sex, there seemed to be little emotion in our decision to split. She knew I had feelings for Julie, and I think she honestly wished me luck. I still had the holo recording of Julie as well as all the other stuff Silva and Major Reagan had given us. It had been remarkably easy to reprogram the dumbed-down versions to now fully integrate with our BioWare, and the hardware itself had melded neatly into the very fabric of the form-fitting Dynasty clothing I'd started wearing. Watching the nanotechnology melt the devices and reassemble them as high-tech patches on my suit was weird. But I proved that it worked by watching Julie sing her song once or 20 times. The big problem I had to face, however, was the one that Major Reagan had pointed out. Regardless of how my meeting with Julie went, for me personally, we had to work together. Too much was at stake, and as painful as it was going to be for someone, our lives were intertwined. I've always had the incredible ability to focus on any one thing of singular importance, not letting distractions sway me until I had figured out what was needed. In this case, I needed to find the perfect things to say to Julie. I needed to find the right words that would make everything okay. I was still trying to find that focus when I realized we'd arrived at Brussels. One thing about European cities is that they're very crowded. I love the history, and the architecture and the scenery many times is spectacular, but trying to find a place to park is impossible. I flew around, or hovered around a little bit, trying to find an open place to land. Julie's hotel was right in front of me, but it was midday and the crowds were thick. It didn't help that when people saw the shuttle, they just stopped and stared. I hadn't cloaked it because I thought it would be impolite, but now I was rethinking my decision. The Grand Palace was across the street, but if anything, it was more crowded. I finally found some open space at the Mont des Arts, the Royal Library of Belgium. It looked to be about a 5-minute walk, but it was a nice day. People were friendly, but a little bit standoffish, I noticed, as I walked into the hotel. I'd informed the desk whom I was here to see, and while I was waiting for someone from Julie's party, I realized that almost everyone was staring at me. I was informed that Julie was in a live television interview, but could I please wait in the longitude bar? At first I had assumed that the stares were because I was still wearing the dynasty style of form-fitting clothing, but behind the bar was a silent TV, and on the TV was footage of my shuttle hovering around. Next I saw a file photo of my smiling face and realized that these people were recognizing me. I ordered a beer and my silent bartender complied without even asking me my preference. No matter, whatever it was he gave me was excellent. But then I was in Belgium. I had just finished my beer when one of the hotel staff walked in and invited me to follow him to Julie's suite. We left the bar and then turned into a short corridor of elevators that ended in a small oval reception area with one very ornate elevator on the opposite wall. Besides the metal detector, it was probably as well decorated as the rest of the hotel, but it was difficult to know because it was so crowded with security types. My escort stopped short as if handing me off to security for a search, but I kept walking. Apparently not knowing what to do with me, they all stood silent as I entered the elevator. I pressed the 1 button, and just as the doors closed, I gave them all a big smile. As soon as she saw me, she ran into my arms and gave me a long kiss. At least that's the way I had visualized it all the way up the elevator. Don't ever let anyone tell you that visualization and the power of positive thinking can't work for you. When the doors opened, I walked through more security and what looked like staff. As soon as she saw me, she ran into my arms and gave me a long hug. Okay, so the visualization wasn't perfect. When we finally released each other, she informed everyone that we were breaking for lunch and that she wanted to be able to speak to me in private. The room cleared for what someone muttered was the second time that day, and we were finally alone over a wheeled-in table of fish salad and duck paste. I'm not going to give you the details of what was said, but we were genuinely happy to see each other. We discussed the situation on Earth, General Memphis and Dr. Helmer, and the Rising Sun Dynasty. We discussed the incredible revelations of the Reverend Dr. Roan that Julie had just learned about that morning. Now more than ever, we knew that Earth's only hope was to be declared a protectorate of Rising Sun, and we knew that goal had to come before anything else. It was obvious that we couldn't let our personal desires interfere with that, so we never even brought it up. We made plans for others, but we left everything about ourselves unsaid. I could tell that she still really cared for me, but she'd rather carry a broken heart than to rock the boat by leaving the Major, and I was simply going to have to pretend to be happy for them. It crushed me inside to think of her sacrificing her happiness for the good of mankind, but as hard as it was, I resolved to be her strength and see her decision through. As strong as she was being, I wasn't going to let her down. I had turned down being king of the earth with Jackie, had planet-wide leadership foisted upon me with the Rising Sun Dynasty, and now found that destiny had forced me to let go of the love of my life. I might have been a little lost in thought as I walked back to my shuttle. I downed another beer or two in the hotel bar before realizing it was getting late and that I still had many things left to do. I turned a corner and the first thing I noticed were 3 or 4 bodies strewn about upon the pavement. The next thing I noticed was the man poking a gun in my ribs saying, "You're coming with us." Chapter 11. Dr. Julie Shine. Earlier that morning, the Reverend Dr. Roan had revealed what he'd discovered. Normally, I would share the results of my research with my peers and begin the long process of fleshing out different perspectives and differing opinions, said Reverend Charles Roan. For now, however, there's really no one else to go to with this. No, Charles, I think you probably did the right thing in coming to me first, Julie said. But just what is it that has you so startled? Where to begin? He replied. Julie, I'm sure you understand that over time, over thousands of years, events can get stretched out of all proportion. Language and names can get stretched out of all recognition. Julie nodded. Okay then, let me ask you a seemingly random question. How would you define God? Julie was obviously startled, and after a moment responded, He is the Creator. Okay, good, he said. We often speak of God as the Supreme Being and attribute to Him omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, meaning that among other things He has infinite knowledge, unlimited power, and is present everywhere. Scientists and others have scoffed at the idea that such an advanced being could exist. But Julie, we now have proof that beings that are evolved and advanced beyond our wildest imaginations really do exist. We no longer need mysticism or magic to explain certain miracles. We can see scientifically that powerfully advanced beings can exist. The argument for God now is just a debate over the degree of that advancement and evolution. Are you saying, Julie said with some alarm, that God is just an advanced being? Not just an advanced being, Julie. He is still the creator of the universe. He is the advanced being. Nothing changes from the reverence we have for him now. It's just that an obstacle that has held many back from believing is no longer valid. Okay, I'm following your reasoning, Charles, and there are a few colleagues of mine that could stand to contemplate this, but I'm not sure what this has to do with your research. Are you saying you found some kind of evidence? As Reverend Roan opened his satchel, he said, Let me show you what I've found. He placed on the coffee table in front of them a bunch of photos that were blown-up stills of various media. Some looked to be of computer screens, while others looked to be photos of ancient manuscripts. I want you to look at these writings here, he said, holding up a photo. Several passages correspond with information I gleaned from the Neridian database. You can see that here and here. What am I looking at, Charles? These writings mention the names of several lower houses of the Accord. See, here, for example, we have Erkendel del Astar, or Lower House Astor is how it's translated to us. And, Julie reflected, and there's more than one way to translate it. Erkendel does mean lower, but it also means fallen, so that would leave us with the Fallen House Astar. But let's take it a step further. Julie, I want you to say the word Erkendel 3 times fast. Is it so very hard to think that over thousands of years we could have morphed that word into angel or perhaps archangel? But that would mean, Julie started. Yes, Julie, that would mean that this manuscript is talking about the fallen angel Astar, and it so happens that the Quran, the Jewish Tanakh, and the Christian Bible all talk about the fallen angel or demon Astaroth. As momentous and thought-provoking as the day was shaking out to be, and already feeling overwhelmed, Julie let out a small, semi-hysterical laugh when later that same afternoon someone told her Mark was downstairs waiting to see her. Of course, send him straight up, she said. Julie fretted the entire time she was waiting, but when he walked into the room, she knew. He looked so incredibly handsome, and he wore his tight-fitting dynasty clothing so unself-consciously that it came off as perfectly sexy. And in that moment she realized that perfection wasn't at all what she wanted. Julie still thought the world of Mark, but she was in love with Major Matthew Reagan, the gruff-looking man that had led them through hell and back, the man that commanded respect simply because of who he was, the guy that sometimes trembled at night when no one else was watching. That was the man that she was head over heels in love with. A year ago, the realization that she was truly in love with someone would have left her scared and insecure. At this moment, however, she found herself buoyed with confidence and strength. She had run up and given Mark a big hug. She was so glad he was safe. It was probably her relief that he was really okay, along with the emotion of realizing the deepness of her suddenly uncomplicated feelings for Matt, that had almost overwhelmed her. If she held on to Mark too long, it was only to steady herself and gain control of her misty eyes. When she let go of Mark, she realized that there was a room full of people waiting for whatever was coming next. So she ordered the room cleared and asked for lunch to be rolled in. The foie gras was good, but she played with both it and the smoked salmon on fennel salad. There was so much she needed to talk to Mark about. Julie made a conscious effort to control her emotions and gathered herself for the coming conversation. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt Mark, but they needed to clear the air so they could move on to all the other important things that needed to be discussed. Mark had started in on explaining his incredible experience on the planet Drekken. Julie became so totally absorbed in his story that she almost forgot about everything else hanging over their heads. He was so vibrant, so enthusiastic about the Rising Sun dynasty that Julie suddenly realized he was going to be just fine. Mark was a survivor, and he didn't let grass grow. When he got to the part about talking to Matt on the front porch of the farmhouse, Julie knew that he knew. He was going to be okay. His voice trailed off as he realized she was just staring at him with suddenly watery eyes. "No, it's okay, Mark," she said, holding up her palm as he half stood. She silently chided herself for being so sentimental as she once again gathered herself. There were so many important things that needed to be discussed that she didn't know where to start. "Mark, there's something I need to talk to you about, and as important as other things might be, I think we need to brush all of it aside and face this first." Was that some slight doubt Julie saw reflected on his face? Anyway, she rushed on. "You remember the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan, don't you?" 20 minutes later, Julie stopped talking. It was obvious Mark was trying to assimilate everything, and Julie knew that at first blush it sounded ridiculous, but her gut was telling her she could trust Reverend Roan. "I know it sounds incredible, Mark," she started again, "but if there's even a chance this could be true, then we may need to reevaluate everything. I would feel a whole lot better if there were an independent way to corroborate it, but I don't believe Reverend Roan is one to make things up. Is he suggesting that the lower houses of the Accord are actual demons? Fire and brimstone and all that? No, I don't think he's going that far. But he is suggesting that there is evidence that the demons of the Bible could be based on ancient human interaction with the lower houses." "Julie," Mark said, "I think I can confirm or add to some of what he's speculating. When we were on the planet Drekken, we were hosted by Malatina and her father Dandrekken, both of Erkendel del Gab L'Oriel. But Julie, you're going to have to take my word for it that Malatina could never be mistaken for a demon. Her father I'm not so sure about. There was someone else we met, however, and in my book he easily fits the description. He was Nalindis of Erkendel del Michael." After a moment, Mark continued. "It still doesn't quite fit, though." "Mark," Julie said suddenly, "what if we're not just talking about fallen angels? What if we're also talking about regular angels or archangels? That would mean that the Erkendel del Michael I met was really the Archangel Michael." You could hear a pin drop in the room, and it wasn't until a stray horn blast from the traffic outside interrupted the silence that Mark spoke again. "It still doesn't quite fit, though," he said. "The individual I met had a name. He was Nalindis. It's his house name we're trying to make fit here. And besides, I still think he'd make a better demon." "Mark," Julie said, "in all the ancient manuscripts, it's not like people just hung out with these guys. How would anyone know if the Archangel Michael that one person met was the exact same being that somebody else interacted with 300 years later? It's not like they had cameras back then." "So you think that over time we just started referring to those individuals by their house names?" "I'll bet that's exactly what happened," Julie concluded. "We'll probably never know the details, but it fits, and there's something in my intuition that's telling me we're on the right track." "Come to think of it," Mark reflected, "both Dandrekken and Nalindis implied that they'd dealt with Earthers before. Nalindis said that we are as he remembered us. But Julie, there's something I don't understand. Why would Reverend Roan bring this to us?" "I don't understand, Mark. Why wouldn't he?" "Because it undermines everything he stands for. If archangels and demons are nothing more than human beings, then he's pretty much debunking the Bible." "No, Mark. Julie, I know that this is very personal to you, but Mark," Julie said in a quiet voice of iron, "you need to listen to me. This is why it can be so frustrating trying to talk theology with people. You have your own preconceived notions about what the Bible says and what it means to be godly, and you never take the time to question those fundamental suppositions that you've built your viewpoint on. Compared to someone like Reverend Roan, I'm an amateur on the Bible, but I can pretty well assure you that it doesn't say anything that would automatically preclude angels and demons being extremely advanced and evolved human beings. Come to think of it," she continued, "it would be very consistent to what the Bible and other ancient manuscripts say. Look at Moses or Herod or the apostles. God is always using humans to carry out his desires. If the Reverend Roan is right about this, it is nothing short of further confirmation of the Bible's historical accuracy." Mark was quiet for a time and then quietly said, "Look, I don't mean to be disrespectful. It just seems weird that some of the mystical things in the Bible might have rational explanations." Julie sighed softly. "That's always the conundrum, Mark, and I suspect it's the reason that the Bible says there will always be those that will refuse to believe. Some people won't believe in God unless he and everything about him is shrouded in mystery and mysticism, and other people won't believe unless they can see at least some rationality to it." "So what am I supposed to believe, Julie?" Mark asked. "If God is above the angels, should I think that he's an upper house of the accord?" Julie smiled. "No, Mark, I think we're still a long way from identifying God. Besides, it doesn't fit. There are a number of upper houses, but there is only one God. We've been taught to think of him as the supreme being. If you really want to take a leap of faith, though, ask yourself this. When God said he made us in his own image, what does that mean? Does it mean he used some of his own DNA to model us after? I really don't think of God as having corporeal form, but who's to say that he didn't in some distant past before our universe was even formed? I don't think it would reduce my awe of him in the slightest if it were to turn out that we somehow shared a common genetic history, but I can't imagine how the rest of the world would react." The truth was, Julie really didn't know what to think. All of this was speculation, and trying to speculate on the origins of God seemed pointless, yet ruling out anything seemed just as pointless and arrogant. One thing Julie was sure of was that while these ideas might be inspiring to some, they might distract others from the imminent threat of the Neridians. After a moment, she looked Mark in the eye and said, "I think our work here to establish the Rising Sun dynasty just got a little harder. There are enough distractions as it is. Right now, we have to focus only on getting Earth to appoint Rising Sun as its protector. Nothing else can be allowed to distract from that." As she held his gaze, Mark slowly nodded his head. "I understand what you're saying, Julie, and I will respect that. As hard as it may be, I will respect your priorities. Just know that I'll always be here for you." "And I'll always be here for you too, Mark. We're all in this together now." Chapter 12. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. Dr. Tony Decker and I were sitting at my kitchen table when someone knocked on the front screen door. Living out on the veldt as I didn't make unannounced visitors very common, so Tony and I both had surprised looks on our faces as an unmistakable and very familiar Italian accent came from the front of the house. "Hello, Major Reagan. Are you at home?" After welcoming Dr. Anzio Spallini into my simple abode, and after him ignoring my outstretched hand to wrap me up in a manly European hug, we all found ourselves back at my kitchen table again. "I cannot tell you how good it is to be reunited with you. You both look tanned and strong. You must tell me everything that has happened, and then I have some amazing things to share with you, yes?" And that's what we did. We spent the rest of the afternoon catching up, and we had long ago moved into the living room when I excused myself to make my daily SmartPad call to Julie. "Have you seen the news feeds?" was one of the first things Julie asked after we'd confirmed that we were each safe and sound. After everything we'd been through, I don't think either one of us wanted to take anything for granted. After being separated for even a few hours, our ritual was to assure each other we were okay. "No," I responded. "Dr. Spallini dropped by and we've been debriefing. What'd I miss?" "You mean you've been catching up with each other?" Julie had become fond of teasing me about my army habits, primarily because we weren't really sure if I was still actually in the army or not. "Anyway," she continued, "Mark created quite a stir when he brought a Caridian shuttle down in broad daylight and dropped in on me." "Yeah," I agreed. "He did the same thing to me yesterday." "So he told me," Julie responded. "And at some other time I think I want to ask you about why you failed to mention it to me when we talked last night. But for now there are a few things that need to happen fast." "What are they?" I said, straightening up in my seat. "First, you need to borrow a shuttle from Silva and go pick up Reverend Charles Roan in Ghent, Belgium at noon tomorrow. I'll send you the meeting place and explain why later, but for now it is imperative to bring him under our protection." I couldn't help but wonder what this was all about, but I said, "You got it. What else?" "Tell Tony that his speculation about our support being more than just individuals spread across the planet is at least partially confirmed. Tell him I said I agree that it's time to start reaching out to the organizations and governments and start negotiating for their support. I'll share all the details when I return, but it's very important that we move quickly to help Earth accept the Rising Sun dynasty." I was still typing my notes when she continued. I'm scheduled to end my interviews tomorrow evening and then fly back on military transport that next morning. I was wondering if you could hang on to that shuttle for an extra day and then come get me tomorrow night. I really miss you, Matt. By the time I rejoined Anzio and Tony, the two of them had moved back into the kitchen, and I couldn't help but notice that there were now two objects sitting in the middle of my table. One was a small wooden pillbox that immediately caught my eye because, one, I had never seen it before, and two, because I didn't recognize the type of wood. The second object was known to me, and Tony must have pulled it out of my cabinet. It was a bottle of very expensive Tesseron cognac, Tesseron lot number 29 XO, Exception Grande Champagne Cognac, France, to be precise. Legend has it that Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of England during World War II and a famous high-functioning alcoholic, had left standing orders during the war that a snifter of this divine cognac be waiting at his bedstand when he awoke each morning. I wasn't much of a drinker. Successful modern military officers rarely are. But I had mentioned to Julie one night when we were discussing our lives how a dozen years ago I'd tasted a little bit of heaven. I'd been invited to a gala that had been hosted by some Washington political wannabe. He'd gathered several military officers into his den to make himself feel important, and then proceeded to call us by each other's names while extolling the virtues of this very cognac. He'd had a terrible memory for names, but he knew his cognacs. Lot 29 meant that this batch was distilled in 1929, and at the time he'd bragged that it ran close to $1,000 a bottle. On the rare occasion that I sprang for a bottle of cognac, I didn't even consider the Lot 29. I always tried to buy Tesseron Lot 90. I felt it was better than the Lot 76 and much more affordable to a major's budget. The only reason I had this bottle is because Julie had mentioned my appreciation of it on one of the blogcasts she and Tony had been involved in. Someone had sent it to me as a gift. I know it probably sounds rude not to mention the giver, but in my defense, we need to realize that in those early days after we took out Jackie and the Neridian ship, we were the most famous people on the planet. We received almost as many gifts as we did death threats. At first, General Patron had ordered our gifts screened, and then had the few we really wanted flown out to us. Eventually, the supply stopped. I don't know whether people stopped sending things or the military got tired of delivering them to us. Fortunately, the cognac was sent early on, and I made sure it found its way to me. It had been sitting in my cabinet for a couple of months now, and I'd almost forgotten about it. Almost. I thought this might be a good time, Major, said Tony. With Anzio back and all, I thought a little relaxation might be on the agenda. I stared at both of them for a moment and then broke into a lopsided smile. If we're going to do this, then let's do it right. Anzio, would you be so kind as to open that deep drawer on your left and hand me what's inside? As he pulled out a box of Ramon Allones Gigante cigars, I turned to the cabinet behind me and pulled out 3 mismatched juice glasses. Ah, I heard Anzio saying. These are truly Cuban cigars, my friend, hand-rolled. How can you tell? Tony asked. Here you can see the seal of the Cuban government, but more telling is this brown Habano sticker with the black silhouette of a tobacco leaf. If I am right, you will also find it. Yes, here on the parchment paper inside. These are fine cigars, Anzio concluded. One of the truly relaxing pleasures in life is to prop your feet up in front of a fire after a fine dinner and sip on a good cognac while smoking a smooth cigar. I'd made us a few sandwiches earlier, and we certainly didn't need a fire in this heat, but to sit among friends like this was a rare pleasure. I poured 2 fingers for each of us and invited everyone to join me on the front porch. There were a billion stars blazing across the African veldt, and the only sounds were those of insects and nature. Once we were settled in and I had a good 2 inches of ash on my Gigante, I asked Anzio, So what's in the pillbox? It is what I came to see you about, yes? It is the future of the human race. Which human race? Tony asked. Us or them? Human means us, Anzio replied. We are calling everyone else G-humans, so I am talking about us, Earthers. So what's in the box? I asked again. 2 pills, he said. We made these on the ship as we traveled back to Earth. We have a relatively small supply of them right now, but I have already come to an agreement with Silva to go into high production. Are one of the pills red and the other blue? I suddenly asked. I heard Tony chuckling as Anzio said, "No, why?" "It's not important, Anzio, but what is important is that I'm guessing this is for BioWare?" "Yes, Major, specifically Rising Sun Dynasty BioWare. We would of course like to invite you and Dr. Shine to be the first to join our dynasty." "You have BioWare now, right?" Tony asked. "What's it like?" As Anzio went on to describe an apparently fascinating world that had opened up for him, I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I had spent so much time trying to figure out what my duties were and where my allegiance belonged. Now it had all become very simple. I was loyal to humanity, our humanity, not G-humans. Besides that, the only thing that was really all that important to me was what Julie had said. She missed me. The beautiful thing about having a cognac after dinner is that it relaxes you so that you sleep like a baby. Or at least that's the way it worked for me. I'd never known anyone, unless they overindulged, to complain of a hangover or any residual effects whatsoever, except for a great night's sleep. The magic of cognac. Our farmhouse was small, but besides the kitchen and living room, it did have 3 bedrooms and a den, which we used as an office. Because we'd sat on the porch talking long into the night, Tony and Anzio both had slept here. Anzio and I were making French toast. He refused to call it that, something to do with Italians not bowing to the French, when Tony lumbered in. During the majority of our Earth Team ordeal, it was certainly true that Anzio had been a part of my inner circle from almost the very beginning. I respected and trusted him implicitly. Tony had been a latecomer to that circle, but I had spent extensive time with him over these last 3 months. It had been his video downloaded onto the EarthNet when we first returned that had gone viral and opened the planet's eyes to the Neridians' true nature and the treachery of Dr. Derek Helmer and Colonel Eugene Memphis. Dr. Tony Decker was one of the most arrogant and condescending people I'd ever met, but he was also incredibly brilliant and energetic, meaning his arrogance was well earned. Most arrogant people are mean. Tony wasn't. He just knew he was smarter than most others, and therefore valued his own opinions more than he did the ideas of others. That condescending attitude made him an asshole in the eyes of many people. But with all we'd been through, we'd become friends, and he usually wasn't anything but sort of respectful with me. "Okay, I've got it figured out," was the first thing he said upon entering the kitchen. Being ready and totally unsurprised by his abrupt non-sequitur, I shot back, "I just can't wait to hear." "Anzio brought you and Julie each a BioWare capsule, but she's not here. We can't afford to waste time, so it follows that you and I should take them now. Because between you living with her and me working blogcasts with her, one of us will always be around to support her until we can get her BioWare of her own." I waited to make sure he was finished with his prepared proposal and then said, "That sounds to me like a perfect example of a rationalization so you can get the BioWare now." "What? No, I'm not rationalizing anything. This is a perfectly logical and thought-out strategy." I held up both hands. "Anzio, do you want to tell him, or should I?" "Tell me what?" Tony said. Well," Anzio said as he pulled a small plastic bottle out of his pocket. "You see, I do have more of the pills." "Why didn't you just say so?" Tony asked, exasperated. "Then what was all that, especially for Julie and the major crap he gave us last night?" "Since the pill box, it only holds 2 pills, yes? I thought it would add the dramatic flair, as you say." Tony wasn't feeling the humor. "Would you like some Italian breakfast bread?" Anzio asked. "So," I said, holding up the capsule, "I just swallow it?" "Yes, that is correct," Anzio replied. "What's going to happen when I do?" asked Tony. "The Coridian said you probably wouldn't notice anything for the first 24 hours. "Well, is that right?" asked Tony. "You've already done it. What did you feel?" Yes, you see, Mark and I used a different BioWare growth capsule, one provided by a lower house, so I cannot exactly give you a first-hand account of what you're going to experience." "You mean we're guinea pigs?" exclaimed Tony. "Well, the pig part I think fits you sometimes well," Anzio muttered. I said bottoms up as I swallowed my pill and then gave the room a big smile. Tony responded to my smile with a sour look and then reluctantly swallowed his. We were really going to have to work on his sense of humor. We were just starting to sit down when Anzio stood bolt upright and muttered, "Madre de Dio!" "What is it, Anzio?" I said as I rose to my feet. "It's a Mark," he said. "He's been kidnapped." Chapter 13. Video Blogcast. Participants, Dr. Julie Shine. Keywords: trust, beauty, deception, safety, security, independence, dynasty, rising sun. Title: Reject Alien Authority. My fellow Earthers, hello, my name is Dr. Julie Shine, and as many of you know, I am one of the survivors of the original Earth team that traveled to the stars with the Neridians. We all know the atrocities the Neridians have visited on Earth, from attempting genocide on us in our ancient past to destroying cities and killing millions only recently. We must never forget this. We have Earthers amongst us right now that would like us to forget, or at least like us to believe that the Neridians would never do it again if we would just accept their authority over us. They call it their protectorship. This is a lie. It is a lie that is being perpetrated by individuals that have been bribed by the Neridians with promises of wealth, power, and control over the rest of us for their betrayal. They will deny this, but I saw it happen. You must remember, when dealing with aliens, not everything is as it seems. The Caridians have aided us, and I have even become friends with some of them, but that doesn't mean that we should give up our sovereignty to them either. The Caridian dynasty has their politics and agendas that they will always prioritize ahead of Earth. Please don't forget that when dealing with aliens, not everything is always as it seems. Both the Caridians and Neridians would promise us advanced technology and a better standard of living, better health, better wealth, and longer lives. And they would have us think that they are the best or only path to attain such things. We certainly want these things, but they're not the only source, and we need to remember that when dealing with aliens, not everything is as it seems. We also cannot afford to be fooled by their physical beauty. They have had many generations to eliminate defects and disfiguring disease, so to us, their men are pretty and their women are beautiful. To them, their beauty is normal and nothing special, but to us, they seem superior. I've watched some of my male colleagues be attracted to that beauty and blind to the evil behind it. Think of it like this. If an average young American couple were suddenly transported back to a peasant village in the early 1300s, how would they be received? Having had generations of improving nutrition, with their clean and straight teeth, shampooed hair, and personal hygiene, they would literally be the most attractive people on the planet. Some might even think they were gods, but it wouldn't tell us anything about their heart or their intent. All of us, especially our men, need to remember that when dealing with aliens, not everything is as it seems. We do have a choice. We do have an alternative that is not alien. Our own Dr. Mark Spencer and Dr. Anzio Spallini have founded the Rising Sun Dynasty. The only way I know of to protect Earth from being enslaved is to find a loophole in the laws of the Accord. That is what Dr. Spencer and Dr. Anzio have done. They have found a way for Earthers to be a dynasty. This Earth dynasty can offer us a protectorate so that Earthers are protecting and representing Earth, not aliens. This will not be forced on Earth. We must choose to be a protectorate of the Rising Sun Dynasty. When we do, we will have the full force of the Accord protecting us against the Neridians, the Caridians, or any other aliens that want to claim us. We are now in the galactic spotlight. We cannot hide. We must face a universe full of aliens that are more technologically advanced than we are. We can catch up with their technology, but only if we do it together. It's time for the people of Earth to set aside our differences and unite against a common threat. The Rising Sun Dynasty will be our spear and shield as we learn to compete with the aliens. Chapter 14. Dr. Mark Spencer. If you've ever been poked in the ribs with something hard, you know it hurts. That's why I uttered something like, "Ow." My signal of discomfort didn't seem to dissuade my tormentor whatsoever. If anything, he jammed the gun tighter against me and said, "Shut up." He started dragging me towards a black SUV and shoved me inside. Now, all of this was happening very fast, but I wasn't really that scared. It was obvious that my three abductors didn't want me dead, or they already would have killed me. I think I was more perturbed or mildly angry than anything else. I had important work to do, and these clowns were keeping me from it. Anzio and I had spent a lot of time talking about situations like this. Oh, I don't mean getting hauled off at gunpoint specifically, but more along the lines of how should we look at obviously misguided people like these. These guys were just following orders. They had a military feel about them, but at best they were just hired muscle. Unless or until it became personal, I didn't really hold any animosity towards them. I thought about contacting Anzio. After all, we were both connected by our BioWare, and it only would have taken a thought. Instead of worrying him, however, I decided to make sure Amanda, my new AI friend, was monitoring my situation with strict instructions to let Anzio know if she lost contact with me. My attempts to start up casual conversation were met with hard stares, so I mentally shrugged and turned my attention to trying to figure out who had ordered me abducted. It really was an important issue to Anzio and me, and I'd gone back and forth on it endlessly. How do you exercise political power over people that are apathetic, don't pay attention, and in many cases aren't educated or even very smart? How do you honestly govern for the common good without becoming an elitist asshole? What we had determined was simple. You can't. That's why it was so important to keep government limited and as small as possible, but that's a whole other diatribe. I think the most attractive thing to me about the galactic society we'd seen so far is that there was very little need for the enforcement of authority. There was the Accord, which seemed to set down some guidelines which were more or less moral constraints on how dynasties and planets should treat each other. The Accord could presumably act to enforce these guidelines, but rarely needed to do so. This is why the present Neridian situation was such an exception. As far as enforcing rules or behavior on individuals, however, it seemed to be built into their system of a respect-based economy. It naturally promoted individuals taking personal responsibility for themselves, so there wasn't any need for politicians to wield power and authority over others. There just wasn't much need for elitist assholes. We'd only seen the shiny side of it so far. Every social system had to have a dark underbelly, right? But with abundant resources and abundant real estate throughout the galaxy, there was little social pressure for violence. The challenge, of course, was that Earth was nowhere near being ready to transition into that type of society. For starters, we lacked the technological advancements that would make resources abundant, and far more importantly, we had a political system where the politicians in charge, and the hidden powers behind them, would fight tooth and nail to hold on to their power. That meant that on a global scale they would lie, steal, cheat, and spill other people's blood to do it. It was obvious to Anzio and I that for Earth to survive and thrive, we needed to make the transition from what we were to the type of respect-based economy the rest of the galaxy operated on, and preferably do it without trashing the very principles we were striving for. To that end, we had dedicated the Rising Sun Dynasty. Our dynasty would provide technology and protect Earth from enemies, both alien and domestic. Anyone or any group that attempted to thwart our development into a fully integrated and independent member of galactic society. Of course, that meant we had to become the very thing we despised, elitist assholes. There wasn't any way around it. At least for the transition, Rising Sun was going to have to exercise influence and control over Earth and its peoples. Our intentions were good, but we were both very aware of the axiom, power corrupts. Therefore, we felt our attitude towards the people of Earth, as misguided as some of them may be, should always stay more on the side of compassion than pity, more on the side of patience than disdain, and more on the side of the carrot than the stick. Situations like this, however, were proving to be a real challenge to that philosophy. Just like in the movies, I had been taken to an abandoned warehouse and locked in a deserted office with a cot and not much else. Since my abductors hadn't worn masks, I had deduced that they either planned on killing me, I still didn't think so, or that they believed they had the backing of someone powerful that could protect them. Several times throughout the night I was removed to the outer office and grilled about my experiences off-planet and what my plans were since we returned. Their questions revealed enough that I now had a pretty good idea who was behind all of this, and it was confirmed that next morning. "According to my men, Dr. Spencer, you've been talking all night long, but you have yet to really say anything," said General Eugene Memphis. "Well, I think that depends on your point of view," I said. "I certainly think that the global shortage of fresh water is an issue all of us should be concerned about." "I'm through playing games, Doctor. I'm going to give you one last chance to tell me now exactly how you finagled the Rising Sun Dynasty, and then we'll discuss your transfer of control over to the United States government." "You think you're representing the U.S. government?" I said with some surprise. "That would be news to General Patron and a whole bunch of other officers that outrank you." "They are traitors," he said abruptly. "Civilian authority was handed over to Transition President Derek Helmer, and we act at his personal orders." "Handed over by whom?" I asked. "Jackie and the Neridians?" Memphis, even you can't believe there's a thread of validity in that. I don't care what you think, he half shouted. I'm done playing around with you. If you won't help us voluntarily, then you can die serving your country. Henry here will wring everything from you no matter how painful or lethal it becomes. Memphis, Jackie told me what she offered you. You can stop playing at being all high and mighty. You're just in this for the personal power and the riches she promised you. The thing is, it's all falling apart around you, isn't it? You're in too deep now, but it's looking more and more like Earth will spurn the Neridians, and that leaves you with nothing. I'll make you a deal, I continued. Give it up now and help me convince the population to stand up to the Neridians, and you have my word that we'll find a safe place for you to retire and grow old in comfort. I'm offering you a way out of the trap you've built for yourself. Take it. For a moment I thought he might actually consider it, but then he said, Goodbye, Dr. Spencer. I never liked you anyway. As I watched Memphis walk away, I turned my gaze to Henry, and I really didn't like what I was seeing in his eyes. There were 3 of the men left, Henry and 2 guards. Henry had just rolled out what looked like a set of scalpels from a soft bag as the 2 thugs approached me with plastic tie-downs. I took stock of my resources. I was sitting on a metal chair, and within reach of me was a styrofoam coffee cup half full of cold coffee. Okay, I had no resources. My calmness had vanished. I was now officially scared. I still had my BioWare, of course, and if I'd had the time, I would have mentally berated myself for waiting so long to ask anyone for help. Now no one could possibly reach me in time. I had the urge to play Julie's song one more time when I suddenly had another thought. Her recording wasn't the only gift that Silva and the Major had given us so long ago. Among other things, we'd received an atmospheric frequency modulator that was now more or less built into my Dynasty form-fitting clothing. Anzio and I had played around with it without ever really figuring out many practical uses. With it, we could cause vibrations in the air molecules pretty much anywhere in our line of sight. We could amplify our own voices to speak to a crowd, or with a proper control, we could make those sounds emulate speech coming from a totally different direction. It was a great ventriloquist's trick, and I mentally commanded the word freeze to sound in their ears, hoping to give myself enough of a distraction to make a run for it. In my desperation, I wasn't very careful about some of the details. What actually happened was that I unleashed a directional blast aimed inward from each side of their heads, each blast being in excess of 200 decibels. Anything above 194 dB becomes a shockwave the same as when a bomb goes off. Suddenly, with my words still echoing in my ears, my 3 abductors had no more earthly concerns. I hadn't intended to hurt anybody. Now looking at their lifeless bodies was making me physically ill. There was blood from their ears, nose, mouth, and even their eyes. Still sitting down, I threw up at my feet. I wiped my mouth and then threw up again. After a couple of moments, I mentally reached out and said, Anzio, come get me. Chapter 15. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. It had been a busy day. We'd used Anzio's shuttle for he, Dr. Decker, and myself to race to Brussels. We'd also stopped in town and picked up Captain Kamiko. I think having something to do might have even picked up her spirits a little bit. We'd found Dr. Mark Spencer still at the warehouse. He had walked out of the low-ceilinged offices and into the larger open area and sat down on the cement floor with his elbows on his knees and his head between his hands. It was a classic thinking man's pose, and the only outward sign of his distress were his damp, bloodshot eyes. He stood as we approached him and calmly informed us of what he'd done. I've witnessed more men's reactions to taking a life than I care to think about. Some men fall apart, and even if they've just performed heroically, you know they will never again be able to be trusted in a life-or-death situation. Some men feel next to nothing, which leads to the same evaluation. It'll be far too easy for them to take their next life. What you want in a soldier lies somewhere in the middle, leaning slightly to the non-feeling side. A soldier needs to understand the consequences of his or her actions, and on some level needs to detest the need to take a life while at the same time be able to completely compartmentalize it so there is zero hesitation when duty calls. What I want in a civilian leader also lies somewhere in the middle, leaning slightly to the deeply affected side. A leader needs to understand that deadly force is the absolute last resort, but be able to live with him or herself after making such a call. Of course, whether it's a soldier or a leader, it's all an intellectual exercise until they've actually been tested. I wasn't happy for what had happened, but I liked what I saw in Dr. Spencer. He was responsive and obviously in control of himself, yet not totally unaffected. I was reluctantly beginning to think of him as something more than just a brilliant scientist. We had barely had enough time to keep our rendezvous in Ghent to extract the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan. Ghent is one of the most spectacular cities in Europe, and like Brussels, it seemed mostly unaffected by the Neridian troubles. We hovered just above the grass outside of the Gravenstein, or Castle of the Counts. I at first didn't recognize Dr. Roan in his hooded monk's robe as he made his way to us. I did, however, allow myself a brief moment of reflection as I realized the irony of picking up a contemporary man of the cloth in front of a medieval castle in an alien space shuttle. None of us had known Dr. Roan very well, so we all reintroduced ourselves. We spent our flight time to Brussels catching him up with an overview of what we'd been through since we'd been separated from the original Earth team. Mark showed us where he'd parked when visiting Julie yesterday, but I overrode everyone and told Anzio to leave Mark's shuttle and to park ours right in the middle of the street directly in front of the hotel. I'd reached Julie on the Caridian SmartPad right after we'd picked up Captain Kimiko that morning. She told me that the security in and just outside of her suite had tripled overnight, but she hadn't known why until I filled her in on Mark's kidnapping. She'd wanted to finish her last day of interviews before returning with us, but I convinced her that once we arrived, probably in mid-afternoon, we needed to get her out of there. Captain Kimiko and I ran into the hotel amid all the horns and curses from blocked traffic, and were pleased to discover that Julie was already being escorted to us amongst a sea of security types. As I put my arm around her and guided her to the shuttle, a man appeared at my other side, showed me a business card, and placed it into my shirt pocket. 3 steps later, he was lost in the crowd. Once we were safely airborne, we realized that we didn't really know where to go. I had assumed we would head back to the farmhouse on the African veldt, but I was realizing that we had a bunch of decisions that we urgently and collectively needed to make, and the farmhouse just wasn't big enough. I really didn't want to go back to the Caridian ship because I didn't want to constantly be worried about being overheard. Captain Kimiko suggested her boarding house. She was the only guest, and it would be plenty big to handle all of us for a few days. "I think that's a great idea except for one thing," I said to everyone. "We haven't exactly been living close to an ATM, and I don't think any of us is carrying a credit card. So how are we going to pay for this?" "Oh, I don't think it will be too much of a problem," Anzio said excitedly in his heavily accented Italian. "Silva, he gave me something before I left. He said it might come in handy." Anzio proceeded to open a small cloth bag and poured out about 20 gold coins onto the table. "At today's rates," he continued, "I think we could probably buy the boarding house." The older couple that owned the boarding house had been only too happy to accept our gold. Not only did we have the run of the place, but they cooked our meals and pretty much did anything else we asked, and some things we didn't. We invited in the other scientists who were living in town and represented the only other surviving members of our squad. We then settled down for the evening in the large common room. Mark and Anzio's return had given me a renewed sense of purpose. Julie and Tony had been busy teleconferencing, blog casting, and otherwise educating the planet on why neither the Neridian nor Caridian alternative were acceptable. As for myself, I'd been in hurry-up-and-wait mode. We knew the Neridians were coming, and we knew the Caridians were just waiting for us to turn to them, but there hadn't been a damn thing I could do about it. Now, however, with Mark and Anzio's return, we had the power of a dynasty of the Accord behind us. Now Earth had a real shot at survival, and it was time for me to get busy again. First on my agenda was to set up new security procedures for our team. I didn't want a repeat of Mark's experience, and as lax as we'd been, we were just begging for it to happen again. Before we got into that discussion, however, I thought it might be prudent to formalize some of our responsibilities. Rescuing Mark from the warehouse, extracting Dr. Roan, and the emergency evacuation of Julie had all been a kind of military operation, and everyone had followed my lead easily enough. But in the weeks before that, Julie and Dr. Decker had more or less been making the decisions about how to spread our story to the rest of the planet. Now Mark and Anzio had returned as the founders of a new interstellar dynasty of the Accord. Presumably, they would be leading that group. Dr. Decker and I had already accepted membership in this new Rising Sun dynasty. Did that make Mark and Anzio our superiors? I wasn't necessarily opposed to it, but I wanted clarification. I thought it was an obvious and logical way to proceed, but I received a surprise when I brought it up. Actually, Major, one of the cool things about having BioWare is that we really won't have a need for rigid lines of authority, Mark said. Seeing the surprised look on my face, he went on to explain. Everyone followed your lead when you came to get me and the others in Belgium, but they didn't do it because you were at the top of some organizational chart. They did it because, by consensus, you are considered to be the expert in that area. Nobody even had to think about it. It was obvious. But Mark, I interrupted, that only works in small groups. When we start talking more than a few dozen people, not everyone is going to know a leader personally. It leaves room for chaos. Major, I understand that you've lived your whole life under a rigid system like that, probably more so than any of us. But I would ask you to think outside the box for a little bit and really think through the implications of BioWare. When everyone is connected to the Rising Sun network, reaching consensus in larger numbers will be simple, and in most cases the conclusions will be obvious. I know it's going to be a little confusing at first, but I'm convinced that this is an important step for us. There's also another reason I think this is important, and it could be the most important reason of all. Major, ask yourself this. Have you ever known an officer to achieve rank or position through politics rather than merit? Suddenly half the room was smiling, and I had to chuckle. You mean besides General Memphis? I asked. Yes, more often than I'd like to think about. Anzio interjected with a question that effectively ended the discussion. Major, it would be a better world if this type of thing no happened anymore, yes? I wasn't the only one that had an agenda to cover. As a matter of fact, our discussions continued through that night, the next day, and on into the next evening. We had reached a consensus. I was going to have to get used to that word, on my plan to build up a security force. Essentially, I was going to approach elite military units of my choice, and in return for their service, offer them membership in the Rising Sun dynasty. The only potential sticking point was that they would have to agree to use our BioWare, no exceptions. Speaking of BioWare, we had been warned that we might experience a mild headache when it first started conforming itself to our physiology, and mine started that first night at the boarding house. Thankfully, it was a different type of headache than my frequent migraines, but it still wasn't pleasant. Maybe I was a little bit irritable because of it, but I found myself nodding in agreement when one of the scientists said, Wait a minute, I think we need to talk about this BioWare a little further before I'm comfortable putting it in my head. It was obvious that Mark and Anzio had talked this out and had expected some resistance. They made it clear that they weren't trying to force it on anyone, but that it had to be a requirement for participation in the dynasty. The professor side of Dr. Mark Spencer's personality was in full display that evening. They patiently answered everyone's questions, and the conversation had started to wane when Julie started us thinking about some of the larger implications. Mark, I'm more concerned about the psychological implications on our society as a whole. If I understand everything correctly, you need a large part of Earth's population to use the BioWare, not just dynasty members, right? That's right. And it needs to happen before the Neridians get here, right? Dr. Spencer nodded, and Julie asked, If it takes this long to get dynasty members to use it, how can we possibly get anyone else to? For a brief moment I could swear Mark was blushing, but then he quickly said, For now, let's assume that we can do it. We can talk about the details later, but I want to hear your concerns. Julie looked thoughtful and then spoke. Everyone in this room has rubbed shoulders with a number of different interstellar cultures, and I think most all of us could agree that what we experienced was incredible. From what I could tell, many of the everyday stresses we experience on Earth just weren't present in those societies. At first I thought it was just the different monetary system, but I came to realize that it was much deeper than that. People weren't afraid of each other. Here on Earth, all of us are at least subconsciously on guard against being manipulated or swindled. We don't trust strangers, and we certainly don't trust advertising. I wouldn't call us paranoid, but in the U.S., there are 95 million households and 130 million attorneys. What does that say about trust in our culture? On the other hand, that sense of healthy skepticism that we Earthers carry protects us from being manipulated or tricked. If we eliminate that from our society, I'm worried that we could fall prey to someone else's agenda. But setting that aside for the moment, even if achieving that type of social transparency is a great thing, I'm more concerned about the transition. How are people going to react when they find out that the local baseball coach that wins so many games isn't respected or even liked by his neighbors or other people that have to deal with him? What about the star athletes that our kids look up to? Everyone needs heroes, don't you think? Mark, I'm worried that the initial effects of this type of transparency will make us more paranoid, not less. Mark and Anzio shared a look, and once Anzio nodded, Mark started speaking. Okay, everyone, Julie makes some great points, so let's think this through for a moment, because the truth is, I don't think we have much choice. Our society is constantly evolving. You mentioned baseball, so let's talk about one of the most famous players ever, Babe Ruth. He was every boy's hero, and it's only generations later that we learned that most people that knew him thought he was a jerk. Back in his day, we would read about our sports, military, or political heroes, and because we didn't know them personally, we'd let our imaginations fill in the blanks on their personalities and conduct. We put them on pedestals and generally assumed they could do no wrong. We encouraged our kids to grow up like them because we wanted our kids to have all of the virtues we assigned to them. Every kid needs a hero was the catchphrase. As technology advanced and the race for ratings became more competitive, we started learning more about our heroes and some of their warts started to show. Eventually, with the advent of social media and the paparazzi, celebrities received more attention for their nefarious antics than any virtue. Celebrities would go out of their way to create scandal or be outrageous. Politicians and social leaders, on the other hand, started creating respectable facades. A perfect mask of pre-calculated sound bites designed to portray a marketable image. A mask that was only let down for the very closest of inner circles. Still, that mask was occasionally penetrated, and the stark contrast of the pristine image and the dark reality pushed the public even further into cynicism. It happened often enough that the general public was no longer surprised. They came to expect the most selfish of motives from even the most wholesome of public figures. Today, most politicians don't care if what they say this week doesn't match what they said last week. As long as they have a 20-second soundbite they can roll out for any given audience, they'll score points, because hardly anyone pays attention. The day of the hero is basically dead on today's earth. We've become so cynical that even the most honest of men and women can't stand up to the impossibly high standards we would place on them, and even if they could, we wouldn't believe them. We need a new kind of hero. The problem with the hero of yesteryear is that we only ever saw the good parts of them. The problem with the media-packaged hero of today is that we only look for the bad parts and assume it's there even if we can't see it. There are heroes out there, but we need to be able to see the whole of them. We need to be able to see the good that someone does while still acknowledging the not-so-good. We can then celebrate and promote those people and good traits without fear of what lies unknown. There's never before been an unbiased way to do this that wasn't filtered through someone's perspective or agenda. But now we have an answer. Galactic Society uses a bioware that is an infinitely advanced version of our current social media. When we personally interact with people, either a positive or negative impression is automatically logged to our personal file. The stronger the interaction, the stronger the impression. For example, if I'm rude to someone, that's a negative impression, but if I physically hurt someone, that's a much stronger negative impression. If my actions, words, or influence are helping people, then the more valuable the help, the stronger the impression will be. The age of the actions, words, or influence is also a factor. A mistake I made a long time ago should be less impactful than one I made yesterday. That's not transparency, interjected Dr. Decker. That's a total lack of privacy. No, not at all, Anzio jumped in. You see, it is not the acts themselves that are recorded for everyone to see. It is only the effects of those acts on other people. The algorithms Galactic Society uses to compute all these things, I could get lost for days in the equations. This is what they mean when they say respect is the galactic currency, Mark resumed. Helping a person that carries high respect from others carries more impact than helping those that carry lesser impact. The more respected you are for who you actually are, the more purchasing power you have. In other words, the more likely you are to get someone to do something for you, whether it's to build you a toy airplane or to build you a spaceship. Your wealth doesn't diminish when you make a purchase when someone makes that toy airplane for you. The airplane maker, however, stands to gain from your respect and appreciation for his work. The BioWare lets you see this in others. You could pull up the raw data, but everyone learns to read the glow or aura of other people at a glance. The BioWare displays this aura directly from your optic nerve and contains vast amounts of information that you learn to interpret at a very early age. It's one of the fundamental skills the kids learn, just like reading or riding a bike. So who becomes a hero in Galactic Society? Almost everyone can be a hero to someone. It's no longer about hiding the ugly or creating a facade. If you're truly a compassionate person or really good at teaching math or building a bridge, Someone will respect and admire that without concern that you be great in all things. They don't have to worry or be skeptical about what you might be hiding. People can be appreciated for who they truly are and not who they're pretending to be." He paused for a moment and then thoughtfully continued. "So who becomes rich in galactic society? The heroes. When everyone you meet on a crowded street is obviously a hero to someone, it's hard to treat them with indifference. And if you do, you only create a negative impact to your own wealth." Dr. Tony Decker spoke up. "So what about the guy that doesn't have any ambition? Someone that's just plain lazy? Won't they overload the system?" "Why would they?" Anzio interjected. "When resources cost next to nothing. A very wise man once said, 'There will be poor always. Our society can afford to provide for the poor because it costs us nothing and only gains the respect of many others to be compassionate.' I suspect, however, that if everyone is truly free to follow what they enjoy, there will be very few that do absolutely nothing, yes? The cultural and economic incentives to stay non-productive will all be gone." Dr. Cook, our computer genius that was possibly the most introverted person I'd ever met, surprised everyone when he said, "So isn't this just a form of communism, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs?" After everyone recovered from the momentary shock of actually hearing him speak, Mark responded with a grin. "No, but I can see why it might be confusing. For decades, many screenwriters have written about a utopian future where mankind was united under a federation of planets or societies, and where money was never discussed, or perhaps was looked at as somewhat barbaric. They never went into much detail, but left everyone with a feeling that money wasn't necessary. You're right that there should be no need for money in a true communist society, but communism doesn't work. We've proven that over and over. What I'm talking about isn't communism. We use money, but we're talking about a life where the money of respect allows for abundant wealth to all who seek it. You might say to all who deserve it. Currency we don't need. Money we do need. There's a big difference." Dr. Decker jumped in again. "Look, Mark, I've already made my decision, and I'm all in when it comes to BioWare and the Dynasty, but I'm still not clear on the privacy part of this. Anzio says that our individual acts aren't recorded, yet I know that Dynasty members send recorded and real-time images to each other all the time. That seems a contradiction." "No, not at all. The BioWare is totally under the control of the individual and only gauges the impact of interactions with other people, not the actions themselves, unless you want it to. Think of it as carrying around a smartphone that never loses its battery and that nobody can take away from you. I can only record or broadcast events I'm seeing if I consciously decide to do so. If I want privacy, I can turn off the BioWare and no one can see or gauge the impact of what I do with myself or another consenting adult. Of course, I can't force privacy on someone else, so committing a crime against someone becomes very difficult. For most people in galactic society, 99.9% of their real-time experiences are never broadcast, and most rarely find the need to totally turn off the BioWare." Julie spoke up and said with a grin, "What you do in the privacy of your own bedroom will always be your secret, Tony." Now it was Dr. Decker's turn to blush. "I'd been in the military most of my life, and privacy wasn't as big an issue for me as it was for some, but I was starting to understand that this really had very little to do with privacy and everything to do with people taking full responsibility for their actions. No more hiding behind an image or rank. We'll never escape the fact that human beings judge each other. This just seemed to take the deception out of it." I was still mulling this over when Mark asked me a question. "Major, how long do you think it will take you to put together a security force?" "I think I can have a 50-man team ready by the end of the week," I responded. Anzio took over the conversation. Major, we are thinking that the security force needs to be numbering in the thousands, yes? You see, we needed to start distributing medical nano to hospitals worldwide by the end of the week." For a moment, I didn't know what to say. That's a pretty tall order," I finally managed. "Major, that's just for starters," Mark said with a grin. "Next week, we're going to need you to expand that to 10,000 at least." "Remember," said Anzio, "the Noridians could arrive any time in the next 30 days, yes? We have none of the spare time to waste." Mark and Anzio obviously had a plan worked out, and it wasn't just ambitious, it was audacious. They had been working so closely together that they were almost finishing each other's thoughts while presenting it to us. Either that or their BioWare was allowing them to coordinate their presentation for maximum effect. Probably both. They explained to us that Silva had agreed to loan us the use of their ship's massive manufacturing and 3D printing capacity, as well as the production of their raw material scoops that were now in low orbit around Jupiter and in the asteroid belt. A significant percentage of that capacity was being used to pump out as many bioware and medical nanocapsules as possible. They were also producing a whole host of other items, including water desalination and purification equipment, as well as portable 3D printers. Matter manipulation technology, like the food dispensers we had used in our ship's cabins, was on the horizon. The idea was to prove to the planet that the Rising Sun dynasty could also provide a better standard of living and remove any temptation to side with the Neridians when they arrived. This seemed as good a time as any to ask a question I'd been wondering about. "Mark, there's something I'm curious about. When you messaged us en route, you said it would take you 3 months to get here, but it only took you a week. How did you do it?" "Major, as we've said, Malatina has enhanced Anzio's and my bioware somewhat beyond what is normal for a dynasty. She didn't give any explanations, and neither one of us is totally clear on why she would do this, but the fact is that we have some abilities that are unexpected." Everyone was listening closely and obviously waiting for Mark to continue. "For example, Anzio and I are somehow connected to the Galactic Network, even though he hasn't had the time to set us up with a paired quark communications thingamajig. I think he's the one that knows more about it, though." All eyes shifted to Anzio as he let out a deep breath. "Yes, well, it is not exactly like I have all the answers," he said. "Just so you'll know, we're setting up 2 local networks, one for our dynasty and one for Earth. I suspect we can connect the Dynasty Network to the Galactic Network through Mark's and my bioware, but that remains to be seen. We think Malatina anticipated our needs for setting up the Rising Sun Dynasty. A part of those needs concern establishing a viable, functioning dynasty and having it in place before the Neridians can claim Earth as a protectorate. When it became clear that we weren't going to make it home in time, Mark's bioware suddenly offered him another option. I can only conclude that Mark and I are being monitored somehow. I think the way they managed that and the way they speeded us home, it is one and the same, yes? We have reason to believe that the lower houses spend at least a part of their lives on another plane of existence from ours. I've had time to discuss this with some of Silva's people, and we're going to have to rethink many of our ideas of how the universe works. Apparently, there are many different planes of existence that were created along with ours in the first moments of the Big Bang. But as far as anyone knows, only ours has independently evolved intelligent life. The Corridians believe this is how the lower houses seem to travel independent of ships or distance. They simply do their traveling on another plane where the laws of physics work in their favor, and enter our plane when and where they choose. We had witnessed some evidence of this when we met Dendraken and Nilindas. They both seemed to step into our world through some type of doorway or portal. Mark and I personally experienced these twice, when Malatina transported us to her decidedly Italian mountain villa, and again when we were returned to the Aldrich Circle. I think that villa was on another plane, one where time passed much slower than ours. At any rate, I believe that is how we got home. One day we were 3 months out, and the next we were nearing the solar system. I believe our entire ship was transported interdimensionally." "Do you have any proof of this?" Dr. Decker asked. "Of course not," Anzio responded rather snappishly. "If I had proof, I would state it as a fact, no?" "Well, at least we won't have to worry about the Neridian Armada. I assume you're manufacturing orbital weapons as we speak, right?" Anzio looked frustrated and said, Not exactly, no." Everyone had turned their attention back to Mark, who was rubbing his right temple. "The Credians are still hesitant to arm us with advanced weaponry." "Then what do they suggest we do?" exclaimed Dr. Tony Decker. "The only thing Silva suggested was to maybe try and bluff the Neridians," Mark responded. "Oh, right," Dr. Decker said sarcastically. "Listen, who cares what the Credians think? We now have access to the specs. We need to start manufacturing weapons immediately." "Yeah, about that. Even though Rising Sun has access to the knowledge from the Galactic Network, we'd still have to use their manufacturing facilities to actually produce it, and they're not going to help us with that. To do it on our own, we'd have to produce an entire infrastructure first. We need to build the tools that build the parts, etc. We simply don't have the time." I, like most of the others, had fallen into a kind of unspoken sense of relief since Mark and Anzio had returned with their dynasty status. Now I found myself abruptly shaken back into reality. "So I want to make sure I understand this correctly," I said. "The Neridians could show up at any moment and we have no way to defend ourselves. We're just hoping that they'll respect the fact that the Rising Sun dynasty is making Earth a protectorate." Quickly grasping the situation, Dr. Decker strongly interjected. "It's worse than that. Rising Sun doesn't even have a space presence to qualify it as a legitimate dynasty. The Neridians can show up with guns blazing and grind the Earth into rubble, and the Accord won't do anything." Chapter 16. Dr. Julie Shine. This last year had changed her, Julie reflected. In what she now thought of as her LBA, Life Before Aliens, she had gotten quite comfortable in her clinical work at McLean Hospital in Belmont, Massachusetts. Her work as a psychiatrist had meant her hours were always a little crazy, but her world had been ordered and predictable, never frantic or harried. When she'd first joined the Broken Star mission, she had approached it the same way. Getting to know her colleagues, interviewing the Neridians, and discussing the revelations with her peers had been a methodical experience, until it wasn't. Becoming suspicious about the Neridian motives hadn't taken her too far out of her norm, but then blatantly trying to kill her and everyone she knew had rocked her world. At first she just hadn't been able to mentally grasp it. If she just could have reasoned with them, surely it had all been a big mistake. But of course there had been no mistake. The Neridians had always had an agenda, and Julie's and the rest of the Earth's team's lives had been of no consequence. Something had broken inside Julie, but maybe it was the lock on the door that had kept her spirit repressed for all these years. For whatever reason, she reflected, she now had a goal that was bigger than her. She now had a clear purpose. There was no whispering voices of doubt. There was no second-guessing herself. For the first time in her life, she was deeply secure about herself, who and what she wanted and exactly what she was going to do. It was ironic that in the same moment she had found herself, the Earth was in danger of losing itself. But she wasn't going to let that happen. "We're going to need a strong media campaign on several fronts," Julie said. They were all still gathered in the large common room at the boarding house that Anzio and the Major had secured for them. This was the first time the entire team had been back together since the orbital habitat on the planet Larga. Of course, there were far fewer of them now. "The way I see it, we need to convince people to accept BioWare and to make Earth a protectorate of Rising Sun. We also need to recruit for Rising Sun. That's 3 similar but separate campaigns we need to launch immediately. There's really a 4th, but Dr. Decker and I have already been pursuing it, to convince people not to side with or surrender to Neridia. Actually, if we can convince them of the first 3, I think the 4th will take care of itself. People just need to believe that Rising Sun can protect them and offer the same improved technology and lifestyle as the other dynasties." Anzio and Mark had already made it clear that Rising Sun could not defend Earth militarily, so we were going to have to rely on the rules of the Accord. To do that, however, Earthers were going to have to validate Rising Sun as a functional dynasty by implementing and achieving a number of things in a very short period of time. A year ago, the idea of getting billions of people to do anything would have been unbelievably daunting. Today, she didn't give it a second thought. It needed to be done, and she was the best person to do it. One foot in front of the other. "How much time do we have?" asked Major Reagan. "Never enough," answered Mark. "We need a week to gear up and recruit new dynasty members to help us out, and then another week of actually distributing BioWare and other technologies so the population can see that we can actually deliver what we're promising." "We won't be able to supply even 1% of the world's population with the BioWare and the other advanced technologies you're talking about in just 2 weeks?" Dr. Decker sputtered. You're always the pessimist, but the truth is we won't need to," Anzio spoke up. "We just need to show we can, and then we let Julie's propaganda machine take over, yes?" Julie didn't like the idea of having her media campaign characterized as propaganda, but now wasn't the time to argue, and, besides, it probably wasn't far from the truth. "So we'll pull the plan at 2 weeks from today about accepting Rising Sun as Earth's protector," Mark said. "How are we even going to do that?" Dr. Decker again objected. "I'm not sure," Mark said, "but we'll think of something." "And if the Neridians show up and interrupt our plans within the next 2 weeks?" Dr. Decker insisted. "Well, then we're screwed." So it had been agreed that Mark Ananzio would head up the effort to establish and legitimize the Rising Sun dynasty and to run point for dealing with the Neridians. The Major would focus on providing security for the team, as well as recruiting the vast numbers of people that would be needed to carry out the functions of a dynasty. Dr. Tony Decker and Julie would act as ambassadors and continue in their public relations role. As was expected, problems started cropping up immediately. Many countries were struggling to put back together their governments after the Neridians had decapitated them, and in some cases even destroyed a city or two. While they welcomed technology and aid, they felt threatened by the promotion of BioWare to their citizenry. In addition, they didn't like the idea of Rising Sun recruiting away the best and brightest from their populations. The shining exception was the Australian government. "Please hold for the Prime Minister." Julie had discarded her smartpad and was now using her BioWare for all communications. She was seeing the teleconference in her mind's eye and was inspecting the Australian coat of arms. That was obviously a kangaroo on the left, but what was that bird on the right? Emu was the answer that immediately came to her. She was still getting used to the BioWare, but the advantages were incredible.
Dr. Julie Shine, thank you for taking my call,
the Prime Minister said as his image replaced the coat of arms. "Of course, Prime Minister, it was my pleasure."
"Please call me Thomas. I am hoping that we can establish a friendly relationship."
"Very well," she said with a smile. "In that case, I'd feel much more comfortable with Julie."
"Very good. Julie, the reason I'm calling is that we have a proposal for the Rising Sun dynasty. But first I'd like to ask you, do we have any better idea when the Neridians will reach Earth?"
"No, Thomas, not really. We think the Cretians will be able to detect them a day out, but we don't expect much more warning than that." "I see. Well, then let me explain our thinking and move on to what we propose. As you probably know, the Commonwealth of Australia escaped most of the direct attacks by the Neridians this last time around. Even so, we still feel the effects when the rest of the world is disrupted. Aussies are an independent, resourceful, and, I would say, stubborn lot, but amazingly enough, in this instance, both the Ministry and the Shadow Cabinet are in agreement that the Rising Sun dynasty is Earth's, and therefore Australia's best hope for the future." "We appreciate that, Thomas. With your cooperation, we can have our people work together to ramp up the distribution of BioWare, and that will give your people access to technology that I'm sure you'll find advantageous."
"Oh, we can give you more than our cooperation, Julie. We're proposing to give you a base of operations. We can provide you with infrastructure manpower. We are even prepared to loan you a regiment from our Special Operations Command. Do you think our Major Reagan would be interested in that?"
Chapter 17. Video blogcast. Participants: Dr. Tony Decker. Keywords: BioWare, intellect, freedom, security, protection, the future. Title: You Want BioWare. My fellow Earthers, by now I think everyone on the planet should know me as one of the scientists that saved Earth. They tell me that I still have to introduce myself in case someone that's been living in Antarctica or some other remote area might only be seeing this for the first time, so... My name is Dr. Tony Decker, and I'm here to talk to you about how incredible BioWare is. I've had a whole new world opened up for me. I can communicate with anyone, I can access any information I want. It's like being incredibly smart. Well, I mean, I'm already smart, but this just takes it to another... He is distracted by something off-screen. Okay, they tell me I need to keep this precise, so here it is. With BioWare, you don't have to juggle email, texts, voicemail, and phones. You can communicate with everyone with just a thought. It is the most revolutionary, incredibly easy way to exchange information, and it eliminates so many misunderstandings. With text or email, it's really easy to misunderstand someone's tone, but with BioWare, you hear their thought. You know their intent. Foreign languages will no longer be a barrier either. As I said, BioWare will make you feel smarter. If you're a mechanic, there's no more trial and error in trying to figure out what size wrench you're gonna need. You can look at the bolt and automatically know. If you're a doctor, there's no need to have to pull up and review a medical history or past x-rays to compare. You can deal with your patient and just remember the past information as you need it. Even simple things like keeping your bank account balance and remembering appointments will never challenge you again. What? He looks off screen again. I'm told, yes, there's also an advantage for couples that would like to enhance their sexual experience. But I'm going to suggest you talk to other BioWare users in a less public forum. Where was I? Oh yes, you can monitor your health. As long as you're using the medical nano that the Rising Sun Dynasty is now freely distributing worldwide, you can instantly know your blood sugar, blood pressure, or any other reading that you want to monitor. You can even adjust your body fat composition. You don't have to be fat anymore. And guess what? If someone else designates you their caregiver, you can monitor their vitals too. Parents can know their children's health even across town. This is truly revolutionary. What about security? Nobody can turn my BioWare off, and I can broadcast what I'm seeing with just a thought. Do you know how hard this makes it for someone to hurt me or commit a crime against me? Once crooks start realizing they can't get away with anything, they're going to start leaving BioWare-enhanced individuals alone. And this brings us to perhaps the biggest reason you're going to want BioWare of your own. The world will be going through a transition, a financial transition. Are you tired of always worrying about money? In a BioWare-enhanced society, people trade respect, not currency. This will take time to come about, but you'll want to be ready when it happens, and there could be advantages for those that have had the BioWare the longest. At any rate, I think most of you know that I'm smart enough not to do anything unless it is truly an advantage, and you can take my word for it. You're going to want to get your own BioWare as soon as possible. Distribution centers are being set up worldwide. Get yours now. Chapter 18. General Eugene Memphis. He simply couldn't believe how incredibly stupid some people could be. Didn't they understand that he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, literally? General Eugene Memphis hung up the phone, threw back the covers, and climbed out of bed. He glanced back at the naked form of Carol? No, Candace, and thought about how unfair it was that these imbeciles needed to pull him away at this hour of the morning. If his staff would have been halfway competent, they could have handled this without him. Of course, it was easy for the general to forget all the times he'd ripped them apart for taking initiative without consulting him first. It didn't help that he had to keep replacing people. General Memphis had found his soulmate in Dr. Derek Helmer. Not in any sexual preference way, but their thinking complemented each other perfectly. When they'd first met as the Earth team was being put together, it quickly became obvious that they held similar attitudes. When Jackie and the Neridians had offered to make them, respectively, the military and civilian leaders of Earth, it had confirmed his belief that they were just plain smarter than everyone else, at least in the practical ways that mattered. Switching allegiance to the Neridians was actually a compassionate move. Their superior technologies and evolved thinking would inevitably swallow Earth, and it was Memphis's duty to protect her people. The best way to do that was to go along. Yes, there were bound to be dim-witted or lesser enlightened that didn't see it that way, but that was the burden that true leaders had to bear. The rewards of leadership and the power the Neridians had given him were only his just due for carrying such heavy burdens. Now, if he could only get through this last phase, everything would be perfect. Everything had been on track until that bitch, Dr. Julie Shine, had shown up and somehow gotten lucky enough to bring down the Neridian ship. No matter. A fair number of Neridians had been Earthside when it happened, and they now assured him that other Neridian ships were on the way. It was a shame that they couldn't communicate with their network anymore. It would have been nice to know that the inbound Neridians already knew of his ongoing loyalty and the promises that had been made. They would learn soon enough, however, especially if he and Dr. Helmer could get the planet consolidated before they arrived. If it wasn't for that bitch Shine. General Memphis opened the door to his master's suite and glared at the staffer that was trying to hand him a report as he was still tying his robe. Walking down the long, curving staircase of this 14-bedroom Virginia home made it difficult to read anyway, and if the captain that was now following him down the stairs would just give him a verbal summary, it would save a lot of time. Of course, that would mean the idiot would have to think for himself. "Attention!" was shouted as he walked into the den of his commandeered mansion. His men had converted it into a command center for his convenience. The former owner had had good taste, Memphis reflected. Too bad for him he'd gotten himself killed when the Neridians had taken out D.C. with kinetic bombs. The man's widow and kids hadn't needed all this space, but he did. Besides, they were rich and could fend well enough for themselves. "So what's so urgent that you couldn't handle it?" he said to his chief of staff, Colonel Darrell Stone. After an almost unnoticeable pause, Colonel Stone responded, "Another company's gone dark. Were they taken out or did they desert?" was the immediate reply. "Unknown," said the colonel, "but your orders were to inform you at once if there are any further instances of armed resistance or rebellion." "It's 3:30 in the morning, Colonel. Don't you think it would have been prudent to gather a few more facts before disturbing me?" he said in a deadly calm voice. "I'm sorry, sir. I was just trying to follow orders. I will certainly know better next time," the colonel responded in a carefully controlled voice. Memphis stood glaring at the colonel for a full 30 seconds before turning and storming out of the room. No one could say for sure, but one of the staffers could have sworn that just for a moment she saw the edge of Colonel Stone's mouth turn up in a smile. When the original Earth team had first returned, General Memphis and Dr. Helmer had done their best to convince governments to accept the Neridians' offer to make Earth a protectorate. The Neridians had eventually lost all patience with the political dalliance and started bombarding cities. Afterwards, Jackie had declared Dr. Derek Helmer as the Earth liaison to the Neridian dynasty. She had been in the process of setting him up as the real power behind the former French Prime Minister, her puppet to lead the New World Order. At the same time, she had promoted Colonel Eugene Memphis to general and placed him in charge of several groups of international forces. With many of the U.S. military's bases destroyed from orbit and a large number of its 4-star generals removed by assassination, it had been much easier than anyone would have expected. Of course, General Memphis's new loyalties had demanded that he provide intelligence on those same military bases and the locations of those 4-star commands. After all, you can't make an omelet without cracking a few heads. Soon after, when Major Reagan had returned to Earth with Dr. Shine and Dr. Decker, things had started to deteriorate. That damn video that Dr. Decker had released had gone viral, and had really made him and Helmer look bad by exposing people to things they just weren't smart enough or wise enough to understand. That's when the loyalty problems had started. It wasn't his fault that outside forces were causing some to question his leadership. Perhaps it had been a mistake to react so harshly, but he'd really had no choice. In the aftermath of losing Washington, D.C. and most of the top brass, it was imperative that discipline and clear lines of authority be established immediately. Colonel Jonathan Thompson had been in command of the 55th Sustainment Brigade at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. At least he had been until General Memphis had had him shot for treason. Who was he to have questioned the authority of General Memphis? The 55th wasn't even active duty, it was reserve. Insubordination and dissension could not be tolerated in the ranks. An example had needed to be set quickly, or everything could have fallen apart. Of course, those damn video blogcasts of Dr. Shine and Dr. Decker continued to plague him. Combined with these new and ridiculous assertions that Dr. Spencer had gone and gotten himself declared a dynasty, it was making his life miserable. For anyone to think that his so-called dynasty could be on the same level as the Neridians was laughable. In Brussels, he'd been so close to eliminating Dr. Spencer and all his talk of an Earth dynasty. For him to have slipped away was maddening. There were a lot of stupid people that believed this garbage about standing up to the Neridians, and it was affecting his forces. The truth was that less than 50% of the commands that had been assigned to him by Jackie were actually reporting back to him. So be it. That still left significant forces in North America and Europe that did follow his orders. He'd be damned if he let some overeducated college professor and a bimbo shrink that had probably earned everything on her back get the best of him. He and his Neridian friends were cooking up a little surprise, and when the Neridian reinforcements arrived, General Memphis was going to hand them the Earth on a silver platter, and he had something very special in mind for that cheerleading wench. Chapter 19. Colonel Darrell Stone, U.S. Army. Colonel Stone had been a U.S. Army officer all his adult life. He'd been patriotic for as long as he could remember. Although he'd gone to school in Sherwood, a suburb of North Little Rock, Arkansas, he'd spent most of his summers in the Ouachita Mountains around the city of Hot Springs. Swimming, fishing, and boating on the lakes, and hiking, hunting, and camping in the woods had given his childhood a fascination for life that perhaps only an outdoorsman could appreciate. He'd experienced the touch of a girl's breast for the first time while treading water behind an old floating swimming platform, legs intertwined to keep their heads above water, one hand on the dock to steady them and the other hesitantly sliding underneath the top of her swimsuit. It was a different summer when he lost his virginity in an abandoned mountain cabin with broken windows and a leaky roof. Most of the furniture was long gone. but there were a few mattresses strewn here or there. The clean smell of a fresh rain, the earthiness of the mountain woods, and the mild mildew odor combined for a wonderful exploration between two kids. It was a few summers and a few women later when he secured his and his girlfriend's old jet skis to the party barges anchored well offshore in the big Arkansas River. It was the 4th of July, and the grassy, manicured shoreline of downtown Little Rock was full of people, the competing bands keeping the music fresh and exciting. The floating party was made up of everything from small fishing boats to one very large yacht owned by the VP of a large oil company. They were all tied together, and everyone went from boat to boat, having fun and being friendly, regardless of how expensive or not their clothing was. The old cut-off shorts of Darrell and his girlfriend fit in perfectly. They'd found a small empty ski boat tied off on one edge of the flotilla. An old worn blanket was scrounged to warm them from the chill of dusk as they laid back to wait for the fireworks show to start. It was here on the gently bobbing current, with a pretty girl at his side and not a care in the world, that Darrell realized his life's course. The fireworks were thrilling and all the radios were tuned to a musical simulcast. It was his girlfriend that first noticed the tears on Darrell's cheeks. He loved his life, he loved his freedom, and he loved his country. That love for all things good had never left him. As his career in the Army developed and as he formed and started his own family, he found that his strong belief in freedom and personal responsibility served him well, both as an officer and as a father. His 2 grown sons had entered military service through their ROTC programs in college and had had promising military careers ahead of them, until the Noridians had bombarded their respective military bases out of existence. Whether it was from the bombardments directly or the civil unrest that had immediately followed, all Darrell knew is that their units were both reported lost. His wife, thank God, was safe and now back with his parents in Arkansas. In those confusing weeks immediately following the Noridian aggression, Colonel Darrell Stone had rallied the troops of a dozen disparate and now leaderless commands. He had organized them and held them ready for what? For nothing. They had watched the Air Force and Navy expend its missiles to no avail. There was absolutely nothing more they could do to fight an inaccessible enemy in orbit above. When General Memphis had contacted him to let him know that, effective immediately, he was now a part of the General's International Command, he had at first been relieved. A short time later, when he realized that it was the Noridians that had placed General Memphis in command, he was horrified. But something kept him from showing his rage. Maybe it was all that time spent stalking prey in those Arkansas woods, or maybe it was the patience he had learned by earning everything in life the hard way. For whatever reason, he had realized that the only way he would ever get close enough to the aliens to avenge his sons, to avenge his country, and to avenge his planet was to play along. And they would be avenged. Western culture still holds sway with the rest of the world, General Memphis was saying. When public opinion in Europe and the United States is solidly on the side of accepting an Iranian protectorship, everyone else will follow. When the world realizes that this so-called Rising Sun dynasty can't protect them, they'll come begging for us to intervene. Terrorism is a distasteful but valid and effective tactic to use in shaping public and political opinion, he continued. These means may seem drastic, but the end result more than warrants their use. We must convince the population to submit before the entire human race is destroyed. He was speaking to the HQ staff and 2 tall, slender men. The 2 men had returned from Belgium with General Memphis a week ago. Dressed in the same Army combat uniforms, ACUs, as everyone else at HQ, they seldom spoke and sometimes even seemed a little distracted or disoriented. It hadn't taken long for everyone to figure out that they were Noridians, and the general had put down standing orders that their presence was classified and not to be discussed even amongst the staff. "We have friendly agents stationed in these cities," he said, while pointing to a map spread out across the top of the table. He was absent-mindedly scratching some red spots on his arm as he continued. "We have selected the targets for high-density crowds, ease of media coverage, and high shock value. In anticipation of the Noridians arriving in system, we are redoubling our efforts to warn the population that our only hope for survival is to accept a Noridian protectorship. For the masses to understand it, the choices need to be black and white. They can accept a protectorship and be safe, or resist and live in terror. The beauty of it is that we can blame Major Reagan's senseless aggression for extending the bloodshed and violence. We'll use him as an example of how pointless and costly it is to resist further. Operation Shockwave will start on the given day at mid-morning in Europe. We have selected targets in 6 cities for the initial wave. As the day progresses, we will initiate Phase 2 starting on the east coast of the United States and moving westward with the sun. He looked directly at one of the Neridians. Tarban, we'll have 2 of your people deployed to each of the target areas. Their job is to create as much destruction and loss of life as is possible. One of our own units will form a perimeter, making sure no law enforcement personnel can get in to interrupt you. When your people have neutralized the objective, our troops will evac yours back to their respective bases. General, one of the staff captains spoke up. How will our troops dissuade the local police from interfering? Are we authorized to use force? No, we won't need to. We'll tell the locals that this is a matter of national... He stopped to laugh. Interstellar security, and that we have the situation in hand. We'll also make sure that the media get first access as we exfiltrate the area. Colonel Stone couldn't keep himself from responding. General, do you really think our troops are going to stand by while civilians are being murdered? I expect them to follow orders, Colonel, responded the general. But just to make sure, we'll give them a cover story. We'll tell them that the Neridians are going to make a public demonstration of their power, and that people will be scared, but no one will be hurt. They're not to enter the target area, just maintain the perimeters. Colonel Stone was maintaining his poker face, but inside he was seething. This broke every military convention, from harming civilians to lying to your own troops. It was pure evil. But what could he expect from General Memphis? He'd never heard of the man prior to being placed under his command. Oh, he knew that he'd been second in command of the military element of the ill-fated Earth Team mission, but that was about it. At first he'd tried to buy into the general's rhetoric, that Earth's very existence teetered in a balance and that our forces needed to be organized and non-resistant. Then Major Reagan had returned and given Earth hope by downing the Neridian ship. He had proven that we could fight back, that we weren't done yet. Colonel Stone had expected the general to reach out and join forces with Major Reagan and maybe the Caridians, but just the opposite happened. General Memphis had lashed out hard, publicly declaring Major Reagan and his surviving squad as traitors to the human race. The general was in charge of arguably the largest military force on the planet, and instead of fighting for our freedom, he was gift-wrapping our sovereignty and preparing to hand it to the alien invaders. Too many commanders across the Western nations could see through the general's duplicities, while a large number of others were too frightened or shocked to buck the chain of command. The threat of worldwide civil war loomed strong as Colonel Stone implemented what was literally to become an earth-saving strategy. He had helped an ever-increasing number of commands to desert. Others he conspired with to be listed as lost in combat or civil unrest. In all cases, however, it was the condition that all the forces would remain ready and waiting to defend Earth when the moment presented itself. He'd never anticipated this, however. General Memphis was right. The masses on Earth could very well be scared into accepting anything if they thought it was their only chance. This had to be stopped, and the best way to do it was to cut off the monster's head. A little later that afternoon, General Memphis approached Colonel Stone. Colonel, I'm going to see our guests out. When I return, I want an update on our efforts to locate the defectors, and there'd better be some progress this time, he said as he vigorously rubbed the small of his back. When he said defectors, he was talking about Major Matthew Reagan, Dr. Julie Shine, and Dr. Tony Decker. Ironically, he had originally referred to them as traitors, but because their videos were blanketing the EarthNet, and since those blogcasts universally talked of Dr. Derek Helmer and General Memphis as traitors, he had needed to find a different word to avoid confusion. It would have been hilarious if it wasn't so serious. Things were starting to cave in on General Memphis, but it might not be happening fast enough. There was still no word on when Operation Shockwave would be launched, but Colonel Stone needed to tread lightly. There were yet a large number of military units that didn't understand what was going on and were still loyal to the chain of command. There were also a fair number of Memphis's sycophants running around, especially amongst the headquarters staff. It didn't help that the colonel had had one of these sycophants forced upon him as his personal aide. The colonel didn't know what Captain Sherry Van Dyke had been promised in the New World Order, but she was such a fan of the general's that she probably owned his bobblehead doll. General, I can tell you now that we just received a report from one of our teams.
We believe that at least Major Reagan and Dr. Julie Shine are being harbored by General Patron in a small South African village. There's a high probability that Dr. Tony Decker is with them also." Actually, the report had come from a team leader that Colonel Stone knew was loyal to him. It stated that the subjects had just left Africa and were headed to Australia, but he'd be damned if he was going to let the general know where they really were. "Very good, Colonel. I want you to put a strike team together to capture the defectors. Have your plan on my desk by 1800 this evening and be ready to deploy tomorrow morning. I want these people safely under my control where they can do no more harm. Dismissed." Chapter 20. Video blogcast. Participants: Dr. Anzio Spallini. Keywords: travel, off-planet, space, guardian, protector, adventure. Title: The Rising Sun Dynasty Wants You. "Yes, my name is Dr. Anzio Spallini, and I hope my accent is okay to understand, yes? My friend, Dr. Marcus Spencer, he is incredibly brilliant, and I watched him travel across the galaxy and risk his life to find the answer, so Earth would not have to be enslaved or destroyed by the Noridians. We have founded the Rising Sun Dynasty, and we will be using it to protect the Earth from all enemies, both domestic and alien. Now please understand, as cool as that is, we are not the military organization, at least not mostly. What we are is a group of people of all countries, professions and backgrounds that believe in the future of our planet and her people. We embrace advanced technology, and much of our immediate future will be spent here on Earth, helping to incorporate that advanced technology into people's lives. I want to be transparent. In some cases, this may be dangerous. There will be those that do not want others to progress. This is why we would welcome those with a military experience, because we are going to need security. But more importantly, we need people that believe in what we believe, people that want to make the future happen now, people that can rise above national boundaries and represent all of Earth. I am Italian, and my beautiful country is responsible for some of the greatest contributions to mankind. I will never forget my Italian heritage, but please to understand, I have seen other worlds. I now realize that my first allegiance is to Earth. The aliens, they look like us, but they know are us. We need people that will place all of Earth first, and we need a lot of you. Please to know that all Dynasty members will use the BioWare and will be given priority access to it. No waiting lines. Also, you should understand that with the BioWare it will be very hard to fake your allegiances. So if you are not really sure you can transcend the national politics, maybe we are not for you, yes? But if you do have what it takes to be a member of the Rising Sun Dynasty, then know that in years to come, many Dynasty members will have the opportunity to travel the stars. And I promise you, they are worth seeing. Okay, that is what I have to say. Thank you. Chapter 21. Dr. Mark Spencer. I'm not going to pretend that my ordeal at the warehouse hadn't shaken me up. I'd always prided myself on being able to realistically assess a situation and plan accordingly. I had, however, terribly misjudged the danger I was in with my kidnappers. Even when I correctly deduced that Dr. Helmer and/or General Memphis must be behind it, I couldn't bring myself to believe that they'd really hurt me. My naivete had almost cost me my life. Okay, maybe it was more arrogance than naivete, but whatever it was, it had also caused me to take 3 lives. And the weird thing is that I wasn't sure how I felt about it. I know I didn't like it, and the act itself had made me physically sick, but by the same token, I didn't feel any real guilt. Major Reagan had spoken to me afterwards and helped me put it in perspective. He'd also warned me that this probably wouldn't be the last time that our actions or orders caused the loss of life. I sincerely hoped he was wrong, while at the same time knowing deep down that he probably wasn't. So when we all laid out our plans at the boarding house, I listened intently as Major Reagan outlined his security proposals, and I promised not to carelessly put myself in harm's way again. I had long ago made the decision to live a self-confident life, but now for the first time I was being forced to walk that thin line between recklessness and confident aggression. So be it. Anzio and I were successful in recruiting everyone from our small group into the Rising Sun Dynasty, and we passed around the BioWare pills. We outlined our ambitious timetable and set everyone's wheels in motion, or got everything spinning, or however you want to say that.
Once all our immediate priorities had been addressed, I raised one last issue with the group. I'd become convinced that we were pawns in a game that I didn't know the rules to, and the only clues we had were the revelations that the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan had shared with Julie. It was time to bring the rest of the group into the picture. "Wait a minute," said Dr. Tony Decker. "Do you expect me to believe that you two met with archangels, like from the Bible archangels? Are you kidding me?" "In a way they did," Dr. Roan explained. "We think that the Archangel Gabriel and the Archangel Michael may refer to lower houses of the Accord." "Mark, you can't really believe this." "Actually, Tony, it all fits. Malatina said that Lower House Gab L'Oreal was often tasked by the Accord to play the role of messenger or harbinger, and that's exactly the way the Bible describes the Archangel Gabriel." "Well, if you're going to believe everything the Bible says," Dr. Decker started. "Tony," Julie interrupted, "you can believe in the divinity of the Bible or not. That's your choice. What we're trying to determine here is if there's any historical accuracy, and if so, just what does that mean for Earth?" "Well, I obviously do believe in God and the Bible," the Reverend Dr. Roan spoke up, "and I think there's a whole lot more to the story that we don't know yet." "And that's exactly what concerns me," I interjected. "There's a bigger game going on here, and I'm beginning to suspect that the Neridians are only a small part of it. We need to have a better understanding of how the lower houses work and what their historical involvement with Earth was. Dr. Roan, I'm going to ask you to continue your research and suggest you travel to the Caridian ship and investigate their archives. See if Silva or his people can't give you some insight." As Dr. Roan nodded, I continued. "And Tony, I'm going to ask you to team up with Dr. Roan on this and help us flesh out some answers." "What? I don't even believe in God," Dr. Decker objected. "That's okay," Julie said laughingly. "Reverend Roan has enough belief for the both of you." "Ah, I told you he wasn't objective enough to be able to do it," Anzio said dismissively, even though he'd never told me any such thing. "Actually, Tony, that's one of the reasons I want you two working together," I said to a red-faced Dr. Decker. "I think two differing perspectives are more likely to give us a clear picture than just one. No offense, Reverend Roan." "None taken," replied the Reverend. "But I would like to ask Dr. Decker a question. Have you been baptized, Tony?" It seems that Anzio and Julie aren't the only ones that like to pick on Tony. As a now purple-faced Dr. Decker sputtered around for an answer, I watched the Reverend Charles Roan doing his best not to laugh. Chapter 22. Video blogcast. Participants: Dr. Marquis Spencer. Keywords: Rising Sun, Dynasty, Vote, Protectorate. Title: Do you want Earth to be known in the Accord as a protectorate of the Rising Sun Dynasty? Hello, fellow Earthers. My name is Dr. Mark Spencer, and I am asking you to declare Earth a protectorate of the Rising Sun Dynasty. If you do that, the Neridians will not be able to enslave us or attack us again. No dynasty will be able to. We'll be protected under the rules of the Accord. There are those on Earth that have sold their soul to the Neridians and are trying to claim all kinds of outrageous things about Rising Sun and those of us that founded it. Know this: Rising Sun is not a government body. We will never tell Earth what it can or cannot do. Our sole purpose is the advancement of the human race. We put no aliens, no group, and no planet ahead of that. There are aliens, especially the Neridians, who do not want this to happen. They don't want Earth to be protected by Earthers. They want Earth controlled by themselves. We have very little time because they are on their way here now. The last time the Neridians came here, they destroyed our cities and slaughtered millions of us, all because they wanted to claim Earth as their own protectorate. We must not let that happen again. 1 week from today, we will hold a vote. All the people of Earth will have a voice in the future of our planet. For the Rising Sun Dynasty to be legitimate, for us to be able to protect Earth, we must have a significant percentage of Earth's population wanting it to happen. The Neridians would threaten you to accept them. We would ask you to accept fellow Earthers. We have so little time to set up a vote, but we think we figured out a way. At exactly noon your local time, 1 week from today, be outside for 5 minutes. If it's raining, use an umbrella or get wet. If you're sick or immobile, have a friend help you or stick your head outside of a window. If you want the Rising Sun Dynasty to share technology that will improve your lives and protect you from the alien threat, you must be outside at noon for 5 minutes. Our satellites will know you're there. Everyone has a vote, and every vote is equal. If you do not want Earth to be a protectorate of the Rising Sun Dynasty, then stay indoors. But I hope you will choose to join us. Thank you. Chapter 23. Dr. Mark Spencer. While Julie and the Major were setting up the team in Australia, Anzio and I were spending a few days aboard the former Neridian ship. It had become our de facto clubroom, man cave, or whatever you want to call it. Granted, it was much larger than our previous hangouts, but it was certainly private. "Are you sure this will work?" I asked Anzio. "Do you mean the physics of it? Of course it will work. The strategy part, though, is all on you. I am just doing as you direct me, yes?" I was programming into my BioWare several of what Anzio called macros. They were sets of detailed commands that I could execute with a single thought. "You just need to label one of your doors with the code phrase, and when you mentally open it, voila," Anzio finished. "So on this one, I want to convert 10% of the mass to energy." "Dio mia, do you want to destroy the entire planet?" "Okay, then 1%, I asked. "No, my friend. I suggest you go with 0.00000000001% and don't be anywhere near it when it converts." Seriously, that's enough? Although I could tap a calculator with the best of them, math hadn't been a big part of my history and anthropology degree requirements. Anzio sent me a thought picture. 1 kilogram equals 8.9876 times 10 to the 16th joules. "Mark, using Einstein's equations, we can know that if our mass-to-energy conversion is 100%, then every 1 millionth of a gram will convert to 90 million watts of power per second. 90 million watts is roughly equal to 2 megatons. If you convert just 1 gram, that means you will be releasing 2 million megatons of power." Is that a lot?" I asked. "Well, compared to our sun, no. Compared to the largest nuclear bomb mankind has ever tested, yes. It was only 58 megatons. "Okay, I get it. We'll use your numbers. I know I kept you around for some reason." "You keep me around for my culinary expertise, yes?" "No, but when is your next attempt? I'm hungry." "So the satellites are all in place?" I asked. "Yes," Anzio replied. "And they are stealthed, but the Russians suspect they are there. They've got the 3 new Chinese governments and a number of other countries accusing us of spying on their people. Even some friendly countries are politely asking us about it. If you like, I could tell them that the satellites are for our BioWare and leave out the part about us using them for Go-to-Hell Day." That's what we were calling the day we were asking everyone to vote on making Earth a protectorate of the Rising Sun Dynasty. The day we tell Neridia to go to hell. "No," I said. "As much as we can, I want Rising Sun to deal with Earth as straightforward as possible. We only need 6 more days until we can take a planet-wide head count. For now, just don't say anything. 7 days from now, you can tell them everything." "What about the accusations of spying?" "Well, it's kind of what we're doing. Or at least we'll have the ability to. I'm not going to hide it. The world is going to become a much more transparent place anyway once the BioWare is fully accepted. Speaking of that, how's the supply and demand holding up?" "According to Silva's people, and if we don't divert any other projects, our current rate of production is only using 72% of manufacturing capacity. As far as demand, currently 7% of the population either already has it or says they want it. You were smart to tell everyone to vote by being outside," Anzio concluded. "Not enough of the population will have the BioWare by week's end." We'd originally thought that when enough people had BioWare, it would be a simple matter to reach a consensus, but I was becoming increasingly concerned that we were running out of time. Anzio had explained to me that it wouldn't be as simple as just counting heads on the designated day. We needed to take a count of all people outside at noon for every day leading up to Go-to-Hell Day. That would give us a baseline to be able to figure the actual movement. We were doing something that professional politicians would never understand. We truly cared more about the will of the people than the technical results of any vote. I was beginning to understand why Semi had said that a protectorship wouldn't work unless the people really wanted it. Of course, the Neridians didn't care about the welfare of our planet. They just wanted to own us so they could stifle any protest of their atrocities against us. If the Neridians would just give us 6 more days before showing up. We need to dramatically speed up the demand for BioWare, I said. We need to appeal to people's core desires. Let's speak directly to what people place a priority on and create a frenzy. You want to appeal to their base sexuality. Exactly, I said. We've been appealing to people's sense of higher purpose and intellectual curiosity, but we've run out of time. Have every BioWare distribution center start handing out flyers with the title, "For Consenting Adults." Make sure a copy of those flyers somehow ends up in the hands of the major news outlets. I will always remember you fondly, Ashima, I thought to myself. Anzio was piloting me in the shuttle the Caridians had loaned him. We were heading to the new Rising Sun Dynasty headquarters in the Australian state of New South Wales. We were now only a few days away from what I considered to be mankind's most important vote ever, and I wanted to be with the rest of the team for the outcome. Anzio, you're my friend. When I didn't continue, he spoke up. Yes, Mark. Of course I am. Something it is bothering you? While staring out the window, I heard myself say, what if I'm not cut out for this? And what this is it that you are not cut out for? Anzio responded. This whole saving the Earth, heading up a dynasty thing I've got us tangled up in. What if I'm not up for it? What if I can't pull it off? After a moment, Anzio responded. Mark, I do not think anyone is being up for it, no? So far I think you're doing fine, and besides, it is not like any of us have any of the choice, is it? But I'm thinking maybe this is not the whole problem, yes? You haven't said much about Julie since we returned. Anzio, my friend, I just really don't want to talk about it. After a moment, I continued. Sometimes I think I'd be better off slipping away to Puerto Rico, getting drunk and passing out on a beach. If I did, maybe little Miss Blue Eyes would come and find me again. Who is this blue-eyed person? A very nice, very mysterious girl. I'll tell you about her sometime. Mark, I think it is only natural that we are all second-guessing ourselves a little bit. The stakes are very high, and all of us are out of our league. But I tell you this again. I have faith in you. We all do. Let me change the subject and get us thinking about something far more exciting. I had a chance to talk with some of Silva's people about how the universe was created. Anzio, I don't think most people would consider physics to be the most exciting subject in the world. True, but you are my friend, and that is one of the great things that friends are for, to listen even when it is only fascinating to the one doing the speaking. I do, however, think you might find this a little interesting. I looked at him in a way that said he had my attention. According to the Caridians, Earthers use the term universe incorrectly. What we think of as our universe is just one plane of existence. Like I told the group at the boarding house, in the first few micro-moments of the Big Bang, all the laws of physics that apply to our plane of existence were set. But in those same moments, other planes of existence were created with different laws of physics. Some of those planes have laws of physics that are very similar to ours, and some are very different. When we talk of the universe, though, we must start realizing that our plane is only a small part of it. The word a universe actually refers to all planes together as a whole. Can the Caridians travel to these other planes? I asked. No, he responded. It is beyond them. As a matter of fact, they still refer to all of this as a theory. Much of it is inferred from things said by members of lower houses. Like what Malatina said. Exactly. So they're really just guessing about all of this? Well, there is some compelling evidence. Have you ever heard of dark matter? Yeah, isn't that some crazy mysterious stuff that physicists argue about at cocktail parties to attract women? I need to be finding these cocktail parties. The dark matter is mysterious. On Earth in the 1930s, it was speculated, and in the 60s and 70s, better math confirmed that there just isn't enough mass in our known universe to account for the rotational and orbital actions of the galaxies. When they made the calculations, they realized that 84.5% of the mass in what we used to think of as our whole universe was missing. They knew it must be there because of its gravitational effects, but they couldn't see it or detect it in any other way. The Caridians explained that the mass isn't missing, it just exists on other planes of existence that are closely aligned with ours. Apparently, gravity is one of the natural forces that can bleed over into other planes. The same thing applies for dark energy, but that's a whole other ball of wax. So, Anzio, does this mean that there's another Mark and Anzio out there in a different plane trying to figure out the same problems? If we could communicate with them. No, Mark. Forgive me, but you are confusing the theories. The parallel universe theory, or the multiverse theory, is what I think you are referring to, but that is not what we are talking about here. The other planes of existence are not exact duplicates of ours. In fact, galaxies, solar systems, and planets would all have formed independently, if they formed at all, and would bear no resemblance to ours. The closer another plane is aligned to ours, the more similar the laws of physics might be, but that is where the resemblance ends. Okay, I'm with you, and I can see how that might be a physicist's dream come true. But you said there was something about it that might be especially important to us? Yes, Mark. I am afraid that I am getting ready to add to your burdens. I have gone over these in my mind time and time again, but the conclusion is inescapable. Anzio, I think you're starting to scare me. Yes, my friend. I am also frightened. If I am right, we are facing a far bigger mystery than any we have ever known. A mystery that could be far more deadly than the Noridians. Okay, now you are scaring me. Spit it out, Anzio. It is subtle reasoning, but no less valid for it, yes? When I compare it to everything else we've learned, it stands out to me like a lighthouse on the dark, foggy night. I need to give you some background so you will understand it, yes? If it were anyone else implying that I might not be smart enough to follow along without some upfront explanation, I might have been offended. With Anzio, I simply nodded for him to continue. To understand what I'm meaning, please know this. Our plane of existence is very big, yes? Everyone we've met, with the possible exception of the lower houses, is from our own Milky Way galaxy. All of the dynasties and Kikos come from planets that orbit one of the 400 billion stars in the Milky Way. According to the Coridians, about 1 out of every 100 stars have habitable planets in orbit around them. Of those, only about 1 in every 200 actually have human populations. So this means that there are at least 4 billion habitable planets and at least 20 million settled planets in the Milky Way alone. From what we know of the lower houses, they have access and responsibilities for all of them, even if on most there is no record of them ever visiting. Remember, there are a very limited number of lower houses, and for them to be known by all 20 million civilizations galaxy-wide would be mind-boggling. To be known by even a fraction of those civilizations would in itself be evidence that they must have access to a different set of physics, a different plane, to alter time and space sufficiently to know all those worlds. But as I think it through, I realize that this is only a small part of it. Our own Milky Way galaxy is only one of over 100 billion galaxies on our plane. Some of those galaxies are much larger than ours, with as many as 100 trillion stars. We know that those galaxies harbor life because we know that our own galaxy was invaded by one of them some 70 billion years ago. Scientifically speaking, it goes without saying that if the lower houses have access to all civilizations in our galaxy, if they have access to interdimensional travel, that makes time and space meaningless. Then they would have the same access to other galaxies as well. Malatina herself said that the lower houses were charged with overseeing humanity in our galaxy and beyond. Earth is no longer one of only 20 million civilizations the lower houses have access to. The number has increased by a factor of 100 billion. But that's not the whole of it. Please consider what we've learned about other planes of existence. Malatina has told us that the lower houses spend most of their time on another plane or planes. She went as far as to suggest that there are other worlds and societies on those planes that take up the majority of their focus. We should realize that this adds to the equation hundreds of billions of additional galaxies that the lower houses have access to. We've been thinking of Earth as some small, unimportant backwater planet lost in the giant scheme of things, yes? We think of ourselves as only accidentally getting caught up in galactic machinations. But, Mark, this can't possibly be the case. By their own words, Nalindis and Dandrekin have visited Earth before, yes? We now believe that many of our ancient stories of angels and demons actually record some of these interactions with lower houses. And now for us to again interact with 3 different members of 2 lower houses. If the lower houses are paying this much attention to Earth, there must be a reason. Statistically speaking, this cannot possibly be an accident. You could win the lottery 1 trillion times in a row and not equal Earth's luck on attracting so much attention. Statistically, Earth is not just important. We might very well be one of the most important civilizations in the history of the universe. We arrived at the designated coordinates in the Australian state of New South Wales to find what was obviously a modern military base. It wasn't on any of our maps and appeared isolated from any population centers, which was fine by me. We had a lot to do and we didn't need any distractions. Anzio's revelations scared the hell out of me, but the truth was, I couldn't do anything about it. At least not now, not until we'd dealt with a Neridian threat by making Earth a protectorate. Sergeant Lackland, king of the 2nd Commando Regiment, met our shuttle. "Hello, sirs. I've been directed to escort you to Major Reagan and Dr. Shine, if you'll follow me." Sergeant King was a likable enough fellow, and we spent the long walk listening to him describe our new headquarters. Apparently, the Australian Prime Minister had loaned us the 2nd Commando Regiment of the Special Operations Command, SOCOM, with standby support from the Special Air Service Regiment. "So that's about it, sirs," he concluded. "Speaking for me and a lot of my mates, we're proud to serve you, and we'd all like to learn a lot more about this dynasty of yours." I stopped and looked at him. "Sergeant, what is the general attitude about the Rising Sun dynasty and BioWare and our chances against the Neridians?" "Well, sir, the Neridians must all have kangaroos loose in the top paddock if they think Earth is going to bow down to them, and as I said, we're all curious to know more about your dynasty. There's rumor that Lieutenant Colonel Anderson is going to give us all the option of accepting BioWare, but I can't confirm that." He looked at me questioningly as he said this last bit. "I don't know anything more about that either, Sergeant, but I suspect we'll all find out soon enough. We're hoping the Neridians will give us at least another week before they arrive, but we can't count on that. The more people we have using BioWare when they do get here, the easier it's going to be for everyone." "One last thing," I said as we arrived at the entrance to what I assumed was the headquarters building. "What do the troops think about General Eugene Memphis?" The look on his face told me all I needed to know, but he went on. "Begging your pardon, sirs, but your General Memphis is about as popular as a rattlesnake in a lucky dip. He's either Drongo or he's gone Troppo. No need to worry about his influence here, sirs." "Very well, Sergeant, we won't," I said. "But unless it gets in the way of your military stuff, my name is Mark and this is Anzio. Feel free to call us by our names." "Yes, sir, I'll be remembering that, sirs," he responded. "And just to let you know, in case you'd like to get to know the men and tell us a little more about this dynasty of yours, a bunch of us will be at Grotto's too tonight." I must have had a blank look on my face because he said, "That's the on-base recreation club. The first pot of neck oil will be on us." Anzio and I walked inside and we both agreed that some neck oil might be the perfect thing for us tonight. It was incredibly important that we not lose touch with those we were trying to save. We needed to know how the rest of the world was perceiving us, but it was not to be. The Neridian Armada had arrived. Chapter 24. Colonel Darrell Stone, U.S. Army. He had been both dreading and looking forward to the day when he had to send a team after Major Reagan. He had been dreading it because the last thing he wanted to do was capture the Major. He had been looking forward to it because it probably presented the best opportunity to clandestinely contact him. Although there was something inside Colonel Stone that still clinched at the thought of subverting the chain of command, he still thought of himself as a loyal U.S. Army officer. Operation Shockwave was all the confirmation he needed to proceed without conscience. Whether the world labeled him traitor, deserter, or fool, he couldn't permit these atrocities to take place, both because the acts themselves were unforgivable and because the consequences could very well win the war for the Neridians. General Memphis had given him the one strategic concession he'd needed. He had ordered the colonel to personally lead the raid to capture Major Reagan and his group, and even though he would be leading his team to where the Major had been, in South Africa, and not to where he was, in Australia, the colonel was going to use the opportunity to leak the details of Operation Shockwave. Not all U.S. troops that opposed the Neridians had slipped away into the night. Over the last few months he'd had a small number of them transferred to his command. His hand-picked company was now gathered in a hangar at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. Within 3 hours they would board military transport and be taken to Morón Air Base in southern Spain. There they would refuel and replenish and immediately deploy to the target in South Africa. "Sergeant, you understand what you need to do?" "Yes, Colonel, you can count on me, sir," responded Sergeant Randy Knowles. Colonel Stone had pulled the sergeant aside to a darker corner of the hangar to give him his last-minute instructions. The young man had already removed his combat gear and was ready to leave. "Okay, good. Your flight out of here leaves in 1 hour. My contacts will get you as far as Perth, but then you're on your own. You need to find a way to contact General Williams of the Australian Defence Force, ADF. Give him this memory stick and make him understand that he has to get it to Major Reagan immediately. Sergeant, I cannot overemphasize how important your mission is. You do whatever it takes, even if you have to use deadly force. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Godspeed, son." "Thank you, Colonel," he said just before he opened the side door and slipped out into the early morning darkness. There was no turning back now. Sergeant Knowles should be well on his way to Australia, which was the real purpose of the entire mission anyway. The other 55 members of the light company he had assembled were gathered in the hangar awaiting his order to board. He'd asked them to gather around so he could address them before they made their way to the noisy flight line. "This is an unorthodox mission, but as we all know, these are unorthodox times. Our official orders are to capture Major Matthew Reagan, Dr. Julie Shine, Dr. Tony Decker, and any other of their team members that might be with them. Our orders allow us to use deadly force to accomplish our objectives, but I am telling you right now that your rules of engagement, ROE, are limited to using force to defend yourself against attack or the threat of attack. This ROE will only change upon my direct order. If we don't happen to find them at their last known location," there were several chuckles among the troops, "you will treat the locals with courtesy and respect. For many of us, what we do over the next 24 hours will be something we never would have believed possible. We will be directly violating the orders of a superior in the direct chain of command. Because of that, I want you to hear this from me directly. I do not believe that chain of command to be valid. I believe that General Eugene Memphis is a traitor to the United States of America in specific and to the human race in general. I believe him to be operating as an agent of the Neridian dynasty that has committed acts of war against the United States and Earth. In the movies, this is the point where a commander always offers to let anyone change their mind and walk away if they're not 100% sure. We do not have that luxury here. Nothing less than the fate of the human race stands in the balance, and I will not dishonor you by even suggesting that you might not be 100% certain of your duty, your commitment, or your bravery." There were a number of hoo-ahs from the crowd. "When you return from this unsuccessful mission, you will return to the base, RTB, but do not stand down. We will all be called upon shortly to kick some Neridian ass and to show the sympathizers how we handle betrayal." It was somewhat of a surreal experience, thought Colonel Stone, as he felt his troops applaud his words. These were good men, and it was extremely rare for a commander to have his words actually applauded by his troops. It was an honor to lead them. The clapping was dying down, and he was just about to give the order to load up when he realized one clap wasn't stopping. What made it a problem is that it was coming from behind him. As he turned around, he saw General Eugene Memphis walk out of the hangar shadows along with a number of armed troops. It was the general that kept up the slow clap. My, what a speech! And I think it serves quite well as a confession, too, don't you think?" He walked right up to the colonel while more of his security forces poured into the hangar. "Did you really think you could fool me, Colonel?" When there was no response, General Memphis continued. "You think you're smart, yet I've been on to you since the beginning. The little smirks here, the subtle attempts at insubordination there. You've done everything you can to subvert my authority and cause disloyalty. You didn't need my help for that." General Memphis stared at the colonel with a look of pure hatred on his face. After a few moments, he spoke in a whispered voice dripping with venom. "You had my bed made up with bug-infested sheets." "I thought it was a nice touch," the colonel replied. The colonel and his men were disarmed and led out to waiting transport trucks. He had known that it could easily end like this. Although the general was a fool, he was a paranoid fool, and paranoia gave even idiots unpredictable tendencies. As the colonel was waiting to board with his men, he was pulled out of line and escorted over to a small group standing by a windowless van. As he got closer, he realized that General Memphis was waiting for him there. "My troops were just following my orders," was the first thing the colonel said when he got within earshot. "You should take out your revenge on me, not them." "Your troops knew exactly what they were doing, Colonel," the general replied. "They'll all face courts-martial and receive sentences, but that really shouldn't be your concern right now. You see, I've got something special in mind for you. I'm going to have you face trial for treason right alongside of Major Reagan. Once convicted, you'll both be shot side by side on worldwide television. I'm done playing around, and it's time to round up all the misbehaving children." "You may have me, but I don't think Major Reagan will be so easy to find." "Did you really think I believed you when you told me the Major was still in Africa?" the general mockingly asked. "Tisk, tisk. That's actually how I confirmed your treason. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I really want to see the look on your face." Looking at his watch, General Memphis continued. "In about an hour, the 1st Battalion of the 509th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 509th PIR, will be descending on the Major's compound in Australia, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. By this time tomorrow, you and the Major will be staring at each other from separate cells. Maybe you can help each other write your wills," he said in a pleasant voice. If Colonel Stone could have gotten his hands on the general, he had no doubt he would have snapped his neck without a second thought. He actually found himself measuring the distance, but he'd have to hope for another opportunity. He didn't consider it a foregone conclusion that Major Reagan and his people could be taken so easily. The general hadn't said anything about the Australian 2nd Commando Regiment, so maybe his intel wasn't quite as good as he thought. As bad as the situation was turning out to be for him, the colonel took solace in the fact that he'd gotten the word out about the general's insane plan. He'd known from the day he'd sworn an oath as a U.S. Army officer that he would always put his duty and obligations first, regardless of the personal cost. The mission is what mattered, and in this case, the mission was to prevent Operation Shockwave. "Put him in the van," the general ordered. The rear doors were opened, exposing a row of benches along each side. At the front of one of the benches sat a soldier with his wrists and ankles shackled to the floor. Sergeant Knowles raised his head and said almost tearfully, "I'm sorry, Colonel." Chapter 25. Dr. Derek Helmer. "Dr. Helmer, we again have communications with our dynasty," Janik said. 5 of our ships have entered your star system and will gain orbit in approximately 17 hours. A large smile slowly spread across Dr. Helmer's face. Finally, his plans were coming to fruition. At this very moment, a task force launched by General Memphis was already on its way to some remote area of Australia to round up Major Reagan and his team. With any luck, Dr. Mark Spencer would be with him. It would be good to see Mark again, he thought. There weren't many people in this world that he'd ever felt bested by, but if he were to be honest with himself, he'd never quite been able to get the upper hand on him. It was a long time ago, and because college games didn't count for the score in real life, he'd never bothered to go back and correct things. Yes, it was funny how things worked out sometimes. He knew that General Memphis had a thing for Dr. Julie Shine, so he'd let the general have her, but Dr. Mark Spencer, he was keeping all for himself. With Major Reagan and his team soon out of the way, he would have just enough time to prepare the planet's population to receive the Neridians with open arms. Janik had briefed him on the consensual leader of the Armada, a Neridian named Crichton. Crichton was a highly respected individual, known for his ice-cold logic and sometimes ruthless pursuit of Neridian advancement. He was perfect for what Derek had in mind. "Janik, prepare the shuttle. I want to meet Crichton on his ship as soon as he arrives in orbit." The timing was working out beautifully. He would meet Crichton and personally present him to a stunned population with no stomach to stand up to a ruthless oppressor. Dr. Derek Helmer was still smiling as he pulled his smartphone from his pocket and instructed it to call General Eugene Memphis. When it was answered, he simply said, "Initiate Operation Shockwave." Chapter 26. General Eugene Memphis. The sun was coming up just as they arrived back at his mansion headquarters, and he realized his smartphone was ringing. Since only one other person had this number, he knew it was the call he'd been waiting for. In his excitement, he had hung up without even acknowledging the operational go order, he realized after the fact. Oh well, even though Dr. Helmer hated to be disrespected, he'd be smiling soon enough. Operation Shockwave was going to change everything. The world had never experienced terrorism on this scale. Even the planes flying into the Twin Towers on 9/11 had only killed 3,000 people, all adults and all in one location. It was the holiday season, and by good fortune today was Saturday. Operation Shockwave would entail the random slaughter of hundreds of men, women, and children in each of 23 large shopping malls, spread out over 23 different major metropolitan areas across Europe and the United States. It would be proof that the so-called Rising Sun dynasty couldn't protect them. No one would ever feel safe again, unless they submitted to Neridian authority, his authority. It's a shame they couldn't have had just a half a day's more notice, he reflected. The original plan had been to start the attacks in Europe and move westward with the sun, but by the time they deployed, the European malls would all be closed for the day. No matter, they would just start with the 17 cities here in the United States and pause for a few hours while morning broke throughout Asia. The 6 European cities would be like the kick in the ribs after your opponent was already down. He turned to Captain Sherry Van Dyke and gave his orders. It was going to be an historic day. It is, he thought, my day of destiny. Just before noon Eastern Time, Captain Van Dyke turned to General Memphis and said, "All first-wave teams are in place. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore are awaiting your order." "Tell them to execute Operation Shockwave," was the immediate reply. In each of 4 cities across the eastern seaboard, 2 tall, thin men dressed in black walked into a crowded shopping mall carrying a thin black rod connected to a backpack. The nervous soldiers accompanying them immediately chained shut the mall doors. Nothing happened for several minutes, until the screams started. In Boston, at the Natick Mall, they started at Nordstrom on the south end. From there, one shooter went left towards Macy's, and the other took the upper-level right through the food court and into Sears. A similar scenario took place at the Roosevelt Field Mall in Garden City on Long Island, the King of Prussia Mall in Philadelphia, and Towson Town Center in the Baltimore area. The carnage was massive. Each shooter was using a plasma rifle whose aim was coordinated with their bioware. In short, they didn't miss. The bolt of cold plasma had a lifespan of only a few milliseconds before it cooled into a gaseous form, but in that short span each bolt carried a temperature of over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It instantly melted steel, glass, brick, rock, and marble. Anything else, including flesh, didn't even slow it down. The shooters walked through their kill zones firing on everything that moved. There was no need to reload, and their bioware allowed them to burp as many as 4 bolts per second. Malls are constructed to be as flame-retardant as possible. Engineers have always been aware of their potential as fiery death traps. When exposed to 5,000-degree plasma, however, almost anything will burn. Bodies and blood were not the only things the Neridians were leaving in their wake. Soon the air turned hazy with smoke. "All Wave 2 teams are now in place, General," Captain Van Dyke reported 30 minutes later. "What are the news nets reporting?" "Nothing specific. One report of an unknown disturbance is all we're seeing so far." General Memphis smiled. "Perfect. Give the go order to all Wave 2 teams." In 7 other cities, military trucks pulled up to mall entrances and sealed them, allowing only 2 Neridians to enter. "You are witnessing history," the general proclaimed loudly to his HQ staff. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. "We suffer some pain now, but I am saving all Earthers from extinction, and you are a part of that. What we do today marks us as saviors. Today we will sacrifice much, but we will gain everything. Be proud of what you do here. You will be able to tell your children that you served me on this heroic day." After a few awkward moments that the general didn't seem to notice, everyone went back to work. Chapter 27. Major Matthew Reagan, Rising Sun Dynasty. There were 3 days left until Rising Sun was due to pull the planet and hopefully have enough votes to declare Earth their protectorate. "I'm sorry, Major," said Silva. "I thought we would be able to detect them further out, but they cut their translation very tight. The Neridians should reach Earth orbit in 14 hours. I was holding this conversation over the video monitor from my office in the Rising Sun compound in New South Wales. Silva was on the Caridian ship in orbit above. Even though we technically could have spoken to each other using just our bioware, it turns out that dynasties didn't really feel comfortable about giving other dynasties access to their networks, hence the old-fashioned screen-to-screen communications. There's no way we can speed up the vote, I said. It's taken us 2 weeks to get the word out that Tuesday is the worldwide polling day. If we tried to change it now, it would only cause massive confusion. We needed a stall for 3 days. Silva, the Caridians have been our friends, but I'm asking you to be our ally. If you stand beside us militarily, perhaps it would give the Neridians pause, at least for 3 days. After a long pause, Silva said, Major, I would like to help you, but I cannot embroil my dynasty in acts that could endanger it. You know how important it is to us that Neridia not succeed here, but that has not changed. What the hell are we supposed to do, Silva? As you just said, you have a stake in this too, so what do you suggest? Advise us. I cannot think of anything more than I've already suggested, Major. If it comes down to it, I would bluff. Bluff? You mean tell them that Earth is already a protectorate of Rising Sun? Would that work? No, that would not be advisable. Here is the challenge, Major. Earth has no unified planetary government, and although we can help Rising Sun to have its own spaceflight capability, you currently have none. Under the current circumstances, if Rising Sun declared to the Accord that Earth was being declared a protectorate, you would be misrepresenting yourself and Earth. And you really don't want to do that. Maybe, maybe not, I thought to myself. Okay then, what should we bluff about? How do we get them to stand back and do nothing for 3 days? Threaten them with destruction, was his response. Maybe they will believe you and hesitate until they can be sure you can't back up your threats. That's a hell of a way to defend a planet, I said, as an aide ran into my office just as the base's siren started to sound. I signed off by saying, I've got to go. Major, the out-of-breath Australian Special Forces lieutenant said, the base is under attack. The sound of small arms fire was now distinct. I was running down the hall to the Situation Room when the building shook with the first explosion. I found Julie and Dr. Tony Decker already there. What do we know? I loudly asked the room in general. Major, an Australian Special Operations captain said as she rushed over to me. We are under attack by an unknown number of what appear to be American forces. They have a small number of attack helicopters supporting them. The exact number is still unknown, but it's enough to establish air superiority at the moment. How did they get here, and how the hell did they get choppers here without anyone seeing them? I asked. When the captain didn't immediately answer, I said, Never mind. We're grateful for your protection and help. What's the protocol for an attack like this? Yes, sir, she said and continued. Although we don't know the real size of the opposing force, this is definitely not a raid or probing attack. This is a full-on assault. Since the enemy's intentions are unknown and because we cannot defend against nuclear ordnance or orbital bombardment, standing orders dictate that we evacuate your Rising Sun team on a cloaked Caridian shuttle. That sounds a lot like running away, Captain, I heard myself say. So you have the finest troops in the world defending you, but we can't protect you from a nuclear blast. Your best defense was secrecy, but now that they know you're here, you need to leave. I looked at Julie and had a sudden thought. Where are Dr. Spencer and Dr. Anzio? I thought they'd already arrived. Just then Dr. Decker walked up. Mark and Anzio just left. They weren't here for more than a minute when we confirmed the Neridian Armada was inbound. They said they would be in touch. I just hope they made it up before the attack started. Silva had more or less permanently loaned us one of his shuttles. We had been using a covered parking garage attached to our headquarters building as a hangar. It had taken us less than 10 minutes to reach the shuttle and ascend to 50,000 feet. We passed on whatever intelligence we could observe about the attacking force, but beyond that there wasn't much we could do. While we were hovering far above the battlefield, reports started coming in from all across the EarthNet. We were stunned by the shocking footage of panicked crowds fleeing smoking shopping centers in city after city. Details were few and contradictory, but it was becoming clear that this was a coordinated terrorist attack. This had to be the work of Dr. Derek Helmer and his sick accomplice, General Eugene Memphis. We had wondered about how many Neridians might have been trapped on Earth when their ship went down, but I'd assumed that they wouldn't be a problem until they were reunited with their people. I had also made the mistake of thinking that Dr. Helmer would be neutralized or impotent when we eliminated Jackie and her ship. When they kidnapped Mark, it was apparent that they could pose a personal threat, but I had never dreamed they were still capable of affecting our mission globally. Now I was realizing that I had left an enemy festering, and that enemy was now raising its ugly head to bite us in the butt. Another mistake that was now costing the lives of a lot of innocent people. I knew General Memphis would be surrounded by his own troops, but I wasn't so sure about Dr. Helmer. He was more the arrogant politician that disdained a military presence. I couldn't do anything to help the Australian troops below me, but I just might be able to take the head off at least one of our monsters. If I only knew where he was. How do you find someone that wants to keep their location secret? I pulled a business card from my front pocket. The last time I was in Brussels, a man had slipped it into my pocket and then quickly disappeared into the crowd. I'd looked at it many times since then, wondering if I'd ever need to use it. I looked at the card again and mentally tapped into the phone lines with my BioWare and placed a call to the Belgian secret police. Veilige Adventistat? A voice answered on the other end. I'm calling for Assistant Director Peters, I said. Chapter 28. Midnight. Leader of the Street Runners Gang. As the sun rolled westward, thousands of people were dying in shopping malls across the East Coast. In almost every case, the soldiers surrounding the malls broke down and unchained the doors, allowing thousands more to escape, but the magnitude of the carnage was still grotesque. Midnight, as he was called, didn't know anything about this. He was focused on a much more immediate problem right here in Detroit: how to rid himself of Playboy, his biggest rival. Playboy headed up the River Boys gang, and they'd been fighting a turf war for almost 6 months now. It was costing Midnight dearly in lost revenue from the drug trade, and of slightly less importance, he was losing girls and their revenue as well. Today was the day all that changed. He looked up from the still whimpering, bloody mess of a human being at his feet and started issuing orders. Fortune always smiled on the bold, Midnight thought to himself. He'd built an empire for himself by creating the reputation of being bold and ruthless. His dogs thought him hot-headed and impulsively deadly, but he'd built his turf using his brains. This was another example. He'd been looking for months to grab one of Playboy's lieutenants, and here he was. Now he knew that Playboy was going to be practically alone at the Somerset Collection Mall all the way down in Troy this very afternoon. Most homeboys wouldn't venture to such a high-end collection of stores, but it was the birthday of Playboy's best woman, and he was taking her on a supposedly private shopping spree. Yeah, his patience had paid off, but now he needed to act like he was being impulsive. To their surprise, he'd brought only 3 other street runners with him, and he'd ordered them not to wear colors. This hit wasn't going to take place in the hood. Once they'd laid Playboy out, they all needed to blend in and get the hell out of there. They didn't need to be wearing big flags that said, "Look at me." The mall was the nicest place some of his dogs had ever been in, and he could tell they were nervous. No matter, Midnight was going to enjoy doing this himself. They were there with him to observe and grow his legend as much as anything else. They just sauntered from a department store into a busy open area when Midnight put eyes on him. He was 90% sure that it was Playboy on the other side of the food court, but he needed to see his face to be sure. Just then there was a commotion from a third direction. What the hell? People were screaming and running past him, obviously trying to get away from something. Just as Playboy turned around and Midnight started to smile, people on the other side of the food court started dropping like flies. It was the strangest thing. There weren't any gunshots, just a continuous burping sound. A tall guy dressed in black was shooting tiny points of light that were going right through people, even kids. Playboy was running away now, and Midnight's first reaction was to chase him down, but he couldn't take his eyes off of all the small bodies piling up. "Ah, fuck it," he said to no one in particular. Chapter 29. Colonel Darrell Stone, U.S. Army. The colonel had been mildly surprised when he had been brought back to the mansion instead of being taken directly to a prison cell or a firing squad. He was locked into what appeared to be a windowless basement bedroom, comfortable but a jail cell just the same. Where had he messed up? He had tried really hard to play the game, but apparently he wasn't cut out to be an actor. Lack of skill that could now cost the whole planet its freedom. The colonel wasn't one to beat himself up, and as hard as it was, he tried to focus on the situation at hand. Namely, how could he get out of here? If he could just get to Memphis, he'd kill him with his bare hands if he had to. He had already tried telling the guard outside his door that he needed to speak to the general, but he'd been told that he would get to him in due time and to shut up. He'd basically made up his mind to try and overpower his guards at the very next opportunity. It would probably be suicide, but he'd be damned if he wouldn't do everything he could to stop what was happening. He braced himself, stood up, and tried to slow his breathing as the door opened. A sergeant walked in with 2 other guards. The sergeant stood silent, staring at the colonel as he slowly drew his pistol. After several moments that had stretched into an eternity for both men, the sergeant reversed the pistol in his hand and held it out, butt first to the colonel. He barely noticed the slumped form of his former door guard as he raced from the room. He was pretty sure the sergeant and his men were behind him, but it wasn't even worth the time to check. He knew what he had to do. He didn't know why the sergeant had decided to break ranks with General Memphis. They hadn't taken the time to discuss it. He also wasn't sure why nobody else was trying to stop him. He knew the general would be in his command post in the other wing of the mansion, and he was passing a fair number of staff and troops as he jogged in that direction. Most just stopped and watched as he glided past. These weren't motivated soldiers. They were people following orders that sickened them. He could hear the general before he even got to the open doorway, yelling in that half-scream of his for the troops to stop unchaining the doors of the shopping malls, threatening to shoot them all as traitors. The general had just finished ordering all troops into the malls with instructions to shoot all survivors on sight, when Colonel Stone quickly strode into the room. The general turned and said, "You, I will." Without breaking stride, the colonel raised his gun and fired. The sound of the gunshot reverberated in the enclosed space, and Captain Sherry Van Dyke skidded to a halt not 3 feet away from the colonel. His gun arm still outstretched, the colonel turned and placed the still-hot muzzle right in the center of the captain's forehead. He absently noted with some satisfaction that it was probably burning a circular brand into the skin just above her left eye. "You need to listen very carefully," he said. "You will immediately send out an order for the troops to subdue and capture all Neridians and use deadly force if necessary. You will also order them to facilitate the evacuation of all civilians from the malls and to assist local medical personnel. If you do not do this within the next 5 seconds, you will join your general in hell." Chapter 30. Major Matthew Reagan, Rising Sun Dynasty. It took several hours for Assistant Director Peters to get back to me with the information I needed. By then, the battle below our hovering position had ended. Warfare is never without its horrors, but this was about as big a travesty as could be imagined. I still felt an intense brotherhood with U.S. military forces. How could I not? Yet those same forces had come to destroy me, others I cared about, and everything I believed in. There was no choice but to use deadly force in our own defense, but these weren't evil people. They were good soldiers simply following misguided orders. In modern warfare, U.S. doctrine had always been to bring overwhelming force to bear on the enemy. War was not about fighting fair. If you could fight with 5-to-1 odds, you did it, won the battle, and didn't worry about being called a bully. As General Patton had once famously said, "War is not about dying for your country, it's about making some other poor son of a bitch die for his." This was especially true if you were attacking a fixed defensive position. In other words, if you were attacking a military base, for example, that had dug-in defenses manned by competent personnel, you needed even stronger numbers in your favor. Preferably you wanted at least a 10-to-1 advantage over the defenders. 20-to-1 would be even better. Whoever had ordered the attack on our base had messed up in a big way. They had sent a battalion, 700 troops, to attack a base defended by a regiment, 1,500 troops. Whether their intelligence was bad or they were just incompetent wasn't known at the moment. What was known was that the U.S. forces had withdrawn with over 100 estimated casualties, a devastating loss in modern warfare. The Australian 2nd Commando Regiment hadn't enjoyed fighting someone they considered an ally, but they'd fought as the highly skilled professionals they were, and the U.S. forces hadn't stood a chance. We were being told that the base was secure, but we were warned again about our location being known and that nothing could prevent a missile strike. We were informed that a secondary location was being prepared for us and to please be ready to move to new coordinates. "Roger that, HQ," I said into the shuttle screen. We hadn't fully integrated their BioWare yet. Be advised we have a new urban infiltration mission for immediate dispatch. We're requesting the support of a squad of your commandos. Please advise." After a moment, "Major Reagan, we have a squad standing by. Where would you like them?" "We'll make a quick landing and take them on board. HQ be advised the time is of the essence." "Roger that, Major. The squad will be prepared for an emergency extraction." I turned to the pilot of our shuttle, Captain Ito Kamiko. "Captain, take us down and... are you ready to take command of that squad?" She turned to me and without blinking, without hesitation, she said, "Yes, sir, I am." That was all I needed to hear. I handed her a piece of paper. "This is the location in Paris we believe Dr. Derek Helmer to be holed up. You need to get us there and along the way come up with an operational plan to take the target. This is an elimination raid. The rules of engagement, ROG, are open." For the first time in a long time, I saw Kamiko smile. Even with the Caridian shuttle, it would take several hours to get to France. While Kamiko was planning and coordinating with a special ops squad, Julie, Tony, and I were watching the news feeds report a tragic story. 11 shopping malls across the eastern half of the United States had been attacked by terrorists. The loss of life was horrific, with many locations reporting thousands of casualties. The video of out-of-control fires and panicked shoppers, children crying uncontrollably. It was hard to watch. And then reports started coming in of chained exit doors and aliens. All of this was accompanied by a pre-recorded video released by General Eugene Memphis. "Citizens of Earth, it is my duty to report to you that today the Neridians have attacked 17 cities in the United States alone. The indiscriminate killing of men, women, and children has exceeded any terrorist attack our world has ever seen. As the leader of our worldwide military forces, I wish I could tell you that we can protect ourselves against them, but I cannot. As you can see, the Neridians can come after us and our loved ones at any time, at any place, and we can do nothing to stop them. Earth's only hope, our only hope to protect our families, is to let Neridia make us a protectorate. Once we have that status, we will go from being their enemy to being their friends. And what will it cost us? Nothing. They will give us technology that will improve all our lives. They will give us safety and security. Isn't that all any of us can ask for? To know our families are safe and to live a better life? Know this. A Neridian fleet will reach Earth in hours. If we do not accept them immediately, they will destroy us. There will be those that encourage you to reject them, but look at the price. They claim to have a dynasty, but they cannot protect you. This is only the beginning of what we will suffer if we listen to those that urge war over peace. Your planet's military, which I command, has made its choice. We will not raise arms against the Neridians. I urge each of you to make the same choice." I was livid. I had never felt as much contempt for a human being as what I felt for General Memphis right now. There was no question in my mind that he must have helped facilitate the terrorist-like attacks, yet here he was claiming to be unable to stop them. And the infuriating thing about it is that I could see his argument being effective. I could see a lot of scared people buying into his claptrap. Something in the back of my mind was struggling to come to the surface. Something about the general claiming attacks on 17 cities, but the news feeds only reporting 11. Whatever it was, I didn't have time for it now. We were approaching the high-rise building in Paris where Dr. Derek Helmer had reportedly made his headquarters. According to our information, he had commandeered the top 3 floors for himself, the top floor being a spacious penthouse, with the next 2 floors being the makeshift offices of his New World government. We landed on the roof, and Captain Kamiko exited with her squad. We again elevated, this time with myself at the controls, and flew the Combat Air Patrol, CAP. It was an anxious 20 minutes, but there was no resistance and no shots fired. Captain Kamiko contacted me through our BioWare. "Major, we have cleared the target. There are 42 personnel present, none of them military and none of them Dr. Derek Helmer. Several of the staff informed us that he left an hour ago. We are told that he took one of the remaining Neridian shuttles into orbit to meet the Armada as it arrives. We missed him, Major." We'd missed Dr. Helmer. General Memphis had scored big on his propaganda assaults, and the Neridian Armada was hours away. I was still fuming inside as we picked up the squad and headed back towards Australia. So far, it had not been one of my better days. I needed to talk to Mark and Anzio, but first I wanted to pull on the thread that my subconscious had left dangling. Why had the General expected more cities to be attacked? I had Julie and Tony coordinate with my BioWare as we mentally reviewed the news feeds again. A large screen appeared hovering in front of us, and we used our very real fingers to point out details to each other on the virtual screen that only the three of us could see. In some of the feeds, it was clear that a number of the mall doors were chained and padlocked, with soldiers standing around doing nothing. Others, however, clearly showed troops assisting survivors to ambulances and other medical personnel. What had changed? Then I saw it. In the background of one particular feed, a number of soldiers were escorting someone not into an ambulance, but into a Humvee. And escorting might not be the right word. The prisoner was handcuffed with a hood over his head, but it was still clear that he was tall and slender and wearing all black clothing. A Neridian. Judging from the rough treatment the prisoner was receiving, it didn't look like the soldiers were too happy with him. Just then, a surprising news feed came up. In the Detroit Metroplex, one young man was being hailed as a hero, certainly saving thousands of lives. The video showed a young black man, possibly flashing gang signs, saying, "Yeah, he's my bro. We're tight, man. Those alien mother beep won't come messing around here again, that's for sure. Yeah, admit, he won't want me saying his name. But when that tall Nordy mother beep started shooting kids and shit, he went berserk, man. Punked the first one with one shot and then went tracking the other, commando style. Don't nobody mess with the street runners, man, 'cause we will ghost your ass. Beep. Where'd he go? Oh, I don't know. All I know is he said he still got business to take care of. Oh, and he said he was never here." Another report out of Dallas was also making big news. "This is Linda Kurtz here with Dallas iWatch News 5, where a huge tragedy has just been averted. Just like other malls around the country, the Galleria was apparently targeted today. While it is a tragedy that 5 people were killed, something amazing happened here. Seemingly out of nowhere, a number of shoppers, both men and women, drew guns from purses and concealed holsters and started defending themselves. Reports indicate that as many as 17 different civilian shooters actually dropped one Neridian suspect. There were also reports that the other Neridian suspect was trying to flee when he was gunned down. There are hundreds of police and sheriff's officers here now, but according to one Texas Ranger who spoke on the condition of anonymity, law enforcement would probably be too busy with crowd and traffic control to worry about whether the people defending themselves were properly licensed or actually in any danger when they discharged their weapons." There was a similar report out of Houston. As a matter of fact, as tragic as the day's events were, the stories of heroism were plentiful. If any attacks were planned in states west of Dallas, they must have been called off. And that might have been a good thing for the Neridians. In Las Vegas and other cities across the Southwest, while many people were staying away, many openly armed men and women were seen flocking towards the big malls. This wouldn't be the first time that an attacker had underestimated the resolve of the American people. Maybe the Neridians hadn't won the PR battle after all. We had just started to talk about what we were seeing when yet another news feed caught our attention. This one was very different, however. It was an impromptu video uploaded onto EarthNet that was going viral in record time. The video started, focused on an Army officer in slightly wrinkled combat fatigues. "My name is Colonel Daryl Stone, and I am now in command of all former New World forces. The tragedies we have all witnessed today were carried out by the Neridians, but were planned by our very own General Eugene Memphis and his cronies. General Memphis has been relieved from command, and I formally label him as a traitor to Earth. His plan had included attacking at least 12 more cities in the U.S. and Europe. Those attacks have been called off and the Neridian shooters captured or killed. General Memphis and his knowing accomplices will be dealt with as befits the traitors they are. In the next few hours, Neridian ships will fill our skies. They will demand we surrender our freedom to them. Oh, they won't call it that. They'll say they're just trying to help us and want to protect us. You've witnessed today what that protection looks like. They don't want to help us. They want to own us." After a pause, Colonel Stone wearily continued. "I don't like the name New World Armed Forces, but I don't have anything else to call us right now. I'm calling on all troops of any and every nation worldwide to join me in fighting the Neridians. If there are any Neridians among you, capture or dispatch them immediately. I am personally supporting the Rising Sun dynasty, and I'm asking all soldiers loyal to me to follow suit if it is in your heart to do so. I believe that they are our best real hope to protect our freedoms without extensive bloodshed. If, however, they cannot prevent the Neridians from waging war on us, we must prepare ourselves for what is to come. I cannot promise you or the people of Earth that we will win the day, but we will not lose it. We will never be lost as long as we value freedom and are willing to pay any price for it. If you are hearing my words but are not in the military, you need to understand that this is still your fight. I will not call you civilians because there are no civilians in this struggle. This is a fight for our way of life and our very survival. There are no sidelines to sit this one out on. What can you do? Help those of us that are the tip of your spear in any way you can. Support us, feed us, and God forbid hide us from our enemies if it becomes necessary. If you own a gun, use it. Don't commit suicide, but find a way to disrupt and pick off Neridian soldiers every day. Do it tomorrow and still be doing it a year from now. Remember this, they can conquer us, but they can never own us. They can command our attention, but they cannot command our allegiance. They can keep us at bay, but they will never sleep secure at night. Earthers will endure them, and we will overcome them. This is what I pledge my allegiance to. Chapter 31. Dr. Mark Spencer. I had failed again. The reports coming in from shopping malls all across the country were devastating. We had been less than 3 days away from our worldwide referendum on declaring Earth a protectorate of the Rising Sun dynasty, 3 days away from resolving this without bloodshed. Yet once again our timing was just short. The Neridian Armada was inbound, and they had launched a guerrilla terror campaign that I hadn't anticipated. Why did the Neridian Armada have to show up now? I closed my eyes and attempted to calm my soul. At every stage of this ongoing nightmare, it had seemed as if we were betrayed, or as if our timing just wasn't good enough. Yet we'd always found a way. We needed to focus and do that again now. We'd barely arrived at our new Australian base when word of the Neridian arrival in our solar system had reached us. Anzio and I had both immediately known that we had to get back to Amanda. One way or another, our fate was going to be decided from that ship. We had departed and started retracing our flight path. We hadn't been gone long when we received news that the base was under attack. We had confirmed that Major Reagan, Julie, and the rest of our Earth team were evacuated, and then had turned our attention to what would come next. "I think we're out of time, Anzio," I had said. "Apparently Dr. Helmer somehow figured out where our team was basing. You can't convince me that he's not behind this attack." "As cold as this may sound," Anzio had replied, "as long as Julie, Tony, and the Major are safe, this will not be a major impediment to our plans, yes?" My friend Anzio had spoken way too soon. We were physically shocked as the images started coming in of the mall attacks. We sat silent, watching the virtual screen in front of us. Thousands were dead and dying. I should have anticipated this. I'd assumed that Dr. Derek Helmer and his sixth sycophant, General Eugene Memphis, would lay low until the Neridians were actually here to prop them up. Except for the random kidnapping or other low-level activity, I'd been thinking of them as relatively harmless, a propaganda thorn in our side. Why in the world hadn't I realized that they would be massively proactive? That their future depended on the outcome, and they would do everything that their sick minds could come up with to secure their positions with the Neridian dynasty. My vision was somewhat blurry, but I was pretty sure I could see tears streaming down Anzio's face. I had started to direct our shuttle to head towards one of the malls when Anzio stopped me. "No, Mark, there is nothing that we can be doing there. This battle, it is not at any shopping mall. It is a battle for the hearts and minds of all Earthers. You know this, yes? We are as much in battle now as any soldier. We cannot be distracted from that, yes?" I will not recount for you the entirety of Anzio's and my conversation. I do not wish to dwell on how close I came to losing my confidence, my purpose, my sense of who I am. I will tell you that I wish everyone could have a friend as strong and wise as Anzio. He didn't try to take away the blame. He felt it too. But somehow he reminded me that I wasn't going to quit. I wasn't going to leave the job half done, even if we failed at all of it. That wasn't who we were, so we might as well keep going. "We have some strategy that we need to discuss," Anzio finally said. "Yes," I replied, knowing that we needed to resume an ongoing conversation about how far we were willing to go. Anzio continued.
We may be facing the most difficult decision yet, and I think it would probably be best if we made it now, before we get into what you call this heat of the minute, yes? You mean heat of the moment, but yes, I think we should make the decision now. I just don't want to. See, I understand, but the repercussions of the dynasties discovering that we have access to their networks would be catastrophic, yes? It could cause every dynasty in the galaxy to turn against us. Even the Coridians might not remain our friends, and all the other dynasties would view us as enemies. We are having trouble surviving one hostile dynasty. What if there were hundreds? We would seal Earth's fate. This we know to be true. We knew it was true for the very fact that we did have access to their networks. We had researched the subject thoroughly. Each dynasty's network was its most closely guarded asset. All Dynasty Bioware was unique and provided an effective safeguard from others. Because the galactic habit of using respect as currency was so effective, there were very few crimes an individual could commit that would cause others to physically restrain or punish them. Giving someone else access to your dynasty's network was one of those crimes. As a matter of fact, on the scale of atrocities, it ranked higher than premeditated mass murder. No one betrayed their dynasty. The situation was especially acute for us. For whatever reason, Malatina had given Anzio and I more than just access to other dynasties' networks. We had what we were starting to think of as a kind of super-user access. In working with Amanda, we had discovered that we could do some incredible things that would guarantee every dynasty in the universe would come gunning for us. Only Anzio and I had access to these abilities and knowledge. Everyone else in Rising Sun had traditional Dynasty Bioware. But how would the other dynasties know that? We had become so conscious of how dangerous this special access and abilities might be that we'd even left it out of our discussions with Major and the rest of our team. Okay, Anzio, let's say you're right. Is it better to get destroyed by the Neridians in the next 24 hours because we won't use all the resources available to us, or to be destroyed at some later date by all of the dynasties ganging up on us? I'm not sure I see the disadvantage here. You are misdefining the problem to keep from having to make the harder choice. We have to stall for 3 days until we can have the referendum, so Rising Sun can claim Earth instead of Noridia. You are dreading the fact that a lot of people will probably die over those 3 days. But Mark, if we save them, we could condemn everyone. As hard as it will be, you must be to remembering that revealing ourselves will eventually kill those people just as surely as any Noridian bombardment. I do not envy you, my friend. You must decide if sacrificing the few is worth saving the human race. Logic says it is your only choice, but it is a hard one. Anzio, you're assuming that Earth will still vote for Rising Sun while the Neridians are destroying cities. We will find a way, Mark. I believe in you. Look, it is still your decision. I will support you no matter what, but be remembering all the consequences, yes? I will pray tonight for a miracle. We've seen our prayers answered before, yes? Maybe it will be happening again. When I didn't say anything, he continued. Whatever you decide, Mark, I will follow. But we cannot fool ourselves about the consequences of revealing our access to the other dynasties' networks. After a long moment, I said, Okay, Anzio, we find another way. No matter what, we don't reveal our superpowers. I extended my hand and we slowly shook. The Neridian ships were massive. They positioned themselves equidistant from each other in a low Earth orbit, LEO. At about 100 miles in altitude, they each completed an orbit in 90 minutes, meaning that at least one ship was always overhead as the brightest object in the sky. The Coridian ship was actually larger, but it was in a high Earth orbit, HEO. At just over 23,000 miles in altitude, it was still a bright object, but mainly stood out because of its movement. It was orbiting in the same direction as the other ships, but at that altitude it was actually traveling slower than the Earth's rotation, making it appear to be traveling in retrograde. We had finalized our plans. The Major and the rest of our Earth team were somewhere in Australia, and Anzio and I were on board Amanda. Somewhere along the line we had started calling the ship by the AI's name. We had double-checked to make sure, but the AI was good with it. We were in my cabin, and at Anzio's suggestion, I was letting Amanda use some force field manipulation to knead my neck and shoulders. It was important to stay loose, and besides, it really felt good. I think I was back, mentally, that is. I had actually gotten a little sleep, and having pre-made some of the tougher decisions allowed me some needed peace of mind. I was feeling my old self again, and we were just waiting for the Neridians to make contact. They'd been in orbit for almost a day now without any word whatsoever, which was fine with us. Every hour got us closer to the planet-wide referendum. Anzio was monitoring their network. We knew that Dr. Derek Helmer had made it aboard and was conferring with Crichton, who was apparently the one the Neridians were listening to this time around. From that same monitoring, we also knew that Crichton was predisposed to simply bombard us into submission. Derek was actually trying to talk him out of it, and it felt really weird to be rooting for him. "Okay, it is the showtime," Anzio finally said. I connected with Major Reagan, Julie, and Dr. Tony Decker, and held their avatars superimposed at the edge of my vision as I focused on the view screen in my cabin. I also made another connection that would stay in the background. With this setup, my friends would be able to see and hear everything I could, but the Neridians would only see and hear me. The first person to appear in the main image was Dr. Derek Helmer himself. I knew that he didn't have any BioWare, so on the ship he must be looking into an actual screen. He would only be able to see Anzio and I. "Dr. Spencer," he said. "I should have known." "Hello, Derek. Long time no smell. Tell your friends here that any communications with Earth can go through the Rising Sun Dynasty." "Still as arrogant as always. Mark, why should the Neridians accept that you speak for all of Earth? Who made you king?" I could frantically see that Julie was trying to get my attention. "Julie?" I said to her in a private BioWare communication. "What's up?" "Mark," she said. "I get it now. I know what Silva was trying to tell us." "What are you talking about, Julie?" "You have to talk to Crichton directly, Mark. Dr. Helmer will never fall for it." "Fall for what? Julie, you're not making any sense." "Bluffing, Mark. That's what Silva was trying to tell us. The Neridian females and males are different. The males don't make emotional decisions. They pride themselves on their logic. Remember what we were talking about living in a transparent society? We were worried that people could become naive because they would tend to believe what they were told. We only need one more day. String him along with whatever bluff you need." "Mark," Dr. Helmer said, "is the conversation boring you?" No, I was just thinking things through. I guess we don't have any choice. We'll do what you want, but I'll be damned if I'm going to surrender to you. Put the Neridian leader on the line." You'll do it? You're really ready to exceed. Maybe you're smarter than I've been giving you credit for," he said as his image backed away from the screen. It was quickly replaced by a Neridian male. Like all Neridian males, he was physically handsome, but somehow Crichton also exuded meanness. "You must be Crichton," I got in the first word. "Yes, and I am ready to accept Earth's declaration that it is now a protectorate of Neridia and broadcast it to the Accord." "Why would Earth do that?" I said. "Dr. Helmer just assured me that you were ready to declare this." "Well, he lied. He does that quite a lot." "But I was standing right here. I heard you tell him that." "Look, Crichton, Dr. Helmer is playing a trick on you. We were being sarcastic and we signaled that to him with our body language. He must be really desperate to please you." I could hear some yelling off-screen. "Regardless," Crichton continued, "Earth will declare itself our protectorate or we will destroy you." "I don't think so." "You don't? What don't you think?" "I don't think you would attack another dynasty. The Accord really wouldn't like that." "Yes, Dr. Helmer has told us of your supposed dynasty. You may have the name, but we have been observing you closely. You're not fulfilling the duties of a dynasty and therefore have no right to the protections." "We can fulfill the duties," I said. "How? You have no infrastructure. You have no way to aid or protect the people of Earth. We have scanned the star system carefully. You do not even have a space presence." "Yes, we do." "Where is it?" "It's here. You just can't see it." There was some more yelling off-screen. "Regardless, Dr. Spencer, our issue is with Earth, not the Rising Sun Dynasty. You are hereby warned to remove your personnel from the planet." "Why would we do that?" "Because we are preparing to rectify a mistake, and any of your dynasty on the planet will not survive. Is that clear enough?" "No, not really," I said. "You see, Earth is our ally, and any attack on it is the same as an attack on us. Didn't Dr. Helmer explain any of this to you?" There was some extended off-screen conversation, and then Crichton returned. "Dr. Spencer, this conversation is pointless. The Accord recognizes no such convention as allies, and Earth has no central government to express its will, so it cannot possibly be a protectorate of Rising Sun. As a matter of fact, I am still not convinced that Rising Sun is even a qualified dynasty. I will ask you one last time. Will Earth accede? If Earth isn't unified, then how could Naridia claim it requested a protectorship, At any rate, you are correct. This conversation is pointless. If you attack Earth, the Rising Sun dynasty will destroy you. Now there was a very long pause. The broadcast abruptly ended, and I was actually thinking this might work. We might really be able to confuse these Nimrods long enough to hold the referendum, and thereby prove the planet's intentions to accept a protectorship from the Rising Sun dynasty. But then everything went to hell in a handbasket. The broadcast resumed, and this time Crichton appeared focused and determined. Any confusion was long gone. Dr. Spencer, if your dynasty really does have weapons that could threaten us, then you only could have gotten them from the Caridians. That is a violation of the Accord, and we are within our right to punish them. Once we've done that, there will be no more illegal outside interference. Furthermore, Rising Sun is a dynasty in name only, and we do not recognize it. You do not have the ability to protect yourself or to protect Earth. You may have received some weaponry, but you certainly do not have the ability to defeat 5 ships of the Neridian dynasty. Any desire from Earth's population to be a protectorate of the Rising Sun dynasty is meaningless. In 2 days, we will accept the request of billions of Earthers to be our protectorate, or we will accept the request from its few million survivors. It is not important to Neridia which path Earth chooses. "Mark," Enzio said, "he's ordered an attack on the Caridian ship." "Crichton!" I yelled, but it was too late. The connection was cut. We watched Crichton's ship fire some type of plasma bolt that hit the Caridian ship. "Mark!" Enzio cried. "Their ship is taking damage. They'll be destroyed." I looked at my friend and saw the fear in his eyes. In my mind, I saw so many memories of Semi and him together. I also saw Ashima, Dr. Mom, and Silva, and others. I'd known that Earth was in the crosshairs, and there was plenty of danger going around for everyone. But it wasn't until this moment that I'd ever really thought that the Caridians might be drawn into the shooting. Crichton had unknowingly given us the time to preserve Earth's future. Everything we'd been working for and praying for was now at hand. But the cost. We had talked about this, and we had already pre-made our decision. We had known that lives would probably be lost. You would think that Caridian deaths would be easier to accept than Earther deaths. But it didn't feel that way at all. These were people that wouldn't commit to being full allies of Earth, that wouldn't bend their precious accord enough to actually defend us. Yet they had helped us. Now they were going to lose their lives because of it. I recalled the conversations Anzio and I had had with Semi and Ashima, demanding that they take a stand. I remembered the decision Anzio and I had made. I remembered his great speech about our responsibility. I remembered all of it, and I didn't care. I knew I might be sealing the fate of Earth. I knew that it was absolutely not the logical thing to do, but it was the human thing. I shouted, "Amanda, Crichton's ship, light the night with it." There was a brilliant flash of light in low Earth orbit that briefly caused double shadows on half the globe. My BioWare had activated a pre-programmed macro, and using my super-user access, had worked through Amanda to order the nanite machinery on Crichton's ship to convert a very small amount of itself into pure energy. The flash was so brilliant that hundreds of cases of blindness were reported in animals and humans, anyone that happened to be looking up at that moment. Fortunately, the extra line I had opened into our conversation with Crichton had fed directly into the EarthNet. Almost everyone had been watching the drama unfold on their screens rather than looking up at the sky. I can't take credit for it, though, because it wasn't by design. I truly had harbored no intention of killing Crichton, and the BioWare macro activated by the phrase, "light the night," had been purely a precaution. Sometimes I get lucky. I sent the other 4 Neridian ships home. I don't mean I controlled them, I just told them to go home, and to take a message with them. I told them to spread the word. Earth was off limits. I told them that Earth was protected not only by the Rising Sun dynasty but by the Accord itself. I told them that anyone that attacked Earth would receive a similar fate, and their dynasties would be declared enemies and a state of war would exist. I told them that Earth was willing to be friends with everyone but would stand up to anyone. I told them that this was fate, that Earth had a destiny, and heaven help anyone that tried to interfere with it.
Okay, so maybe I was feeling a little cocky. As soon as the adrenaline rush wore off, I'd probably break out in the sweats for all the lives lost and risks I was taking. I think it helped my message that I was delivering it as Amanda slowly started rising from her half-buried grave, ascending into medium Earth orbit like a phoenix. I positioned our ship between the damaged Caridian ship and the Neridians until they broke orbit. There was a lesson I'd learned at the frat house in college. We'd played a lot of poker amongst ourselves, and I don't know if it was because a lot of those guys had money and weren't very careful with it, or if it was more because I hadn't had money and was very focused on getting it, but I got good enough at it that I actually ate lunch sometimes. Anyway, a valuable poker lesson I'd learned is to never bluff, but when you do, bluff big. To the surprise of everyone, I hadn't been bluffing when I told Crichton we had a space presence. I also hadn't bluffed when I told him that I could destroy him. The message I sent the Neridians home with, however, claiming that the Accord itself was protecting Earth. Well, no lower house had popped in and zapped me, at least not yet, so maybe they were going to let it lie. Anzio and I had been operating from our designated club room on Amanda. After the Armada broke orbit, I'm not sure how long I just sat there. I felt drained. Sitting on the couch, I suddenly realized that I could barely keep my eyes open, and the smell of bacon was driving me nuts. Anzio must be up to his culinary experimentation again. I'd often told him that bacon was cheating and he could receive no grade while using such divine ingredients. When was the last time I'd eaten? I'd been so nervous. Yes, I'll move to the kitchen. And just, hey. Chapter 32. Dr. Julie Shine. Julie was in her office, except it wasn't really hers. At least it hadn't been yesterday. She was on the top floor in one corner of a 6-story building with floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2 outside walls, which gave her an incredible view of the New South Wales countryside. This was the new location that the Australian Special Forces Regiment had relocated them to. It really looked more like a deserted office park than a military base, but that was far from Julie's concern at the moment. Right now, she needed to produce the most important video blogcast in history. Everyone had heard the message Mark had sent the Neridians home with. Everyone heard him proclaim the Accord itself was defending Earth, but she, the Major, and Tony had heard him give the order. There was more going on here than meets the eye, but she had more urgent things to worry about right now. They had defeated the Neridians for breakfast and would produce and distribute the video this afternoon. Then at 10 o'clock a.m. local time tomorrow, the worldwide referendum would begin in New Zealand and eastern Siberia. As the clock struck noon moving westward across the planet, it would be like watching 24 different election results, each spaced 1 hour apart. Everything they had achieved so far, all of the sacrifice, all of the lives lost would be for naught if the world rejected being a protectorship of Rising Sun Dynasty. Unless such a declaration was made into the galactic network soon, everyone would realize that the Earth was legally wide open and Mark's warnings and threats would look empty. Silva and Semi had warned us strongly about this. Whether it was next month, next year, or next century, galactic enemies would return unless Earth was protected under the edicts of the Accord. Celeste, her new assistant, was busy arranging new virtual whiteboards along one side of her office. Now that more people were getting the hang of BioWare, Julie's world was changing dramatically. For instance, now she was leaning back against the front side of her desk, legs and arms crossed, focused on the floating whiteboards that contained the various points that needed to be covered in the blogcast. Moments before, that same office airspace had been filled with virtual maps depicting the time zones for the referendum. Since the Neridian ship had blown up and the Armada had been sent on its way, the sense of relief was palpable. Some people were giddy to the point of not really being able to focus on anything, and others were so exhausted they couldn't think straight. Julie was probably somewhere in between, and very thankful for some of the newer Dynasty members like Celeste. They were jumping in and taking much of the burden off their shoulders. Dr. Spallini has sent word that he and Dr. Spencer are inbound, but he wanted to go ahead and forward these notes to you, Celeste was saying about the information on one of the whiteboards. Okay, Celeste, points 1 and 2 are already covered, but make sure his 3rd and 4th bullet points are included in my draft. Just then Dr. Tony Decker knocked on her doorsill and walked in as Celeste walked out. I would have thought that the BioWare would have eliminated the need for an assistant, Tony said. Oh, Celeste is much more than just an assistant, Julie responded. She's become a trusted sounding board, and her instincts on videography are incredible. I wouldn't be surprised if she couldn't have a career as a Hollywood director if she wanted it. And truth be told, Julie laughed, she's adapted to the BioWare much faster than I have. It's like she was born to it. Tony suddenly looked uncomfortable and said, Julie, you don't think that could be true, do you? I mean, she couldn't really be a G-human, could she? Still smiling, Julie said, No, Tony. Infiltration like that is something we're probably going to have to be very careful about in the future, but Celeste was actually recommended to me by the Major. She's the wife of a good friend's son. Now, let's link our BioWare and go over these notes. Major Matthew Reagan held Julie in his arms as he stood there looking through her office windows at the green countryside beyond. She lifted her head from his shoulder and said, I have to get ready to tape the blogcast. He gave her a final squeeze and released his embrace. Before she pulled away, she looked up into this man's eyes. The Major had done his part. Starting when he first took the team away from the planet, he had looked out for them. He had figured out the Neridians' treachery and brought them home. Not all of them, to be sure, but he'd gotten enough of them back to defeat Jackie. She thought about Mark, the man of infinite surprises. He had traveled the galaxy desperately searching for a solution and returned as a man powerful enough to defeat a dynasty of the Accord. How had he done it? He still seemed the same likable but overconfident guy that never took anything too seriously. But now he was announcing to the galaxy that he was the defender of all things Earth? There was a lot more to his story, and Julie intended to ferret it out. But first, it was her turn. Everyone had done their part. Even Dr. Tony Decker had made a critical contribution when he released the initial video onto the EarthNet that had exposed Dr. Helmer and General Memphis as traitors. Her old self might have felt some anxiety over what she was about to do. She would have at least been nervous and a little bit tentative or even shaky. From an abstract point of view, she marveled at her newfound strength and confidence. Whatever it was, she had no doubts, no hesitations. She knew what she had to do. Chapter 33. Video Blogcast. Participants: Dr. Julie Shine, Rising Sun Dynasty. Keywords: Protectorate, Dynasty, Vote, The Accord, Freedom. Title: The Most Important Vote in the History of Mankind. Hello, the people of Earth. My name is Dr. Julie Shine, and most of you know my story. I'm not going to give you a long speech. The choice before us is very simple. We can ask the Rising Sun Dynasty to protect Earth, or we can leave ourselves open to the mercy of other aliens like the Neridians. We have watched Rising Sun prove they can protect us. We have seen them begin to give us medical nano and other technology that will improve the life of everyone on this planet. We have watched many fellow Earthers give their lives so that we might have this choice. Tomorrow at noon you must vote. If you're outdoors at noon your local time, you're voting to accept the Rising Sun as Earth's protector. If you stay indoors, you're voting for Earth to be defenseless. You can't abstain. Everyone has a vote. This is everyone's decision. If you pray to God, by whatever name you call him, ask for guidance now. This is our future, our destiny. I am Dr. Julie Shine, and I believe in Earth. I believe in her people. I will be outdoors at noon. I hope you will be too. Chapter 34. Major Matthew Reagan, Rising Sun Dynasty. The clock struck noon in eastern Siberia. We were all gathered on the top floor of our new Rising Sun headquarters. There was a huge open space outside of Julie's office, and I think everyone must have been here. Mark and Anzio had shown up last night to a hero's welcome. Semi had flown down to witness the vote, and she now sat hand in hand with Anzio at one of several tables. Dr. Tony Andretti, Dr. Mom, was here, along with Silva and a number of other Caridians. One glaring absence was Ashima. There had been casualties when the Neridians attacked the Caridian ship. She had been one of them. My gaze naturally wandered over to Mark. He probably looked himself to most people, but I'd spent enough time with him now to know he'd been affected. The room was abuzz and the crowd was jovial. Everyone had high expectations for the vote. Dr. Tony Decker had originally criticized Julie's speech for being so short, but had been quickly shouted down. The floor below us was full of diplomats. There were several military leaders without portfolio there, too. They had just started showing up unannounced yesterday. Apparently, many of the governments on Earth wanted to show their support for Rising Sun. They would be making official declarations after the vote, assuming we won, of course. Unofficially, many of them told us that their governments were in turmoil and looking for guidance. They wanted Rising Sun to protect them from aliens and each other. They also knew that if their people supported Rising Sun and their government didn't, well, they really wanted to stay in power. Both rooms were full of large screens for those that were still unenhanced, and those screens were set to show running vote counts in major population centers, countries, and time zones. A few screens were, of course, also set to monitor the major news feeds. For those of us with BioWare, this room had turned into the most incredible operations center I'd ever seen. In addition to the real screens, there were virtual screens showing actual satellite views. We had the power to zoom in on any geographic area. Something else that gave me pause was what Anzio had just mentioned to me moments ago. This wasn't just a big event on Earth. Apparently there were no less than 16 different dynasties openly monitoring the vote, and probably a whole lot more that would see it before the day was done. Technically, the clock had already hit high noon in the Line Islands of Kiribati, but since less than 9,000 people live there, and because an unusually high percentage of the population spent their time outdoors, it was difficult to get a take on anything. The Phoenix Islands, Samoa, and Tonga came next with mixed results. It appeared that more people were outdoors than usual, but again we were dealing with cultures where a high percentage of people spent their time outside anyway. Eastern Siberia was sparsely populated, but showed no real change from the baseline. Finally, the Marshall Islands, New Zealand, and Eastern Australia gave hope. Between these three, there was a 9% increase in outdoor activity, and enough outside the margin of error that I started breathing again. Japan showed a surge in outdoor activity, but the room became subdued as the majority of Asia started polling. China was now split into 3 sovereign states, with only New Hong Kong showing an outdoor surge. Indonesia, India, and much of the Middle East remained within the margin of error. As we hit noon in each new time zone, it took us about 20 minutes to crunch the numbers and be confident in our counts. So that left us with about 35 minutes between each sets of results to worry and second-guess ourselves. And if we hadn't been inclined to do that anyway, the major news outlets would have reminded us. Everything changed once we reached Africa and Eastern Europe. I had expected Europe to show strong support for us, and it did, demonstrating a 37% increase in outdoor activity. I suppose I should have realized that with the priority medical nano and water desalination stations we had been providing to the continent of Africa, and with a corresponding reduction of deaths in diseases like Ebola, that we'd be popular. But I'd never dreamed that some countries would embrace us almost completely. The high level of acceptance continued well above the norm as the clock continued rolling through North and South America. It was obvious well before then, but at the end of the 24-hour referendum, Earth had recorded an overall increase in outdoor activity of 27%. That may not sound like a lot, but it meant that over 63% of the planet's population had spent 5 minutes outdoors right at noon, more than enough to demonstrate the clear will of the people. Earth was now an official protectorate of the Rising Sun dynasty. How do you decompress from something like what we'd just been through? I've always been a person of action, and the Army had always taught me to use any downtime to prepare for the next uptime. But what would I be preparing for? For the first time in my life, I really wanted a vacation. I think Julie felt the same way. She told me she'd like to crawl into bed and not get up for a week. In one sense, it felt like we had completed our mission. We had traveled off-planet, returned, and defeated our enemies. But in reality, our work was just beginning. Earth was in turmoil. With the loss of Beijing, China was split into 3 not-so-stable countries, 4 if you included Taiwan. The Russian states were essentially leaderless, with a few generals attempting to secure martial law with an iron-fisted rule. Everyone was basically ignoring them, however. It looked like the Russian mob was the only organization the people really respected. Europe was somewhat better off. Most of the governments, except for England and France, were pretty much intact, but if you listened closely, you got the feeling that they'd really lost control of their citizenry. Part of the problem was that the United States government was in shambles. Our country, however, was in surprisingly good shape. Well, maybe not the federal government or the military, but the people as a whole. When we lost Washington, D.C., we lost a huge chunk of not only our national politicians, but also the entire support structure, including lobbyists, party headquarters and leadership, special interest group headquarters, political action groups, senior bureaucratic officials, and about every other behind-the-scenes group that manipulated the political experience in America. Since the Neridians had also eliminated most of the U.S. military's 4-star officers, just about all the government's responsibilities had fallen to the states, and they were handling it rather well. There was an old cynical joke that said if you really wanted to improve life in America, we should let the Russians nuke Washington, D.C. I really didn't want to dwell on that too much. It felt inhumane and eerily accurate. From a worldwide perspective, there was now a leadership vacuum. With the U.S. no longer playing the role as the world's policeman and China no longer the largest economy, many countries that were used to following along were now more or less twiddling their thumbs. Normally, Russia or England would have been quick to jump in, but with both Moscow and London gone. And then there were the people of Earth. They were turning by the millions to the Rising Sun dynasty for answers and guidance. On some deep fundamental level, it seemed that most people could sense the leadership vacuum. Either that or they were just scared and figured that Rising Sun was the biggest badass force in our corner of the galaxy. Regardless, there was a very real potential for worldwide bloodshed and chaos if Rising Sun didn't do something soon. Chapter 35. Colonel Darrell Stone, U.S. Army. Colonel Stone had ordered all the soldiers that had been involved with the mall massacres to be flown into Langley Air Force Base. He'd thought long and hard about this. He had no particular desire to play warlord, and he would carry through with his intention to offer himself for service in the Rising Sun dynasty. However, that still left him with a problem and some unfinished business. At this particular moment, he was answerable to no government or authority. Justice had to be administered, but he really didn't feel like going through the motions of a trial administered by what would surely become only a kangaroo court anyway. He had the soldiers he had flown in assembled on the tarmac in front of one of the large hangars used for a squadron of F-22 Raptors. There were close to 1,000 troops gathered in front of him, but it was a calm day and the base was eerily silent and empty. "For soldiers like us," the colonel said in a strong voice that carried to everyone, "the excuse of just following orders doesn't buy us a good night's sleep. All of us were used to perpetrate atrocities against the American people. We realized our mistake and in every case corrected it as quickly as possible, but that alone should not absolve us. I would suggest that we still have a duty to fulfill. I would suggest the redemption might lie in serving a greater good. For myself, I am volunteering to serve and join the Rising Sun dynasty. I do not know if that service will take me off-world or if my skills will be better used planet-side, but that is how I will pay my debt. That is how I will once again earn a sound night's sleep. When we are done here today, if you are so inclined, I would welcome you to join me in our service to mankind." The colonel pulled a remote control out of his pocket and pushed a button. The massive hangar doors behind him started sliding apart, opening just wide enough to reveal a couple dozen men and women in orange jumpsuits and handcuffs. When the doors had opened sufficiently, armed guards moved the prisoners to stand behind the colonel. "Behind me stand the former officers that did know what they were ordering you to do, that did know we would be spilling civilian blood, that did order these atrocities in hopes of personal gain." The colonel turned and walked back to the doors, and the guards filed through after him. The colonel turned back to the troops and said, "Because our government is in turmoil and because the military hierarchy is still in question, no one knows what laws to charge these people under or who would have jurisdiction to carry out their sentences. I have personally carried out sentencing on General Eugene Memphis, God rest his rotten soul, and I will carry the explanation of those actions to my Creator without hesitation. I think that you, the soldiers that were duped, used, and deceived, are best fit to carry out judgment and sentence on these traitors before you. Think carefully through your actions and be prepared to carry the burden of them throughout your life." The major pushed another button on his remote control and the door started sliding shut. "Do with them as you will." The screams started before the doors were even fully closed. Chapter 36. Dr. Mark Spencer. "I'm going home," I announced to the room. Earth had been an official protectorate of the Rising Sun Dynasty for almost exactly 24 hours now, but the only thing I felt was tired. "When will you be back?" Dr. Tony Decker asked. "I'm not sure," I said. "In a few days, a week maybe." "You can't run out now," he insisted. "We need you." "Well, you'll just have to wait. I'm tired. I need to refresh the old batteries. Besides, you'll be fine. Tony, you run things for a while, okay?" "Me?" he sort of squeaked. "Yeah, why not?" The truth is, I was just mentally and emotionally exhausted. Major Reagan spoke up next. "Mark, where is home?" That was a good question. I realized that in my mind I'd been visualizing the living room of the house I own just off campus from my university. "I need to set up some type of security for you. You remember our agreement." So I told the major where I was going and agreed to let him arrange the transportation. In truth, I did feel a little guilty about running out on everyone, but one ability I've always had was to know my limits, to know when I needed downtime to decompress or deconstruct or whatever the psychologists wanted to call it. I suppose I could have asked the psychologist in the room with us, but she was actually part of the problem. The major informed me that there would be a full security team already in place at my home when I arrived. He assured me that they would stay in the background, but warned me not to try and ditch them or cause any undue trouble. I sort of waved agreement, and then he surprised me. "I'm also sending along Captain Kimiko to head up the security detail. That won't cause any problems, will it?" It wouldn't at all. Kimiko and I had settled into a new relationship without her having to speak about it. That's one of the things I loved about her. She was probably the most intuitive person I knew, other than her now-deceased twin sister. We wouldn't be sharing a bed anymore, but there was a bond between us. I still wasn't sure how I felt about the whole God thing, but one area of my life that I felt blessed in was that more often than not, I kept good relationships with my old girlfriends. Actually, it feels really weird even saying it that way, because I don't consider them any less of a friend once we stop having sex. I had such a female friend once tell me that it only worked because I wasn't at all territorial. When I'd asked her what she meant, she'd thought for a while and then explained that all guys are hardwired to possess or feel protective over women. That in a relationship, men are constantly putting off signals to stake their claim and warn off the competition. She didn't resent us for it. She just accepted that it was probably subconscious and maybe even genetic. It's these little jealousies that always prevent a friendship after a relationship. 99 times out of 100, a divorced couple only maintains a friendship if there's a young child that forces them to, and then it's usually a limited and strained one at that. When men are in physical proximity to a woman they've known, they just can't help marking their territory, giving off subliminal signals that say, "This woman is, or recently has been, mine." She said, "Have you ever been around a woman that can just know when two people are having an affair together? Well, there you go. She's just reading the subliminal signs." I'd never really put that much thought into it, but apparently I didn't consciously or subconsciously behave this way. You might not think much of it, but I counted it as a greater blessing. Anyway, I left a message for Anzio and Semi, invited them to join me in a couple of days, and then proceeded to sleep through most of the shuttle ride home. We landed on campus and rode in a white SUV to my house. I don't know why it wasn't a black SUV, but I realized I was grateful. I walked up my front steps and reached for the doorknob when the door suddenly swung open. I stared at the tall blonde woman standing just inside my doorway and broke out in the biggest natural smile I'd worn in what seemed like a year. "Ah, little Miss Blue Eyes," I said. When Anzio and Semi showed up a couple of days later, I already felt like a different man. I desperately needed some time away from thinking about what we'd been through and what we still faced. This morning my mind had started focusing on all the things Anzio and I would need to discuss once he arrived, but little Miss Blue Eyes would have none of it, and she was very persuasive. Once Anzio and Semi did arrive, however, she retreated into the background and didn't distract me from important business. An interesting woman. The three of us were seated in my very common but very comfortable living room when Semi offered gratitude. "Mark, before we go any further, I have a need to say thank you. I also need you to know that it is not just from me. The consensus of the Caridian dynasty is that we owe you a great debt, and we are not used to owing anything to another dynasty, so we do not really know what to do, but We wish to start by expressing gratitude." "Okay, you're welcome," I said. "But just to be clear, what is it exactly that you're grateful for?" "I told you that you would need to be spelling it out for him," Anzio said with a smile. "We were actually hoping you could help clear it up for us, Mark. We know you somehow interceded for us and saved our lives, but we don't really know how you got the Accord to take action against the Neridians." "While I appreciate your thanks, Semi, we told you that Earth had a destiny. Maybe your ship just got caught up in the Accord's actions to protect that destiny." After a moment, Semi continued. "There are actually a fair number in my dynasty that think that is exactly what happened." "And you?" I said. "I don't buy it, as my dear Anzio would say." "Semi," I said, astonished. "Did you just use a contraction?" One thing that Anzio and I had noticed over our galactic travels was that G-humans never used contractions, or at least not unless they'd lived on Earth for years like Silva or Dr. Mom. "I have been corrupted by this sex maniac that calls himself your friend," she said with a grin. "But I am learning your Earther ways, Mark, and I know you're just attempting to change the subject. If the Neridians had destroyed our ship, it would have hurt our entire dynasty," she continued. "The cost in respect and prestige to our dynasty would have been great. On the other hand, our destruction cost Earth nothing. The Neridians were talking about giving you enough time that you could have held your referendum. There was no need to save us. You're assuming the Neridians would actually have given us the extra day we needed, and you're assuming that Earthers would have voted the same way if the Neridian ships were still in orbit above us. There was no certainty in any of that." "Yes, but then if all that failed, the option to destroy the Neridian ship was still there. Someone decided not to wait. Someone decided to save us too." Neither of us said anything. Anzio was busy studying the ceiling. Finally, I relented. "Semi, I guess there are some things we will just never know the answer to. I would say this, however. I can understand why the decision was made. From our conversations, I think our peoples have a slightly different concept of what right and wrong are. Your people gauge something as right if it complies with the edicts of the Accord and promotes or benefits your dynasty. Something is only wrong if it doesn't comply or hurts your dynasty. Our philosophers call this situational ethics. Most Earthers reject this philosophy. I certainly do. There are some things that, legal or not, are simply wrong. You and everyone on your ship losing their lives simply because you were helping us would have been wrong, period. If I had been in control of the situation, that is why I would have saved you. Not because it benefited us, and not just because I cared deeply about many of you, but simply because it was the right thing to do." After a moment, I continued. "I cannot expect Caridians to change their ethics, but if you still feel a debt to us, this is what I would ask. If you ever find Earthers in need, be it today or 10,000 years from now, and if you can aid them without endangering your dynasty, do so. That is what friendship is about, and that is what I would ask." There was another long moment of silence until she finally replied. "It appears that we may not get many answers today, and that is too bad, because many in our dynasty are somewhat shaken by the possibilities, and I am sure the situation will be discussed and evaluated for lifetimes to come. As to our gratitude, it remains steadfast. The one thing I can promise you is that every child growing up Caridian will know what happened here and will be made aware of your request. For myself personally, I want to say thank you. Not just for saving my life, but for teaching me something of what it means to be human." When I'd returned home 2 days ago, I'd been somewhat numb. There had been so many things going on, and I'd lost so many people, some to death and one to circumstances. I know it probably sounds callous, but other than one dedicated toast, we didn't much discuss Ashima's death. I had already experienced my own therapy by telling little Miss Blue Eyes all about her, and I just didn't want to dwell on it any longer. It also turns out that the Caridians handled grief differently than what we are used to. Semi explained that in her society it was traditional to celebrate a person's accomplishments. What made that different from us was the technology involved. For lack of a better way to explain it, for every member of the Accord there was a galactic file, accessible from their dynasty's network. When a person died, all of their personal information, favorite recorded memories, etc., were deposited in the file, and everyone from their dynasty was welcome to add to it with their own personal memories or testaments. Unlike on Earth, there was no prohibition on speaking ill of the dead, so these added memories provided a more realistic and honest memory of a person. When dynasty personnel communicated with each other directly via BioWare, short of looking into a mirror, There was no camera to capture an image of themselves. Every individual, however, had an avatar that could accurately mimic facial expressions and body language. It was this avatar that was then attached to a deceased's file so that anyone that wanted to could virtually visit the person anytime they chose. This entire conversation had come up because Semi had informed us that Anzio and I were being given a rare honor. Our status was somewhat unique, and we definitely weren't a part of the Caridian dynasty, but we were being asked to contribute any memories we wished to share. Because I was curious, I asked and was told that as far as she knew, the same technology was used by all the members of the Accord, even the Kikos. There was, I think, another difference. Separation wasn't traumatic for them. I had found myself surprised when Semi mentioned that until the reception on Larga, it had been 80 years since she'd last spoken to Ashima. To me, they had seemed like the closest of friends, and Semi confirms that to be true. I was starting to realize that the longer lifespans of the G-humans created some very different social dynamics. For example, everything being equal, Earthers tend to retain familial ties throughout our lives. If your lifespan is over 1,000 years, however, even the parent-child relationship can drift apart. Not through animosity, but think about it. After the child-rearing years and then maybe a century or two, and a whole galaxy to roam, are you still going to get together every Sunday for dinner? Friendships were the same way. It wouldn't be unusual to have a best friend that you hung out with all the time, until one of you decides to experience another part of the spiral arm for a few decades. Any relationship can stop being fresh after enough time, but then the reunions are that much more enjoyable. Sharing a century's worth of new experiences with someone you're already predisposed to like and respect can be exhilarating, and it might take a decade or more just to get caught up. Now, what Jackie had originally told us about their attitudes towards marriage, temporary and mainly for child-rearing, and relationships, monogamous by choice but not expected, was starting to make more sense. Semi was enthusiastic in helping me verbally explore these cultural differences. I think many of our traditions, norms, and taboos were just as thought-provoking for her as hers were for me. Anzio was his usual semi-reserved self, offering occasional insights, yet mostly content to listen. The only awkwardness came when the lifespan discussion became personal. "I might as well share with you, Mark," Anzio began, "a challenge that we are having." Semi set her glass of wine down and adopted a patient smile. "Semi and I, we very much enjoy being together." Now it was my turn to smile at this huge and very obvious understatement. "Damn it, Mark," he said, "I'm going to grow old and die." Now Semi spoke up. "I have already told our mutual friend here that I do not care about that. If he is afraid that I will get bored and wander off when he becomes old and crotchety, he is being silly. I have already told him that I will spend the rest of his life with him." "You mean he's going to get even more crotchety than he is now?" is what I said. What I was thinking was something else entirely. This was a huge declaration by Semi, and I instantly realized that she was saying these private things in front of me because she desperately needed Anzio to believe her. So why didn't he? "So why don't you believe her?" I said. "I do believe her," he proclaimed, "and that is the main problem, yes? It is one thing to lose your mate suddenly, but to know that your partner will die first and to watch them slowly dwindle before your eyes, Semi, that is a torture I cannot wish upon anyone." "Anzio," Semi replied softly, "I wish you and Mark to hear my words and believe them. I will gladly dedicate a small portion of my life to a man I respect and love. You are not condemning me to take care of you for the rest of my life. You are agreeing to share what precious time you have left, and I see it as a great gift. To know you and to be around you is so valuable, so precious that I doubt I will ever be able to capture it again, no matter how many more centuries I live. You wouldn't deny me that, would you?" "Ah, you see, Mark, you see why I cannot win an argument with this woman." "You are outclassed, my friend. I think you should give up the fight and enjoy each other. Besides, methinks the lady has spoken." We all enjoyed a comfortable silence until Anzio changed the subject, but my train of thought continued. I did have secret access to Neridia's network. With enough searching, I could presumably uncover their proscribed genetic research. Could what was genetically done to Earthers so many centuries ago possibly be undone? Maybe I could give Anzio that long life with Semi. Maybe I could restore it for all mankind. "No, my friend, I don't think it would work that way," Anzio said to me as we were strolling down a tree-lined lane on Sorority Row. Kimiko and Little Miss Blue Eyes were following a few yards behind us, but it was hilarious watching the rest of the security detail trying to blend in with the co-eds. We were taking an after-breakfast walk on the university campus. He and Semi were preparing to end their 2-day visit and return to the Caridian ship later this day. Look, I know we would have the same problem of not being able to explain how we came up with the information, but surely we could think of something. We got lucky, Mark. It was, yes, a genius thing you did when you sent the Noridians away with the message that it was the Accord itself that destroyed their ship. But I fear we would not get so lucky again. There was no genius to it, Anzio. I just blurted it out and realized it made sense later. But it does prove that there are ways around letting dynasties know we can access their networks. Prove? You think because the Accord hasn't shown up to smite us that they approve? I am not of the confidence that you are, that there still might not be a price to pay. I sighed. What would you have me do, Anzio? No, my friend, I am very grateful for what you did, and you are brilliant in covering up how you did it, whether you want to take credit for it or not. I am only saying that it is not a repeatable strategy. We still have to protect our secret. Besides, that is not being the biggest problem. Really? I said. Then what is? He gathered his thoughts for a few more paces and then said, I am not a geneticist, but I am fairly certain that any type of genetic therapy of this type would manifest over generations, certainly not quickly enough to affect my personal time left. The bigger picture, however, has to do with how it would affect the human race. Are we sure we want to become what the G-humans have become? Anzio, are you trying to tell me that the Fountain of Youth would be a bad thing? I am not so sure, Mark. I know I would like to put some more thought into it. What about you? Have you thought it through? No, I really hadn't. Once again, Anzio was acting like the mature adult while I was just forging ahead and not looking both ways before I crossed the street. This is just what I needed, another moral dilemma. As much as I had enjoyed the days off, I knew it was time to jump back into the frying pan, or the fire, or whatever. We needed to figure out what to do next. I started making arrangements for everyone to meet on Amanda. We had some decisions to make. Chapter 37. Semi. Caridian Dynasty. She had never experienced anything like this. She paused for the half moment it took her Bioware to query the network and do the conversion. She'd been alive for 1,011 Earth years, and she had never met a people as unique as Earthers. Granted, she could live for 10,000 years and still not know every culture in the galaxy, but ever since she had first met them, she had been doing research. She had conducted virtual interviews with dozens of ancestor Caridian avatars that had specialized in social and cultural histories. As far as she could tell, nothing like this had ever happened before. These short-lived Earthers were a phenomenon. She stepped into her personal hygiene booth. The gentle tug of the spherical gravity field allowed the reverse ionization process to gently pull away all the contaminant matter that it was not programmed to leave behind. Before she stepped out of what the Earthers called a shower, she checked her vital life sign readouts in her mind's eye. She knew that if there were any abnormal readings, she would have been notified the moment she stepped into the booth, but she liked to spot health trends before they broke threshold parameters. She gave a little laugh as the thought struck her that Anzio was probably brushing his teeth at this very moment. With his new Bioware and medical nano, it was an ablution that was totally unnecessary. The nano would be continuously absorbing and eliminating the old mucus and biofilm plaque from his mouth. Even so, he refused to give up the habit. It was one of the many eccentricities she loved about him. As she physically dressed in a bland beige, form-fitting tunic, she absent-mindedly selected a yellow sundress for her Bioware to project. She knew it was one of his favorites. One of the questions she had been contemplating was to explain her personal fascination with the Earthers. Yes, it was reason enough that it would be devastating to her dynasty if the Noridians were elevated to lower house status, but thanks to those same Earthers, that was an elevation that now looked out of reach for them. Of course, there was also the question of her personal feelings for one Dr. Anzio Spallini. What had started out as a wild attraction and infatuation was now morphing into something much deeper than that, and that wasn't supposed to happen this fast. Yes, she had been in love before, but feelings this deep were supposed to take decades to develop, were they not? And because she prided herself on her self-honesty, she had to admit that the physical part of the relationship could be affecting her judgment. Okay, most certainly was affecting her judgment. The Earthers were different from all other G-humans she had ever known. The Accord prohibited genetic modification for anything beyond simple disease control. Certainly species modification was out of the question. The Neridians had ignored this rule, and now that the evidence was on full display, were certainly doomed to pay a price. But what they'd left behind was Homo sapiens sapien, Earthers. And Earthers were both physically and emotionally different from everyone else. Physically, they were more animalistic, definitely more muscular. They'd obviously evolved without the benefits of medical nano. Most of their faces were not perfectly symmetrical. Symmetry was a beauty trait that G-humans had mastered hundreds of generations ago. Still, their women were smart, attractive, and athletic. Many of them exhibited a fine layer of hair on their arms and legs, although they universally tried to hide it on the legs. They were physically strong for a female of the species, and there was an inner strength to them as well. The men were awesome. The word masculinity carried a whole new meaning when it came to Earthers. There was nothing wrong with G-human males. They were incredibly smart, focused, predictable, and prided themselves on the use of logic. But animalistic they were not. Earther men were aggressive and passionate. They definitely were not predictable. They also had a sex drive that was raw and through the roof compared to G-human males. This particular distinction had started out as a cute footnote in dynasty social conversation, but was quickly becoming the topic du jour among Caridian females. What would have to be added to that conversation was that Earth males were not only virile, but also potent and fertile. The nano-setting Semi had always relied on to prevent pregnancy were apparently no match for Earther sperm. She had surprisingly few qualms about Anzio as the father of her child. He was incredibly intelligent and compassionate, and would undoubtedly be a good father. Her fears were more generic. How would the genetic traits of Homo sapiens sapien and Homo sapien galactica manifest themselves in the offspring? The biggest question, what would its lifespan be? She would wait a few more weeks before telling Anzio. She wanted to make sure the fetus was viable. How would he react? Would he be happy? Would he be appalled? She would deal with everything in due course. Right now, she owed it to her dynasty to continue to study the details of this Earther culture. It was the Earther society as a whole, however, that Semi really wanted to focus on. Was their much shorter lifespan the cause of their aggression? They attacked everything. They actually competed with each other to see who could achieve the most the fastest. It made their society vibrant. Semi was considered a scientist amongst her people, a specialist in cultural diversity. She studied both current and extinct societies, but it was the interaction between civilizations that held her interest. And she had a feeling that the interaction between Earth and everyone else might be sufficiently spectacular to consume the rest of this career. It had already started out exciting enough, but it was, she was sure, only the tiniest preview of what was to come. "Thank you for making time for me, Sema. Your attention honors me," said Diardinel through the BioWare connection. "I'm a long journey away, or I would come in person to show my respect. The honor is mine. Your reputation precedes you, and I can only benefit from knowing you. How may I assist you?" "Yes, may we both benefit from our interaction," he said, concluding the somewhat ritual greeting. "I've been following the development of events on Earth with some interest. As have many. Another dynasty coming to our aid is unique in our histories. I am dedicating myself to understanding their culture so that our dynasty might benefit further," she said. "Our dynasty is indeed fortunate to have a person of your professional experience take on such a task. Indeed, that is one of the reasons for me seeking you out. Might I indulge on your expertise by asking a few questions about the Earthers?" "Of course. I've listened to much of the Earther music that is becoming popular. I note the mathematical complexity and have observed how the females of our race seem unusually affected by it. My question is, why? How is it that these people alone in the galaxy can create something so unique?" "I compliment your awareness of that, Diardinel. I do not, however, yet have an answer. There are many unique things about these people." "Another question. Do these Earthers have a religion?" "They have many religions. It is a dichotomy, I know. They surge ahead in their technological growth, but lag behind in other areas. Their world is not one of culture or one of religion." "That is intriguing. I have one last question for you, Semi. Do they have a religion that speaks of life after death, an afterlife?" "Diardinel, how did you know? You have hit upon another area about them that seems unique. I'm not an expert on Earth religions, but of the handful I am aware of, they all speak of an afterlife." When he didn't immediately respond, Semi continued. "What is it, Diardinel? What is your line of thought?" "As you are aware, this belief that they have an afterlife is unique to them. No other known culture proclaims such, but that does not mean it is unheard of. Might I offer you 2 suggestions?" "Of course, Diardinel. This is a known area of expertise for you. I value your input." "You honor me. I would suggest that you devote study time to their religions, especially anything to do with prophecy. I believe there is much to learn. In addition, I'm going to send you a list of Kiko societies. If you look at their legends, you might find some interesting comparisons." "It will be as you suggest, but may I ask, should I be concerned?" "Semi, if I am right, we all need to be concerned." Chapter 38. Dr. Mark Spencer. I was reinvigorated by my time away. I was ready to tackle the challenges ahead of us. We just needed to figure out exactly what they were. All of the surviving members of our original Earth team were present, along with Semi, Silva, Dr. Mom, and a new member of our team that Major Reagan had recruited, Colonel Daryl Stone. I had also invited a special guest. "Okay, everyone, there are 2 areas the Rising Sun needs to decide a strategy on," I said to the group assembled in the main hub aboard Amanda. "The first has to do with Earth. What is our strategy for bringing her technology up to speed and integrating her into galactic society? I believe that the input of our Caridian friends can be helpful for this, and that is why I've asked them to be here. The second area has to do with our strategy for dealing with the rest of galactic society. For that, we'll probably not desire outside input." With a grin, I said, "No offense to our Caridian friends." I received smiles in return. "As you all know, the acceptance of BioWare on Earth is growing exponentially. Even so, we estimate that it will take 5 years for close to full integration of the planet's population. In addition, recruiting for Rising Sun is going according to plan. We currently have 23,000 members in our dynasty, with serious applications from over 300,000 more." Major Reagan spoke up. "Mark, is there a limit on how many people you want to have dynasty status?" I turned to Semi and said, "Can you give us any advice on this?" She replied, "I'm not sure how good my advice would be. Earth's population is orders of magnitude larger than what we are typically used to. Therefore, I would assume that your dynasty might also be larger, but I don't know if that is a valid assumption or not. The only concern I can think of is that your dynasty members should be loyal. And with the natural affinity that people usually feel for the nation they grew up in," added the Major, "that will inevitably be an issue for some." I had promised myself that I wouldn't get bogged down with details, and that I wouldn't let the process get slowed down by endless delegation. There was a very real temptation to take an issue like this and delegate it to a committee for further study. But that's the very decision that has created massive bureaucracies and government red tape the world over. After Anzio and Semi had left my home, I had a number of surprisingly candid conversations with little Miss Blue Eyes. With her as a sounding board, I had realized that this was a time to be decisive and make decisions, not pander to fear of making a mistake. Of course, I couldn't order anyone to do anything, but I suspected everyone present wanted me to make the call on these things. "Let's not worry about the loyalty issues for the moment," I said, "and let's discontinue mass advertising for new recruits to Rising Sun. However, when we find high-caliber individuals, we should continue to bring them on board." I gave everyone a moment to finish making mental notes with their BioWare before I continued. Once that unique, staring off into space look had passed from everyone's face, I continued. "Next, let's talk about economics," I said. I heard Dr. Tony Decker groan softly. "Okay, maybe this isn't the most exciting thing, but we've got to move our world from using currency to using respect. How do we make that transition?" The room was silent for a few beats when Semi spoke up. "I don't think you can do it all at once," she said. "As you can probably guess, we've had some experience bringing new Kiko planets into the galactic fold, and this is not an uncommon problem. We have found that a critical element is for people to have faith in the money system." "What does that mean?" asked Julie. I discussed this at length with Anzio and Semi and felt this might be a good time for me to jump back in. What she's talking about is pretty much the opposite of what we have now, I said. Most people on the planet feel that the currency game is rigged. They don't really believe they can accumulate wealth honestly. People used to flock to the United States because it was a land where you could go to make your fortune, where you could save money and provide your kids a better life than what you had. Over the years, however, that has changed dramatically. People still want to live there because the standard of living continues to rise, but it is becoming ever more difficult for a person to accumulate wealth, to be anything different than a wage slave. I've asked Dr. Martin Hart to join us today. He has a doctorate in macroeconomics from the Harvard School of Business. Dr. Hart, please give us an example, I said. Well, okay, in the United States prior to World War II, and for many years afterward, most middle-class households prospered on one income. Typically, the husband worked and the wife stayed home and managed the household and the family. I saw Julie narrow her eyes, so I quickly said, Julie, this isn't a gender thing. It's an economic thing. The point is that one middle-class income was sufficient for just about everyone to own a home, raise a family, and save for retirement. Well, there's no way most people can do that now, Reverend Charles Roan commented. Exactly, Dr. Hart said. The value of our productivity has declined dramatically, not just here in the U.S., but worldwide. But why? Someone said. Because the cost of our productivity is no longer just the cost of our own labor and the raw materials. We have to add the ever-increasing cost of supporting government on top of it. For example, when you buy a house, you assume that the biggest part of what you're paying for is the building materials, the cost of labor, and some built-in profit for the builder. But that's not true. The lumber the builder buys cost many times its value because of all the regulations that had to be followed, all the payroll taxes that had to be paid on the labor to cut it, all the taxes that had to be paid by the company that sold it, all the labor that had to be paid to make sure the regulations were complied with, the taxes on that labor, the labor that had to be paid to file the paperwork and tax forms, and the taxes on that labor. This doesn't include all the same extra costs incurred by the manufacturers of the saws, trucks, and other equipment used by the company that produces the lumber. Those costs make the cost of lumber higher because the cost of the equipment used to produce it is higher. It also doesn't include those same multiple layers of taxes and costs that are incurred and passed on to you by the company that is used to transport the lumber or the company that stores it until you buy it. And remember, we're just talking about lumber here. The same is true for every nail, pane of glass, or shingle used. In reality, those direct and indirect costs make the price of lumber not just a little bit higher, they make it an order of magnitude higher. To use Dr. Spencer's analogy, a single-income family could afford to buy a home in the early 1940s, 50s, and 60s, but they couldn't have if the cost were 5 to 10 times as high. I think most people were shocked by what they just heard. This isn't a subject usually discussed around the dinner table. Tony was the first to break the stunned silence. But that's disingenuous, he said. We have to have government. Someone has to make sure that the lumber has been treated to be flame retardant. Government needs to offer unemployment benefits when the housing market slumps and those workers are laid off. Sure, it might add to the cost, but we need those protections. Do we? I asked. People have been building homes in this country since day one and before. How did they ever manage without government regulations? Tony, if houses cost a whole lot less, don't you think more people would buy one? If there's a bigger demand for houses, there'd probably be a lot less unemployment for home builders, don't you think? Look, no one is saying that it's not kind of cool to know that my lumber is flame retardant or that my house is wired safely, but I'd be willing to take responsibility for that on my own and hire my own independent inspector if it meant that the government would stop increasing the cost of everything. I figured since we were on the subject, we might as well get the rest of it out of the way. Dr. Hart, let's share with everyone our discussion about wealth creation, I said. Yes, well, the ability for a person to accumulate new wealth in the United States has eroded dramatically over time. To understand this, we need to look at the base demographics and— Excuse me, Dr. Hart, I laughingly interjected. Maybe I should lay the groundwork in simple terms and then let you take over for the analysis. I know the good doctor would like to back up everything he is getting ready to tell you with reams of data and economic proofs. But if it's okay, I'm just going to boil it down for everyone. The rich in the U.S., the millionaires, are not who you think they are. Only around 10% inherited their wealth. The vast majority of millionaires lived below their means, saved money, and lived a normal life, except for a relatively small number of years where they managed to increase their income dramatically. Maybe it was from starting a new business that was really hot for a few years, or maybe it was selling a small business they had painstakingly built up over their lifetime. Maybe it was writing a book that went to the top of the bestseller list for a few months. The point is that most people accumulate wealth by making a lot of money over a short number of years. The problem is that it's becoming increasingly difficult for a person to live below their means and save money, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep enough of that high income you might generate for a few years. "Okay, Doctor," I said with a grin. "Please take it from here." Let me give you an example to back up what Dr. Spencer just said. Let's say an individual manages to increase their income to $300,000 for 4 years. That means they've earned $1.2 million over that time, and you would think that this would be enough to make them millionaires. But it's not. Let's assume that it costs them $75,000 a year to raise their family, pay off debt, save for college, etc., and subtract that from the wealth they can accumulate. Then let's subtract state and federal income taxes, which are going to be at least 50%. If they didn't buy new cars, boats, or houses, over those 4 years they could save a whopping $300,000, not even close to being a millionaire. Because of the income tax, instead of becoming self-sufficient, instead of achieving the American dream in 4 years, it would take 14 years to accumulate $1 million, and most people can't maintain a high income for that long. And never forget, the higher your income, the bigger the percentage the government takes. A progressive tax is, by definition, designed to keep people from accumulating money. The point is, I interrupted, is that income taxes don't punish the rich, they keep people like us from becoming rich. Even if the top few earning years of a person's career aren't high enough to make them rich, we still need to be able to save enough to provide for a long retirement, and that's becoming less and less likely. Remember, what we're talking about here is people having faith in their economic system, and we have just the opposite. When you combine the government causing everything to cost far more than it should with them taking big chunks of what you earn, most people no longer believe in the American dream. Most people think that they would have to win the lottery to become rich. Julie jumped into the conversation. And you haven't even talked about 2 other kinds of taxes. If you do manage to save some money and invest it, the government taxes the interest you make, and then when you want to give what's left over to your kids, they take a huge chunk of it again. People think the economic game is rigged against them, and the truth is, they're right, I concluded. Look, I don't mean to keep playing the devil's advocate, but there has to be taxes, Tony said. We need government. We need to build streets and bridges. We need to protect the environment. We don't want to live in the Wild West where the biggest bully with the fastest gun always gets his way. In some ways, I suspect the Wild West was a much politer society, I said. But you're right. We do need some government. But we have to realize that the cost of government is incredibly high, and we probably don't need anywhere near all the government that we're paying for. Adding more government is always the most expensive solution. Using government to solve a problem should always be the last resort. So what's the answer? Julie said. We have to change the way people think about money, I said. We have to get everybody understanding that they can be rich. If we don't, we'll never get them successfully transitioned into a respect-based currency. But that's not the truth, said Tony. There's only so much money to go around. If someone gets rich, someone else has to lose money. Not everybody can be rich at the same time. That's what I call the big lie, said Dr. Hart. You're confusing money with currency. The more productive everyone is, the more the economy expands. The more expansion there is, the more money there is. Up until a few years ago, when China passed us, the United States economy had expanded faster than any other country for over 200 years. This is why so many people are rich here compared to others. Even our poor have a standard of living that gives them a lifestyle better than 90% of the people on the planet. The only thing that keeps more people from becoming rich is that the cost of government puts a drag on our economy that keeps it from expanding faster. Every year the government grows bigger and economic expansion is held back further. The middle class shrinks and the divide between the rich and the poor gets larger. What we need to do, I said, is find a different system of taxation. We also need to encourage governments to shrink. Remember, we're just looking for a temporary solution that will get us to the point of totally converting the Earth to a respect-based economy. If we do it right, a few decades from now, the people of Earth will have more freedom than they have ever had. And I wouldn't be surprised if that newfound enthusiasm in industry didn't have an effect far beyond just our planet. What kind of tax system do we need, then? asked the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan. "Dr. Hart," I said, moving my gaze to him, "the tax system you choose must be transparent, or the politicians will just keep increasing taxes while no one really notices, and we'll end up right back where we are now. The most transparent tax system I know of is a retail sales tax." The room stayed quiet, so he continued. "Most states already have a sales tax in place, so it's easy to implement. It's also totally transparent. If the politicians want to raise taxes, you see it with every purchase you make. It's also the fairest tax that I know of. It doesn't penalize people that are trying to save money and accumulate wealth, but since the truly rich inevitably buy more and bigger things, they pay more tax. If someone wants to save money for retirement, a college fund, or just to pass on to their kids, they can do so without the government taking a big chunk of it first." I interrupted again to set up what I looked at as the grand finale. "Okay, Dr. Hart, now tell them the best part," I said with a smile. "Well," he said, "if you do this all over the planet at the same time as reducing the size of government and reducing bureaucracy and regulations, the cost of goods and services would probably go down enough to more than compensate for the increased sales tax. In other words, in one fell swoop, you could considerably increase the real income, buying power, and wealth of every single person on the earth." There was a prolonged silence while everyone digested what they'd just heard. Finally, Major Reagan spoke up. "Look," he said, "I understand why we can't just give all our wealth and technology to everyone on Earth. It would be chaos and society would tear itself apart. So I understand the need to transition into it, but there are two things that are bothering me. First of all, with no disrespect intended for you or Dr. Hart, what you're describing sounds too good to be true." Several in the group were nodding their heads. "I know that's a popular saying," I said. "But have you ever stopped to think that if you ascribe to that philosophy, nothing great will ever happen to you? Here's what I can tell you, Major, the stuff really isn't rocket science. There are a lot of politicians and financiers that have had a vested interest in the public not understanding money and finance. Because we don't teach about money in our schools, this does seem complicated to a lot of us. But the truth is that once you learn the vocabulary of money, it's all really pretty simple. All governments manipulate their citizens. It's always been that way, and I suspect it always will be that way. This is one of the reasons that I absolutely do not want the Rising Sun Dynasty to become a government of Earth. For decades now, the politicians have been seducing the people of the free world into incrementally selling their economic freedom for increased security and safety. Because they hide the real cost of big government, they've gotten away with stealing everyone's economic future. We give up our chance to accumulate wealth because the government tells us it will take care of us. We give up our chance for financial independence because the government tells us it needs our money to keep us safe. All of this is a big lie. It's a game designed to keep the average person from understanding the rules. All we're going to do is shine a light on it. Make what government does transparent. Then the people will decide what is really worth it to them. But, Major, you said you had two concerns. Let's assume you're right about all this, and quite frankly, I think you probably are, he said. How in the world are we going to get the governments of the world to go along with it? Everyone was kind of looking around at each other when Silva spoke up. On most worlds, they just use bribery. Mark was returning to his cabin aboard Amanda. It had been a long day. We had agreed on a number of things, including making technology transfer a priority for countries that embrace the Rising Sun philosophy on government and taxation. This made us popular with the people. We made it clear that we were not trying to force governments to do anything. As a matter of fact, the only caveat we insisted upon is that members of the Rising Sun Dynasty have no restrictions on their movement or travel. Of course, we were also willing to make the leaders of those countries that did play ball with us very rich, at least for the decades left where currency was still in use. All they had to do was downsize their governments and transition to a transparent tax system. This made us popular with the leaders. We had also decided to hold off on introducing any matter manipulation technology to anyone but Dynasty personnel, and even then the technology would be restricted to manipulating matter with an atomic mass of 83 or less. There was no need for anyone to be playing around with radioactive elements just yet. In addition to opening thousands of BioWare and medical nanodispensaries worldwide, the Rising Sun Dynasty was announcing the opening of tens of thousands of supplemental schools. The idea was not to replace existing schools, but rather to add to the education of children between the ages of 8 through 18. Classes would be held after normal school hours or on weekends, or when dealing with cooperative school systems, might even replace the regular classroom one day a week. The curriculum would be very simple: the history of mankind, including the Neridian interference, galactic social studies, leadership and critical thinking, and finance and economics. In addition, the same courses would be made available through the EarthNet for any adult that wanted to take them, and they were to become required for all new Dynasty personnel. There were also EarthNet courses available for learning how to get the best use out of BioWare in general, as well as specialized courses for medical professionals. Courses for other science-based professions like engineering, metallurgy, materials science, information technology, and many more would be forthcoming. Every professional that had BioWare had access to a plethora of advanced information, but required instruction on how to apply that information to their respective fields. It was a massive undertaking, and it didn't even include the training needed for Dynasty personnel to manufacture and operate the equipment to harvest the resources of our own solar system, equipment we were now just borrowing from the Caridians. There were 100 other issues that had been decided, and there were 100 more waiting for tomorrow, and I didn't even want to think of all the questions and mysteries surrounding what I was coming to think of as galactic relations. So I was probably a little preoccupied when I walked into my cabin. That's why I didn't see the man sitting at my dining table. Chapter 39. Dr. Julie Shine. "It was actually Tony that figured out the new direction for our research," said Reverend Roan. "Well, we'd kind of hit a dead end on the religious angle," Dr. Tony Decker said. The two men and Julie were in her office at Rising Sun headquarters in New South Wales. They'd messaged her earlier in the day saying they wanted some time with her to go over their findings. Julie figured that since they obviously didn't want to speak from the Caridian ship, it must be important, so she'd reluctantly cleared her schedule of some pressing appointments. Now she was glad she had. "Trying to study galactic religions was becoming somewhat frustrating," Reverend Roan began. "If you want to trace the effects of religion on Earth, for example, you look for the moral influences. You ask yourself questions like, why do we make murder a crime?" "It's wrong," Julie said. "No one should be allowed to take another person's life unless they have no choice." "Yes, and I agree, but why do we feel this way? I would suggest that we don't believe it's wrong because there's a law against it. We have a law against it because we believe it's wrong. So how did we as a society come to have these basic beliefs? It's because it was religious law long before it was secular law. The 10 Commandments were handed down to Moses on Mount Sinai and became the basis for morality in the 3 great religions of Earth: Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Far Eastern cultures have eventually incorporated the same laws. Earth's mores have become somewhat homogeneous. Without the religious underpinnings, however, it is historically accurate to say that those cultures have traditionally placed a far lower value on human life. And this is where we were running into our roadblocks. Tony jumped back into the conversation. "We can't really find any equivalent in galactic culture. The closest we can find are the Edicts of the Accord." Reverend Roan took back the conversation by saying, "But the Accord deals with rules for how different cultures should behave and interact with each other. The 10 Commandments are rules for how individuals should behave and interact with each other. This makes for a different morality altogether. The dynasty's moral compass is centered not on the individual, but rather around what best supports and advances the dynasty." "But Julie, you need to understand," Tony said, "that this belief system is ingrained into the moral fabric of their societies just as strongly as ours. Which leads us to our second realization," he continued. "There's a galactic religion. We just haven't recognized it because it doesn't use mysticism like our religions on Earth. Maybe it's because they all live such long lives, or maybe it's because their civilizations are so much older than ours, or it could even be because they're just so much more technically advanced than we are. But the Accord resembles a religion in every way except that people don't accept the unknown as unknowable. In other words, they recognize that there are beings that live in a world they cannot fathom, and they give respect and reverence and maybe even have a little fear for those beings, but they don't believe it's magic. They understand it's just advanced technology." "Once we accepted that," Reverend Roan said, "Tony suggested we start researching the lower houses and all the legends surrounding them. What we discovered is the reason we requested this meeting."
Julie, interjected Tony, if what we suspect is true, then all of Earth's religious history is only a very small part of a much bigger picture. When we started gathering information on the lower houses, several things became clear, Reverend Roan said. First of all, they don't all seem to get along with each other. The Reverend Dr. Charles Roan was excited by what he was telling Julie, but Tony was energized by it. We couldn't find any specific records, but we did hear of legends about wars among the houses, he said. I suspect that if we traveled to some of the Kiko systems associated with these different lower houses, we might learn more. Wait a minute, Tony, you're leaving something out. What do you mean about Kikos being associated with lower houses? Oh, sorry. That's another thing we discovered. It's not really the lower houses that are associated with the Kiko societies, it's the dynasties. It's with the dynasties that we're seeing the association to lower houses. Some apparently have stronger ties than others, and we didn't find anything conclusive on anybody, but the circumstantial evidence was strong. As part of our research, we naturally started cataloging the lower houses, and that's when things started to get a little weird, said the Reverend Roan. And a little bit scary, added Tony. Julie, here's a partial list of lower house names. These are just the ones we've found to have some association with Earth. We've listed beside them correlations we think we've found in the Bible, the Quran, and other ancient documents. We know the Arkandel del Michael is the Archangel Michael, but look at these others. Arkandel del, Raphkil, Archangel Raphael, Gabloriel, Archangel Gabriel, Uriel, Archangel Uriel, Metatrez, Archangel Metatron, Beelzebon, Fallen Angel Beelzebub, Levian, Fallen Angel Leviathan, Asdium, Fallen Angel Asmodeus, Berith, Fallen Angel Berith, Pezdau, Fallen Angel Pasado, Astar, Fallen Angel Astaroth, Varin, Fallen Angel Varine, Gresiminel, Fallen Angel Gresil, Sonael, Fallen Angel Sonaelon, Lustasif, Fallen Angel Lucifer. As interesting as this is, Julie, Reverend Roan continued, the distinction Tony made a minute ago is very important. We can find no evidence of direct interaction between lower houses and Kiko planets. It seems to be only through dynasties that any information about lower houses gets passed on. But that doesn't make sense, Julie said slowly. We have history saying that they did interact with us. Yes, Julie. Now you see what we are getting at. In all the galaxy, the lower houses use the dynasties to interact with Kikos. There's only one planet we can find where lower houses got involved directly. Earth, Julie said quietly. Chapter 40. Dr. Mark Spencer. Hello, Dr. Spencer. I've always prided myself on my awareness of what was going on around me. I've heard athletes call it spatial awareness. I think the military calls it situational awareness. It's kind of hard to explain what it is, but all you have to do is go to the mall to see people without it. You know who I'm talking about. The people that stop at the top of an escalator or walk out of a store directly into the flow of traffic and just stop to talk. Or my personal favorite, when 2 or 3 people slowly walk side by side, blocking almost the entire walkway, and are totally oblivious to the crowd of people bunching up behind them. Well, I'd never considered myself one of those people, but I'll admit to being caught totally off guard by this quiet stranger whom I belatedly realized was sitting at my cabin's dining table. When I didn't say anything, he continued. I am sorry to drop in on you like this, but I thought we should talk. Would you care to sit down? As I pulled out a chair, I was querying Amanda, and she confirmed that no unauthorized personnel had boarded the ship. Then who is this guy? I thought to her. What guy? She responded. Okay, Amanda wasn't going to be any help. You have me at a disadvantage, I started. I think you should introduce yourself. Yes, I can certainly do that, but first I want to congratulate you on your handling of the Neridians. You sent them running with their tail between their legs. I believe that is the way you Earthers phrase it. When I didn't respond, he said, Oh, come now, we can't have a conversation unless you actually open your mouth and speak, don't you think? I was actually using the opportunity to study him. I was certain that he was a G-human. Besides the obvious aspect of somehow cloaking himself from Amanda and calling us Earthers, he was tall and slender. I wouldn't really say he was effeminate, but he was pretty and immaculately groomed. His clothes and hair, however, were very different from any G-human I'd known. I'd even switched off my BioWare for a moment to make sure, but yes, he wasn't just virtually projecting. He was really wearing black straight-legged pants with a white lace shirt and French cuffs. He also wore a black-on-black print vest. His hair was also black and slicked straight back from his face, held shiningly rigid by what I would guess to be Brill cream or beeswax or some such. When I still didn't respond to his remarks, he just cocked his head and stared at me. He was waiting me out. Okay, I'll let him win this round. I'll speak first. Although I appreciate your congratulations, I want to be clear. I have no intention of having a conversation with someone when I don't know who they are. You may call me Samuel, he said after a moment. That's an Earth name, I said. Yes, well, as you may have surmised, I am not from around here, and my real name might be a little difficult to pronounce. Try me, I said. Very well, he said after a moment. My real name is Dipchet. I smiled and said, That's unfortunate. Rather, he replied. I'll call you Samuel for now. I would appreciate that. So what can I do for you, Samuel? That is such a loaded question, is it not? He replied. Friends do things for each other all the time, mostly small courtesies that are easy to effect, yet nonetheless promote a mutual bond. I wasn't aware that we were friends, I said, and where I come from, showing up uninvited in someone's home isn't necessarily considered to be a friendly act. Ah, but in this case it is, he said. By coming to you like this, I am giving you the opportunity to leave our friendship unannounced if you choose to. And why would I want to do that? Look, Mark, may I call you Mark? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. I am on your side, or at least I am not against you. I want to be candid. You have stepped onto a galactic stage that you know very little about. When you invoked the authority of the Accord, you sent a shockwave rippling outwards that is attracting a lot of attention, and not all of it will be friendly towards Earth. As a matter of fact, as it stands now, very little of that attention is what you would consider to be friendly. A friendship between us could prove quite valuable to you, especially if other galactic societies don't know about it. I could give you insights and background information that might prove critical on any number of occasions. You guys are the new kids on the block, and it is a tough neighborhood. You might want to consider me as the friendly next-door neighbor that is willing to show you around. You still haven't told me why it should be kept a secret, I reminded him. Factions are going to try and entangle Earth and the Rising Sun dynasty in their own self-serving plots. If our association is public, they would inevitably involve you in the most sophisticated of schemes. If our association remains somewhat private, however, others will still try to ensnare you, but their schemes will be much less sophisticated and convoluted, giving you a chance to turn the tables on them. Right now, everyone underestimates Earth. That could be a real advantage for you if you truly understand the game. This was unexpected, to say the least. I found myself not really sure how to respond. I didn't even know what to make of this guy, let alone his offer. If he wanted to play secret agent, it was fine by me, but I wasn't about to keep it from Anzio. I'd probably tell the rest of the inner circle as well. Besides, I had absolutely zero reason to trust this man anyway. What was the old saying? Beware of strangers bearing gifts? Or was it Greeks bearing gifts? At any rate, we'd been doing pretty well on our own. It might take us some time, but we'd figure out what we needed to know. Okay, Samuel, I understand that you probably have insights that we don't, but we've been doing okay for ourselves up to now. My experience is that when someone starts offering you help out of the goodness of their heart, you better start looking for the catch or the hook. Do you really think you have accomplished all of this on your own? He asked. That is interesting. Even so, I will admit that you have fared very well, but wouldn't you like to know why Earth is really so important? Damn, there was the hook. I'm not going to lie, Anzio, it freaked me out. I had already recounted everything I could remember from my encounter with Samuel. I'd been so startled I hadn't set my BioWare to record it. It was a mistake I wouldn't be making again. My main concern wasn't his message. It was the fact that he could board Amanda without her knowing. Presumably, if he could do that, then there was nothing to keep him from listening in to our private conversations. And if he could do it, there were probably a lot of other galactics that could do it also. The last thing I needed was for all of the Rising Sun's plans to be as easily accessible as buying a galactic newspaper. "Okay," Anzio said. "I've got the good news and the good news. Which do you want to first?" When I just stared at him, he continued. "First off, he wasn't really here. That's why Amanda didn't detect him. When you first told me about him, I assumed that he had popped in from another plane. But when Amanda and I went over the sensor logs, we realized that it wasn't possible. But we did find energy readings that would be consistent with a projection or holo image." "What's the other good news?" I asked. "We also found readings at the beginning and end of his visit that we believe signify the opening and closing of a microscopic interdimensional portal." "Can you block it from happening again?" "No, at least not yet. But we will know if and when it happens again. If anyone tries to open a portal to spy on us or send a projection, Amanda will inform us immediately. This is good news, yes?" At least that was a relief on my mind. "So he never did reveal what he was hinting at, why Earth is so important?" "No, he said something like, all in good time. He implied that we'd be talking again soon." "So let's address the white elephant in the room. He is from a lower house, yes?" "It's just an elephant, my friend, but to answer your question, I can't be sure. He certainly didn't look or act like Nalindis or Dandrekin, but if he's using interdimensional technology, what else could he be?" "I am thinking," said Anzio, "that there might be other players at the interdimensional technology level that we don't know about." Even though Rising Sun had official headquarters in Australia, I tended to spend most of my time on board Amanda. It was a full 2 months later, and I was sitting in a conference room off of the main hub. We were trying to decide what to do about several sensitive situations that had arisen. First off, we had a small but populous country in Southeast Asia that had been refusing our dynasty personnel the ability to move freely. The Tin Pot dictator had gone so far as to lock up 3 members of Rising Sun. "We were able to extract our people with no casualties to either side, but if word gets out of our tactics, it won't be as easy the next time around," said Colonel Darrell Stone. One of the cool things we'd been able to develop was a neural stun gun that had some range to it. Unlike a taser that shoots out a couple of wires and is limited to about 15 feet, our stun rifles projected a wireless energy field up to 30 yards. It was amazing all the applications we were finding for the new technologies now available to us through the galactic network. "What's also going to be a problem," he continued, "is that Tran An Dung is still rattling swords and making threats. Meanwhile, his people are still hungry and growing increasingly restless as they see the rest of the world starting to prosper. The problem might solve itself. His people won't take much more, and at some point they'll rise up and overthrow him. But it's going to get bloody," Colonel Stone concluded. This was one of those situations that Anzio and I had discussed. We really wanted to use carrots and not sticks to guide people and nations along the right course, but that didn't always work. So, since we were being elitist assholes anyway, we might as well use that power to save some lives. "Colonel, do you think you could extract this Dung guy without casualties?" "I can't guarantee it, but if we move quickly before anyone figures out how our stun guns work, we've got a decent chance." "Okay, do it," I said. "Then I want you to strip him of everything except for a good pair of boots, a regular set of clothes, and a canteen. Drop him somewhere in the Australian outback, point him toward civilization, and then leave him. Make sure he's close enough that he can probably walk out on his own, but make sure no one knows where he is. I don't want him getting any help." "Okay, and then what?" asked the colonel. "Then nothing," I said. "With any luck, by the time he walks out of the scrub, finds someone that can speak his language and figures out how to contact his friends back home, all without any money or personal identification, there will probably be a new government, especially if we spread the rumor that he's fled the country." "Remind me never to cross you," Colonel Stone said. "What else do you have for me?" I asked. "We have the protest movement led by Ana Rodriguez that is claiming that you're the Antichrist and that the Rising Sun dynasty is the world government of the tribulation." I thought there were several groups that believe that. There are, but Ana is starting to attract a lot of attention, and Bioware requests are falling off among her constituents. "Ignore her. No, wait," Keep Julie apprised of her influence, but, Colonel, I want to make it clear that we are not going to be heavy-handed in situations like this. Nobody is going to force her or her followers to accept BioWare or do anything else they don't want to do. I made a mental note to myself. This was exactly the type of situation that called for expansion among the stars. Perhaps G-humans with their lower populations didn't feel the social pressure, but for a long time now we'd been realizing that Earth certainly did. If we could find a way to let various cultures establish their own colonies, it might go a long way towards people embracing the many transitions we were facing. Just then I received a thought from Amanda. A small interdimensional portal has been opened in your personal quarters. I'm on my way, I thought back at Amanda. I told the Colonel that I'd let him get back to his work before I excused myself and made my way to the cabin. There were some questions that I wanted answers to. I walked in and didn't see anyone, so I said, "Show yourself." "Ah, very good, Mark," said a voice from behind me. I turned around to see him leaning against the wall. This time he was wearing what I can only describe as a white pirate shirt, cuffed bell sleeves with an open and laced V-neck. He was still wearing the black straight-legged pants, but now I noticed the black ankle boots. "Have a seat, Samuel. I'm glad you're here. As I am sure you have figured out by now, it really does not make any difference to me if I am sitting or standing. But it does to me," I said as I sat down in my living area. "I prefer to speak to people that are on the same eye level as I am." As he took the chair sitting opposite of me, I noticed that the cushion did squish just as if real weight were being put upon it. Did this mean he was really here this time? No, come to think of it, the last time he visited, he must have pulled out the chair from the dining table. Was he a projection and also using some kind of force field manipulation? I'd have to talk to Anzio about it. "So, how are things with the Rising Sun dynasty?" Samuel asked. "Oh, a little new technology here, overthrowing a government there, pretty normal stuff. How about you, Samuel? How are the lower houses of the Accord?" "Well, now that you mention it, there is actually a little bit of excitement making the rounds. Something about an upstart dynasty and a planet of short-lived people." "So you are from a lower house, then? Which one?" "Does it matter?" "It might." "Very well, I am with the Urkindel del Remenuge, but I doubt that you know us. We have never had any dealings with Earth before." "So why now?" I asked. "As I told you, I would like to be your friend. I happened to run across some gossip regarding your dilemma with the Neridians, and as I learned more about it, I became delighted by your ingenuity. But I see you are still unconvinced. You must understand, Mark, that when you have lived as long as I have, it is very difficult to find new things that can hold your attention. You Earthers are different and, at least so far, interesting. There's nothing nefarious about my motives. I would simply like to hang out with you guys for a while. As a way to pay my fare, so to speak, I would be happy to occasionally offer you a few insights that you might find valuable." "Everyone that wasn't born on Earth lives a long life, Samuel, yet you seem to be the only thrill-seeker we've met so far." "Yes, well, as to that, I'm a little older than most you are likely to meet." When I waited for him to continue, he said, "I have lived over 2,000 of your Earth years so far." This was actually touching on a subject I had wondered about. Jackie had originally told us that Earthers died early because of our genetic sabotage, but that she didn't actually know how long a normal lifespan really was. She had said that reaching the age of 1,000 wasn't that uncommon. At the time, we'd been so blown away by the thought of living that long and the years that had been stolen from us that we never came back around to question why she hadn't known. So I asked Samuel about it. "Yes, I can see why that might be a little hard to understand," he replied. "On Earth, most people these days die of what you still call old age. In galactic society, we don't have the disease challenges you do, and we don't age like you do. The leading cause of death for us is accidental." "What kinds of accidents?" I asked. "Many kinds. Any kind. You name it. If you live long enough, you're going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time eventually. The odds will also catch up to you when it comes to remembering every safety check or protocol when pursuing various sports or other physical activities. No one remembers to do everything perfectly every time. A moment ago you called me a thrill-seeker. There is an irony in that. Most would think me very risk-averse. That is why I have lived so long. The reality is that the longer a person lives, the more extreme the activities need to be to hold our attention or interest.
That tends to catch up with you." After I'd mulled that over for a moment, I tried to bring the conversation back around to why Earth was so important, but Samuel was very good at verbal sparring. Finally, I said, "Samuel, for all your claims at wanting to help us, you consistently refuse to talk about the subject that most interests us, specifically why Earth is so important and center stage in galactic society." "Come now, Mark," he said with a tone of feigned derision. "How can you really know what most interests you at this point? You are but babes in the woods when it comes to understanding the Accord. There are much more pressing matters that Earth would be wise to focus on." "Such as?" I asked. "Such as the fact that there are a number of dynasties preparing to hem in Earth's expansion. If you don't pay attention, you're going to find your quaint and parochial section of the spiral arm filling up rather quickly with new neighbors." This was an unexpected piece of information that gave me pause. We had only just a few months ago started talking amongst ourselves about using colonization as a relief valve for the pressure cooker Earth could become. Was this just a coincidence? "And just why are you so certain that expansion is an important issue for us right now?" I asked. "I would think that would be rather obvious, Mark. With your shorter lifespan comes an inherently higher birth rate. Kiko societies just don't have the population pressures that Earth does. When you add the social strife of competing cultures and a still limited resource economy, I'm amazed you have avoided blowing yourselves up. It is all perfectly obvious to anyone paying attention, and I would have surmised it even if I had not listened in on one of your staff meetings." Well, that explained that. "There's a fair amount of choice real estate not too far from Earth," Samuel continued. "It would be a shame to let it be gobbled up by competing dynasties." "I don't get it," I said. "Why would other dynasties want a presence on planets close to Earth?" "Some will want to be close to you because they believe you are favored by the Accord, and they are drawn to that favor like a moth to a flame. Others will want to be close so that they might sabotage that favor if the opportunity arises." "In which category do you fall under?" I asked. He gave me a long, appraising look and then said, "Mark, I know very well that the Accord didn't come to your aid and destroy that ship. Do we really need to discuss this further?" When I didn't say anything, he continued, "I have sent you a list of planets that I would encourage Earth to colonize immediately. I have also included 2 others that it would be a mistake to colonize." "Why is that?" I naturally asked. "At first blush, they'll both look very attractive, but that will be deceiving. The first looks like a plush garden, but harbors a life form that lies dormant in the soil for 26 out of every 27 years. During its 1 year of activity, however, it will devour 80% of the planet's plant and animal life. The second is likewise attractive, but will have its orbit altered in a few hundred years or so by a rogue planet wandering the abyss. You will avoid a lot of heartache by avoiding both planets altogether." "Thank you," was all I could think of to say. "Do you really think you can trust him?" asked Anzio. "No, but I don't really need to trust him right now. The information he's giving us is more or less easily verifiable, and we're not going to base any major decisions on his suggestions unless we can." Anzio had to return to Amanda at my request. This was the one place I was fairly confident that Samuel couldn't eavesdrop. "What we need to do," I continued, "is get someone out to those 7 worlds on the good list and make sure they're really perfect for our needs. Then I'm inclined to start accepting applications from groups that wish to colonize." "What will the criteria be?" Anzio asked. "I've actually been putting some thought into this," I said. "For this first wave, Rising Sun is not only going to have to provide the transportation, but I'm thinking we'll need to establish a presence on the planet to offer some ongoing support. It's going to be critical that these first few settlements are successful, so I think any group that wants to relocate is going to have to be large, say a minimum of 10,000 people. We'll require the groups to post a constitution and a mission statement so there are no surprises for any of the colonists. If the plan is to found a theocracy complete with a state religion, let them declare that up front. If some of the crazies out there that believe in ethnic purity want to found a colony, so be it. As long as they're upfront about what they're doing and they can find enough people to go with them, I don't have any problem with it." "May I offer a suggestion?" "Anzio, my friend, I'd be lost if you ever stopped. What have you got?" "I think you're going to have to break down the 10,000 person requirement a little further. We need to make sure that enough of the right professions and expertise are included if the colony is to be self-sufficient. Having 10,000 farmers go might work out okay, but having a 10,000 insurance salesman might be a disaster." I laughed and said, "Okay, Anzio, I'm going to leave that part up to you. Anything else I'm forgetting off the top of your head?" "Well, now that you mention it, Mark, what are we going to do if one of these worlds sets itself up as some kind of sadistic hell? How are we going to be sure that all human beings will be treated humanely? Under the right circumstances, we humans can be very cruel to each other, yes?" So you're thinking we might need some kind of Bill of Rights? I like it. Have someone put it together for us. "I am wondering," Anzio asked, "how will we enforce it?" I really don't want Rising Sun to be in the enforcement business. I think the best leverage we have is everyone knowing that if a colony chooses to start violating basic human rights, we will pull our support. They can have their own government or do whatever they want as long as they respect the Human Bill of Rights. So you're basically saying it will be a voluntary compliance. I think it is the only realistic choice we have. Otherwise, we become the domineering government everyone is trying to escape. And we have a great history on our planet of people always voluntarily doing the right thing, yes? Chapter 41. Charlize Charlie Morgan. "Why would you want to volunteer for this?" Dr. Julie Shine asked. Charlie Morgan and her husband Stephen were sitting in Julie's office at Rising Sun headquarters in Australia. How they had gotten here was a rather complicated story. The simple answer was that they were both crazy about spaceflight and exploring the unknown. They were both still young and adventurous, and they routinely sought out thrilling activities to punctuate the massive amount of time they were devoting to getting their advanced degrees. The more complete answer, however, had to do with the way they'd met. Charlie had grown up the only daughter of a wealthy couple. Her father had inherited a small media company and had expanded it internationally. He was a strong-willed man with a strong vision. Under his guidance, the company had not only expanded, but exploded. Charlie's mother was her father's secret weapon. Attractive and skilled in the social graces, she was never far from her husband's arm, but woe to anyone that underestimated her. She was a shrewd judge of character and a true partner in her husband's endeavors. Growing up, Charlie had watched in amazement several business or political opponents go down in flames because they had mistakenly assumed her mother was only a trophy wife. Together, her parents made a formidable team and shared a simple philosophy. In business or in life, your success always comes down to the people you surround yourself with. Her parents had also included her in everything they could as much as they could. She later realized that her contemporaries at university had never been trusted with the type of sensitive information that her parents had been sharing with her ever since she started high school. But then she had also been co-piloting the family jet illegally since she was 14. She'd never been self-conscious about her looks, even though she realized she didn't carry the same kind of curves like many of the girls she had grown up with. In that suburb of Houston, Texas, her blonde hair and 5'9" waistless frame sported more of an athletic look than many of the Latino hourglass figures around her. Still, she was attractive enough to satisfy herself without having to resort to massive amounts of makeup. She'd like to think she had inherited some of the common sense and intuition of her mother, but she would never embrace the social circles and settings. Science, not politics, was what she was passionate about. She had just completed her engineering degree and was trying to decide if she wanted to specialize in propulsion when she had met Stephen on a blind date. Her roommate had begged her to double date with her boyfriend and his roommate. Because she was always up for something new and because she owed her roommate more than one favor, she had said yes. There's not a dating service on the planet that would have considered them compatible or matched them up. She was a bit extroverted. He was a little introverted. She was into physics and engineering, and he was into biology. He was even an inch shorter than she was. About the only thing they obviously had in common was their mutual desire to stay physically fit and train in the martial arts. She excelled at jiu-jitsu, and it turned out that he was below average but highly enthusiastic about judo. He was interesting enough, but Charlie had definitely gotten the impression that he was also doing his roommate a favor. It wasn't until months later that she found out that it was the other way around, that Stephen had hounded his roommate to set up the date. For Charlie, it was nothing more than a pleasant evening until the second time she had caught him casually opening a door for her. She had told him something along the lines of that really not being necessary when he'd stopped her just outside of the pizza parlor and said, "Charlie, there's something you need to know about me." With his head slightly tilted and a confident, blue-eyed gaze, he'd continued, "I'm looking for a woman to spend the rest of my life with. I'm in no hurry to find her, and I have no idea what she will look like or be like, but she will be self-confident enough that I can occasionally open a door for her or hold her hand in public. She will also be the type of person that willingly returns those affections by occasionally running her hand through my hair or kissing me on the cheek." Still holding her gaze, he continued, "In addition to that, I will expect her to be my full partner, fully sharing and supporting each other in the pursuit of an exciting and rewarding life. Together we will do great things and change the world. Charlie, I would like to get to know you better. May I ask you out again?" From that moment, they never dated anyone else. Stephen was at the point in his studies where it was beneficial to travel to remote jungle sites to find a rare plant or track down the rumor of a new kind of bug. Charlie enjoyed flying him around the world, and if they also needed to climb a cliff or raft through whitewater to get to a campsite, so much the better. They had both been thrilled and horrified at Earth's interaction with the Neridians. When BioWare became available, they didn't need to think twice, and it took them all of 24 hours to decide that they wanted to be a part of the Rising Sun dynasty. Now, sitting here in front of Julie, she was trying to figure out how to encompass all of that into a succinct answer. "Dr. Shine, I want to assure you that Stephen and I have thought this through. Stephen would like to be the first person to study alien plant and animal life, to be the Earth's first xenobiologist. I'm a good pilot and engineer, and I love the thought of seeing new worlds. All of the travel would give us the time to continue pursuing our advanced degrees, and we're used to spending extended amounts of time together in isolation. Most importantly, however, is that we believe in the Rising Sun dynasty, and we want to do everything we can to contribute to Earth's future." "Well, we did it," Charlie exclaimed to Stephen later that same day. He had already finished reading the message their BioWare had received from Dr. Julie Shine. The two of them were going to pilot and crew a ship that would travel to 7 nearby planets. At each planet, they would identify the best location for a colony and program nanotech to begin building infrastructure to be ready when the colonists arrived. It was a tremendous responsibility and the most thrilling opportunity of a lifetime. When they'd first heard Dr. Julie Shine's blogcast calling for groups to open up interstellar colonization, they had been blown away. Colonizing a new world would have to be the biggest adventure ever, and they seriously discussed it. There were problems, however. First of all, it was a one-way trip. Faster-than-light technology would remain with the Rising Sun dynasty as was dictated by the Accord. Dr. Mark Spencer didn't seem like the type of person to always follow the rules, but this didn't seem likely to be a time he would make an exception. Secondly, they had just been accepted as members of the Rising Sun dynasty, and the colonies would essentially be Kiko societies. Thirdly, they weren't aware of any 10,000-person group that they could readily fit into. They discarded the idea of being colonists for a full 5 minutes when Stephen started wondering about supporting the colonies. Would there be a need for continuous round-trip transportation? Would they need Rising Sun liaisons to the colonists? It had finally dawned on Charlie that someone would have to check out the planets first, and that it would need to happen quickly. With the confidence of youth, an adventuresome spirit, and loose ties, they excitedly boarded a commercial flight to Australia that very night. By the time they arrived at the Rising Sun compound in New South Wales, they were expected. Using their BioWare, they had messaged ahead their resumes, their estimated time of arrival, and their desire to become interstellar scouts for the Rising Sun dynasty. Chapter 42. Video Blogcast. Participants: Dr. Julie Shine, Rising Sun Dynasty. Keywords: colonization, new world, fresh start. Title: The Rising Sun Dynasty is recruiting groups to colonize new planets. Hello, the people of Earth. My name is Dr. Julie Shine of the Rising Sun Dynasty. We want to make the general announcement that Rising Sun will be supporting Earth in establishing 7 new interstellar colonies. We will not only provide transportation, but we will also help set up the initial infrastructure and support the colony to help ensure its success. Of course, the success of any new colony ultimately comes down to the colonists themselves. They will need to be hardy individuals that are determined to make a new life and don't mind breaking ties with the past. We are also looking for groups of like-minded people or cultures that would consider colonizing en masse. If you represent such a group, you may register with Rising Sun Dynasty and your volunteers may start applying to be colonists. Once your group has 10,000 approved volunteers, you will be put on the list. All interested individuals should check with the Colony Division of the Rising Sun Dynasty. The website will address criteria and questions, such as what type of lifestyle the colonists can expect, what type of careers will be in demand, and what opportunities there will be for colonists to find a spouse and have children, if they don't already have a family. Spreading humanity to the stars is a great responsibility. There will be challenges that we cannot anticipate, and no one should volunteer lightly. On the other hand, it is a great opportunity. We wish you luck. Chapter 43. Charlize Charlie Morgan. Charlie screamed. Maybe it wasn't a blood-curdling scream, but it was a real scream nonetheless. She had been walking down the virtual jungle path that was in reality the corridor leading into their ship's mess when a huge saber-toothed tiger had lunged at her. It had seemed so real. She had literally felt the hot breath from its wide-open jaws. She had fallen backwards and was now sitting on her butt in the middle of the hallway. Through the echo of the tiger's roar and the sudden silence in the virtual jungle, she could hear Stephen snickering from the next room. She supposed she deserved it, and it wasn't like she hadn't been expecting it. He had waited 2 weeks to get back at her for covering him in virtual spiders one morning before he woke. That was the problem in playing practical jokes on Stephen. He was patient, meticulous, and strategic, and he never, ever failed to get even. It certainly kept life interesting. Right now, though, they had other things to focus on. After weeks of travel, they had reached one of the star systems on Samuel's list. Siri, the ship, had just informed them that they were within 5 hours of reaching orbit around Gliese 682b, a thermoplanet in the Scorpius constellation, as seen from the southern hemisphere of Earth. The term thermoplanet meant that, as best they could tell from Earth, the planet orbited on the warmer side of the habitable zone. Too close to the star and the planet would be too hot to support life. Too far and it would be too cold. There were also many other factors that could affect the surface temperature of a planet, including the type of star, the atmosphere, and the amount of interstellar dust. Their first duty was to determine if the planet was indeed habitable. They were expecting to find temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to 100 degrees Celsius, 122 degrees to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Not ideal, but survivable. This far out, they were able to determine that the planet had a fairly circular orbit. This was good because the more eccentric the orbit, the larger the ellipse, meaning that the temperatures would vary wildly as the planet moved closer and farther from the star. Axial tilt and speed of rotation were also important, because the first would determine how extreme the changing seasons would be, and proper rotation ensured that one side of the planet didn't constantly bake in the star's light. The planet was definitely larger than ours. If you measured from the center of the Earth to the surface, you would discover a radius of 3,959 miles. This planet looked to be at least a third bigger. From Earth, however, scientists had speculated that its mass might still leave it with an Earth-like gravity. And oceans of water were, of course, a prerequisite. As they came ever closer to the planet, they were able to gather more information, and the more excited they got. By the time they reached orbit, they were looking at a planet that had abundant plant life and water and held a mean temperature of 36.7 degrees Celsius, 98 degrees Fahrenheit. A pleasant surprise. Just as they were preparing to make their first report back to Dr. Spencer, Siri interrupted them with an announcement. "I have detected an unnatural satellite in orbit. Would you like to investigate?" Of course, there was only one possible answer. In the 5 months it had taken to manufacture their ship and prepare themselves for the journey, they had come to know Mark, Julie, and Matt well. Working with them had felt more like family than anything else. Even so, they had still been surprised when Mark had pulled them aside before they left and briefed them in on his secret visits with Samuel. He was placing a tremendous amount of trust in them, and Charlie didn't intend to let him down. Discovering that someone else could have beaten them to a planet was one of the many things they had discussed. "The satellite is broadcasting a message indicating that the Trantican dynasty is intending to locate a settlement here." Siri finished her BioWare message. "Siri, is there any sign of intelligent life on the planet? Has it already been colonized?" Charlie silently asked.
"I cannot determine that as of yet," came the reply. "It will take another 7.3 hours to make a complete scan." "Do it," both Charlie and Stephen sent simultaneously. It was critical that Earth not let other entities push them around. They needed to establish these colonies as close to Earth as possible. But what if they were too late? They still hadn't made their report back to Mark. Charlie was bound and determined that their first communication would leave a positive impression. She didn't want to even hint at failure. She needed to get all the facts first. "So there are no settlements and no signs of intelligent life," she thought out loud. "It's still a virgin planet. Stephen, this is bullshit. That dynasty is just trying to pop a satellite in orbit and act as if they have a valid claim to the planet. I don't think so." "Charlie, what are you scheming?" asked Stephen. "Siri," Charlie said aloud, "can we move that satellite?" "There are a number of options available for that," came the answer. "Charlie, I know that look. You're not getting ready to start an interstellar war or anything, are you?" "No, of course not. At least it shouldn't. Think about it, Stephen. We've never heard of anything in the Accord that gives someone the right to claim a planet except for a protectorship. Dynasties aren't supposed to kill each other's people, but we're hardly doing that here." "Well, what are we doing?" "We're just throwing away some space junk and settling a planet," she said with a smile. "Did you ever finish your geologic survey? Have you found a good location to establish Earth's first colony?" "You know I have," he answered with a wry grin. "In that case, Siri, I want you to launch that satellite at this system's star. I want it gone." They spent the rest of the day working with Siri to fine-tune the programming on the nanotech they were carrying. Early the next morning, they took the shuttle down to their selected location. They both walked out of the shuttle onto a grassy plain. Except it wasn't really grass, and it was more blue-green than what they were used to, but was very pretty in its own way. To their left was a river that led to a not-too-distant coastline. On their right was a forest that led to a mountain range they knew to be twice the size of the Rocky Mountains on Earth. There was a slight breeze and the sun was dull rather than bright. All in all, it was beautiful. They started the automatic unloading of truckloads of nano. Most they left right here on the plain, but some they carried to the river and to the mountains. Once they were done, they ordered the shuttle into a 100-foot hover. "Do you want to give the order?" asked Stephen. "Do you think I should say something special?" Charlie asked. "Well, I'm not sure it's on the same level as one small step, but yeah, I think you should say something." Okay. "On this spot, on this planet, Earth makes its first advance to the stars. May humankind prosper and propagate." "Propagate?" said Stephen. "I can't believe you just said that." "Well, next time you do it then," she responded. "Besides, I'm ready to get back to the ship. All this raw nature has made me horny. I've got a serious itch that I need you to scratch, mister." "A man's work is never done," Stephen lamented. On the planet below, the pallets of nano started to dissolve. Charlie came bouncing into the ship's mess with her usual early morning exuberance. Like most mornings, Stephen had risen ahead of her and was reading on a small virtual screen while drinking coffee. Behind her, a 1-foot-tall, stuffed animal baby giraffe skittered into the room and promptly got tangled in its own long legs. After falling to the deck, it sorted itself out and wandered over to the bulkhead to calmly munch on some virtual trees that were growing there. On Earth, Charlie had a stuffed animal collection that would rival any arcade, from 4-foot-tall gorillas to small bright orange teddy bears. The first time Stephen had been invited to her home to meet her parents, he had been surprised. This hard-charging, aggressive woman he had fallen for actually had a soft, frilly side. It was one of the dichotomies he loved about her. For the trip, she had made virtual copies of a handful of her favorites, and of course, with BioWare, it had been easy to animate them. "Are you ready to make our report back to Earth?" Stephen asked. "Sure," she said nonchalantly, even though there was a small part of her that was still worried about the decision she had made. They used their BioWare to pull up a huge virtual screen and made the connection with Mark. He welcomed them with a big smile and asked them to hold while he connected the others. It was still hard to think of these people by their first names. Dr. Mark Spencer, Dr. Julie Shine, Major Matt Reagan, Dr. Anzio Spallini, and Dr. Tony Decker were all living legends. It was thrilling to work with people that were literally making history, and to be even a small part of that was unbelievable. "Okay," Mark said. "We're all here. Tell us how you two are holding up, and then fill us in on the mission."
Nothing had changed. Once the conversation got going, they were all friends again that shared a common excitement. She let them know that they were having the time of their life, and Stephen agreed that the only tough part was when it was Charlie's turn to cook. After describing the planet, they held a short discussion and agreed that Samuel's information seemed accurate, at least for this planet. "There's something else you need to know," said Charlie. She told them about the orbital beacon and what she'd done. When no one said anything, she rushed on to explain her reasons for doing it. There was a prolonged silence, and then Mark finally started to laugh. The Major was grinning, and Julie and Anzio couldn't hide their smiles. "I'd like to think I would have done the same thing," Mark eventually said. "So, where are you headed next?" "We've selected Gliese 667c, Stephen responded. "We're already 16 light-years out from Earth, and this star is at 22 light-years and still in the Scorpius constellation." "I want you both to know how much we all appreciate what you're doing," added Julie. "The work you're doing, the decisions you're making, it is setting the groundwork for mankind's future. We believe in you and wish you Godspeed." Mark said, "We want to pass on some messages from your families, but I first want to echo what Julie said. Keep up the good work and let us know what you find at 667cc. Also, Stephen, before you go superluminal, if you'd send us back all the information you gathered on the current star system, we'd appreciate it." They all said their goodbyes and broke the connection. "Well, you weren't disowned," Stephen said. "Of course not. I never doubted it for a second," Charlie replied. They spent the rest of the day putting together a detailed report on the home of Earth's first interstellar colony. By bedtime, all that was left for Stephen was to put the finishing touches on his biota report regarding the flora and fauna. "Why don't you go ahead and turn in?" he said. "I'll join you in a little while." Charlie kissed him on the forehead and wandered back to their cabin. As was her habit when crawling in bed by herself, she directed her virtual stuffed animals to climb up on the bed with her. After a moment, however, she almost gagged. Her favored baby giraffe had an incredibly bad case of halitosis. "Stephen!" she yelled. Chapter 44. Semi, Caridian Dynasty. Semi was aware that Reverend Dr. Charles Roan and Dr. Tony Decker were researching instances of lower house interactions in Earth's religious history, but her research needed to be broader than that. She needed to have a better understanding of Earth religions in general. Since they were all on the Caridian ship, however, she did ask Dr. Roan for suggestions. He was very helpful, and Semi had buried herself in reading for the last 2 weeks. Anzio would fly up every few days, but otherwise she brought her formidable powers of focus to bear, a focus most Earthers would have found impossible to match. The EarthNet she was tapped into was extremely limiting compared to the Caridian network, but at least it was functional. Dr. Roan had suggested she start out with the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These 3 major religions were followed by the majority of people on Earth, and they all ascribed to the common belief that God revealed himself to the patriarch Abraham. She was fascinated to learn that all 3 religions not only had the same source, but that they worshiped the same God. Although she knew she was inevitably oversimplifying things, she thought she had a decent understanding of the common origin to all 3 religions. God had first revealed himself to Abraham, whom had many sons including Isaac and Ishmael. Isaac fathered Jacob, who fathered 12 sons that founded the Israelites, the 12 Jewish tribes. Abraham is considered the father of Judaism. Many generations later, Jesus was born of the same line and is considered to be the founder of Christianity. A different son of Abraham, Ishmael, fathered 12 sons that founded the Ishmaelites, the 12 Arab tribes. Many generations later, Muhammad was born of the same line and is considered to be the founder of Islam. The 3 holy texts of each religion confirm these facts about each other. The 3 religions continue to worship the same God, the God of Abraham. The Islamic or Arab name of this God is Allah. The Jewish and Christian name of this same God is... Semi's eyes froze on the name in front of her. It was a name she recognized, a name she never expected to hear on Earth. The name of Yahweh. Chapter 45. Charlize Charlie Morgan.
Gliese 667cc was the second planet of the third star in a trinary or triple star system. The three stars actually orbited each other, which made for some incredible dynamics. If a primitive culture had developed on any of the associated planets, they would have gone insane trying to chart the night skies. There were no primitive cultures, however. As a matter of fact, there was only one planet in the habitable zones of any of the three stars, and they were in orbit around it now. It was a mesoplanet, meaning that its mean temperature was expected to fall within a habitable mid-range of 0 degrees to 50 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees to 122 degrees Fahrenheit. Currently, surface temperature at the equator was a pleasant 23 degrees Celsius, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's not what was holding their attention. As their orbit approached the terminator, they witnessed 3 successive sunrises, each one bathing the planet below with ever-increasing light. It was a scene straight out of a science fiction movie or a video game. It was breathtaking. What brought them up short, however, was the next object to appear over the horizon, an alien ship. Melik of the Zenetian dynasty seemed somewhat surprised, yet fully composed once they had established ship-to-ship communication. He even went as far as to express disbelief that a new dynasty like Rising Sun would be building ships so quickly, let alone helping Earth to establish colonies. "What do we do now?" Stephen asked, once they had finished that first communication. "It's the same situation all over again," said Charlie, "except it's a different dynasty, and this time they're here in person instead of just leaving a beacon. But they're still trying to tell us that they're claiming this planet and that we can't have it." "Well, can they really stop us?" "I don't know," Charlie mused. "Their ship is a little bigger than ours, but I don't know how large the crew is or if they carry any weapons, and I don't know how far they'd be willing to go. Supposedly, the dynasties don't attack each other. Even the Neridians only attacked Earth before Rising Sun was actually founded." "Well, maybe we should push the envelope," offered Stephen. "Let's continue our surveys, and if nothing else is developed by then, we'll deploy the nano." Charlie nodded once, and they set to work. 2 days later, they were going over their results. "Gravity is a little light. It's only 83% of that of Earth's, but otherwise everything checks out. We can found a viable colony here," Charlie concluded. "That's assuming that the flora and fauna has the same amino and protein alignment as Earth," added Stephen. "We'll check, but I think that's a safe assumption," Charlie said. "That's one advantage to our galaxy being seeded from the same gene stock. All the life forms we've encountered are compatible with us. I don't think we can put it off any longer. The Zenetians are showing no signs of leaving, and we can't do anything else until we deliver the nano to the planet's surface. Are you ready to take a trip?" "I will follow you anywhere, my captain," said Stephen with a grin. The trip down was uneventful, and the biota surveys were perfunctory. Nothing of note happened until they started unloading pallets of nano. "The Zenetians are persistent that they need to speak with you immediately," Siri informed them. "Okay," Charlie sent as she and Stephen started walking back to the shuttle. "Patch them through to our screen as soon as we log on." "Hello, Melik," she said a few minutes later. "What can we do for you?" "You need to discontinue your activities," he responded. "We have already informed you that an entity of the Accord intends to make use of this planet. Your presence is no longer welcome." They had discussed this. While Stephen was in favor of simply telling them to screw off, Charlie had insisted that they make a real effort at diplomacy. "Melik, I think that we're not communicating well with each other. Earth and the Rising Sun dynasty have no desire to be at odds with you or your people. Personally, I've always found it easier to understand another person when I was sitting in front of them. Why don't you come down to the planet's surface and we can discuss the situation?" Stephen had also been against letting them aboard their shuttle, but once again Charlie had overruled him. "Look, Stephen," she said, "if we're going to play an ongoing role in Rising Sun, we're going to have to show everyone we can be diplomatic problem solvers. Let's just have an open conversation with them and explain why Earth would be more comfortable if they would choose a planet a couple of hundred light years further out." "Do you really think that's going to work?" "We have to find a way to make it work. We can't just keep firing other dynasties' beacons off into the sun. We need to come to some kind of understanding, and when we do, we can use it as a precedent with the next dynasty we run across." "Okay, I'll play along. But I'll bet you a foot massage that diplomacy doesn't work." "You're on," said Charlie as she started thinking about the details. Charlie had every aspect of the meeting planned down to the seating chart. The main cabin in the shuttle wasn't extremely large, but it was certainly big enough to quickly have the Nano grow a small conference table. It had been decided that Melik and Massa would represent the Zenitian dynasty. That would make it one male and one female from each dynasty. Perfect. Stephen had offered to program up some dinner or appetizers, and as good a cook as he'd turned out to be, she was tempted to let him, but in the end she decided it was a distraction they didn't need. He had also assumed that they would sit on one side of the table and that the Zenitians would sit on the other, but Charlie felt that was too confrontational. She wanted this to feel more like a friendly chat than a treaty negotiation. When the Zenitians arrived, they greeted them with smiles. Melik seemed formal and somewhat indifferent, but Massa was a different story altogether. She gave Charlie what on Earth would be considered a rude head-to-toe appraisal. She didn't really sneer, but Charlie got the distinct idea that Massa was unimpressed by what she saw. She then turned her inspection to Stephen and smiled in obvious approval. Charlie gave a tight-lipped smile as Stephen, obviously uncomfortable, glanced her way. They all took their seats, the women on one side of the table and the men on the other. Melik sat across from Charlie, and that put Stephen to his left and Massa beside Charlie on her right. "Thank you both for agreeing to meet with us," Charlie opened. Melik immediately interrupted her by saying, "I hope your dynasty will acknowledge our efforts at patience by acquiescing to this totally unnecessary meeting." "As I just said, Melik, we appreciate you being here," Charlie responded. "What he is trying to say," said Massa, "is that there is really very little to discuss. You have been asked to leave this planet, and we are still waiting for you to do so." "Just to be clear," Stephen said, "why should we honor your request to leave? We're far closer to our home planet than you are." "You have much to learn about galactic politics. The fact that you didn't leave immediately marks you as barbarians, children at best. The Rising Sun dynasty has very little, if any, standing within the Accord. If you wish to survive, you need to learn respect for those of superior station." "We Earthers," said Charlie, "have a long history of dealing with others as equals. We don't deal well with those that want to belittle us. Respect is a two-way street. It is hard for us to respect others if it is not given in return." "Yes, I suspect that there are many simple things that are hard for you to do. Nevertheless, you have no choice in the matter. We all must follow the Accord." "I wasn't aware that the Accord had any edicts that concern this situation," Stephen said. "The Accord is made up of millions of years of tradition," she responded. "Of course you don't understand every nuance, but you are still obligated to obey when you are informed of them." "So are we supposed to believe that the Accord is behind you just because you say it is? You want us to do what you tell us just because you say we're supposed to? Am I understanding this correctly?" Charlie said. "You don't understand anything correctly," Massa shot back. "Your arrogance is as large as advertised, and I will enjoy seeing you put down. You are nothing but genetic freaks and are the laughing stock of all real civilization." Charlie was incensed. There was no talking with this woman. She considered herself to be so superior that anything they said was immediately discounted as being naive. "Look," Charlie said, "Earth is not going to allow itself to be hemmed in from expansion. I've checked. Your worlds are far from here, and your sudden interest in this region of space is suspicious at best. If you're not careful, Earth could get the idea that your actions constitute hostile aggression." Massa turned and looked Charlie in the eye. "Are you really so stupid? Do you actually think I care what Earth thinks about anything?" Shifting her gaze back to Stephen, she moved her foot to touch his. She almost purred. "But if you want to travel with me for a while, I could show you how the universe really works." Almost without thinking, Charlie reached up with one hand and grabbed the back of Massa's head and slammed her face first into the table. In the same smooth motion, she pulled her head up by its hair and yanked her backwards, tipping the chair and slamming her body against the bulkhead. Still seated in her own chair, Charlie looked over her shoulder and down at Massa's crumpled form and said, "Oh, I think you've broken your nose." Melik had started to rise, but Stephen's hand on his shoulder gently lowered him back into his seat. "Melik, I want to make something perfectly clear," Charlie said glaringly. I meant it when I said Earth was not going to allow itself to be hemmed in. You need to grab your bimbo, go back to your ship, and leave this star system. And if our paths ever cross again, you need to show Earth and the Rising Sun Dynasty some respect. Otherwise, I will personally kick your butt all the way back to your home planet. Now move."
"Well, all in all, I think that worked out well," said Stephen. They were still in orbit around Gliese 667cc. The Zenitian ship had left the system the previous day, and they were putting the finishing touches on their report to send back home. "This report might need a little more work, though. I'm not sure it highlights your diplomatic skills at their best," he continued. "I'm quite proud of my diplomacy," Charlie said. "Well, assuming they don't immediately recall us once they read this, where should we head next?" "2 of the remaining 5 systems on the list aren't even on this side of Earth," she said. "The 3 that are sort of close to us would be Gliese 832c, or HD 85512b, and HD 40307g. The Gliese star is actually a little closer to Earth, and we are now at 16.6 light-years, while both of the HD stars are over 36 light-years out and are spread pretty far apart." "I just assumed that if they had the same name, they'd be close together," Stephen said. "Nope, they're named after the person that discovered them, not their location." "Well, if it makes sense in the flight path, why don't we head out to the deepest star and catch the other 2 on the way back and towards Earth?" "HD 40307g it is," said Charlie. Sometime later, Charlie noticed one of her teddy bears struggling to carry around a huge book. Try as she might, she couldn't get the book away from him, but it was easy enough to read the title, 22nd Century Diplomacy by Charlize Morgan. "Stephen, get rid of the book," she said. "Not until you pay up with my foot massage." Chapter 46. Semi, Caridian Dynasty. "In our language, Yahweh means transcendent helper," Semi said to those assembled. "I recognize the name because of my studies of a number of cultures in what you call the Sagittarius arm of our galaxy. These Kiko cultures are memorable because of their common legends. The similarities, spread across hundreds of light-years, have never been adequately explained. Earth, however, is in the Orion arm and much further away. To find reference to this Yahweh here is remarkable." "What are the legends?" Julie asked. "I think for me to explain them, you have to understand what their worldview is," Semi responded. "First of all, they do believe that the universe is a construct that was created by a technologically superior being that exists outside of space-time. It was explained to me like this. Picture the universe, with all its planes of existence, as a giant sphere that fills up the center of this room. By definition, all of us and everything we know lies inside this sphere. There is no edge that we can travel to. This is our existence." "Then what's outside of the sphere?" Julie said. "No one claims to know," Semi replied, "except for one thing, the one that created the sphere, Yahweh. They believe that Yahweh can enter the sphere at any point in time or space, that he can examine anything, any moment, at his leisure, in or out of sequence, and that over eternity he does examine every moment and every detail." Dr. Tony Decker spoke up. "But what would be the purpose in that? Why would any being created or waste so much time examining it?" "They would ask an artist why they spend so much time creating a painting, and why would you waste time going to a museum to look at it? Do you feel that everybody that studies or appreciates art is just wasting their time?" "No, of course not," he responded, "but I'm not spending my whole life doing it." "If you are truly eternal, what would time matter? Remember, these people believe that he exists outside of space and time." "So you're saying that the entire universe is just a giant piece of art?" Mark said. "I'm not saying anything," Semi responded, "but I think it makes as much sense as anything else I've ever heard. There's a certain completeness about that thought that appeals to me." "Semi, I understand the worldview you just explained, so what are the legends?" Mark prodded. After a few moments, Semi resumed. "If it was just a matter of the same name being used across vast distances, it would be a curious thing, but nevertheless a minor mystery we would eventually solve. There is, however, more to the legend, and this is where it becomes troubling. The legends prophesize that a group of people would be persecuted yet remain resilient.
Their will to live and love of life would be so strong that he would take notice. He would proclaim them as his chosen people. They say that of all the creatures evolved in the universe, that only his chosen people would have a life force strong enough to transcend space-time and exist outside of the universe. Okay, said Tony. This is easily explainable. Nobody wants to die. We've shown on Earth that culture after culture will make up stories about the spirit surviving death. It is nothing more than a way to counter the fear of death. I think it would be unusual if those cultures you're talking about hadn't made up their own myths. No, Tony, I think you are missing some important understandings. First of all, G-humans live about as long as we want to anyway. Most deaths occur after an individual has already come to peace with it and starts consciously and subconsciously taking greater risks in their pursuits. More importantly, you're misunderstanding what I am trying to say. These cultures in the Sagittarius arm are not talking about themselves. They do not believe that they are the chosen people. They simply believe in the legends that say there will someday be a chosen people. Okay, he said. Then that is unusual, but there are always exceptions. What about the other cultures that believe they are chosen or special or have eternal spirits? Tony, that is what I'm trying to tell you. The troubling part is that there are no other known cultures in the universe that believe their life force can transcend. Mark said, Semi, are you telling us that only Earthers believe in life after death? When she nodded, Julie whispered, Earthers are the chosen people. Chapter 47. Charlize Charlie Morgan. HD 40307G was a mesoplanet 42 light-years from Earth. It could be found in the constellation of Pictor. As they orbited the planet, they noted a mean temperature of 27 degrees Celsius, 81 degrees Fahrenheit, and a gravity registering 94% of Earth's. Everything had been routine until Siri announced that there were artificial structures on the planet's surface. Where are they? Stephen asked. They are grouped together in one loose 7-mile cluster in a hilly region on the third continent, Siri responded. A city, Charlie whispered. Siri, have you detected any other structures besides these? Stephen asked again. Negative, Siri responded. I have detected nothing else artificial on the planet's surface or in orbit. Give us magnification, Siri. Show us. In their mind's eye, they suddenly were looking at palaces that were dotting the many rolling hills. There were terraces and plazas, and at the center of the enclave was a massive open-air amphitheater. The first thing that stood out was that it was totally deserted. The second thing was that the western portion of the city was blackened and damaged. Siri, is it safe for us to land? Charlie asked. As always, your medical nano will protect you from contagions and mitigate any allergic responses. There are no animals detected that fit the profile of a dangerous predator, and other than the structures you are viewing, there is no sign of intelligent life. There is always a chance of unknown risk, but the obvious ones fall within accepted norms. Charlie looked at Stephen. Shall we take a trip? They landed their shuttle just outside of the massive amphitheater. Although the outside edge was built up over 2 stories tall, it seemed mainly for decoration and contained massive arches and walkways leading into the seated areas. The walls were made of stone, and next to each arch was carved an inscription. Amazingly, Siri was unable to translate it. The bowl itself was dug well into the ground, but dug didn't seem to be the appropriate word. The massive depression of the amphitheater seemed to be cut from solid rock. Instead of benches, each level of the reverse ziggurat was occupied by what could only be described as hundreds of thrones made from stone. The deep center and lowest rows were covered with dirt and other detritus. Standing there, Charlie and Stephen felt a vast emptiness and had the impression of age. This place was incredibly old. As they explored some of the surrounding palaces, this impression was reinforced. Inside many of the edifices, they discovered the barely recognizable remains of furnishings, desiccated scraps that might once have been tapestries or leather seating, piles of cloth and wood that turned to dust when touched. In this dry environment, these items could be thousands of years old. While many of the palaces were made of seamless stone, most had open-air courtyards paved with what appeared to be the crumbled remains of mosaic tile.
It was the fifth palace they had explored before they discovered a mosaic sufficiently intact to recognize. At its center was the unmistakable image of a 16-point star. There were 4 large points, 4 medium points, and 8 smaller points. Now that they'd seen the entire pattern, it was easy to realize that this same star is what was depicted in the other palaces. They continued their tour of the abandoned city and eventually wandered into the damaged sections. Here the light-colored stone was marred in many places by ancient soot. There were no obvious craters suggesting bombardment. Rather, much of the damage was at street level. In some places, chunks were blown out of walls or terraces, and balconies had collapsed. One palace in particular was almost total rubble. In many other places, it looked as if the stone itself had melted. The only thing that would really distinguish these ruins from any others found on ancient Earth was that, just like in the amphitheater, all of the stone used in the construction was seamless, as if it had all been carved out of solid rock. That's not to say the buildings were colorless. Many of the palaces looked to be carved from exotic types of marble or granite. Neither Charlie nor Stephen was a geologist, but they suspected that many of the rose-colored hues and green, blue, and gold tints were natural. Fully adorned, this would have been a beautiful palace. Eventually, they realized that their search was turning up nothing new. 99% of the ruins were still unexplored, but it would have to be someone else that finished the task if they wanted to stay on mission. If the city hadn't have been there, Stephen would have picked the same spot for their colony. As it was, he settled for a second choice that still met the requirements. It would put the new colony only a few hours away from these ruins, so they were confident they would eventually give up their secrets. They unloaded the Nano, activated it, and returned to their ship. They spent the next day finishing their reports. "Samuel intended us to find these ruins," Charlie said. "What's that?" Stephen said as he broke his concentration. "I said that this was no accident. This planet is on the list that Samuel gave Mark. He knew we'd find the ruins, but he didn't say anything. I wonder why." Stephen thought for a moment and said, "It has to be either a threat or a warning." Chapter 48. Dr. Mark Spencer. Dr. Tony Decker was an excitable guy by nature, but to see Anzio this animated was unusual. They had both cornered me in my cabin on Amanda. I hadn't even realized that Tony was back from working with the Reverend Charles Roan on the Caridian ship. Apparently Anzio had been working with him for about a week now. I was mildly curious as to how they could have managed to work together that closely without drawing blood, but their enthusiasm was attracting my full attention. "You remember, Mark, asking me to find a way to block the opening of an interdimensional portal, yes?" said Anzio. "Of course," I said. "Have you figured it out?" "No, but it got me thinking about the entire process, and I had a thought, so I bounced it off Tony." "You asked Tony to work with you?" I said. "Why wouldn't he?" asked Tony. "Well, he sometimes has the good idea," Anzio responded. "Anyway, I realized what they must be doing to keep the portal open. We know there is an energy spike when a portal is opened, and we know there is another spike when it closes. The holographic image and force field projections Samuel are using also require energy, and that almost masks the fact that a very small amount of energy is being fed to the portal to keep it open." "Sorry, guys, I'm not really following." "Yes, well, bear with us. Dynasties like Coridia don't have interdimensional technology, but that doesn't mean they haven't put a lot of thought into it. We found many hypotheses, but without an observable portal to match readings against, they were stuck." "We, of course, have had that portal," Tony interrupted. "And now," Anzio continued, "we have a full-fledged theory on how to maintain an interdimensional portal." I started to get excited, too. "So you can open a portal?" I said. "No," Anzio said, as Tony shook his head. "Then what's all the excitement about?" I asked. "We think we can keep it open when Samuel tries to close it," Tony said. Anzio explained. "We can feed the portal a small stream of energy to maintain it. The trick is to drain away the energy surge that is being sent to close it down. Think of it as attaching a lightning rod that is grounded. We absorb the surge, we maintain the power, and voila, we control the portal." "Wouldn't Samuel know that the portal stayed open?" "Maybe, maybe not," Tony said. "It wouldn't be like accidentally leaving a light on in the room you just left. You certainly wouldn't be on guard against it." Anzio was grinning when he said, "How would you like to follow Samuel down the wormhole, my friend?" "There were ruins," Samuel said. We were again in my cabin aboard Amanda. We had waited 5 weeks for Samuel to reappear, and I thought Tony was going to go insane with anticipation. Either that or cause us to all go crazy or get arrested for murder or something. "Are you claiming not to have known the ruins were there?" I asked. Ignoring my question, he commented, "The galaxy is a dangerous place. Sometimes it behooves us to be reminded of that. Did you find the planets on the list satisfactory?" "We've only checked out 5 of them, but so far so good. We appreciate the recommendations. As I said, I just want to pay my way. It hardly seems fair to have everyone ganging up on you so quickly." "You know, Samuel, the technology used in the ruins construction, it wasn't dynasty level." "No." "No." When he didn't say anything else, I continued, "What would cause houses of the Accord to go to war with each other?" "Oh, I hardly think you're looking at the results of a war. A skirmish, perhaps. A battle, at best." "The question stands, Samuel." "It's ancient history. It was before even my time," he said. "That still doesn't tell me anything," I persisted. "Mark, you Earthers have so many things against you. You've had so much taken away from you. Maybe you should take some of it back." "What are you talking about?" I said, momentarily thrown off track. "It is going to be really hard for you Earthers to get to know anyone in galactic society, let alone make friends or form alliances. You simply don't live long enough. The kind of interdynasty relationships you need are typically forged by individuals that have known each other for hundreds of years. The same is true for any Kiko civilizations you might want to befriend. No, it is very unfortunate that you have such short lifespans." "We've come to believe that there are advantages also," I said. "Oh, I am sure there are. Every coin has 2 sides. Still, I wonder if the advantages could possibly outweigh the disadvantages, especially since those disadvantages could leave you struggling alone and at odds with the entire galaxy." "I think we'll survive. Probably," he quipped. "Besides, it's not as if we have any choice." He was silent. Finally, he changed the subject by saying, "I'm told that you Earthers have some excellent wine. Do you think that I could try some?" "How are you going to do that?" I asked. "You're not really here." "If you would be so kind as to leave a bottle out on your table, I'm sure I could find a way." As soon as Samuel left, both Anzio and Tony came bounding into my room. "Amanda," I heard Anzio speaking in my mind, "were you able to stabilize the portal?" "Yes, Dr. Spallini. The closing order was neutralized, and I am now maintaining the portal." "Can you enlarge it?" "Attempting to do so now." On the other side of my cabin, a roughly oval thing appeared. It was colorless. At least that's the only way I know to describe it. It wasn't black and it wasn't gray. Every time I thought I detected a chromatic tint, my perspective shifted in a most unsettling way. We had debated endlessly, but I had insisted that no one go through the portal, or wormhole, or whatever you want to call it, until we knew much more about what was on the other side. I also wanted to make sure we could maintain it. I had no desire for my friends and me to be stuck in another dimension. Anzio was carrying a probe we had nano-engineered just for the occasion. It looked like a stubbly volleyball with a cord attached to it. We knew that electromagnetic fields could travel back and forth through the portal because Samuel's projection and force field manipulators had done so, but we didn't know if we could send a signal through, hence the cord. Anzio thought a command to the probe through his bioware, and we watched it slowly float into and through the portal. We all sat down in the comfortable living room chairs to watch through our mind's eye. Suddenly Amanda spoke. "Wireless telemetry tested and confirmed." "I am instructing the probe to sever the cord," Anzio said out loud. We barely heard him as we were busy inspecting our extra-dimensional environment. What we could see was rather boring. We were in some type of windowless room. It was rather stark, perhaps a little on the laboratory side of things, although we didn't recognize any of the equipment. As we finished our perusal of the room, we realized there was only one way out. an open doorway on the far side of the room. We ordered the probe through, and it entered a long hallway leading directly away from it. The entire length of the right wall was covered with tapestries filled with scenes of battles and lovemaking. The exception was a huge tapestry halfway down that displayed an intricate design. The entire length of the left wall was one continual window from floor to ceiling. We were apparently on a second or third floor, and we were overlooking a sun-baked plain. There was sparse vegetation and an occasional scraggly tree. The sky was smoky with two suns, and it was blood red. As the probe glided past the halfway point of the hallway, Anzio ordered it to stop. From the open doorway at the other end, we could hear voices. Chapter 49. Dr. Julie Shine. "Julie, thank you for taking the time to meet with us," said the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan. He had called her yesterday to set up this appointment, saying only that he had more information to share with her. She had been pleased but surprised when he had shown up today with Semi. "Because our researches were paralleling each other in certain respects, we started comparing notes, and we've come to some interesting conclusions," Reverend Roan explained. "As you know, the consensus was that we should share Charlie and Stephen's findings with Semi. I'm glad we did, because the two of us, independently, think we can shed some light on the subject. Semi, why don't you go first?" "Thank you, Reverend Roan. First of all, I think Charlie and Stephen have stumbled across the remains of a recent battle, a battle between lower houses." "How recent?" was the first thing Julie asked. "For us," Semi replied, "it was just a few generations ago. That would make the conflict date to about 2500 BC on our calendar," Reverend Roan added. "There are legends in more than one section of the galaxy of two different factions among the lower houses," Semi continued. "Several generations ago, these two factions went to war when one refused to honor an edict of the Accord." "I didn't think that was ever supposed to happen," Julie said. "First we have the Neridians, and now you're telling me about this. Just how stringent are these edicts?" "Yes, I know, and it must be confusing," she said. "The Neridians did break an edict with their genetic engineering of Earthers, and they will pay a price for that. The legends I'm discussing with you now are another instance. But, Julie, these two exceptions are the only two we know of in living memory." After Julie nodded, Semi continued. "One group, so the story goes, received the word of the Accord through the upper houses of Krustivabum and Surfjonston and abided. The other faction received the word but rebelled." "Who won the war?" Julie asked. "No one is really sure," Semi responded. "It is said that the lower houses that remained loyal carried the day, but some believe the war is still going on." "If that were true, wouldn't you know it? I mean, no disrespect, but how could you remain ignorant of an intergalactic war?" "It is a fair question, but you need to understand that these are just stories I am relaying to you. If they are true, then the ruins you found would be the first evidence we have seen of it. Also, I think it possible that you do not really appreciate how rare it would be for us to interact with lower houses. Mark and Anzio have had more personal interaction with them than my entire dynasty. We know they exist, but they too are little more than stories to us." "Julie," interjected Reverend Roan, "there's more." After collecting his thoughts, he continued. "The upper houses Semi mentioned, I think they could be referring to cherubim and seraphim." "Aren't those types of angels from the Bible?" "Not just the Bible," he responded. "During the Middle Ages, around 500 AD, Pseudo-Dionysius, the Areopagite, researched the New Testament and other ancient documents extensively when he published his work De Coelesti Hierarchia. That, along with the work of Thomas Aquinas in Summa Theologica, is considered to be definitive work and describe an entire hierarchy of angelic choirs." "I thought cherubs were little babies with wings." "Actually, that's a common misconception," Reverend Roan replied with a smile. "You're referring to putti, which are traditionally used in figurative art. Cherubs, or cherubim, are human-like figures. Thomas Aquinas actually suggests that Satan was a cherub." After a moment of thought, Julie said, "I think I'm at the point where nothing surprises me anymore, but I guess I'm still a little confused. What makes you think the ruins we found are from this battle?" Reverend Roan glanced at Semi, and she spoke. According to the stories, a large number of lower houses were assembled on each side. The houses that were loyal formed the largest host, and their symbol was a 16-sided star. Chapter 50. Dr. Mark Spencer. "I think surveillance is the next step," said Major Matthew Reagan. We'd quickly pulled our probe back and closed the portal down that first time we had heard voices. I'd been torn about getting close enough to make out what the voices were saying, and the certainty that this was an advantage we absolutely couldn't lose. On Samuel's next visit, after he'd retrieved the wine, we had waited a while before sending the probe. This time we heard nothing and actually sent it as far as the next room. This was apparently where the voices had come from. It was a cross between a very plush living room and a meeting room. It had a large fireplace, a bar, and a massive, intricately carved conference table. "The next time he opens a portal, we can install a listening device in their meeting room. It's going to be hard to devise a strategy without more intelligence." "Won't they detect any bug we try to plant?" I asked. The Major shrugged his shoulders. "I can't promise you that they won't find it, but why would they even look? We'll be using passive recording, meaning that it only operates when someone is speaking in the room, and we'll use audio only to keep the data file small. We'll also use spread spectrum technology and set it to only send us a burst transmission when we query it. Unless they're actively looking for it, I doubt they'll ever know it's there." "Will our probe be able to plant the device?" "No, someone's going to have to go through and be hands-on. Actually, in situations like this, it's best to use 2 operators." "How hard will it be to teach me how to position the device?" I asked. "Look, Mark, with all respect, you're not the guy to do this. I have trained professionals that can be in and out before most would even get started. We'll brief several teams and make sure that one of them is always mission-ready in the cabin next to yours. When Samuel leaves from his next visit, they'll be ready to follow him through." We didn't have to wait long. Within 2 weeks, Amanda was informing me that another interdimensional portal had been detected in my cabin. I asked her to inform the team and made my way there. Samuel was already seated in my living area when I arrived. "Good afternoon, Samuel. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Ah, could it not be that I simply missed the companionship of my friend?" he responded. "Of course," I said, "but you're not a vacant person. I think you usually have something on your mind." While I was waiting for a response, I was trying very hard not to laugh. I know the seriousness of the situation. With every new revelation comes a sense of impending disaster. There are too many things we still don't know or understand, and I could not afford to make a false move with Samuel. But he was wearing skin-tight lavender velvet pants. I think he said something along the lines of just being in the neighborhood. "Anyway," I said as I regained my train of thought, "there is something I wanted your advice on." "Yes," he said, leaning forward. "I want to know if you believe in God." "God?" he said while leaning back with a frown. "Whatever for would you ask me that question?" From his reaction, I think I'd really taken him off guard. "Many people on our planet do," I temporized. "Do you mean the myths peasants dream up to protect them against those that are more powerful?" he responded. "Mark, I really thought you to be much more sophisticated than that." "Well, at least I'm not wearing purple pants." "Surely we're not the only civilization in the galaxy that have people that believe in a supreme being," I responded. I suppose not, but it is not really a subject discussed in polite society." "Really? I'm sorry, I didn't know that," I said. I'd actually heard rumors about cultures that believe that God constructed the universe as a piece of art. I was just curious if you agreed with that or knew anything else about it. "Do you not think that would be incredibly selfish?" he suddenly said. "I'm not following. To create so many beings, to put them through so much suffering, all just to satisfy some god's amusement, would that not make this God of yours incredibly egotistical and selfish?" "Well, I suppose some would say that we also live lives of love, satisfaction, and honor. Are you suggesting that all our lives are purposeless?" "Oh, I have purpose," Samuel said. "I have explored the far reaches of the universe. I have tasted the finest of wines. I have sampled the virtue of 1,000 women and men. I have experienced thrills that earthers cannot even imagine. I have purpose," he continued, "but it is my purpose and mine alone. There is no self-righteous God hanging over my head that I have to please or bow down to. I am the master of my own destiny." This wasn't the response I'd expected. I'd found a hot button. This was the most emotional I'd ever witnessed Samuel to be. On impulse, I changed the subject. "Samuel, there's actually something else I want to ask you about. You've mentioned that what was done to Earthers genetically was nothing short of criminal. I was wondering, is there a way to possibly reverse it?" He visibly relaxed and settled back into his chair as he contemplated the answer. "I was under the impression that you were content with your shorter lives," he said. "Content?" I responded. "No, I don't think that's the right word. Resigned, maybe? We are a hardy people, and I think we've proven we'll survive anything, but a long life would have to be attractive, don't you think?" "Obviously," he said rather drolly. "I think my own life is testament to that." "So," I persisted, "is it possible?" "I think anything is probably possible, my friend," he said rather distractedly. Samuel had suddenly found interest in studying the decorations in my cabin. I got the distinct feeling he was feigning nonchalance. "Can you show us how?" I asked. "Me? No. I am afraid that I know nothing about genetics. Besides, there's that pesky Accord edict thing against genetic species manipulation. Since we are the victims of genetic manipulation in the first place, wouldn't the Accord consider it just correcting a wrong rather than a whole new violation?" "I suppose you could make that argument. You also have an expression that I am rather fond of. It is better to ask forgiveness than permission." Samuel's behavior during this conversation was very interesting to me. I sensed that he really wanted me to pursue this line of thinking, but didn't want me to know he wanted me to. If that wasn't convoluted enough, it left me in the position of trying to determine why he didn't want me to know. Was he trying to retain plausible deniability while urging me to do something highly illegal? Or was he really trying to help us but wanted us to make our own decisions? Or did he really not care what path we took? "Samuel, I have another question. You are from the lower house Remenage. Did I pronounce that correctly?" "You did." "Okay, good. My question is this. Are there upper houses of the Accord?" "Yes, of course. Why do you ask?" he wanted to know. "I'm just trying to fill in the blanks," I said. "We've never heard of them or heard them mentioned. It seems kind of odd." Nothing odd about it," he responded. "As far as I know, there has never been a member of an upper house visit this plane of existence. Only lower houses ever have any interactions with them." "Tell me about them." "There's really not much to tell. Their technology is much advanced over the lower houses. They seem to have very little in the way of worldly concerns. It is very difficult for us to relate to them. There are some of us that question whether they even remain sane. It is nothing Earthers need to concern themselves with. You will never meet them." It appeared that this was another subject line that would dead-end with Samuel. I had learned that when he tired of a particular subject, no amount of verbal sparring would get him to take it up again, at least not in the same sitting. With a request that I leave out another bottle of wine for him, he left. The team was ready. We all gathered in my cabin and waited while Amanda maintained the microscopic portal that Samuel always used. After about 45 minutes, we decided to open it up. Now that we knew the environment on the other side was compatible, we didn't need such a large probe. As a matter of fact, all we really needed were eyes and ears, and this could easily be done at the size of a large insect. Once we determined that the lab, the hallway, and the meeting room were all clear, we sent the two-man team through. I still felt a little funny about not going through with them. Was I being altruistic and not wanting to put the risk on someone else's shoulders? Or was I being selfish and wanting to have the adventure all to myself? Not to mention gaining an advantage over Samuel. Before I could even begin any deep contemplation, the team returned. We were now officially spying on a lower house of the Accord. I briefly remembered Major Reagan mentioning that in some countries on Earth, this would be considered an act of war, but I immediately dismissed the concern. We'd been in over our heads since day one. If what I suspected was true, this was no time to start being timid. Chapter 51. Charlize Charlie Morgan. The two planets they stopped at on the return leg to Earth turned out to be anticlimactic. There was a dynasty probe at one of them, but they didn't even hesitate this time to send it on an inward trajectory that would bring it to a fiery end. When they finished initiating infrastructure building nanotech on each of those 2 planets, they pointed their ship in the direction of home. Of course, that didn't mean they were stopping at Earth. They still had 2 other planets on the other side that they needed to visit. "We must be really weird or totally insane," Charlie said. Stephen was stretched out in their bunk on his stomach with a virtual book propped in front of him. Charlie was sprawled lengthwise on top of him with her head in her hands. Stephen mumbled something that indicated that he may or may not be paying attention. "We've been cooped up together for a couple of months now, and we haven't had a fight. That's not normal, is it?" she asked. Traveling on a ship over interstellar distances gives a person a lot of free time. They both had their studies and thesis papers to work on, but that still left plenty of time to brood or dream or have fun. "We did have a fight," Stephen finally responded. "No, when?" she asked. "A week or 2 ago I wanted fish for dinner and you wanted chicken, remember?" "That wasn't a fight." "Well, what do you call it?" "We were just having a conversation about what to eat." "Mm-hmm," he murmured. "Okay, if it was a fight, then who won?" she challenged. "I'm not really sure," Stephen said. "By the time you got done changing your mind so many times and giving confusing orders, what came out of the synthesizer was unrecognizable. I didn't eat it." "Oh, you are going to pay for that," she said as she reached down and started tickling his bare ribs. Tau Ceti F is a mesoplanet 11.9 light-years from Earth. As seen from there, it lies in the constellation of Cetus. "Cetus means sea monster," said Charlie. "I never knew that." "I thought it was a whale," Stephen responded. They were both watching the virtual screen they had left up in the common room. It was showing the planet grow in size hourly as they headed in system. "We finish up this planet and then we'll just have one more. We'll be back on Earth within a month." Charlie continued her random thoughts. "What are we going to do then?" she wondered. "I think visiting our families will be high on the priority list once we get back," Stephen said. "I promised your father I'd take care of you, and I'd kind of like him to know I did that." Charlie snorted. "He made me promise I'd take care of you." Stephen wasn't sure what to make of that. "Anyway, that's not what I mean," she continued. "What are we going to do with our lives? Now that I've seen other suns, I'm not sure I just want to go back and spend my entire life on Earth." "Charlie, I would guess that there will be a lot of other planets to explore. I know they're going to need experienced people to move the colonists and help them get settled. There's just not a whole lot of Earthers that have more experience in space than we do. I'm not trying to be presumptuous, but I would guess we could probably write our own ticket if we wanted to." "But that's just it," she said. "Would you want to? Would you really enjoy making your home between the stars, hopping from planet to planet?" "Are you asking me if I'd like to pursue my chosen career as a xenobiologist, always discovering new categories of life, having adventures with my best friend, traveling in the stars with the love of my life and creating history with every step we take?" Charlie slowly started to smile. "Something like that," she murmured. Only on one condition," Stephen concluded. "What's that?" she said. "Only if you learn how to cook." Chapter 52. Semi. Caridian Dynasty. Any day now she would visit the Caridian medical specialists and have her fetus transferred into a standard birthing creche. It would be the baby's womb for the next 6 months. Her wonderful Anzio had been incredible. When she first told him she was carrying his child, he had blinked 2 or 3 times, and then blinked again before breaking out in a huge smile. They had both gone through the usual procedures of recording their voices and her heartbeat for the baby's developmental environment. Anzio even recorded himself reading long texts on mathematics, a gesture that Semi suspected was futile but quaint. The baby was pronounced healthy by all the medical diagnostic technology available to them, but they wouldn't know anything about the genetic makeup until after the transfer. Because Anzio was not a member of the Caridian dynasty, he did not have access to the growing controversy amongst her people. The Earthers had all been ecstatic with the announcement, although their ways of celebrating or showing congratulations were inexplicable. Anzio received so much pounding on the back that a G-human male might have been injured. In addition, many of them celebrated by inhaling the smoke of burning plant fibers. It was mostly the men, but even Julie joined in that first evening. She'd been surprised at the reaction the Earthers had shown for the results of procreation. She'd had a long way to go in understanding their mores. For example, many Earthers deemed their sexual activities private, and sometimes secret, yet enthusiastically and publicly applauded the reproductive results. With her people it was very different. Procreation was a deliberate act and even a duty to the dynasty, depending on the current demographics and level of respect a person might achieve. Highly successful individuals were encouraged to reproduce for the advancement of the dynasty. Many others considered it a burden and were just as happy not to feel socially obligated. Except for her current situation, there were virtually no accidental pregnancies. There were also no pregnancies outside the dynasty, especially not with a partner from a different dynasty. "Semi, if you tell me that this pregnancy was totally unplanned, then of course I believe you," said Silva, "and with your known integrity and the level of respect you have earned for yourself, most people will. But you have to know that there will be undercurrents of skepticism. There will be those that whisper that you have lost your head to the physical pleasures of copulating with these Earthers." "I have done nothing to deserve those accusations," Semi said. "I have placed our dynasty first in everything I have done. No one has the right to question that." "And they will not, openly," he responded. "But you have to realize that there will be those that see this as a chance to question your judgment. Right now you are one of the Caridian dynasty's leading experts on Earthers. You carry a higher status than all of us. Your stated position that we should befriend the Rising Sun dynasty is controversial but respected. You must remember, however, that there is opposition to your stance, and that they will see this as an opportunity to weaken your position." "What are you suggesting, Silva? What is your advice?" "If the baby is genetically G-human, then I believe everything will blow over. I do not think your opponents will gain any traction with this issue. If, however, the baby has the genetic makeup and short lifespan of an Earther, it will be a very different story." "How different, and in what way?" "If that turns out to be the case, then I predict that there will be a strong movement to deny your baby membership in the Caridian dynasty." After Silva had left, Semi sat in long thought. It was accepted amongst her people that on the very rare occasion that a fetus was found to be faulty or unviable, it was terminated. This was considered a kindness and generally occurred very early in the pregnancy, certainly before transfer to the creche. While many respected figures of the dynasty openly supported her, there were whispers that if the fetus carried anything less than the genes of a G-human, it would be by definition faulty. Although the rest was left unsaid, it was obvious that there would be bias against the baby, and against her. The implication was that if the baby was allowed to come to term, it would never gain the respect of the dynasty, and that her status would suffer as well. There was only one way out for Semi, or so the reasoning went. Was she turning her back on her dynasty? It was very difficult for her to look at the situation objectively. The dynasty comes first. She had always believed that at the very core of her being. Under normal circumstances, to give birth to a baby not of your dynasty was unthinkable. As much as she did not want to admit it, she could understand why there would be those that would consider it traitorous. But this situation was hardly normal, and to terminate this pregnancy, she was not sure she could bring herself to do it. The Earthers seemed to have very different values and would never understand this. Anzio would never understand it. Where did her duty lie? Should Caridian or Rising Sun values be ascribed to? Chapter 53. Major Matthew Reagan, Rising Sun Dynasty. May you live in interesting times. I was thinking of this ancient Chinese curse as I thought about our current situation. In many ways, I was happier than I'd ever been at any point in my life. Working for the Rising Sun Dynasty and the betterment of mankind was more rewarding than anything I could think of. The new technology we were introducing was amazing and always kept us on our toes. There was always a challenging project to complete, and another one or 10 on the horizon. The imminent threat of the Neridians was gone, and because of that, I no longer felt guilty for taking time to just enjoy my relationship with Julie. But having said all that, there was a growing sense of concern when it came to understanding our place in the galactic hierarchy, and this is where the curse came in. I'd always believed in God, and I believed in heaven, So I guess that means that I believe that Jesus was more than just a man. I'd never really gotten into it much further than that, though. I'd like to think that many of my fallen comrades looked down on us poor mortals and occasionally hoisted a heavenly bier to our success. Julie seemed to have it figured out in her own head, but I wasn't really sure I'd gotten that far in my thinking. And now it looked like all of our history, religious and secular, was going to have to be rethought. A memory came to mind that made me smile. I was watching some documentary or other, I don't remember what it was, when some scientist was shown proclaiming that 90% of human history was known, and that 90% of that was proven beyond doubt. I'd laughed out loud at the time because I'd just finished an Army class on intelligence analysis. One of the fundamental precepts that the instructor had drilled into our heads was that when evaluating intelligence on the enemy, the most you will ever know is 90% of the picture, and there's a 90% chance that less than 90% of that is accurate. That was certainly proving true when it came to our arrogance and understanding our own history. Even with all the recent revelations, I wasn't convinced that we even now understood anything close to 90% of it, and I was 90% certain that there were more revelations to come. Fortunately, it wasn't my job to worry about stuff like that. I really did have confidence in our team, and I was perfectly content to let others fit the pieces together and write books about it. What did affect me, however, was the ongoing and building threat that these revelations could cause Earth and the Rising Sun dynasty. Man, fallen angel, or the ghost of Christmas past, it didn't make any difference to me. I was dedicated to protecting us, and that is why I was meeting with Tony and Anzio. "We believe we have made a breakthrough in our research on interdimensional portals," Anzio said. "So can you open one up?" I asked. No," Tony mumbled. "Everyone keeps asking us that." "Okay," I said. "So what have you found?" "We think we can prevent one from opening," Anzio replied. "You think you can?" "Well, we're pretty sure, but it's not like we have a way of testing it without tipping Samuel off." "How sure is pretty sure?" I asked. Anzio sighed. Tony said, "Look, Major, the theory is sound. We can't guarantee it, but we're sure enough that we're bringing it to you and the team." "Okay, fair enough. What else have you got?" "On the interdimensional portals?" Tony asked. "Nothing." When I didn't say anything, Tony rushed on. "Hey, this stuff isn't easy. We're dealing with physics and math that in some cases we've never even seen before." I held up both hands, palms out. Okay, I was just asking. You know, guys, if we could figure out how to open up a portal and use it proactively, it would give us a tremendous advantage. Are you making any progress on that?" Anzio spoke up. "Major, in truth, we're not. This is a very complicated stuff, yes? It's like a caveman watching lightning set a tree on fire. We know what fire looks like, and when we find it, we can even use it to burn or cook things. But we don't know how to start one yet. It may take years just to figure out the next step, or we can accidentally stumble across the answer tomorrow. There is just no way to know." "Okay, gentlemen, I didn't mean to sound like we don't appreciate your work. It's just frustrating when your opponent has greater maneuverability. I'm anxious to even the playing field." "So we have decided that Samuel is definitely the opponent, yes?" asked Anzio. "No, I think that's just my suspicious nature talking," I said. "At any rate, I appreciate you bringing this to me. I've got a feeling we'll be able to make use of it." Chapter 54. Dr. Julie Shine. The weeks turned into months. Semi transferred her baby to the creche on the Caridian ship. Other than general reports on the baby's good health, she was uncharacteristically silent with any details. Everyone was curious. Genetically, was it G-human or Earther? Anzio finally informed us that Semi had enacted a privacy right within her dynasty that meant no one except the parents could have access to the baby's medical records. He asked us all to respect her wishes and not to put him on the spot either. Julie could read people well enough to know that there was more to the story. She didn't have to be a psychologist to know that Semi was protecting the baby from something. But as long as Anzio was asking for their understanding, she would respect it. She would, however, keep an eye out. Over the last couple of years, Julie had learned that's what close friends do for each other. Charlie and Stephen returned to Earth and immediately set about organizing the transportation side of the colonist movement. They had very definite ideas about what kind of capabilities the new ships would need. It was decided that the colony ships themselves should each hold 3,400 colonists and crew. These were massive ships, and the nanite construction of them was scheduled to take place in Mars' orbit. This put them closer to the minerals and metals of the asteroid belt, as well as the raw materials of Jupiter's atmosphere, yet still in what was now easy reach of Earth. The longest phase of the entire project would be the planning and programming of the nanotech. The Galactic Network held plans for massive ships, but Charlie and Stephen were very insistent that they needed more capability, and some of it was interesting. Julie didn't bother to look it up, but she was pretty sure that this would be the first time in Earth's history that such a colossal industrial project was put into the hands of kids that hadn't even reached their 25th birthday. They had earned it, however. Everyone was following their lead by consensus. It turns out, though, that colony ships, as capable as they would be, weren't the only ships they were designing. "Charlie, do you have a minute?" Julie asked one day as she saw her outside her office. "Hello, Julie," she responded with a big smile. "I will always take time for you. I was just heading to meet Stephen for lunch. Should I let him know I'll be late?" "No, I don't think that will be necessary. I just wanted to ask you a question." "Fire away," Charlie responded. "Okay," Julie said with a laugh. "Since Stephen's waiting, I'll ask directly. When I was looking over the specifications for the ships you want to build, it looks like you're constructing the beginnings of a navy. In addition to the colony ships, you have colony support ships that can be used to patrol the colonies, and scout ships that are fast and can be used for survey and exploration." "That's right," Charlie said. "I couldn't help but notice that both of those last two ship types are heavily armed and armored." When Charlie didn't say anything, Julie continued. "Are you expecting to run into trouble?" After a moment of reflection, Charlie said, "Yes, Julie, I am. Not because there is any imminent reason to, but because I don't ever want our people to be in a position where they can't defend themselves. I've learned that the galaxy will push us around if we let it, but once they realize that we won't back down, they run away. It's kind of like my dad used to say, peace through strength." "So there's no temptation for colonialism or imperialism or galactic conquest?" Julie asked with a smile. "No," Charlie laughed. "I make friends with everyone I meet." The world was changing at a record pace. As the months turned into years, the new technologies Rising Sun was introducing were revolutionizing just about everything. They had taken the same approach with industry as they had with governments. When you had unlimited resources and wealth, you could bribe just about anybody. Once Julie had gotten over the negative stigma of bribery, she realized the benefit of aligning human nature with their goals. Centralized control of industries or economies had failed every single time they'd been tried in human history. But by fully embracing the concept of self-interest, they were making breakthroughs. They tackled the worldwide energy industry in a straightforward manner. There were some in Rising Sun that had at first wanted to micromanage and control the rollout, but the consensus was that the best people to figure out how to integrate new energy sources would be the same people that were already doing it. They just needed to have the right incentive. They made the industry captains and upper management wealthy beyond belief, as long as they used the new technology to lower the cost of energy for consumers. Along with falling prices in other areas, this also had the effect of creating more disposable income for virtually everyone on the planet. And with more disposable income, consumption and standards of living started to increase for everyone. At first, there had been some energy companies that hadn't wanted to go along, but in the end they really had no choice. They could go along or go bankrupt. The world's military-industrial complex had caused some serious debate. When facing a hostile universe, the last people you wanted to alienate or replace were the experts at weapons and defense. Yet worldwide, the development, acquisition, and distribution process had become so corrupt that it was difficult to see a way out. In addition, much of the world's expertise at applying new technology came from this sector. Consensus was finally achieved when two viewpoints were realized. First came the understanding that 99.99% of the people involved in the industry, at any level, were not bad people. They were simply caught up in a political and economic game that rewarded them for taking care of their own first. It was still a human nature thing. Secondly, it was realized that by far most people would make choices for the common good, as long as it benefited them and their families as well or better than any other choice. Of course, that still left the small minority of people that were too stupid or too mean to see the light, but they were quickly weeded out by their peers because it was in no one's best interest to protect them. Ultimately, the focus of the military-industrial complex was slowly shifted from land-based offensive and defensive capabilities to space-based. The ability to deploy ground troops both on Earth or on another planet was something no one felt good about completely giving up. But much of the industry was expanded and diverted to the building of ships, orbital infrastructure, and surprisingly to research and education. It was imperative that Earth bring some of its best minds up to speed, not only on how the new technologies worked, but why. This is not to say that all challenges were immediately overcome. There was some real strife in the transitions. The radical Islamic militants in the Mideast, for example, were more dug in on their idea of jihad than ever. But with a rapid proliferation of bioware, increased education, and a rising standard of living for everyone, it looked likely that their pool of recruits would soon be drying up. It also turned out that once they felt empowered, there were a large number in the Muslim population that were just plain sick of the violence and fanatic perversion of their religion. Many of the jihadists were taken out by their own Islamist brothers. As a psychologist, Julie realized that for decades the Western world had been going through a long, steady trend of increasingly blaming itself for all of the world's problems. Almost a guilt complex for constantly wanting better cars, faster travel, easier meals, and a better standard of living in general. There was a creeping feeling in our society that these normal desires were selfish and that there would be a price to pay, whether in our environment, our nuclear self-destruction, or our social conscience. That guilt had led to a growing movement to retard or in some cases even reverse technological development, unreasonably curtailing the harvesting of natural resources, be they mineral or tree, forcing some industries out of business or justifying losses of freedom on one pretext or another, setting regulations where a rancher couldn't even build a new pond to water his cattle. It wasn't a true Luddite movement, but things had been accelerating in that direction. Julie realized that what the world's population was now experiencing was like when a person hasn't seen a child in several years. The reaction is, "My, how you've grown." People were now seeing the benefits of uninhibited technological advancement without getting caught up in the day-to-day growing pains. It was blatantly obvious to just about everyone. Technology wasn't the problem. Technology was the answer. Chapter 55. Dr. Mark Spencer. In the last 2 years, I'd met with Samuel 16 times, always in my cabin and only when I was already aboard Amanda, which meant that Samuel was somehow monitoring me sufficiently to know when I was aboard. Things move slowly in the Accord. You Earthers are so frantic. I suppose that is one of the reasons you are so interesting to me, Samuel said. We don't have as much time to get things done as G-humans, I said. We have to move quickly. Perhaps, and I still find that surprising. It is a shame, though. Your people miss so much of the good life when you are having to always scramble around. We do well enough, I replied. I am talking about the real pleasures in life, Mark. Have you ever taken the time to really contemplate all the different shades of color in a rose petal? How many sunsets have you watched? Were any two of them the same? I once met a woman. She was from some Kiko planet in the Scutum Crux arm of this galaxy. We spent 12 years just visiting new worlds, tasting new flavors, and exploring each other's deepest and darkest fantasies. We were not distracted by trivial or mundane concerns. We were totally free to pursue our own pleasure. I was under the impression that G-human males had less of a sexual appetite. Many do. They follow some perverted idea of self-denial, believing it gives them clear insight into pure knowledge. I follow an opposite path, a truer path. I and those like me, we know that true understanding comes from knowing oneself first. Mark, if your genetics were that of a G-human, I could offer you drugs designed to enhance your sexual pleasure tenfold. It is not a distraction, it is an enlightenment. My first reaction to his words was a little defensive. After all, I enjoyed healthy sexual relationships and didn't require any enhancement to do so. On the other hand, I vividly remembered the new experience of sharing emotions with Ashima.
It had taken our sexual escapades to a whole other level. Maybe I was being a little hypocritical and judgmental. Sensing my introspection, Samuel changed the subject. "Mark, have you given any thought to your future?" he asked. When I just looked at him with a half-smile, he said, "Oh, I am not talking about all your grand plans for Rising Sun. I am talking about you personally. What does Dr. Mark Spencer's future hold?" "I'm just taking it one day at a time. I haven't had a lot of time to I suddenly stopped as I saw him smiling and realized I'd just proven his point about the advantages of a longer life. But why did he keep coming back to this? It had been a recurring theme off and on over the entire time I'd known him. He had already said he didn't have the ability or knowledge to reverse our genetic engineering. Was he just trying to unnerve me by rubbing salt in an unhealable wound, or did he suspect that we did have the ability? Was he just trying to feel superior, or was he trying to helpfully goad me in a direction I still wasn't clear on? All of our ships, including Amanda, now had the technology to know if an interdimensional portal had been opened. They also had the tech to prevent one from opening and or preventing it from closing. We were being very careful not to give those abilities away. The Rising Sun offices in Australia and other countries were now outfitted the same way. Dr. David Cook from our original Earth team was a computer genius. He had gone nuts over Amanda's advanced quantum circuits, infinite channel processing, and crystalline data storage. He confided to us at one point that he honestly didn't know if Amanda was a true artificial intelligence, AI, or not. My attitude had never changed. If I couldn't tell the difference, I wasn't going to treat them any different than I would anyone else. That's not to say there weren't noticeable personality quirks. Amanda and her sisters, that Dr. Cook soon created, seemed to have a narrow focus. They were responsive to queries on any subject, but seldom showed curiosity outside their main areas of interest. Dr. Cook would explain ad nauseum that this was due to both their programming and what he referred to as their socialization. I know he explained it much better than that, but it's your turn to go listen to him talk about it. Anyway, we now had these Rising Sun monitors, that was my group name for them, on our ships and many of our buildings, and that's how we were maintaining our interdimensional security. Luca Giovanni Spallini was happily drooling all over Anzio's shirt as the 2.5 of us sat in my cabin's living area. Seeing Anzio as a father to little Luca was a thought-provoking experience. He was blissfully happy, and I was happy for him. But it was sometimes a little difficult to focus on his scientific musings when he was in the middle of changing a diaper. Regardless, over the years, Anzio and I had grown very close. Our private conversations like this had been the source of solace and inspiration on any number of occasions. Today was turning out to be no different. "We will be making a general announcement tomorrow, but I wanted you to be the first to know. Little Luca is an Earther. Apparently, the genes of Homo sapien sapien are dominant over Homo sapien galactica." "Is it appropriate to say congratulations?" I asked. "Ah, that is the question, yes. On the one hand, I am the proud father, glad that my son is taking after me. On the other hand, I am mourning that he could have lived for 1,000 years. How's Semi taking it?" "She is, disappointed. She is worried. She is very protective of little Luca, but she has been under very intense pressure from her dynasty." "Is that why you've kept the baby's genetic makeup a secret?" "Yes, it creates a very difficult political situation for her." "Then why announce it now?" I asked. "The time to seed the baby with Dynasty Bioware is quickly approaching, and it cannot remain the secret forever, Mark. She invoked a Coridian dynasty right to privacy, but she stretched that about as far as it will go. Their dynasty considers the baby's genetic makeup to be vital to their interests." "But why?" Anzio sighed. "It won't make sense to us, but their morality is different. Even though our circumstances are exceptional, mothering the baby of a different dynasty is seen as treasonous in some quarters. If the baby is G-human, then presumably it would have been raised as Coridian, and the issue goes away. But now? Anzio, how can we help?" "I need 2 things, Mark. 2 very important things." "Just ask, my friend." "They will not allow this baby to be raised Coridian. I am asking if we can raise little Luca as a member of the Rising Sun."
Of course, why would you even need to ask? Because there is a second part. I need to ask that Semi be allowed to be at my side as we raise this child, even though she is of another dynasty. If the situation were reversed, the Coridians would never allow me access to their dynasty's network and secrets. I would never be allowed to raise a Coridian baby. If she helps raise little Luca, and if he is raised as rising sun, she will inevitably learn some of our secrets. I cannot ask her to switch dynasties, but I cannot bear the thought of either of us abandoning this child. It is the dilemma. I hadn't given it any thought whatsoever, but I suddenly understood their fear. If Semi would be teaching and mothering this baby through adolescence, then she would be linking their BioWare almost continuously. And if the baby has Rising Sun BioWare, that meant Semi would have unrestricted access to our network. Of course, Anzio and I had access to their network, but nobody knew that. We hadn't even told the Major or Julie. My first instinct was to tell Anzio not to worry about it, because I didn't like the thought of being hypocritical, and, after all, this is Semi we're talking about. But I quickly realized that this was deeper than that. Yes, Semi came from a dynasty with a different morality than ours. Anything she learned from us that affected her dynasty, she would be compelled to share with them. We might feel like she was betraying us, but it wouldn't feel at all like that to her. On the other hand, I knew Anzio pretty well. If the baby was not allowed to grow up Rising Sun, he would probably resign and raise the baby as Kiko. As hard as it would be for her, Semi might even do the same. In her eyes, it would be much better to remove herself from her dynasty than to betray it by switching sides. So on the one hand, we risked the Coridian dynasty learning any secrets we held, and on the other, we stood to lose the working relationship and talents of two important people. Maybe important wasn't the right word. Semi had been invaluable to us as a liaison to her dynasty, and it was impossible to put a value on Anzio's contributions. One of the things about our new dynasty that we were all still getting used to was the decision-making process. Even though Anzio was coming to me with this, it wasn't really my decision to make. The dynasty would need to come to a consensus. In a very real sense, however, we both knew that my recommendation would carry a lot of weight, so I still felt the burden of the moment. If we were any other dynasty, the decision would be simple and automatic. The dynasty is more important than any individual. But we weren't another dynasty. Our morals were different. To us, an individual is just as important as a group, a government, a dynasty. Anzio, I have a question for you. Yes, he said. If we asked Semi to let you and other Rising Sun personnel teach little Luca about politics, and if we asked her to give her word that she wouldn't probe or research anything in our network that didn't directly bear on his non-political education, would she honor those pledges? After a moment of silence, Anzio said, I cannot speak for her, but I am very confident that she would. On that condition, my friend, I will strongly support you both in this. Anzio was obviously relieved and maybe even a little choked up. I switched the subject and gave him a chance to compose his dignity, but he didn't seem to want to leave. He obviously had something else on his mind. Mark, I want to ask you about Samuel, he said. What about him? I responded. Do you trust him? Do you think he has our best interest at heart? No, I don't trust him, I laughed. There's something about him that really bugs me, something I just can't put my finger on. And as to having our best interest at heart, I have no idea. He doesn't seem to be against us. All the suggestions he's given us have been helpful. You mentioned a minute ago that he seems to feel that we should try and fix the genetic sabotage that was done to us, he said. Yes, I replied. He keeps coming back to it. I'm just not sure why. It's not like we know how to do anything about it. Anzio had a funny look on his face. Actually, Mark, we might want to talk about that. When I didn't say anything, he continued. About a year ago, once we knew that little Luca wasn't a G-human, I started digging around in the Noridian network archives. I was probably frowning. We had agreed to be very careful about accessing other networks, and it was, I thought, understood that we wouldn't do it without telling the other. Sensing my disapproval, he rushed on. I know I should have said something, but I was very careful and... Mark, I was just so upset that our son wouldn't live a full life. I wanted to know if I could change it. I looked at my friend and saw that he really was embarrassed about not telling me. I also tried to put myself in his position and realized that I probably would have done the same thing. "Did anyone catch you?" I asked. "Do they know you were there?" "No, there is no problem like that," he said. "Then why are you telling me this now?" "Because, well, I found them. I found the Earth Genetic Experimentation Archives." What Anzio had found was the complete record of the Neridians' attempt to alter our species. One of my biggest questions, however, was going to remain a mystery. According to Anzio, he didn't find one reference as to why they were experimenting on us. It was obvious from the notes, though, that they had zero compassion for us. "I am not a geneticist," Anzio explained, "but the mechanism they used and the complete roadmap as to what they altered is documented a step by a step. If we decide to put some of our experts on it, I think there is a good chance we could be reversing it." Wow. Double wow. Talk about being the hero of mankind. This would change everything. All of the diplomatic advantages that Samuel talked about could now be ours. We could have the time to make the long-term relationships with other dynasties and planets. Our people could enjoy a less frantic and stressful life. But then, what was it that Anzio had questioned so long ago? Something about our short lives making us more industrious and adventurous. We weren't as technologically advanced as most of the other G-human civilizations, but our rate of advancement was far greater than any other dynasties. As a matter of fact, we would probably catch up and pass everyone within the next few hundred years, as long as we didn't slow down. Anzio was looking through different eyes now that he was a father. Be that as it may, giving our children hundreds of more years to live would trump those advantages, wouldn't it? And besides, who's to say that we'd have to lose our ambition? We might just surprise even ourselves. "Anzio, this is incredible news, but we're going to have to think very carefully how we go about it." "Yes, I have thought it through, Mark. We need to figure out a way to do it without revealing our access to the Noridian network. I still think that is critical, but I am sure we can think of something." His eyes were sparkling, and I was watching my old friend become re-energized. "For now, let's keep this quiet. I want to figure out how we can explain it before we bring anyone else in. Agreed?" "Of course. I keep telling you, Mark, I'm just along for the ride." Chapter 56. Dr. Julie Shine. Over the last year or so, Major Matthew Matt Reagan had taken it upon himself to listen to the recordings captured from the audio spy device they'd hidden at Samuel's. The meeting room they had bugged was little used, and there were times when a squirt transmission containing over a month of surveillance contained only a couple of hours of actual conversation. These conversations yielded little in the way of interest, and sometimes consisted almost entirely of grunts and moans, with the occasional whimper or short cry. Listening to these recordings wasn't something the Major enjoyed, and he tried to avoid picturing what might be happening in that room. Julie knew they had made little progress from the surveillance, so she was surprised when the Major asked her to listen to one of the recordings with him. "I've listened to it 5 or 6 times now, and it still doesn't make any sense to me," he said. "I was hoping you could shed some light on it. This conversation took place a day after Samuel returned from his last visit with Mark." Samuel. "Come in, gentlemen. Pour yourselves a drink and take a seat. We will start as soon as Raskin and her group arrive." Unknown male number 1. "You had better have good news for us. You have had plenty of time." "I don't think you will be disappointed." The Major spoke up. "I'm going to fast-forward it until after they're done eating. Basically, the Raskin gal arrives with a few others and they all sit down to dinner." Samuel. "Refill our wine and then—" "Get away from me, you imbecile!" There is a crashing sound. Samuel. "Out! All of you, leave now!" "He's breaking up the meeting?" Julie asked. "No, I think he must be talking to servants," replied the Major. Unknown female number 1. "We are here and you set a good table. I expect the entertainment later will not be lacking either. But that is not why we came. You said you have news." Samuel. "Yes, I do." Unknown male number 2. "Well, spit it out. What do you want to tell us?" Samuel. "Oh, I just thought you might want to know that I have single-handedly won the war for us." There was a long silence.
Unknown male number 1. I think you had better explain yourself. Samuel. The Earthers are preparing to renounce even as we speak. Soon there will be nothing to fight over. Several voices at once. Why? What? Why would they do that? Raskin. I heard differently. Unknown male number 3. Explain. Raskin. I heard that the baby has the genes of an Earther. Everything we feared has happened. Your endless stalling and requests for time have backfired. All you have accomplished is to give them enough time to fulfill prophecy. Samuel. Oh, please, do you really think I would invite you here to celebrate defeat? None of that matters. The upright monkey that leads the Earther dynasty is just about to push for reversing the genetic sabotage. He is enamored with the idea of giving his people a long life. There's the unmistakable sound of Samuel and a few others laughing. Samuel. These Earthers were given the ultimate gift that should have been ours, and they are getting ready to throw it all away. If we cannot have transcendence, then I promise you that they will not either. Unknown female number 2. But why would they do that? Samuel. Because I have been brilliant in leading him to conclude that it would be best for his people. The idiot even thinks it was his idea. There was more laughter in the room. Samuel. He has asked me to return in 2 weeks. He wants me to help him figure out how to explain to everyone else how they could have the technology to reverse their mortality. Unknown male number 2. What excuse will you suggest to him? Samuel. Does it matter? By the time anyone starts asking any questions, it will be too late. Raskin. And what if you are wrong? What if they cannot or will not reverse their mortality? Samuel. Well, in that case, my dear Raskin, you can destroy them. Julie immediately asked to hear the recording again. She didn't say anything for a long time after it ended. Does this conversation mean anything to you? The Major asked. Maybe. A little, she replied. We heard Semi talk about transcendence a while back, and they have to be talking about her and Anzio's baby. But tricking us into throwing a gift away? Reversing our mortality? I'm starting to suspect some things, but we need more information. Has Mark said anything to you about this? Julie asked. Not a word, the Major responded, but I think it's time we asked him. Should we call him now? No, this is important enough that I think we need to see him. Let him know we'll be joining him aboard Amanda later today. Julie wasn't surprised to find Anzio and little Luca there when she and Major Reagan entered Mark's cabin on Amanda. They all exchanged handshakes and hugs, and Mark said, Sit down, can I get you anything? We're fine, Julie said, and I'm glad you're here too, Anzio. Well, when Mark said you wanted to talk and didn't want to do it over the network, I figured it would be important, yes? Yes, Anzio, it is important. I need to ask Mark a question, and I feel awkward doing it. Mark, I need to know if you've figured out how to undo the genetic manipulation the Neridian subjected us to. And if so, why haven't you said anything? There was a prolonged and uncomfortable silence, and just as Mark started to speak, Anzio interrupted him. No, I am the one that first believed we might reverse it, and as to keeping it a secret, there is a good reason for that. Major Reagan said, Anzio, I've been buying into this dynasty transparency stuff, and I've trusted both of you with everything. Now you're telling me that same transparency doesn't apply to the two of you? The Major's voice was rising. I don't like being taken for a fool, he concluded. No, Major, Mark said. It's not that. It was never that. Anzio is right. We really do have a very good reason for not saying anything. Well, your good reason is getting ready to backfire. Wouldn't it be silly if we lost everything because you couldn't embrace the real openness of a dynasty? Julie said. Backfire? What do you mean? Julie and the Major looked at each other. After a short moment, the Major said, Amanda, please play the audio recording I just sent you. Chapter 57. Dr. Mark Spencer. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. The Major's words stung. He was right that I had been the one leading the charge for transparency, for a dynasty that was more straightforward than Earth governments or men and women of power had ever been. But I had always known it wasn't an absolute value. In other words, you can strive to be as pure in any policy as you can, but there will always be exceptions.
There will always be times when refusing to back down or compromise can be self-destructive. That's called extremism, and the people that don't see this are called fanatics. A philosophy professor of mine had once told me that the difference between extremism and standing on principle is a weighing of what's at stake and who pays the price. Sometimes the world needs both, but I truly didn't think this was one of those times. I jumped into the conversation before Anzio could say anything else. Julie, Major, I take full responsibility for not giving full disclosure on this. My statement brought both of them up short, and they waited for me to continue. I'm going to ask something of both of you that is going to be very difficult. I will also admit up front that what I'm going to ask is in no way fair, and you will not have enough information to justify it logically. This has nothing to do with trust. We both trust you with our lives. No, it has everything to do with a burden. After a tremendous amount of discussion and soul-searching, Anzio and I have concluded that this is our burden to bear. Sharing this burden, even with our closest friends, could lead to the destruction of Earth and our dynasty. Are you trying to say that you already knew all about what Samuel is talking about on this recording? Julie asked. No, that is not welcome news, and I'm glad you brought it to us. After a moment, the Major asked, Without telling us, can you tell us what it is we're not supposed to ask? I exchanged looks with Anzio, and he took the lead. There are actually 2 levels of information we are concerned about. The first level you are now privy to. We have the knowledge to work on reversing our genetics. The second level we must ask you to accept our secrecy on and help protect us from questions or speculation. You don't want anyone to know how you know, the Major said. Yes, and we must find a way to keep people from asking us about it. The Major exhaled a long breath and looked at Julie. Mark, let's put all that aside for the moment, Julie said. I'm still confused. If reversing the genetic sabotage that was done to us is a good thing, then why is Samuel suggesting it will destroy us? And why are you saying that we have to keep it a secret? Because, Julie, after hearing that recording, I'm starting to think I was wrong about it being a good thing, I said as I looked at Anzio. I think we need to add a couple of people to this discussion and figure out what we're going to do. In the end, we had decided to invite Dr. Tony Decker, Dr. David Cook, Captain Ito Kamiko, and the Reverend Charles Roan to join us the next morning. They were all trustworthy and had earned the right to be a part of any decision we might make. Julie and the Major had taken a cabin of their own, and because Anzio had little Luca with him, he opted to do the same. I suspected he was just being sensitive to my need for undisturbed contemplation. Any decision we might make. That phrase was bothering me. I believed every word of what I'd said to the Major about our need to keep some things secret. Anzio and I had both agreed to take the knowledge of our access to other dynasties' networks to the grave with us. But what about the decision to change our genetics back? Did the 8 of us have the right to make that decision for all Earthers? From a practical standpoint, not enough of the population had embraced BioWare to reach any kind of consensus, and only Dynasty personnel had access to much of the background information anyway. Sometimes circumstances dictated that an individual or small group needed to make decisions for the whole, but was this really one of those times? So maybe it should be a Dynasty decision? There were close to 60,000 of us now. It sounds like a lot of people until you realize we could all fit into just about any college or professional football stadium and still have a lot of empty seats. Everyone in Rising Sun had BioWare and access to almost all of our records about what was going on. Everything except for Samuel and the current issue. If they were given access to everything, could they reach a consensus? And if they did, would it be sufficiently representative of Earth? The one thing that was glaringly obvious is that we all needed more information, and I was starting to suspect I knew where we could get some answers. Malatina, I broadcast into the Galactic Network. I need to see you. It is good to see you again, Mark, came a voice from behind me. At the same time, I was wondering how these lower house people could always seem to appear anywhere except where I was looking. Amanda was signaling me that an interdimensional portal had opened and closed in my cabin. It's okay, Amanda, it's Malatina, I thought as I turned around. She was still radiant. Today her hair was in long golden tresses and was crowned by a small golden circlet or tiara. Her robe or tunic looked like it was made up of many different hanging pieces of cloth or sheared linen, and even though the outfit was medium length, there was no definite hemline. Her feet, as always, were bare and perfectly clean. "Malatina, you are as beautiful as always, and I thank you for coming." "Oh, so it is flattery this time. That is a much different approach than the last time we met." "Ah, well, we know each other now, and I'm starting to suspect that we have some common interests." She laughed. "Mark, 99% of my life could not possibly have anything in common with yours." "Perhaps, but it's the 1% that I need to speak to you about," I responded. "Please have a seat. We need to talk." When we were seated, I resumed the conversation. "You once told me that I didn't even know the right questions to ask. I think I'm starting to figure that out." When she didn't say anything, I continued. "Tell me about the war between the lower houses." "You don't know enough about how the universe works for it to make sense," she replied. "Then tell me," I said. "Teach me. I've got the time." "But what makes you think I do?" she suddenly asked. "Why would I take the time to enlighten you?" "Because you are Urkindel del Gab L'Oreal. You are the messenger, the harbinger of the accord." After a moment she smiled and said, "You are learning, Mark. Very well." She first made sure my understanding of the universe was correct. I shared with her Semi's analogy of a sphere containing all the planes of existence, and she agreed that it was somewhat crude but would suffice. When I mentioned the idea of the universe as a work of art, she commented, "It is quite beautiful, do you not agree?" When I nodded, she continued, "If it is this beautiful from our perspective, Image, what it must look like if you could transcend and view it from the outside looking in." "So transcendence is real?" I asked. "So it is foretold," she responded. "How do you know this?" I asked. "It has been handed down to us from the upper houses. Only they deal directly with the creator of the universe. Well, only they and his chosen people." I was silent for a long time. "Are Earthers the chosen people?" "It has been prophesied for 1,000,000 years that of all the creatures evolved in his universe, he would find extra love for a select few, that they would be persecuted again and again, more so than any other people, that because of their stolen days their spirit would be strong. Upon physical death he would guide all those strong spirits who sought him into transcendence. As long as his chosen people embraced the unique corporal limitations that had been forced upon them, eternal existence would be within their reach." Even though the clues had been leading us in this direction, it was a lot to take in. I was still having a difficult time getting my mind wrapped around the concept of God. I realized that I'd never really taken a personal stance on the issue. In my scientific world, there were a lot of people that scoffed at the idea, but there were others whom I respected that did believe. I guess I'd always kind of put off really thinking about it. I'd thought I'd probably figure it all out someday. I just hadn't been in any hurry to do it. "You still haven't told me about the war," I said, wanting to move on. "There has been a lot of resentment amongst the lower houses for hundreds of thousands of years. After all, we have been loyal. We have guarded humankind. We have been faithful to the accord. You are newcomers that walk into the party at the last minute, yet win the grand drawing and then leave. No one knows you. You haven't contributed to our society, yet you are the favored ones. Almost 5,000 years ago, 1/3 of the lower houses rebelled. When it was learned that the idiotic Neridians had altered your genome and shortened your lives, some of the lower houses became afraid the fulfillment of the prophecy could be beginning. They could no longer abide by the accord and decided to take matters in their own hands and eliminate you. The loyal 2/3 of Urkindel were commanded to put down the rebellion. The Urkindel del Michael was given the lead." "Have you heard of the Urkindel del Remanouche?" I asked. "No, I am not aware of that house." "No matter. Please continue." "It was a terrible time, and a truce was finally achieved. Until or unless the prophecy was totally fulfilled, all the lower houses agreed not to directly interfere with Earth." "What else is left of the prophecy to fulfill?" I asked. That's when she told me about the baby. It was also foretold that from his chosen people a dynasty would be formed, and from that dynasty a forbidden child would be born, proving that the blood of the chosen could not be diluted. This is how we would know the endgame approaches." "What endgame?" Malatina fell silent. She continued looking at me as if contemplating what to say. "Mark, you mentioned that the universe is beautiful, but it is not just a work of art. When your spirit transcends, what do you think happens to it?" I have no idea, I said. Eventually, when enough spirits have transcended, they will coalesce. They will become a new creator. Mark, the purpose of the universe is not art. The purpose of the universe is reproduction. Chapter 58. Emergency BioWare communication with all Rising Sun Dynasty personnel. Subject: Emergency consensus. From Dr. Julie Shine. Flagged: Please stop all other non-critical activities to focus on this issue. Supposition: Rising Sun personnel have recently come into possession of information that can affect the future of mankind. There is a sense of urgency to reach a consensus on a course of action. Because of circumstances, it falls upon Rising Sun to make this decision for all of mankind. Background: Dr. Mark Spencer has been in communication with Samuel, a member of Erkendel del Remanouge. Please find attached recordings of those conversations. Dr. Anzio Spallini and Dr. Tony Decker have made breakthroughs in understanding interdimensional physics and have used this knowledge to follow and surveil Samuel at his home. See attached recording. Revelations were made to Dr. Mark Spencer last night by Malatina of Erkendel del Gab L'Oreal. See the attached recording. Lower houses believe that the Rising Sun Dynasty is close to discovering a method to undo Earth's genetic sabotage, allowing us to give our children full 1,000-plus year lifespans. Decision for consensus. Do we believe the information regarding the purpose of the universe? Should we pursue longer lifespans and risk losing life after death, or should we embrace transcendence and ignore dramatically prolonging our corporal existence? Time frame for consensus. Events are coming to a head, and the actions of various lower houses may force us to choose a path sooner rather than later. Additional information. Further interaction is anticipated with lower house members, including Samuel. All such interactions will be made available in real time. Dr. Mark Spencer, Dr. Julie Shine, Dr. Tony Decker, Major Matthew Reagan, Captain Ito Kamiko, Dr. David Cook, Dr. Anzio Spallini, and the Reverend Dr. Charles Rohn are meeting on Amanda and are dedicated to conducting a thorough analysis. All pertinent discussions will be made available in real time. Chapter 59. Dr. Mark Spencer. At the end of the day, it was too important to keep quiet. After Malatina's revelations, I felt compelled to bring the entire dynasty in on the decisions we would have to make. I'm not very proud of the fact that there was a part of me that didn't want to give up that authority, that didn't want to give up the power of making the decision for everyone. What if the masses choose badly? So I was ashamed of myself for having thoughts of grandeur, but proud of myself for giving up the power. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had been truly tempted by power. I now personally understood the old adage, power corrupts. On the other hand, it's not as if I knew what the right decision was. I had very mixed feelings. I hadn't had any trouble accepting that dynasties were so technologically advanced over us as to seem magical. I'd been able to accept that the lower houses were human beings that were slightly more evolved than us, and as far ahead of the dynasties technologically as the dynasties were ahead of us. Now it appeared that there were upper house humans that were further evolved and advanced than the lower houses. I could accept that. So why then was I having a problem accepting that God could be a much evolved and very advanced human, or coalescence of transcended humans, or however you wanted to say it? We had all quickly agreed this morning that Julie should put the dynasty on notice, and we spent most of the day catching our group of 8 up on the situation and answering questions. One of the cool things that Amanda was able to do was collate questions from the dynasty. When a particular question or point of interest started gaining momentum, we could address it. When dealing with thousands of people, you would think the debate process would take an eternity, but with the technology at our disposal, just the opposite was happening. Great points were raised and important questions were identified almost immediately. Important insights were gained, but the only consensus we had so far was that we didn't have enough information to reach a consensus. "I don't care what you say, I can't accept the idea of God," Tony said. "Tony, no one is trying to force you to, but you're a man of science. Can you at least explain to us why it's not possible?" Julie asked. "It doesn't make any sense," he said. "Where did Yahweh come from? Was he born from some other universe? And what's supposed to happen to us after we die and our spirits coalesce? Do we go create our own new universe? Where does it end? Where did it start?" "I don't know that we have the answers to that," said Anzio. "But, Tony, we can believe something is real without understanding everything about it, yes? We do this all the time in science." "I'd be interested to hear what Reverend Roan has to say," remarked the Major. When everyone turned to him, the Reverend said, "I'll admit that I don't know what to think. What strikes me the most are the parallels to what I've studied all my life in the Bible and other manuscripts. Malatina says that 1/3 of the lower houses rebelled, and in Revelations chapter 12, verse 4, the Bible says, "And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth." Revelation chapter 12, verse 7 reads, "And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not." If I'm to believe what Malatina is telling us, my first impression is that I have to let go of so many things I've believed all my life. But the more I think it through, the more I realize that the main points fit. Is it possible that over the millennia we've skewed some of the details? That is the question I must ask myself. "I think what's bothering me most is I feel like I've got a gun to my head," Tony said. "We can throw away this idea of God and start living for 1,000 years or more, and if these stories are even half true, we will no longer be a threat to anyone. We can stop looking over our shoulders for which dynasty or lower house is going to come after us next. But if we decide we do believe, if we decide we want to have the infinite knowledge that would presumably come with transcendence, then we have at least one lower house of the Accord committed to destroying us. I don't know about the rest of you, but there doesn't seem to be much future in that." "Don't be such a pussy, Tony." Everyone turned a shocked gaze to the admonisher. Kamiko continued, "I grew up in Japan, and I am not a Christian or a follower of Yahweh, but the idea of transcending and being able to know everything and see everything is quite attractive. We have been faced with challenges at every turn, yet we prevail. I do not think we should let the threat of another outside group determine our course. We should decide what we want, and then we'll figure out how to do it. Besides, I kind of like the thought of seeing my sister again." We were adjourned for the evening, and Anzio and I were relaxing in my cabin after he had prepared us a late meal. Anzio is one of the most blatant Italian enthusiasts I knew, but this is the first time he had ever made me pasta. The fettuccine Alfredo had been worth the wait. "There are still so many questions," he said. "Yes, and Samuel is scheduled to return any day, and I feel like we should probably know what we're going to do before he gets here," I ventured. "Can you get some answers from him, perhaps?" Anzio asked. "Maybe, but I hate to push him too hard. The last thing we need is for him to get suspicious at this late point." "What is the alternative, my friend? Without more information, the dynasty will not be able to reach a decision, and I fear that would lead to the worst of all possible outcomes, yes?" What if Anzio was right? What if Samuel was the best remaining source of information? I knew it could be dangerous to confront him. How do you defend yourself from a lower house? "Anzio, I think I've just figured it out." The next morning we were all once again gathered in the main hub. I'd stayed up and done some research last night, and felt pretty confident in my plan. Well, at least as confident as any sane man could be when the stakes were so high. I'd also had the Major help me with a project that had left us very little time for sleep. If I was right about everything, we would know very quickly. "Okay, everyone, I appreciate you giving me a chance to demonstrate something for you. I don't know how long this will take. The last time Anzio and I waited on him for 40 minutes. But here goes." "Nalindis, we need you," I said in a loud, strong voice. There was a strong, brilliant flash of light that filled the entire hub. The horizontal beams of light that briefly shone from behind his shoulders as he stepped through the portal left after-images burned into our vision. As I blinked my eyes, I realized how easy it would have been for ancient man to see this as the spread wings of an angel. As he stood there, I approached him and said aloud to everyone, "This is Nalindis of Urkendel del Michael." He stood silent, meeting my gaze. "The prophecy is fulfilled," I said. "May I see the baby?" he responded. "Anzio, would you bring us a little Luca?" When Anzio approached, he finally broke our stare and reached out for the child. Holding him in his arms, Nalindis asked, "Do you want me to proclaim him now?" Sometimes things just happen in life. Through random or even extraordinary circumstances, events just come together to provide a solution or blessing. I've known people to cite these things as evidence of God. I don't know how I feel about that, and I'll probably never know if today's events had help. All I know is that the timing was working out perfectly. It was at that moment that Amanda notified me. "Mark, an interdimensional portal has been opened." "Yes, Amanda, I know. Nalindis is standing here in front of me." "No, Mark, I knew you were aware of that. I'm talking about a different portal in your cabin." "Nalindis," I said, "there's something I must attend to. It shouldn't take very long. Would you wait here for me?" After a moment, he nodded. I breezed into my cabin and gave a quick glance to make sure the door had closed behind me. "Hello, Samuel. It's a big day. A lot of people are starting to get excited about having a full lifespan." "Ah, so you have definitely decided then?" he asked. "We have," I said. "We've found the knowledge. All we need now is a way to explain how we found it. I was hoping you could help us with that." "Well, I suppose I could do that. It is not as if you have asked a lot of favors from me before." "What do you suggest?" I asked. "Well, I suppose that if your people are going to have proper lifespans, there is really no longer any reason that you need the advantage of our relationship being secret. If and when the issue comes up, I will just say that I told you where to find it." "Perfect," I said. "Congratulations, Mark," he said. "You have made a decision that will be remembered down through the ages." "Thank you, Samuel. I promise you I couldn't have done it without you." "That was quick," the Major said as he trotted into my cabin. "Yeah, for some reason he seemed in a hurry to get back." I grinned. "Are we ready to send the insect probe through?" I asked, as Tony, Julie, and several others entered my cabin. "I'm inserting it now," said the Major. I looked at Tony. "Is Nalindis still there?" "Yeah, it's really eerie. He and Angie are just standing there looking at each other." "As long as he's still here, everything is good," I said. "Major? Getting feedback now. There's a bunch of them in the room. It looks like they're celebrating." "Okay," I said, letting out a slow breath. "It's time to crash the party." As I walked down the long corridor towards the meeting room, I could hear the revelry. The sky was still red on my left, and the tapestries still adorned the wall on the right. I took one step into the room. Most of the guests were sitting at the long table and being served by young boys and girls wearing sheer see-through gowns. The servers weren't smiling. I'd never been around any personally, but I knew a slave when I saw one. The conversation started cutting off immediately. I'll have to hand it to Samuel. Unlike many of his guests, he hid his shock rather well. "Mark, what a surprise," he said with almost a smile. By now the room was totally quiet. I was holding a bottle of wine that the Major had prepared for me. "You left so fast that you forgot to ask me to set out a bottle of wine for you, so I thought I'd just bring it myself," I said, as I set it down on the credenza just inside the doorway. The room was still quiet. "I did not know you could. I guess I should have had you deliver all of them," he said, trying to make a joke. You could hear a pin drop. "So, what are you celebrating?" I asked. "Does it make any difference?" he asked. Ignoring him, I said, "I did some research last night. That was pretty cute, you telling me that you were Erkendel del Remenuge. I didn't get it at first. I've seen the written Coptic language all my life, but I've never heard it pronounced much. Once I realized the Rumi was the Coptic word for man and Nuge was the word for false, it suddenly made sense. You were telling me all along that you were the lying man." "There has to be some challenge in the game," Samuel said. "You Earthers have not proven to be very worthy opponents." "No, I think it was just your ego talking. You couldn't resist proving your superiority, but that's over now." "Do you really think so?" he sneered. "Do you really think we'll let you survive long enough to transcend? You really are an idiot," he finished. "Jealousy doesn't become you, but then very little you wear does." I sighed. "I'm going to leave now, and all of you will stay where you are for the next 20 minutes. Do not try to portal out or follow me. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Earth will seek her destiny. You lose, dipchet." I turned and started walking back down the corridor. Samuel's loud scream of the word, "No!" echoed after me. Before I had gotten quite halfway down the hall, there was a brilliant flash and a loud bang behind me, followed by the sound of a lot of bodies falling to the floor. The stun grenade the Major had planted in the wine bottle was set to go off if there was any movement or attempt to open a portal. I knew they wouldn't listen to me. I stopped and turned to the tapestry with the intricate design. I grabbed it and yanked it from the wall. I dragged it back with me through the portal. I had to stop momentarily while the Major and a small team of men raced through going the other direction. I didn't have to ask how to know they were rescuing the kids. I kept on walking out of my cabin and up to where Nalindis was still standing. He was still holding the baby. "Now, Nalindis, now we're ready." He held the baby up above his head and in a loud voice declared, "The prophecy is fulfilled. The Earthers' time has come. They are declared his chosen people. We are commanded to protect them from the rebel Erkendel. We dedicate our existence to doing so." As he said this, I threw the tapestry onto the open floor and motioned for the others to open it. Prominently displayed was an enclosed 5-point star, a pentagram. Within minutes, we had a consensus. Chapter 60. Dr. Julie Shine. Even days later, there was no easy way to explain the mixed feelings everyone was still experiencing. As a psychologist, Julie understood that everyone in the Rising Sun dynasty, to some extent or another, had just had their worldview shaken. As difficult as it was for them, Julie couldn't imagine how shook up everyone else would be when they released the truth to the entire planet. But first things first, they had to get themselves sorted out. Julie suspected that the consensus had been leaning towards accepting transcendence all along, but the revelations of just how, well, evil Samuel and his house really were had tipped the scales. That and the realization that 2/3 of the lower houses would be defending us from them. Maybe the stories of guardian angels were true. Dr. Tony Decker had never believed in God and was still insistent that he didn't. He could accept that there was an incredibly advanced being that had apparently created the universe we live in, but he refused to think of him as a god. When Julie asked him what the difference was, he stared at her for a little while, and then admitted that he didn't have it all figured out yet. The Reverend Dr. Charles Roan had an interesting take on things. "Julie, I've already had communications today from some of my religious colleagues asking me if little Luca is the Messiah, or the Mahdi." "I'm not sure I understand," Julie replied. Sighing, the Reverend went on. "It has to do with the single largest fundamental difference between the 3 Abrahamic religions. For thousands of years before the New Testament, there was prophecy in all 3 religions that a Messiah would be born that would be the savior of mankind, that through him everlasting life could be achieved. Christianity believes that Jesus was the prophesied Messiah, that he was literally divine and the savior. Judaism agrees that Jesus lived, but believes him to be only another in a long line of prophets like Moses, that the true Savior has not come yet. Islam also agrees that Jesus lived, but they too believe him to be only another in a long line of prophets like Moses and Muhammad, and that the true Savior, the Mahdi, has not yet come." "I never knew these 3 religions were so similar," Julie said. "It's amazing." "Yes, more blood has been shed between these 3 than any others I can think of, yet they worship the same God and have more similarities than differences. But you're not alone, Julie. I suspect that not one person out of 100 worldwide understands how close the 3 religions actually are, especially amongst the believers." "You don't really think that little Luca is divine, do you?" "No, or at least I don't think so. But then again, how would I know? I need to have a talk with Anzio and Semi because they need to know what they're facing, but I suspect they are going to want to shield him from much of this." "What are you going to do after that, Reverend?" "That, Julie, is what I have to figure out. For any of us to accept what we've learned over the last several months, all religions, including atheism, are going to have to rethink some things or modify some doctrine. Ironically, it is the agnostics that might be in the best position to adapt. They have never denied or accepted God. They have always claimed that they just don't know. They are probably going to have the fewest tightly held beliefs to let go of. One thought that I can't let go of myself, however, is how easy it would be for someone to twist these recent events to fit a false narrative. I'm afraid that if we don't preserve the facts, then within a few generations the story will have gotten so wild that no one will know what to believe. I haven't made any decisions yet, but I am strongly thinking about dedicating my ministry to preserving the truth about what has happened here. I can live with people making their own interpretations as long as the facts don't get bent. For whatever it's worth, Reverend, I think you would be just the man to do that, Julie said with a smile. Her major kissed her on the forehead and held her in his arms. She rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. They'd done it. They'd survived their whole ordeal. So many of them, of course, had not. She thought of Major Ironjaw Reynolds and Dr. Hilbert Sullivan, and she didn't want to go down that thought trail again. They were all heroes in her mind. Her biggest hero was, of course, her very own Major Matthew Reagan, who had his arms wrapped around her at this very moment. She knew he missed the others, too. She was trying to learn his military philosophy about fallen comrades, but knew she had a ways to go when it came to finding that internal peace. The Major had explained that there would be a memorial erected for all of them, similar and at least equal in dignity to the war memorials that used to exist in Washington, D.C. She had randomly commented that she didn't think those souls really cared one way or another about any statues when he had just looked at her, and then quietly explained that the memorial was for us. It was as much about whom we are as it was about whom they were. Her major didn't seem to have much trepidation when it came to the new God reality. He was as steady as always and claimed it all made sense to him. When she asked him one night why he believed that God was all-powerful, he'd answered simply, "Because he saved you for me." 2 of the 7 colony ships will be ready within 6 months. Charlie responded to Julie's question. Then a new one should be ready roughly every 2 months after that until all 7 are complete. Julie, Charlie, and Stephen were in her office in New South Wales. It had been several weeks since the confrontation with Samuel and the proclamation by Nalindis. They still hadn't shared everything with the entire population, but in a weird way that was working in their favor. News was, of course, leaking out, but so far it was only cultivating fertile ground for when they did make full disclosure, and they would be doing that within the next few days. They had been worried that Samuel's factions would attack the greater population of Earth, but so far that hadn't happened. Many of the Rising Sun's ships and buildings had initially reported a wave of blocked attempts at opening interdimensional portals, at least 714 attempts, but that had died off to nothing. Perhaps the Urkindel Del Michael was protecting them, but they had no way to know. They hadn't heard from a lower house since the confrontation. Each colony ship will carry a crew and a security force of roughly 300 and a Rising Sun colonization assistance staff of 50, so that means we can transport about 3,000 colonists per trip, Charlie continued. Each colony ship will be accompanied by a patrol ship. The ship will stay in the new system to provide support and emergency communications, etc. In a worst-case scenario, if the colonists had to return to Earth, the patrol ship can be converted into a volatiles and raw material collection ship so that it can restock the life support systems of the colony ship for the return trip. We made the decision not to tell the colonists this. We don't want them giving up on the colony at the first sign of adversity. Julie smiled. It sounds like you've got this well thought out. Charlie's smile got bigger and she continued. Once the colony ship is completely unloaded, it will return to Earth and pick up the next load of colonists. It can keep traveling this loop until we've moved everyone that wants to go. What will you and Stephen be doing? Julie asked. Charlie laughed. We get the fun part. Our group will be in an extra patrol ship, and we go out with the first colony ship. Once the colonists are safely unloaded, we'll head directly to the next planet. With any luck, we can time it to where we can more or less be waiting at each system when the colony ships first arrive. I'm impressed, Julie admitted. You've not only thought this through, you have backup plans in place that many wouldn't think of. Stephen and I can't take all the credit. There have been a lot of good people throwing ideas into the project, especially Colonel Darrell Stone. Oh, I didn't realize he was helping you. Yes, not only that, he and his wife Patty are joining our group. They'll be on the patrol ship with us. Julie was incredibly happy to hear this. She really liked Charlie and Stephen. There was something about them. She had a feeling that they were destined for great things. Colonel Stone was a perfect complement to them. He could bring to the table the only thing they really lacked, experience. What are your plans beyond just seeing the new colonies established? Julie asked. "Well, this is something that Colonel Darrell Stone, Patty, Stephen, and I have been discussing," said Charlie. "We've all been talking to Reverend Rowan, and we've kind of gotten excited about his vision of keeping the truth alive. We want to continue helping the colonization process even after these first 7, but at the same time we want to keep the message alive and pure so that humans, no matter what planet they're born on, will always know the truth of their origin and destiny." After a moment, Julie said, "You know, Charlie, that sounds an awful lot like you're establishing the priesthood within Rising Sun." Charlie looked honestly surprised. "Julie, I don't think I'd make a very good priest," she said. Then she laughed out loud. "I'm sorry, but I just had this visual of Stephen wearing monk's robes. No, we're not founding a religion or the priesthood. We just want to keep the truth alive." Something was telling Julie that it might be a little more complicated than Charlie expected, but it was a comfort knowing that she could leave it in their hands. It was someone else's turn to mold history. "You know, Charlie, there's another reason I wanted to talk to you." Charlie's smile didn't quite falter, but she realized that the conversation was turning serious. "The Urkindel Del Michael has promised us protection from the direct attacks of the rebel Urkindel," Julie continued, "but they haven't said anything about other dynasties. From what we've learned, we know that the lower houses often work through the dynasties they have a relationship with. In other words, just because the rebel lower houses can't attack us directly doesn't mean they won't get other dynasties to do it for them. I suspect it's going to be a dangerous universe for Earth and her colonies. I don't want to be naive, Julie, but I had hoped that we had been tested enough, that the worst was behind us." "I hope so too, Charlie, but the prophecy called us a persecuted people. It didn't say anything about the persecution stopping once we were declared the chosen." There was a long silence. Charlie allowed her smile to return and said, "Julie, if you happen to talk to any of those enemy dynasties, tell them to bring it on." For herself, Julie was remembering the words she had laughingly uttered to Mark so long ago, that it didn't make any difference to her how God had become all-powerful, that it didn't make any difference to her if he listened to her prayers at random or out of sequence. She didn't care if her personal relationship with God was one-sided or beyond her ability to totally comprehend. All she really cared about was that she knew he was there. Rather than being disillusioned, she found her faith in Jesus that much more comforting. She did believe that he was her savior and that her soul would reach heaven through him. If other people wanted to believe in different things or a different path, that was fine with her, but she felt good, excited, alive, and happy. At last she turned her thoughts to Mark. There was still a lot of work to be done, and she had no doubt that he would be right in the middle of it. But she was also sensing a subtle change in him. There was something in his eyes, a knowing or wisdom that hadn't been there before. He was already a living legend on Earth, and although he accepted his notoriety with aplomb, Julie knew he hated it. The last time they'd talked, he'd said, "I keep thinking more and more about beaches with white sand." He'd gone on to say that she shouldn't let anyone start worrying if he disappeared for a while. Something about finally getting to see what Little Miss Blue Eyes looked like in a bikini. But it was the other thing he'd said that Julie's thoughts kept coming back to. He was very protective of little Luca, and as close as he was to both Anzio and Semi, she had no doubt that he would be a big part of that child's life. No, what she kept wondering about was the last thing he'd said. "I suspect that little Luca has a destiny." You have been listening to Here Comes Earth, Destiny, Book 2, produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive producers James Tawn and Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2015 by William Lee Gordon. Production copyright 2016 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. If you enjoyed this audiobook, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible so we know we're bringing you audiobooks you'll love.